Chen Chen has crossed over. In this life, he has become a young player of Chinese descent with dual nationality. At the beginning, he was dissatisfied with the dark collaboration and angrily left the national football team's naturalization training camp. Then, the Chen Chen system descended. King of Green football activated. Max level vision. Max level passing. Peak module of midfield master. There are also countless superstar templates. This made him leap to become an unprecedented god-level midfielder in football history. De Bruyne is embarrassed. Silva feels inferior, and Bellingham even exclaimed, "Since there is Bellingham, why is there Chen Chen?" Chen Chen began to slaughter European football, leaving no grass growing where he went. Golden Boy Award, Ballon d'Or, Assist King Gold. Chapter 1 Official Announcement from the Chinese Football Association. Due to personal reasons, Chen Chen has confirmed his withdrawal from this naturalization selection. Competition. Anonymous Insider. Chen Chen was originally confirmed to join the national team and was just waiting for the official announcement. Is the national team too picky? Chen Chen is not on the list of newly naturalized players. Why did Chen Chen, who has the strength of a key player at Brentford, withdraw? This article will analyze the authenticity and scientific nature of a national team selection through big data analysis on the field. Don't panic about Chen Chen's withdrawal. The national team's midfield is soaring. Let's count the already naturalized midfield players. Sunderland's Browning, Jiang Guangtai, Stabæk's Ho Yong-Yong, Marseille's second-team midfielder Qian Jiechi, Brentford's Li Ku, and Winterthur's defensive midfielder Yang Mingyang. On April 21, 2021, an announcement appeared on the official website of the Chinese national men's football team. Soon, this news drew the attention of countless football fans. Everyone was discussing, and the fans couldn't understand why a player of championship level like Chen Chen was not favored by the national team. It is worth noting that Li Ku, also from Brentford, had already transferred to Beijing going early on and represented the Chinese national team in 2 friendly matches in 2019. Chapter 2 System. The benefit for the traveler have arrived. Chen Chen quickly sat up straight, following the guidance of the female voice in his mind, and opened the beginner's gift pack. Soon, a virtual window appeared before Chen Chen, visible only to him. Opening beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Max level vision ability. Note, max level vision, the strongest auxiliary. Ability of the midfield master. With it you are God. Vision, 75100. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Requelme's precise, through ball. Note, as a player who can create 200 highlight reels of through balls, Requelme's ability is worth having. Attribute panel has been opened. Host, Chen Chen. Age, 18 years and 25 days. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Passing, 94 dribbling. 80 speed, 69 stamina, 73 heading, 62 vision, 100. Confrontation, 60 set piece, 75 defensive interception awareness, 76. Shooting, 70 overall rating, 80 points. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Chen was very surprised. Chapter 3 On the early morning of April 22nd, the plane arrived in London. Chen Chen was very familiar with this land, as he had come to England to watch many matches as a fan in his previous life. Now, playing for Brentford, he had also explored various places with his teammates during his free time. There are a total of 17 football clubs in the Greater London area, including Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, Fulham, and West Ham United, which compete in the Premier League, as well as Brentford, Queen's Park Rangers, and Millwall in the Championship. In League One, there is Charlton, where Zheng Ji once played, and AFC Wimbledon. In League Two, there is Leyton Orient. Bromley, which will be playing in League Two in the future, is still struggling in the National League. The rest are some 6th and 7th tier teams. Chen Chen quickly returned to the team's base. Brentford, nicknamed the Bees and the Red and White Army, is generally called the Little Bees. At the base, members of the first team were playing a training match with the youth team. There was no way around it, as the entire first team couldn't muster a complete 23-man roster, and without the youth team, they would have to play with 8 players. "Hey, Chen, you're finally back." Frank greeted Chen excitedly. Chapter 4 Ivan Toney, who scored a goal, was very excited. He quickly opened his arms and ran towards Chen Chen. "Dude, Chen, you are amazing. Brother, this is the feeling. So cool. I can't wait to receive your passes in an official match. We can win every game." After scoring, Ivan Toney hugged Chen Chen's shoulder and said a lot, and it was clear he was very happy. On the sidelines, Irish assistant coach Kevin O'Connor nodded and leaned towards Frank's ear, saying boss. Chen's reading of the game has improved a lot, and his overall awareness has significantly increased. Frank interjected, it's like, yes, exactly. It's like he's had a breakthrough. It's hard to imagine how much he has changed since returning from Huaxia. Is the training method over there better? Frank shook his head and didn't speak, because he didn't know. But he could confirm one thing. The Chen Chen performing so excellently on the field had indeed not entered the Huaxia national team. In a training match, there was no kickoff in the center circle. Second team goalkeeper Daniels retrieved the ball from the net and passed it to a youth team defender. Chapter 5 Bournemouth is a seaside resort town located in Dorset, in the southwest of England. The Bournemouth Football Club is the only professional football team above League One in the town of Bournemouth. Vitality Stadium is their home ground. Now, at the end of the league season, the Vitality Stadium, which can accommodate 12,000 people, is packed. They are there to cheer for the home team. An hour before the match, both teams' starting lineups were announced. Unsurprisingly, Chen Chen, who performed excellently in training, appeared on the starting list. This was his first start again after 4 league matches. Facing Bournemouth today, Frank set up a 3-4-3 formation. The 3 forwards were Ivan Toney, Fosu, and Kanos. Fosu is a Finnish international, but plays a substitute role in the national team. Kanos is a Spanish forward. However, it is well known that Spain does not lack forwards, and Enrique does not value this championship-level forward. So after appearing twice for Spain U19, Kanos faded out of the national team. The 4 midfielders were Chen Chen, Matthias Jensen, Janelight, and Roerslev. Jensen is considered a genius-level player. Chapter 6 soon, the ball came to the feet of the Little Bees players. Captain Jansen passed the ball to center-back Norgard, and the Dane quickly moved forward with the ball. Then, a diagonal pass was made to Chen Chen. Chen Chen gestured to Jensen and Ivan Toney, signaling them to create some space. Ivan Toney nodded and quickly ran forward. Matthias Jensen hesitated for a moment. However, it seemed he recalled the results of the team's training 2 days ago and yesterday morning, and immediately this Danish midfielder also moved forward. This is the benefit of Chen Chen showcasing his strength. Previously, who would listen to a rotational player? Of course, Chen Chen didn't show off with fancy footwork. Instead, he directly replicated his performance in the training match at the team base, lifted his right leg, and struck towards the lower part of the football. Bam! The ball soared into the air. It went over the nearby Stanislas and Wilshere, directly finding Ivan Toney. Adam Smith quickly raised his hand, signaling that the opponent was offside. But the linesman did not raise the flag. This pass was fine. Adam's heart sank. Oh no. Ivan Toney smoothly received the ball. Chapter 7 Woodgate's eyes widened. God! The falling peach blossom shadow flies like a divine sword. Chen Chen's powerful long-range shot reminded him of the stunning volley by France's right-back Pavard against Argentina in the 2018 World Cup. Moreover, in terms of difficulty, Chen Chen's shot was even more impressive. When Pavard struck, there was only one fast-recovering player next to him, number 11 Di Maria, and Chen Chen. He had 4 players around him. Woodgate was no longer calm. He tugged at his hair vigorously. This is the rhythm to be selected for the Puskas Award. Damn it. Why has my team become the background? On the other side, Frank was similarly affected. He didn't pay attention to the score changing to 2-0, nor did he notice the Brentford players celebrating over Chen Chen. His eyes began to lose focus. Frank felt a bit dreamy. Just now, he seemed to have seen a shot that could win the Puskas Award. The more than 10,000 Bournemouth fans on site fell into silence and despair again. The entire Vitality Stadium was filled with the cheering and applause of the away fans, the Little Bees. In fact, a 2-goal difference is not that big. Previously, against Reading, Bournemouth, while hosting, also fell behind 2-0 early on. Chapter 8 Before both teams walked back to the center circle for the kickoff, Woodgate made a substitution. The underwhelming billing went off, and Welsh international David Brooks came on. Stanislas retreated to play right midfielder, and the Cherries' formation changed to 4-3-3. Beep. Fosu passed the ball to Janelight behind him, and the match continued. The game time quickly reached the 60th minute. The football arrived at Chen Chen's feet. He and Matthias Jensen made overlapping runs, with the Dane running down the left flank while he angled inward. In the center, Wilshere felt a chill and quickly moved up to defend him. No kidding. Just now, this kid scored a Puskas-level shot under the defense of 4 players. If he is not defended, the entire Vitality Stadium will be his backdrop today. Wilshere acted quickly, positioning himself. Meanwhile, Stanislas was also closing in, creating a sandwich situation. Who would have thought this before the match? The player receiving special protection from Bournemouth is not Ivan Toney or midfielder Matthias Jensen. It's a player who was completely regarded as a rotation-level player before this match. Seeing the opponent's daunting defense, Chen Chen chose not to repeat the same move. Chapter 9. Brentford fans were ecstatic. The players and coaches on the Bees bench were also cheering and celebrating. No one could believe what was happening. It seemed like two evenly matched teams, yet the score was one-sided. And the creator of all this was Chen, as shouted by the Brentford fans. That mixed-race kid who executed a stunning volley. The Sule Sports Live room was suddenly flooded with fans, all coming in after seeing the score change. What's going on? Did the Bees take some medicine today? What am I seeing? Chen Chen actually has 1 goal and 2 assists. The rating reached 97. Did Sule make a mistake? No mistake. You all didn't watch the match. Chen Chen is truly impressive today. Chen Chen wears the number 28 jersey, and 28 equals 4 sevens. Today, Chen Chen is worth 4 forwards, right? No problem there. Wait, can someone tell me why this genius withdrew from the naturalization training camp? I see that given time. He could be the Sun Heung-min of Huaxia. Don't compare him to our son Uba. This kid should prove himself in the top league first. Chapter 10. It's unbelievable. Steve Howard, watching the match from the VIP box, held his head in disbelief. The level this kid displayed was far beyond the championship level. Steve quickly took a close look at both starting lineups. 18 years old, before this match, only 13 starting records and 2 goals, 3 assists, mixed Chinese and English. He hasn't represented any national team in FIFA A-level events yet. Steve's eyes lit up. He vowed that if this young man named Chen performed equally well in the following matches, he would convince Southgate to come to Brentford to take a look. On the field, the referee didn't give much time. After Bournemouth took the free kick, he blew the whistle to end the match. Frank raised his hands in celebration, but he didn't celebrate for long, turning to shake hands with Woodgate. Then, the Dane walked onto the field and hugged Chen Chen, who was bent over with his hands on his knees. Wow, Chen, I didn't misjudge you. You're amazing. You are the great contributor to the team today. Chen shook his head. Chapter 11. There's no proper broadcast of championship matches in Huaxia, except for the playoff matches at the end of the season. Therefore, to watch Chen Chen's match, fans could only circumvent restrictions or endure the spinach ads that occupied half the screen in the live room. Thankfully, it was all worth it. Chen Chen's performance dazzled their eyes. 2 goals and 2 assists on the championship stage. He was simply unbelievable. And what made the fans happier was that such an efficient player had previously participated in the naturalization training in Huaxia. In other words, he could represent the Huaxia national team. However, someone translated the content of Chen Chen's interview on the forum, and everyone was surprised to find that Chen Chen did not respond directly to the question of joining the Huaxia national team, or the Three Lions. As Huaxia fans, they certainly wanted Chen Chen to join the national team. However, it should be noted that Chen Chen has withdrawn from the Huaxia national team naturalization training camp. His desire to represent the Huaxia national team is in doubt. As a result, many people flooded into the national team's official Weibo, each asking what was said at the time. Why did Chen Chen withdraw from the training camp? Guan Tian was awakened by the ringing of the phone. His wife at home was always busy, so he moved to a hotel outside. Chapter 12. But it was impossible to fail. It would never be possible to fail. After substituting Jamaican forward Andre Gray in the second half, Watford's attacking intensity instantly increased. In the 59th minute, Andre Gray assisted Swedish forward Sima, who scored with a push. The Hornets, Watford, led Millwall 10. Then in the 66th minute, midfielder Will Hughes fell in the box. Watford was awarded a penalty. Right winger Ismaila Sarr converted it easily. 20. The hope that Brentford players had ignited was extinguished again. Chen Chen rubbed his face, thinking it was unnecessary to watch anymore. Whether it was 51 Bournemouth or 92 Bournemouth, as long as the opponent could win, even by just a small margin, there would always be a 7-point gap between them. Moreover, now Watford was leading by 2 goals. Perhaps it was time to give up all unrealistic hopes of the opponent making mistakes. The team needed to prepare well for the playoff matches. In fact, for Chen Chen, compared to direct promotion, playing a few more matches was obviously better. The more he showcased himself, the better price he could fetch, the better contract he could sign. Chapter 13. The Crescent Moon, Beckham's free kick signature skill. The formidable strength of the heavy iron sword and the softness of the Crescent Moon both have their own factions in the world of football, yet they compete and clash, making it hard to determine which is superior. Without a stunning free kick technique, how can one dare to say they are a world-class midfielder? Come on, use a series of free kicks that penetrate the opponent's goalkeeper to let the world remember your existence. Effect: when taking free kicks, there is a probability of executing a crescent moonshot. Also greatly enhances the host's set-piece ability. Set piece, 7,590. Chen Chen felt his lower body strength gradually increasing, and soon his entire legs were filled with seemingly endless energy. Chen Chen was ecstatic. Beckham, the dual captain of the England national team and Manchester United, the #1 legend in European football. A Beckham arc is known to all. Throughout his professional career, Beckham scored 65 free kicks. Free kicks are undoubtedly a prerequisite for becoming a midfielder. Chen Chen forced himself to calm down. Then, he looked at the 5 free attribute points. Before the treasure chest began to draw, Chen Chen was quite concerned about these 5 free attribute points. Chapter 14. On the evening of April 28th at 6 p.m., the Brentford Community Stadium was brightly lit. The 44th round of the championship, the match between Brentford and Rotherham, was about to start. The Brentford Community Stadium, also known as Griffin Park, can accommodate a maximum of 13,000 spectators. It is understandable that a small town has fewer seats. However, in the future, after being promoted to the Premier League, Brentford made adjustments to the stadium seating. The adjusted Brentford Community Stadium can accommodate over 17,000 people. It certainly cannot compare to Old Trafford, White Hart Lane, or Wembley, but it is considered Wembley in the hearts of local fans. At a pre-match press conference the day before, Rotherham's head coach Paul Warne answered questions from media reporters and expressed the team's determination to win. I find it hard to judge whether Chen's performance was a flash of brilliance or a sudden awakening, but I can guarantee that my players will not give him any opportunity to showcase himself. We will restrict him at Griffin Park. When asked about the defensive arrangements for Chen Chen, he replied, "Sorry, no comment. Perhaps you can pay attention to the tactical arrangements on the field, if you can figure it out." Chapter 15. Seeing the players from both sides standing on the field, Frank on the sidelines appeared a bit nervous. After coming out of the player tunnel, the Dane stood on the sidelines. He wanted to observe the players' mistakes on the field in real time and correct them immediately. Brentford could not afford to lose this match. Frank no longer felt much joy from the big away win against Bournemouth a few days ago. The players could continue to maintain that joy, as it would help them keep their confidence and fighting spirit. But as the head coach, he could not indulge in the victory like his disciples. He needed to keep a clear mind. Now was not the time to be lax. The match against Bournemouth was just an ordinary game. To achieve promotion, they still had a long way to go. Watching Chen Chen, who was wearing the number 28 jersey on the field, Frank grew fonder of him. It was just a pity that Chen's breakout came a bit late. If it had happened a month earlier, Brentford would be in second place in the league now, not Watford. It was even possible that they could have knocked Norwich off their perch and entered the Premier League holding the championship trophy. But alas, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 16. On the sidelines, Paul Warne opened his arms excitedly and embraced his assistant coach in celebration. "Yes, that's it. Win this damn game. An 18-year-old talent? Sorry. English football is not lacking in shooting stars." Michael Smith, who scored the first goal of the match, was very happy. The 28-year-old English forward slid on his knees toward the corner flag. He then got up, crossed the advertising board, and celebrated with the loyal Rotherham fans who traveled with the team. Seeing this scene, the Brentford fans fell silent. Meanwhile, on Twitter, the comments under the latest post by the Bees quickly expanded from dozens to hundreds. "Matthias is better at intercepting defense. He is more suitable for starting than Chen. What does Mr. Frank think? Could it be that in the last match, Chen really was just a flash of brilliance? Damn it. I knew I shouldn't pin my hopes on an 18-year-old rookie. Without him, we could have still won the last round. With him, we actually conceded a goal at home. Okay, if we don't get promoted in the end, Frank, take your Chen Chen and leave." Hey, guys, did you know? Chen was just rejected by the Chinese national team. If he really had the ability, the Chinese Football Association wouldn't have rejected him. It seems that his goal in the last round was indeed a matter of luck. Chapter 17. Great pass. I've only seen a through ball like Chen's when Manchester City played Liverpool. "Hey, Chen, I'm sorry I just insulted you. To apologize. I'll buy a few more of your jerseys. Man, you reminded me. I also need to stock up on a few of Chen's jerseys. I think he will be a top star in the future. Maybe the original jerseys with Chen's name will sell for a high price. Chen, please forgive me. I'm a jerk. I actually doubted you. Now, under the witness of this clown, lead the team to continue winning. Okay. Ivan Toney scored 3 goals in the last 9 games, and now he scored 2 goals in 2 rounds. I don't want to say Chen Chen is stronger, but that's just the fact. Hey, guys, the broadcast just showed Gareth Southgate in the box. Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. Oh my God, is Ivan Toney going to the national team? Are you kidding? What qualifications does Ivan Toney have? I think Chen Chen is the target of Southgate's visit. Although Southgate remained in the box without coming out, sharp-eyed fans still spotted him when the camera swept by. Chapter 18 with this unanswerable inward curling shot. The Brentford fans began to shout Chen Chen's name loudly. Chen Chen's performance broke all doubts. He conquered Griffin Park. As he was pulled back to the center circle by Ivan Toney, Chen Chen kept waving his hands to the surrounding stands, signaling the fans to cheer even louder. The Bees fans understood. Thus, the Brentford Stadium erupted with even greater cheers. It was like they were trying to overturn the little boat of Rotherham with wave after wave of momentum. In the final stages of the first half, Brentford's surging offensive left the visitors at a loss. Unfortunately, the goalposts did not help the Bees players. As 2 excellent opportunities from Ivan Toney and the advancing Gatos struck the crossbar, they failed to extend the lead. Finally, the referee blew the whistle for halftime, and Brentford completed the comeback, entering the player tunnel with a score of 2-1. The joys and sorrows between people do not connect. The Bees fans were cheering and singing loudly. Meanwhile, many players from the visiting team were frequently looking down at their phones, each showing a troubled expression. Chapter 19 Brentford substituted out Kanos and Ivan Toney, replacing them with Matthias Jensen and Fosu. Frank's intention was clear. Leave Fosu to counterattack, while Matthias and Chen Chen would support at any time. The team switched to a 5-4-1 formation. During the attack, 3 players would push forward, and the formation would feel like a 4-3-2-1. After the substitutions, Rotherham gritted their teeth and organized a few attacks, but they were all thwarted by Brentford. In the 69th minute, Michael made a cross from the wing, which was headed away by Mads Bech Sorensen to the front line. In the 73rd minute, Ladapo suddenly fell to the ground after breaking into the penalty area. The referee decisively called a dive. The Brentford Stadium erupted with boos. These were the boos from the away fans of Rotherham. But soon, these boos were drowned out by the cheers of the Bees fans, who fully supported the referee's decision. In the 76th minute, Chen Chen charged into the penalty area and suddenly squared the ball to the penalty spot, but Janelt surprisingly missed it. Oh! A wave of disappointment echoed around Brentford Stadium. Janelt, who missed the decisive opportunity, lifted his shirt over his head, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. Chen Chen came over, patted him on the shoulder, and urged the German midfielder to get back on defense. Chapter 20. The mixed-race kid lucked into his starting position. The talented young player helped the team defeat Bournemouth. De Silva's successor returned to Brentford. Chen Chen's strength deserved a starting spot. The darling of Brentford helped the team complete the comeback. The brave Chen conquered Griffin Park. With the team's 3rd goal, Brentford Stadium instantly shook with excitement. Countless Bees fans waved their hands and roared with all their might. Soon, the previously chaotic shouts gradually unified. Chen Chen captivated the Brentford fans with his perfect series of highlights. Near the corner kick area, Chen Chen stretched out his arms, closing his eyes to listen to the cheers of the crowd. Before long, Matthias and Fours ran over to celebrate with Chen Chen. On the sidelines, Ivan Toney and Kanos couldn't sit still anymore. They hurried over, seeing that the Bees players were slow, to return to the center circle to await the kickoff. The Rotherham players surrounded the referee. Chapter 21. After the singing and dancing ended, Chen Chen, shirtless, shook hands and hugged every teammate and coach. Today's victory was thanks to everyone's efforts. After shaking hands all around, Chen Chen did not see Frank. But just as he was thinking about it, Frank walked in from outside the locker room. After embracing Chen Chen, Frank put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder and led him out of the locker room. Cool, mate. I'll introduce you to someone. Chen Chen was puzzled. Who? Who wants to see me? But soon he found out who it was. After turning 2 corners, Frank brought Chen Chen to the door of a conference room. He pushed the door open, and inside sat 4 or 5 people. There were Bees Club Chairman Cliff Bohr, owner Matthew Benham, as well as former England football player, former England national team player, and current England men's national football team coach, Gareth Southgate. Seeing this lineup, Chen Chen understood. They were going to invite him to join the England national team. The conference room had a round table, so when Chen Chen and Frank took their seats, the others formed a circle. The large screen in the conference room was currently on, showing the match between Watford and Norwich. Chapter 22. On the morning of April 28th, London time, which was the afternoon in China, the Chinese Football Association issued a statement on Weibo regarding the national team's naturalization training. This statement had a somewhat essay-like style. The overall meaning could be simply summarized in 4 paragraphs. We gave him a chance for deeper communication. Who would have thought he directly backed down? Relevant people revealed that Chen Chen was just 1 step away from joining the team. No, don't talk nonsense. The national team looks at strength. Without the strength, one cannot enter. Financial transactions? Impossible. Our association has nothing to do with evil. Will Chen Chen be invited to join the national team? We will consider it carefully. We are willing to maintain a positive communication relationship with Chen Chen. Chen Chen, who was in the team's medical room getting a muscle massage, of course saw this information. Maintaining a positive communication relationship? Nonsense. Chen Chen directly turned off his phone screen. Out of sight, out of mind. Work with me? You filthy people are not worthy. The Chinese Football Association's response quickly trended on Weibo, and the related hot topics occupied several spots in the top 50 trending searches. Chapter 23. Frank signaled to Neil to collect all the transfer offer information. Brentford would not conduct transfer transactions just yet. One reason was that the transfer window had not yet opened, and the other was that it was clear Chen Chen was about to enter the England national team. So it would be better to wait until the news broke before making a transfer transaction to maximize profits. In 2018, the rising French superstar Mbappé cost Paris Saint-Germain $180 million. Even if Chen Chen couldn't compare to Mbappé at that time, he should be worth at least $30 million, right? Frank was very clear that since they couldn't keep Chen Chen, they would try to delay the transfer matter and maximize the team's benefits. The Chinese Football Association statement and related transfer offers did not affect Chen Chen. He was training earnestly, just like all the Brentford fans, preparing for the match against Watford. At 2 p.m. London time on May 1st, Brentford Stadium. Today, the Bees would host the already promoted Hornets, Watford. Compared to the previous 2 rounds against Bournemouth and Rotherham, Watford could definitely be considered Brentford's strongest opponent in the closing stages of the league. Chapter 24. Of course, saying that Abramovich struck gold is just a joke. As the head of Chelsea and a leader in English Premier League football's financial boom, Abramovich is not short on money. In 2003, Abramovich acquired Chelsea, which was then burdened with debt, and his arrival brought this English team into the ranks of the wealthy. The funds of the Russian billionaire allowed Chelsea to come back to life, and the Blues began to spend money wildly in the transfer market. Makelele, Varane, and Joe Cole joined one after another. Then in 2005, the Buffalo Eschen transferred to the Blues for a fee of €24 million. This price made Eschen the most expensive player in English football that year. To put it bluntly, €24 million could be considered a big signing even in the 2004 to 2005 season. Moreover, it should be noted that during the summer transfer window of 2020, affected by the pandemic, Abramovich did not stop but continued to invest $200 million in the transfer market, bringing in Havertz, Werner, Chilwell, and Ziyech. It can be said that triggering Chen Chen's $30 million breach of contract fee is not a big deal. However, it still has a significant impact on Frank. After all, since he took over Brentford, the only high-priced transfer players he has dealt with are Ivan Toney for $5.6 million and Bumo, who joined for $6.5 million. Chapter 25. Bournemouth secured their place in the playoff for promotion due to their victory over their opponent in the previous round. Their playoff opponent is none other than Brentford, who had just beaten them 5-1 in the previous rounds. What a narrow road for foes. The other group of opponents include Swansea, ranked 4th, and Barnsley, ranked 5th. In the pre-match press conference before Bournemouth's match against Stoke City, Woodgate didn't say much about this game against Stoke City, but focused on the upcoming 2-legged encounter with Brentford. Woodgate stated, "I already know Frank's style of play. Believe me, this time, Frank's team won't have it easy at Vitality Stadium. They're a team that likes to press high and play open football. I've studied them. We are prepared for this. And I believe that the only team stepping onto Wembley will be us." In the pre-match press conference before the match against Bristol City, Frank was also asked about related issues. Because Woodgate's press conference ended earlier, during the closing moments of Frank's press conference, reporters in the audience, eager for excitement, collected the news and quickly summarized it, posing questions to Frank at the last moment. Chapter 26. May 17th, Vitality Stadium. The first match of the championship playoff for promotion. The fifth-to-last match of the entire 2021 championship season is about to kick off. This stadium, which can only hold 12,000 people, is completely packed today. The entire stadium has turned into a sea of joyful red and black, striped cherries fans. In the stands today, there are not only celebrities from all walks of life, but also many scouts from various leagues. Sharp-eyed fans noticed a few Spanish scouts who have long been active in English football. If not mistaken, these scouts serve Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. It goes without saying that they are all here for Chen Chen. Real Madrid's midfielder Toni Kroos has been in average form recently, and Modric is getting older. The Bernabeu needs fresh blood. Barcelona's situation is even more complicated. They just had 2 consecutive draws in the league, completely losing hope for the championship. When it rains, it pours. Their key midfielders, Dutchman Frenkie de Jong and Spanish midfielder Pedri, are injured. Additionally, Coutinho and Fati also have varying degrees of injuries. Camp Nou needs reinforcements in midfield and attack. Atletico's player structure is quite normal. Their scouts actually don't need to come. Chapter 27. Although Bournemouth does not hold the advantage in terms of the situation, they're the first to score. In the 37th minute, Brentford made a passing error in their backline. Under the pressure from Solanke and Danjuma, Roerslev attempted to pass the ball back to goalkeeper David Raya for a big kick forward. However, his back pass was too weak, allowing Danjuma to steal the ball. Dutchman Danjuma did not give Raya much time to react and directly blasted it into the bottom corner. 1-0. Bournemouth, playing at home, takes the lead. Vitality Stadium erupted in joy. The Cherry fans immediately jumped up from their seats. They began to cheer wildly. Seeing Danjuma open his arms and run to the corner flag to celebrate, Woodgate also opened his arms and cheered a few times. He then turned around and high-fived his assistants and substitute players to celebrate. After high-fiving, Woodgate waved to the fans behind the substitute bench. Only then did he leisurely return to his seat. Woodgate believes he has found Brentford's weakness, which lies in the right flanks Jensen and Roerslev. Brentford's young midfielders are indeed very strong. Chapter 28. Woodgate on the sidelines was somewhat flustered. How can someone change a shot into a pass like that? Doesn't he fear twisting his waist? Unless he had already determined to pass instead of shoot from the start. Woodgate's expression changed significantly. After thinking back and forth, Woodgate finally confirmed. With many players in the box, and Lerma jumping to block the shot, that guy couldn't possibly score. So, Chen Chen really planned to pass from the very beginning. Woodgate hurriedly turned back to discuss strategies with his assistants. Bournemouth cannot afford to lose this match. Woodgate, still wants to succeed in promotion and sign a 3-year contract, comparing himself with Guardiola and Klopp. Woodgate's coaching staff quickly began discussing tactical arrangements. They also understood that if they couldn't secure a win against Brentford at home today, it would basically be over. Going to Griffin Park for the second leg. Bournemouth truly lacks confidence in winning. On the field, after celebrating, the Brentford players slowly walked back to the center circle. Chen Chen found Ivan Toney and newly substituted Bumo. Hey, guys! Chapter 29. Woodgate on the sidelines was in a daze. Had they really turned it around? However, before Woodgate could emerge from his confusion, another goal came. After returning to the center for kickoff, David Brooks, due to being too sticky with the ball, lost possession under pressure from 2 opponents. Janelt seized the ball, turned and advanced, and Brentford transitioned from defense to attack. Soon the ball was at Chen Chen's feet. Riquelme's precise through-ball module was activated. A very concealed through-ball route appeared in Chen Chen's mind. He seized this fleeting opportunity. The ball traced a beautiful arc on the ground, accurately finding Ivan Toney. Just like in countless training sessions, Toney touched the ball and shot in one fluid motion. This powerful shot pierced through Begovic's fingers. 2-1. The cheers of Brentford fans once again echoed through Vitality Stadium. The home fans of Bournemouth fell into a dead silence. Although 2-1 is still better than the previous 5-1, it should be noted that from the start of the second half until now, in less than 15 minutes, the Bees have completed the comeback and expanded their lead. Chapter 30. In the final moments of stoppage time, Chen Chen took a corner kick and Ivan Toney headed the ball into the net. But before Toney could celebrate by taking off his shirt, the referee signaled that there was a foul on the goalkeeper, and the goal was disallowed. Ivan Toney was a bit stunned, but then he felt relieved. He was glad he hadn't taken off his shirt. Otherwise, receiving a yellow card would have been irreversible, and that would have been truly unfair. The rules of football state that after a goal is reviewed, regardless of whether it stands or not, a card given for celebrating by taking off one's shirt cannot be rescinded. After Begovic took the goal kick, the referee blew the whistle. The match ended, and Brentford came back to win 4-1 against Bournemouth. On social media, countless Bees fans began to dream of using Wembley Stadium as a springboard to avenge their past disgrace, defeat their opponents in the final, and advance to the Premier League. Last year, in the Championship playoff final, Brentford reached the final held at Wembley Stadium. However, they narrowly lost to Fulham, the Farmers, and shed tears at Wembley. Now, with a stronger comeback, they are poised to challenge for Premier League success. All of this is thanks to that 18-year-old genius. Chapter 31. On the morning of May 21st, Brentford completed their final round of collective training before the match against Bournemouth. After announcing the squad list for tomorrow, Frank asked Chen Chen to stay behind. Chen Chen was a bit confused. Frank indicated that someone wanted to talk to him. Chen Chen followed Frank to the club's conference room, and upon knocking on the door, the first thing that caught his eye was the club chairman, Cliff Boja. Then there was Manchester City manager, the Spaniard Pep Guardiola. Chen Chen was not surprised that City was interested in him. What surprised him was that it wasn't just a fax, but Guardiola himself had come. It is known that private contact with players is against UEFA regulations. However, this is an era where rules are often broken, and few adhere to them. A classic saying from veteran Scout Biles, who worked with Ferguson for 14 years, is, private contact is not allowed, but everyone does it. This is the survival rule for scouts. Don't be alarmed. Otherwise, where do all the transfer rumors on the first day of the transfer window come from? Talking on the same day, transferring on the same day. Chapter 32. Today, Brentford Stadium became a sea of red and white. Since Bournemouth's main jersey color is also red, hundreds of Bournemouth fans who traveled from afar blended right in with the home fans. If you don't closely examine the stripes, you really can't tell where the away fans are sitting. After all, from the broadcasting perspective, there is no difference between the Cherry fans in red and black striped jerseys and the Bees fans in red and white striped jerseys. Before the playoff final, there was no broadcast right in Huaxia. Therefore, to watch Chen Chen's match, Huaxia fans had to employ various methods. Guan Tian, along with a group, arrived in London early in the morning. Without much rest, he hurried to Brentford Stadium with his team. Due to the match's popularity, they had to pay extra for their tickets. Upon entering, Guan Tian saw countless fans wearing the number 28 jersey, which is Chen Chen's number at Brentford. There were even many fans wearing self-printed number 28 Three Lions jerseys. A staff member from the Football Association whispered to Guan Tian, Chen Chen is quite popular with local fans. Chapter 33. To be honest, when Frank learned that people from the Huaxia Football Association were coming, a variety of expressions instantly appeared on his face. There was curiosity, confusion, and even a mocking, "Where have you been?" But more than that, there was a kind of attitude. Initially, it was you who rejected Chen Chen, and now you want to come back to find him? If Frank were Huaxia, he would definitely sing. Initially, you wanted to separate. So, let's separate now. You want to use true love to coax me back, however. Chen Chen felt more like the character from the skit Unlocking the Door. You know the car crashed into the wall. You know the stock rose. You know that you made a mistake and repented. You know the big snot dripped into your mouth and you wanted to wipe it away. I've improved my skills. You know I've come. It's too late. Frank let Guan Tian and his group into the club, but they did not meet Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't want to talk to them at all. That day in Director Guan's office, he felt his heart had died. What else was there to say? In the end, Guan Tian's group could only leave the Brentford base in disgrace, and they returned to the hotel to discuss strategies. They unanimously decided to wait until after the playoff final to see what could be done. Chapter 34. This season, there are two special teams in the championship. One is Cardiff City, and the other is Swansea. What makes them special? They are both Welsh teams. Wales has its own football league. But these two teams joined the English League. Why? Because the Welsh Football League was established late, and those Welsh teams used to mix in English football. So, it can be said without hesitation that apart from their own fans, Swansea finds it hard to gain support from neutral fans and passers-by at Wembley Stadium. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that Cardiff City fans are also mocking them. As Swansea's century-old rival, Cardiff City directly wrote on their official social media, "Congratulations to Brentford for defeating Swansea and successfully advancing to next season's Premier League." Wouldn't that make Swansea fans furious? Swansea's response was quick. They launched a counterattack on social media. The Swans posted a gif of a pet dog paddling in the water. Note, this refers to an incident after the 1988 South Wales Derby, where some Cardiff City fans were chased by Swansea fans and then swam in the sea to escape. Chapter 35. Last year was here, and I was present. But we failed. Jansen looked around, first speaking in a deep voice, then quickly raising his tone, because he knew what failure felt like. So, today, I demand each of you to get your spirits up, catch that damn swan, and stew it. The team that will advance to the Premier League will only be us. Do you have confidence? Everyone's faces turned red. Yes, for Brentford. Everyone shouted for Brentford. Soon, the shouts turned into loud applause, and, at Frank's signal, everyone jogged out of the locker room. Before long, Frank appeared on the sidelines with the substitute players. Hello to all our viewers. Welcome to continue watching the match broadcast brought to you by Huaxiao Mobile HD Migu Video on Saturday night. I am today's commentator, Chen Chen. And next to me is my partner, Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu waves and greets. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Lu. Chen Chen, while organizing his notes, continues. Today we bring you the championship playoff final, with the Bees of Brentford facing the Swans of Swansea. Chapter 36. Chen Chen's heart surged with endless fighting spirit. Even without the task rewards, he must give his all for the team today. The tifo has been displayed, and the fans from both sides start singing their respective chants. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match has begun. To all the viewers in front of the television, the game has started. The team in red and white striped jerseys is the home team Brentford, attacking from left to right on the screen. The team in black and white striped jerseys is the away team Swansea, and they will. Oh, there's a change in the scene. Let's take a look at this attack. Chen Chen, a sudden through ball from Chen Chen to Mbeumo. Beautiful. Brentford has scored. Mbeumo. The Frenchman Mbeumo received Chen Chen's pass, and a low shot caught the opponent off guard. Just 11 seconds into the match, the first kickoff team, Brentford, has scored. Brentford has broken the record for the fastest goal in championship playoff final history. This is also the fastest goal in the history of the Bees. This record would also rank in the top 7 in Premier League history. Chapter 37. Looking at Chen Chen, who showcased a strong physique, Chen Chen remarked, an 18-year-old boy, pulling off 1 goal and 1 assist in the playoff final. After this match, everyone will remember the name Chen Chen. Zhang Lu smiled and said, that free kick was spectacular. Look at the replay. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. I can't even imagine if he goes to the Premier League. The other 19 teams' goalkeepers might be scared to death. Chen Chen continued, yes. If they successfully get promoted to the top league, then the other Premier League teams will need to watch out for Brentford's free kick specialist. Of course, whether Chen Chen can stay at Brentford next season is uncertain. According to reports from the English media, The Times, Chen Chen has communicated with many teams. The top 5 teams with the highest chance are Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Bayern Munich. After this final, even more teams will surely make offers to Chen Chen. It can be said that Chen Chen has truly made a name for himself with this goal. Meanwhile, Wembley Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. The stand were filled with applause and cheers. Chapter 38. Chen Chen thought about taking another stunning free kick. However, this free kick is located near the sideline, making it difficult to take a direct shot from that angle. Plus, with so many opponents standing in front of the goal, even if he curved the ball, it might not necessarily score. So, after the beep, Chen Chen aimed for the front point area of the penalty box. Mbeumo got a slight touch on the ball. Unfortunately, Mbeumo's header went just a bit wide. The ball grazed the post and went out. Mbeumo knelt on the ground, holding his head in regret and pain. So close, just a bit more, and he could have sealed the match. However, there was no time for Mbeumo to dwell on his mistake, as Yanelt quickly pulled him up, and the two quickly turned back to defend. Eventually, after the referee's whistle, the first half ended, with Brentford leading by 2 goals at halftime. During the 15-minute break, Brentford fans at Wembley were not idle. They competed in volume with the Swansea fans. The team's excellent performance gave the Bees fans tremendous motivation, and the Swansea fans were overshadowed. Soon, another cheer erupted at Wembley. Chapter 39. The fans were ecstatic. Countless Brentford fans began to chant Chen's name loudly. Chen, Chen, Chen. Being lifted on his shoulders, Chen Chen did not forget to extend his hand to salute the fans. He did it. He fulfilled his promise to Brentford. He successfully helped Brentford reach the Premier League. It's a pity this isn't a championship match. Otherwise, lifting the trophy at Wembley would be a dream come true. However, Chen Chen does not feel regret. He believes that one day, he will definitely lift those dazzling trophies at Wembley Stadium after successfully getting promoted. Brentford will have a celebration ceremony, but not at Wembley. As mentioned earlier, this isn't a championship match. Starting at noon tomorrow, Brentford Football Club will hold a parade celebration in Brentford Town. They will then proceed to Griffin Park Stadium, where the final promotion celebration will be held. At the post-match press conference, Frank appeared very spirited. Facing countless media reporters, Frank generously praised Chen Chen. In this match, with a perfect record of 2 goals and 1 assist, Chen Chen received a perfect score of 10 from over 50,000 votes on the football websites SofaScore and WhoScored. Chapter 40. The topic of Chen Chen did not quiet down on social media. The views and shares were rising rapidly. Although many Chen Chen fans spontaneously expressed in the related topic squares and comments that both sides' voices should be heard, not just one side's opinion. Their voices were too small to change anything. Due to Chen Chen's soaring popularity, Chen Liang could only have someone make up some reasons to gloss over the matter. In the eyes of these people, Chen Chen joining the national team was a small issue, but losing face was a big deal. They initially thought they would face some backlash, but unexpectedly, the fans created countless scenarios in their minds. Indeed, people are blind and easily swayed by the crowd. As for what will happen next, Chen Liang had already thought of a way out. The day after the final match, Brentford started the parade celebration. Although it couldn't be compared to the celebrations of Premier League champions or Champions League winners, Brentford, which returned to the Premier League after 74 years, still showcased its unique historical heritage and charm. That noon, amidst the cheers and applause of countless fans along the streets, Brentford's parade bus entered the tunnel under Griffin Park Stadium. Chapter 41. In fact, before the England national team announced the latest squad list on social media, Southgate had already called each player. Those who didn't receive a call are destined to miss out on the 3 Lions. When Ivan Toney got the call, he was together with Pinnock. Ivan Toney was very happy. He could go to St. George's Park. On the other hand, Pinnock looked dejected. To fulfill his dream of playing for the 3 Lions, the England-Jamaican mixed-race player had been waiting for 3 years. Unfortunately, he still wasn't selected in the end. When Southgate called, Chen Chen was hesitating about which attribute to allocate his maxed-out attribute points. Shooting? Speed? Or stamina? Interception defense? He also needed to think about how to use the 10 free attribute points from the hidden mission. Hey, Chen. Hey, Mr. Gareth. I'm calling to let you know that the England men's national football team wants to summon you. Are you willing to accept? Of course. Okay, Chen, I'll be waiting for you at St. George's. The England national team welcomes your joining. Sir, when can I come? Anytime. Anytime? Chapter 42. The news of Chen Chen being selected for the England national team not only caused a stir in England, but also created a sensation in China. Chinese fans directly flooded the official Weibo account of the Chinese Football Association, and for a time, no entries could be posted. Chen Chen has joined the 3 Lions. This bunch of dog-like officials pushed out a top midfielder for $2 million. What are you in such a hurry for before he has proven his talent? What if he ends up like Zhang Yong? Not proven? You scored 9 goals and 9 assists? Someone upstairs, please shut up. Previously, I just felt that the Football Association was inefficient. Now it seems they are completely corrupt and filthy. $2 million for a national team player? $2 million just to be in the national team. To get on the pitch from the roster, you need a lot more. I support Chen Chen shining in the 3 Lions. Let the national team fend for themselves. Shouldn't we push for anti-corruption? So many issues in the Football Association. And they don't do anything? There's no saving it, really no saving it. It's hard to imagine that 18 years ago, the national team made it to the World Cup. Back then, I didn't have to envy Japan or South Korea. Seeing the Football Association playing dead, related trending topics kept dropping, and fans simply decided to ignore it and unfollow or uninstall in one go. Chapter 43. On the 3rd day, June 2nd, Southgate appeared at St. George's Park National Football Center. The players who hadn't come also arrived, including Pickford, Alexander-Arnold, Bellingham, and Foden and Stones, who participated in the Champions League final. Bellingham greeted Palmer right away. These two were old acquaintances in the England U21 team. Then Bellingham gave Chen Chen a hug. As a newcomer to the national team, Chen Chen, like other newcomers, moved through the crowd, shaking hands and hugging others. At this moment, Ivan Toney found Chen Chen. The 2 locals from Brentford hugged tightly. In England, when people meet, they don't ask if you've eaten. It's usually just a hey, and the closer you get, the more intimate it becomes. Chen Chen knew Ivan Toney's personality, so he took the initiative to say, "You damn bastard. Why did it take you so long to come?" Unfortunately, Ivan Toney didn't watch the Chinese New Year gala. Otherwise, he would definitely say, "What you said is all my words." After some pleasantries, Southgate asked assistant Steve Holland to lead everyone to change into training kits and then head directly to the training ground. Chapter 44. The three forwards were Grealish, Captain Harry Kane, and Manchester United midfielder Lingard. Recently, there were rumors that Aston Villa's star Grealish might transfer to Manchester City. The three midfielders were Cody, Saka, and Dortmund's new star Bellingham. In defense, Mings partnered with Rice in central defense, with Trippier as left-back and Alexander-Arnold on the right. In goal, Everton's Pickford started. Honestly, I really don't understand Southgate's arrangement of the starting lineup. On their bench sat defender Ben White, who confirmed his transfer to Arsenal, defender Godfrey, captain Henderson, midfielder Ward-Prowse, and midfielder Chen Chen. The three Lions could easily field a normal starting lineup. Perhaps Southgate has his own ideas. Now, let's follow the broadcast to enjoy this friendly match between England and Austria at Riverside Stadium. On the field, as the referee blew the whistle, Kane passed the ball to Saka behind him. The match officially began. All right, audience friends, what you see attacking from the left side of the screen, wearing white jerseys with blue trim, is the England team. Chapter 45. However, although under Chen Chen's organization, the three Lions had the most ball possession on the field, having possession without converting it into goals is not good either. On the sidelines, Austrian coach Foda gestured for his players to stay focused on their positions and tighten their defense. As a result, England had even fewer good opportunities. Time ticked away. At this moment, the Austrian fans in the stands had already started singing their support songs. They seemed to see the eventual victors of the match. Meanwhile, the Three Lions fans looked serious. Indeed, friendlies are meant for practicing. But if you can't even win a practice match, how can you win in the official matches? How can you dream of winning the championship? The one-sided attacking and defending practice was a bit boring, and commentator Jurgen began analyzing the situation on the field. The Germans had done their homework for this match, and Southgate's team seemed to be in trouble. If the England national team loses at home today, they will end their unbeaten record in friendlies that has lasted since 2017. Since losing to France in a friendly in 2017, the England team had never tasted defeat in a friendly match again. Chapter 46. Chen Chen's through ball was spectacular. Austrian coach Foda covered his head in disbelief. How did the midfielder get past? Fuck. Then the German immediately ran to the sidelines, shouting loudly to the players to focus on defense. A draw would be acceptable. At least it would indicate that today's team's tactics weren't problematic. Seeing Foda so angry, the players on the field also quickly perked up. Everyone was determined in their hearts to hold on to this draw. However, the 1-1 scoreline only lasted for 3 minutes before the England team scored again. In the 74th minute, Chen Chen made a brilliant back-heel pass without looking, unexpectedly sending the ball to Lingard, who had burst down the right flank. Lingard quickly reached the byline and delivered a cross at a 45-degree angle into the middle. Harry Kane made a flying tackle and shot, but Bachmann quickly dove to save. He managed to block it, but couldn't hold on to the ball. The ball was deflected into the area near the right post. Ward-Prowse, who had made a timely run to the back post, tapped it in, and the ball hit the net. Another goal. Ward-Prowse, the 27-year-old Tottenham forward, almost scored twice in 5 minutes. What a pity. It was saved by Bachmann. Chapter 47. Chen Chen scored his first goal since joining the Three Lions. After finishing the commentary in one breath, Jurgen was slightly out of breath. After a pause of a second or two, Jurgen continued, 1 goal and 1 assist. Chen Chen is the biggest contributor to the England team tonight. Without looking at the certain goal, Chen Chen spread his arms and ran towards a corner flag, then jumped high and celebrated with a fist pump and a roar. Right behind him, Calvert-Lewin rushed up to hug Chen Chen from behind. The Everton forward couldn't believe his eyes, anticipating the passing route, making the interception, and then calmly scoring in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. What a divine performance. The substitutes Sancho and Henderson also ran up to embrace Chen Chen. This one-on-one was handled so beautifully, and at the moment Chen Chen scored, the England fans in the Riverside Stadium had already erupted in cheers. With such a performance, you tell me he's a championship midfielder? Guardiola, sitting in front of the TV, covered his shiny head, equally shocked. He really found a treasure. No, wait. I haven't signed a formal contract with him yet. Chapter 48. Among the 26-man roster, the most regrettable might be Lingard. After joining West Ham United during the winter window, Lingard has played 19 times, scoring 9 goals and providing 5 assists, while also winning the Premier League Player of the Month and Best Goal for April. It can only be said that his exclusion is quite surprising. After all, he started in yesterday's match against Austria. Well, your Lingard cannot be arrogant. On the contrary, Arnold, who was heavily discussed as likely to be left out, actually made the final roster. In fact, any fan who watched the match between England and Austria wouldn't find this strange. In that match, Liverpool's number 66 was able to move up and down the field, and his speed on the flanks was impressive. Although he didn't score or assist, he created space for Lingard ahead of him. Additionally, Arnold's performance at Liverpool has been excellent, and he deserves a spot. Of course, the most unexpected inclusion is definitely Chen Chen. After all, most English fans only learned of Chen Chen's existence during this international match window, and he only needed one game, just one game to become MVP. Chapter 49, and all of this is predicated on getting some sleep first. Tomorrow, on the 8th, there is another friendly match, and the difficulty of a friendly is lower than that of a competitive match. Chen Chen needs to strive for the MVP to upgrade the treasure chest to gold. On June 8th, the Three Lions played their last friendly before the European Championship. This time, the opponent is Romania, ranked 44th in the world, but failed to qualify for this European Championship. There is a player in the Romanian team that Chen Chen knows, who is Stansiu, who will join Wuhan 3 Towns in the future. As for other acquaintances, there are none. The match started with the Three Lions completely in control. In the 11th minute, Foden made a cross from the left, and Kyle Walker, who had made a timely run to the back post, scored England's first goal of the match. Then, in the 23rd minute, Foden scored again for the Three Lions, bringing the score to 2-0. 4 minutes later, Mount's long-range shot caused the opposing goalkeeper to fumble, and Kane scored the rebound, 3-0. Today, England at Riverside Stadium changed the embarrassing situation of not scoring despite dominating the previous match, quickly confirming their victory in today's game. In stoppage time of the first half, Stansiu broke through and won a penalty, scoring himself. Chapter 50. Contracts can only be discussed in general terms at this point, mainly due to the commercial value being the biggest factor, which can't be clarified in a short time. Chen Chen is not in a hurry. After the European Championship, he will have enough time to negotiate with Mendes. Moreover, if he performs well, the contract he signs with the agent will be more beneficial to him. Time flows bit by bit. Under the watchful eyes of fans and spectators around the world, the 16th European Championship has begun. As mentioned before, the opening match is Italy versus Turkey, scheduled for the evening of June 12th. England's first group match is on June 13th at 1 p.m. Regarding this hottest time of the day, Southgate has stated that it doesn't matter anymore. To cater to the viewing experience of international fans, not to mention UEFA, the FA has arranged numerous noon kickoff times. On the afternoon of June 12th, Southgate and Dalek attended the pre-match press conference. In the last World Cup, England narrowly lost to the Croatian team after extra time, so this match, while not exactly a grudge match, is close enough. At the press conference, Southgate reiterated the team's determination to win, with one central idea: just go for it. Chapter 51. Random treasure chest. Purple gold treasure chest. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Then it dimmed again. Only a one chance? Did you learn this from Brother Ma in Pengcheng? However, the second hint that followed provided Chen Chen with a bit of comfort, but not much. After all, scoring more goals will correspondingly increase the probability, which will have to be faced against Croatia. To increase the probability, he needs to score twice, or a hat trick, or even 4 goals. How is that possible? Ronaldo scored a hat trick against Spain, and that was a perfect storm of timing, location, and people. 1 penalty, 1 curling shot. How can this be replicated? Chen Chen did not start today. He was on the bench. In the dressing room, after Southgate finished discussing positions and giving encouragement, he led the way out of the player tunnel. Chen Chen followed him out. As soon as Southgate appeared, he was met with cheers from the entire crowd. Although fans have some complaints about Southgate when it comes to such major tournaments, the Three Lions fans are still willing to put aside their prejudices and give this former England international the loudest and most enthusiastic cheers. Feeling the roar and cheers of the fans reverberate through the stadium, Chen Chen inexplicably got goosebumps all over. Chapter 52. If football is compared to war, when it comes to strategy and command, Modric may not surpass Zidane, Xavi, or Pirlo. But when it comes to leading the charge and fighting bravely, Modric certainly ranks among the best. Ferguson has praised the Croatian, saying Modric is a model for modern players. The player he most looks forward to working with? It must be Luka. Former Croatian national team coach Bilic once stated that only Brazil's Kaká is better than Modric in the world. There are two different Croatian teams, one with Modric on the field and one without. As long as Modric is on the pitch, the Croatian players will undoubtedly be very valiant. Just like now. In the 13th minute of the match, Croatia launched an attack. Modric received a pass from Kovacic behind him, took a few steps, and then immediately passed the ball to Kramaric on the right flank. Today, the Croatian team set up in a 4-3-3 formation, but in actual play, it was a 4-2-3-1 positioning. Modric partnered with Perisic and Kramaric to organize the attack. If Chen Chen were to come on, he would most likely be in the same attacking midfielder position. Chapter 53. In the first 10 minutes of the match, referee Asado made no mistakes. Just now, Stones complained about the opponent being offside, but Asado decisively shook his head and pointed firmly to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. The VAR review also proved that Asado's decision was reasonable and quick. On the sidelines, Southgate realized the errors in his team's positioning. So after the kickoff, he instructed Foden to move back, and along with Mount and a few others, they formed four midfielders to strengthen the midfield defense. The forward line was led by Kane, with Sterling lurking behind to strike. The overall formation should be 4-4-1-1. Is this effective? It actually is. Croatia's attacks would disappear once they reached England's midfield area, and all their attacking momentum would instantly vanish. In contrast, the three lines attacks began to grow increasingly fierce. To prevent potential scoring opportunities for the opponent, Croatia paid the price of multiple yellow cards. In the 28th minute of the match, Rice made a long pass to Sterling on the right flank, who then quickly delivered an early ball near the sideline. He intended to pass to the rapidly advancing Phillips. Chapter 54. As Chen Chen cut inside, all eyes in the stadium were on him. Many Croatian fans who were still singing immediately fell silent. Their pupils began to constrict sharply. Chen Chen's personal show of skill was too fast. They hardly had time to react. In 2018, France produced a supercar against Argentina. Today, is England about to unleash a supercar too? Meanwhile, the Croatian players were accustomed to high-pressure situations. However, this cut inside, dribbling, accelerating past the opponent, and then casually raising his leg to shoot was executed so smoothly and fluidly. This left them feeling deeply shocked. A huge sense of defeat welled up inside them. For a moment, Chen Chen's long-range shot gave the Croatian players a sense of Zidane's otherworldly brilliance. Modric on the field was stunned. What? I haven't even completed my defensive positioning and you're shooting already? Although it's said that talent emerges in every generation, this is just too exaggerated, right? Of course, it wasn't just Modric who was stunned. The goalkeeper Livakovic also froze for a moment. This long-range shot was too quick for Croatia's keeper to react, leaving him standing there dumbfounded as he watched the ball hit the net. Chapter 55. Seeing the ball come flying in, Sterling immediately seized it. He then sprinted forward with the ball, although Sterling has often been teased as Happy Sterling. His ability to represent the national team in the European Championship speaks volumes about his talent. Facing Kovacic's pressing, the English star chose to use unreasonable speed to overpower his opponent. Seeing Sterling evade the defense, Chen Chen on the left flank immediately kicked in a high gear and sprinted forward. Kramaric and Vrsaljko had clearly coordinated to block Chen Chen's run, but they were both left behind by Chen Chen's speed. On the right, Sterling was tearing apart the opponent's defense with his speed. The same was true for Chen Chen on the left. Wow, are these the two speedy wingers of the England team? Instead of continuing to run along the sideline, Sterling, who was carrying the ball on the right, passed it to Kane near the edge of the penalty area. Guardiola missed the ball and quickly rushed towards Kane, who was happy to receive it. But upon seeing Guardiola, Kalidakar, and Brozovic closing in, the English captain felt a bit tense. Without much hesitation, Kane passed the ball to the left flank. Chapter 56. Modric and Kovacic stood at the penalty spot. The England team formed a wall of 5 players. To prevent a potential low shot, Chen Chen was arranged to lie down behind the wall. Boom! Modric stepped up to take the free kick. He aimed directly at the goal guarded by Pickford, Unfortunately, the shot lacked height and didn't clear the wall. Immediately, the three Lions launched a counterattack. It was Sterling again. He dribbled explosively in the right flank area, and then there was no further action. Guardiola rushed in with a flying tackle, cleanly clearing the ball out of bounds. This bought the team a few seconds to regroup defensively. The Croatian fans in the stadium applauded Guardiola for his impressive clearance. In the 67th minute, Kane leaned against Kalidakar and passed the ball back to Rice from the pass made by Phillips. Rice took a few steps forward, upon noticing Petkovic rushing towards him. Rice played an early ball towards Chen Chen near the sideline. Seeing the ball coming, Chen Chen didn't stand still, but instead angled his body and slowly ran forward. Versalchko learned from his previous mistake and called over center-back Vida to help defend. This time, Chen Chen did not choose to cross, as there was a tall defender present. Chapter 57. No problem at all. Chen Chen completed a direct goal. This was an extremely high-level set-piece shot. Round moon crescent knife. This is a highly difficult curved ball. Livakovic was deceived by the spinning ball. In the studio, Jean was also shouting passionately. A double goal in his debut. I've seen this episode. After returning to London from Huaxia, Chen Chen achieved a remarkable double in his first match back with Brentford. It's truly incredible. Chen Chen displayed a phenomenal performance on a European Championship stage. Not only Jean was shocked, but Zhang Lu was also taken aback. This is too exaggerated. That distance must be over 30 meters, and Chen Chen just took a direct shot. The Huaxia national football team missed a world-class player. Some association really deserves to be condemned. Jean quickly signaled Zhang Lu to be cautious with her words. At Wembley Stadium, the moment the ball crossed the net, there was a brief silence in the crowd, and then an earth-shattering cheer suddenly erupted. The momentum was so great that it seemed the entire stadium roof might be blown off. Watching the ball go into the net, Livakovic helplessly kneeled on the ground, his hands weakly bracing against the surface. Chapter 58. After the match, by the sidelines, Chen Chen received the MVP trophy awarded by the event officials. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chen accepted an interview from UEFA's official representative. A slender yet large-sized female reporter with a relatively good appearance approached him. If she were Asian, Chen Chen would think she was the epitome of a pear-shaped figure. But this is Europe, and Chen Chen believed the possibility of cosmetic surgery was higher. Of course, that doesn't mean there aren't any Asians who undergo surgery. It's just that compared to Europe, Asia seems more natural. Chen, first of all, congratulations on winning your first match. I want to ask you, as a first-time player selected for the England national team, the first England player to come off the bench in the European Championship and score a double and provide an assist, what do you have to say? First of all, I am honored to represent the England national team. Secondly, I never thought I would be the first player you mentioned to come off the bench and perform spectacularly. I didn't consider these records. I just play my best. I want to say that everything is for victory. Records are not the most important thing. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled as he answered her. Chapter 59. After defeating the strong opponent Croatia, the three Lions had a 5-day break. Their next match was scheduled for June 19th. However, even on rest days without matches, the team still needed to participate in training. On June 15th, the England national team members gathered again at the Multimedia Video Center to watch another highlight match of the first round of the European Championship group stage. France versus Germany. For the German team, which faltered in the 2018 World Cup, they certainly hoped to restart their journey, and this European Championship was their chance to prove themselves again. But let's be honest, if Germany wants to prove themselves, doesn't France want as well? Deschamps is very eager to win another major tournament as a head coach. An hour before the match began, both teams' starting lineups were announced. The combination of Kane, Pogba, and Rabiot faced off against Kroos, Gundogan, and Kimmich, making for a very strong lineup. Both sides came out swinging. The competition and pressing were fierce, but there were no goals. Until the 19th minute of the first half, Griezmann scored with a long-range shot. Neuer managed to block the opponent, but couldn't prevent his teammate. The ball hit Hummel's thigh and deflected, leaving Neuer no time to react. Chapter 60. The match started at 8 p.m. For this match, the England team certainly aimed to secure all 3 points. Southgate continued with the same starting lineup as the previous match, making only a slight adjustment in Foden's position. Additionally, compared to the last match, the midfield and forward positions of the three Lions were completely mirrored today. Up front was Harry Kane, which posed no issues. The three midfielders were Sterling on the left, Mount in the middle, and Chen Chen on the right. Chen Chen is very balanced with both feet, capable of playing on either side. So today he played on the right. Of course, Chen Chen preferred to play in Mount's position, as he had been playing there in the last few matches for Brentford. The double pivot in the last match had Calvin Phillips on the right and Rice on the left. This time, they switched places. The back foresaw the return of Luke Shaw from injury as the left back. In the center, Stones partnered with Mings, while Maguire had moved to the bench, looking like the aircraft carrier was about to set sail. The right back was not Kyle Walker from the last match, but rather the future Chelsea captain, Reece James, who is known for his injury-prone nature. The goalkeeper remained Pickford. It is worth noting that backup goalkeeper Dean Henderson did not make the bench today due to a sudden foot discomfort during training. Chapter 61. After taking the lead, Southgate made a tactical change, instructing the players to focus more on positional defense rather than high pressing. Southgate sought to secure the 3 points steadily. After conceding a goal, the Scottish team launched a fierce attack. In the 16th minute, Scotland's midfielder Gilmour sent a long ball to the quickly overlapping Robertson on the left. With Chen Chen and Rice defending, Robertson could only pass back to McGregor in the middle. After receiving the ball, McGregor bypassed McGinn and sought out O'Donnell on the right. O'Donnell turned his back, held off Sterling's pressure, and successfully controlled the ball. The ball was secured, but he couldn't turn and run with it. Seeing this, the rapidly approaching McTominay took the ball away. After gaining possession, McTominay pushed the ball forward with his left foot. McGinn swiftly moved forward. The defender Calvin Phillips was beaten. Luke Shaw hurried to cover. However, McGinn cleverly chose to make a through ball to the left front where Che Adams was. England's defense was instantly breached by Scotland. Chapter 62. Just before Kane took the shot, there was a brief moment of silence at Wembley Stadium. But as the ball crossed the goal line, the stadium that can hold 90,000 people erupted instantly. Cheers from the England fans echoed in the sky. The deafening atmosphere was about to lift the stadium roof off. In the studio, Jurgen slammed his hand on the table and immediately stood up shouting, "The goal counts." Grant Hanley was complaining to the referee about a possible offside during the pass. But through the replay, we could see that at the moment of the pass, Kane was indeed half a body ahead of Gilmour and Robertson, but Tierney was entangled with Reece James, and his position was the furthest back. The referee signaled that the goal was valid again. Three Lions fans, you can cheer to your heart's content. Not long after the Scots scored, just 20 seconds after the kickoff, Southgate's team took the lead again. Kane completed his brace. At the same time, Chen Chen also achieved a brace of assists. Southgate, his assistant, and the players on the sidelines embraced each other. Chapter 63. It rained a bit in London today, very damp and cold, with a temperature of only 14 degrees. After coming out of the locker room, Chen Chen put on a thick jacket with the Three Lions emblem and long pants. The match on the field was still intense, but it no longer concerned Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen sitting on the bench, the fans behind the bench also stopped paying attention to the game, each stretching their necks to greet him. Chen Chen waved his hand in response. Just as Chen Chen was interacting amicably with the fans, the goals in the second half came. Substituted in, Grealish cut inside with the ball, then executed a clever backheel flick, and Rice followed up with a powerful shot. 41, a 3-goal lead. However, perhaps due to being overly careless after the goal, Scotland scored 2 goals in the 66th and 73rd minutes, with Southampton midfielder Stuart Armstrong, who came on as a substitute, scoring twice. The match situation began to tighten up again. Fortunately, in the end, it was without any major risks. Luke Shaw's long-range shot hit McTominay and deflected, and Rashford, following up, also scored a brace. After scoring, Rashford made a number 10 gesture to pay tribute to the team's captain, the injured Harry Kane. Chapter 64. The Czech Republic didn't want to drag things out with England. After all, securing a draw would allow them to advance as the second in the group. If they didn't secure it, Croatia might overtake them and come in second. Thus, the competitive scene of this match appeared somewhat bland. Both sides had very few shots. And in the end, a long-range shot from Sterling and a penalty created by Sick resulted in a 1-1 draw. Chen Chen came on as a substitute in the 80th minute. Southgate's intention was to let him maintain his feel for the game. After Chen Chen came on, the left-wing attack underwent a qualitative change, but he indeed had little time to make an impact. A draw could be considered acceptable. In contrast, the other side was really on the verge of breaking down. After paying the price of Lovren's red card suspension and injuries to Barisic and Perisic, Croatia defeated Scotland 3-1. taking away 3 points. They also became the third team in this group, confirming their advancement with 2 other third-place teams already having 3 points. On the official website of the Euro Championship, the organizers, UEFA, conducted a voting for key players from each national team in the group stage. Chapter 65. At 3 p.m. on June 29th, the bus with the England emblem arrived first at Wembley Stadium. The atmosphere at Wembley was filled with elements of the Three Lions, from the players' tunnel to the home team's locker room, from the handrails to the fans' jerseys. In a match, the number of neutral fans is quite large. However, the neutral fans entering today, among the passers-by, at least 70 were wearing Three Lions jerseys. This is the home advantage mentioned earlier. In this atmosphere, the mindset of the England players was relatively relaxed. Fighting in a familiar place is definitely more comfortable. The German group stage matches were always held at the Allianz Arena. Moving to Wembley this time is also a test for them. After all, at the Allianz Arena, they were surrounded by German fans cheering for them. But at Wembley, there would only be boos and insults. After getting off the bus, the Three Lions players did not interact much with the fans. They hurried into the home team's locker room to change into training gear for warm-up. The German team bus followed closely behind, and a few minutes later, they also entered their locker room. The rights to use the home and away locker rooms for this match were drawn when the knockout stage schedule was released. Chapter 66. Now let's look at England. Southgate set up a 3-4-3 formation. In goal, Pickford continued as the starter. Maguire replaced Mings, playing a single center-back position, with Stones on his left and Trippier on his right. The 4 midfielders were Luke Shaw, Rice, Calvin Phillips, and Newcastle defender Trippier. Chen Chen, who performed outstandingly in the group stage, sat on the bench. Including Grealish, Foden, and Mount, they were all on the bench. The 3 forwards were Sterling, Rashford, and Saka. Rashford rarely plays in this central position. Hopefully, he can perform well today. Compared to the group stage, Southgate indeed made significant changes. Kane's injury forced Southgate to adopt a second tactical approach, with wing-backs pushed up, ready to attack or defend. Was England preparing to play counter-attacks today? Just as Jurgen was still analyzing tactics with Jean-Louis, the players from both sides were already ready in the players' tunnel. Many players in the German team play in the Premier League. Chapter 67. Today, Southgate's idea was simple. Since Kane was injured, he would push Rice and Calvin forward, strengthening midfield control in attack. And when defending, both wingbacks would quickly drop back to form a 5-4-1. The first half would focus on defense. In the second half, he would bring on Chen Chen and Mount to enhance midfield attacking ability. Then he would substitute Grealish to act as an attacking spark. In the 23rd minute, Germany won a corner kick opportunity. Kroos lifted the ball into the box. The 190 centimeters tall Rudiger got a slight touch. A header. It was right at Pickford. Southgate quickly shouted from the sidelines. Counterattack. There's a chance for a counterattack. Pickford ran to the edge of the penalty area and directly threw the ball powerfully, finding Rashford ahead. Rashford made a very agile run to evade Hummel's closed defense. Then, Rashford faced Goretzka one-on-one. Goretzka was supplementing Hummel's position, but Rashford didn't give him a chance to cover, lifting his leg to find Sterling, who was also bursting down the left. Among the current England squad, the fastest is undoubtedly Chen Chen, as the previously fastest Kyle Walker has almost been outpaced by Chen Chen. Chapter 68. Chen Chen and his teammates began warming up at the corner flag, just as the match was starting. The German side also made no personnel adjustments. Lowe chose to wait a bit longer. England kicked off. As soon as the second half began, German fans noticed something was wrong. Why did the English team press so aggressively from the start? Why were the tactical arrangements in the first and second halves completely different? Southgate's idea is very clear. It's impossible to just defend. After all, there are too many examples of teams that sat back and were eventually eliminated by last-minute goals from their opponents. It's better to attack instead of defend, while also exhausting the opponent's stamina, allowing the substitutes to play more comfortably. Seeing the situation, Lowe quickly instructed his players to retreat and tighten their formation. The Three Lions offensive became increasingly fierce, but they still failed to score a second goal, wasting several opportunities. As the saying goes, wasting chances leads to punishment. And this could not be more accurate. In the 51st minute of the match, Rashford's close-range shot hit the goalpost and bounced back. Rashford covered his face with both hands. Feeling utterly incredulous, Neuer quickly pounced on the rebound and, without any delay, quickly threw the ball back into play. Chapter 69. Chen Chen took a deep breath. Beep. The whistle sounded, and Chen Chen slowly moved forward. He first took small steps, then strode forward, extending his left arm and kicking with his right foot. The inside of his right foot made contact with the ball first, imparting a spinning arc. The soccer ball soared into the air, quickly flying toward the goal guarded by Neuer. Throughout his career, Neuer has saved many free kick shots. One of the most classic was in the 14-15 season during a match between Bayern and Dortmund. In that game, Dortmund had a set-piece opportunity at the top of the arc, with Reyes taking the free kick. Reyes found a very tricky angle. In the 13-14 Champions League season, Messi also had a similarly tricky free kick from the same position, known as the spoon free kick. Reyes' shot was very fast, but Neuer's speed to the ground was even faster. At the same time, Neuer was very accurate in judging the ball's landing position, and he directly held onto the ball. But this time, seeing the ball curving strangely in the air, Neuer realized he misjudged the landing spot. He could only stare blankly as the ball went into his upper right corner, while he stood helplessly on the left. Chapter 70. In the 73rd minute of the match, the newly substituted Musiala had a brilliant moment, dribbling past two defenders. He first deceived Sterling in front of him with a change of pace, then maneuvered around Calvin. However, he was ultimately cleared by Kyle Walker. Musiala spread his arms. He had done well in that attacking attempt, but unfortunately, the opponent's defense was very structured, and the Three Lions had good defensive resilience. In the 77th minute, Gnabry's aggressive run led to a set-piece opportunity at the near post. Kroos and Havertz stood at the penalty spot. Pickford quickly called his teammates back to form a wall. They were only leading 2-1 and couldn't afford to relax. Sterling and Rashford positioned themselves at the near post. Grealish ran behind the wall and lay down. Chen Chen ran back to participate in the wall defense. England set up a five-man wall, with Chen Chen covering his groin with one hand and his face with the other. The face is important. The little brother is also important. Eventually, Havertz broke away, and Kroos took the free kick. Beep. Kroos struck. The ball flew past the wall, and Kroos curled it. Pickford was very focused, using both fists to punch the ball away. Chapter 71. Just as both coaches were making substitutions, Chen Chen found an opportunity. The match time reached the 92-minute mark, the second minute of stoppage time. Due to injuries and conflicts in the second half, there were 6 minutes of added time today. Chen Chen organized a pass in the middle. He originally intended to pass to Grealish on the left, but the pass was blocked, and there was no good passing route. So, Chen Chen could only pass to Kyle Walker, who was making a run on the right. Walker carried the ball past the halfway line, and, after encountering pressure from the opponent, chose to pass the ball back to the center. Chen Chen made a diagonal run to receive the ball again. Then, Chen Chen and Walker executed a cross run, with Walker moving to the center and Chen Chen going wide. As for Sterling, he had already started running forward to the right as soon as Chen Chen received the ball. Coincidentally, Grealish on the left was also charging forward. In the final stages of the match, the Three Lions attempted to find opportunities through crosses from the flanks. Musiala turned around to assist Rudiger in defending against Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen kicked the ball behind him, then turned and accelerated forward. Maguire, having received the ball, directly sent a long pass over the top. Chapter 72. Southgate also came over. He indicated that Chen Chen had become the hero of the Three Lions' advancement to the quarterfinals. Sterling walked over, draping an arm over Grealish's shoulder, pointing at Chen Chen, who was shaking hands and embracing Southgate, saying, "Hey, Jack, I said during halftime that he would be the one to change the game. See, it wasn't wrong, was I? You were right. Chen changed the game. It's incredible. These cheers are the best praise for him." Naturally, Chen Chen did not hear their conversation. He was busy embracing and shaking hands with others. Subsequently, the players from both teams shook hands amicably, and under the leadership of Coach Southgate, the Three Lions chose to celebrate and thank the fans at the South Stand. With his 2 goals, Chen Chen became the MVP of the night. He became the brightest star at Wembley. On social media, this thrilling England-Germany clash attracted countless fans' attention and discussion. Group F truly was the group of death, with France, Germany, and Portugal all eliminated in the first round. Hungary, it's just that I played one more match. What is there to be arrogant about? Doghead emoji, the biggest loser of the round of 18, Bayern fans. Both France and Germany were eliminated. Chapter 73. With the end of the match, major platforms quickly updated their headlines. The result of the England vs. Germany match became the front page news across various platforms, including media from Huaxia, which also reported on this match. After watching the match reports, more and more knowledgeable Huaxia fans were furious. A talented young footballer who could score twice against Germany was pushed out by the Football Association. Under public pressure, the Huaxia Football Association had to step forward to protect itself. The Huaxia Football Association announced an internal self-inspection and rectification, mainly starting from the top. The chairman of the Football Association, a programmer, also made a statement through the Football Association's official website. The general content is that self-examination and self-correction must be maintained continuously. With a high-pressure and repeated anti-corruption effort, we need to create an association that is recognized by the people. An association with zero corruption, complete transparency, fairness, and openness. The words sound nice, but can they really be implemented? Back to the day of the match. After returning to St. George, Chen Chen washed up and went to bed early. However, on social media, the results of the match were still brewing. The transfer market even stated on social platforms that Chen Chen would be the player whose market value increased the most in this European Cup. Chapter 74. The match between Belgium and Italy was scheduled at the Allianz Arena in Munich, which is Bayern's home ground. England, on the other hand, moved to the Olympic Stadium in Rome. After watching Switzerland play against Spain, the three lions packed up and flew to Rome. They didn't watch the Belgium versus Italy match. The match was still very exciting. De Bruyne partnered with Lukaku against Jorginho and Verratti. In the first 30 minutes of the first half, both teams had few chances. But in the last 15 minutes, it suddenly erupted. In the 31st minute, Barella scored the first goal, and then in the 35th minute, Barella assisted Insigne for another goal. Italy suddenly led by 2 goals. During the first half stoppage time, Doku successfully earned a penalty, and Lukaku scored. 1-2. Belgium pulled one back. Today, Belgium's attacking ability was somewhat constrained because Hazard was injured and unable to play. Of course, Italy also had 2 players sidelined. Pellegrini was injured, and Florenzi needed further medical observation. In the second half, Belgium brought on 3 forwards and 2 midfielders, but it was still useless. The Italian team is known for its defense, and the center-back pairing of Chiellini and Bonucci is formidable. Ultimately, Italy advanced after some close calls. Chapter 75. On July 6th, the day before England versus Denmark. At the pre-match press conference, both coaches appeared very low-key. Southgate and Jurgen didn't say much. Both expressed that they would focus on the upcoming match and do their best. However, there were also some high-profile fans. That was the Brentford supporters. This match at Wembley Stadium could be considered a Brentford derby, because both teams had B's players. On the three-lion side, there was Chen Chen, while Denmark had Christian Norgard and Matthias Jensen. Because of this, Jurgen even held a small meeting where he asked Norgard and Matthias to share some observations about Chen Chen with their teammates. This will help the team limit Chen Chen's tactical play. Matthias mentioned that Chen Chen was more accustomed to shooting with his left foot in daily training, but he typically aimed to the right. Jurgen looked puzzled. He asked Matthias for an explanation. Matthias said he had asked Chen Chen why his shots tended to veer right. Chen Chen's answer was that he didn't want opponents to anticipate his shooting choices. Jurgen and the Danish players fell into deep thought. Chapter 76. Now let's look at the home team, England. Southgate set up a 4-2-3-1 formation today. Leading the attack was Harry Kane, who had performed very well since his return in the last round. Behind him were Sterling, Chen Chen, and Saka. Judging by Chen Chen's on-field performance in this European Cup, he has become Southgate's first choice for the attacking midfielder position. The 2 holding midfielders were Rice and Calvin Phillips. Maguire partnered with Stones in central defense, with Luke Shaw on the left and Kyle Walker on the right. The goalkeeper, Pickford, was fine and got the starting opportunity. Just as Jan June was announcing the starting lineups, Matthias and Norgard were waiting at the tunnel to chat with Chen Chen. When Chen Chen passed by the ball boy, he shook hands and hugged the 2. Norgard said he hoped Chen Chen would go easy on them. Chen Chen replied that there was no such thing. He would give 200 today. Afterward, Chen Chen also shook hands with other Danish players. However, unlike Norgard and Matthias, the others looked at this young talent, who had shown in this European Cup, with curiosity and vigilance. Chapter 77. It's tough, but they have to play. Jurgen quickly instructed the right winger, Struijk, to move back and work with Christensen to strengthen the defense on the right flank. Denmark needed to enhance their ball possession attacks on the left. Once the 3 Lions players returned to the center circle, The referee blew the whistle, and the match continued. Under Southgate's instruction, the England team chose to stabilize first. The Danish team opted to strengthen their attack, but the Three Lions' defense was solid and handled the situation well. The two teams were locked in a stalemate. Soon, the match reached the 10th minute. England countered with Rice, immediately looking for Chen Chen after gaining possession. Chen Chen was now the core of England's attack. Passing the ball to him was a sure thing. As Chen Chen received the ball and was about to accelerate, Delaney directly pulled him down. The referee quickly blew the whistle. The crowd at Wembley erupted in boos. Delaney helped Chen Chen up. There was no personal grudge between them. It was just a tactical foul. Of course, a yellow card was inevitable. Chen Chen stood up. Unfortunately, the foul occurred far from the goal, making a direct free kick impossible. However, a cross into the penalty area could be attempted. Chapter 78. Compared to the previous foul location, this time the foul was closer to the goal. Chen Chen chose to take a direct shot. He glanced at the wall, took a few steps back, and then took a deep breath. The camera focused on Chen Chen, who was staring intently at the opponent's goal. Jan Jun immediately turned to Zhang Lu and said, "Coach Zhang, that look is very reminiscent of Ronaldo against Spain in 2018. Zhang Lu quickly replied, "It does have some resemblance. Chen Chen has been fouled several times today, giving off a bit of a warrior vibe." The Ronaldo that Jan and Zhang were talking about was currently fixated on the big screen in front of him, which was showing the England versus Denmark match. The look on Chen Chen's face as he prepared for the free kick was all too familiar to Ronaldo, who had just ended his European Cup journey. It was almost identical, but soon, a question popped into Ronaldo's mind. Will he score? Or rather, can he score? Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Boom. Chen Chen took a few quick steps, then swung his arms, his whole body fully extended, and struck the ball with the inside of his right foot. The shot was powerful and precise. The football transformed into a sharp blade and flew out. The ball soared over the wall, quickly heading towards a goal defended by Schmeichel. Chapter 79. This is not the first time referee Marciniak has made a misjudgment. Before the European Championship began, more specifically in March, during the World Cup qualifying match where Portugal drew 2-2 with Serbia, Ronaldo scored a goal just before the end of the match. The broadcast showed that the ball had crossed the goal line. However, the on-field referee Marciniak and assistant referee Delefeu did not count the goal. After the match, Marciniak admitted it was a mistake and apologized to the Portuguese team. However, the damage was done, and the outcome was already determined. Portugal did not accept the late apology. The car crashed into the wall. You know it turned, the child died. You know it came to milk. Too late. 3 points turned into 1. Are you going to compensate me? Logically speaking, as one of UEFA's appointed referees, Marciniak's officiating level should be impeccable. Therefore, the series of such low-level judgment errors is debatable. Some fans boldly spoke on social media, questioning whether there were third-party issues involved. In the home team's locker room, Southgate asked the players to forget about the first half's misjudgments and the goals scored in the first half, treating the second half as a brand-new match. After explaining the tactical arrangements and rallying the team, Southgate turned to Chen Chen. Chapter 80. In the world of football, being anxious is of no use. The more anxious you are, the more mistakes you make. The Danish team seemed hindered by the idea of scoring quickly. In the final stages of the match, they could not organize any effective attacks. Ultimately, Braithwaite's shot was securely caught by Pickford, and before Pickford could take a goal kick, referee Marciniak blew the final whistle. Despite the difficult process, and although the Danes once saw hope of continuing the Danish fairy tale, it was ultimately the England team that secured the ticket to the European Championship final. Wembley erupted in celebration. On the South Stand side, fans displayed a large tifo reading, "Let the footballs come home." This is the longing of countless English people. As the birthplace of modern football, the Three Lions fans have every right to say this. On the pitch, Kane, Grealish, and others collapsed in excitement, covering their faces with tears. The substitute players, including Chen Chen, who had been substituted, and Sterling, quickly ran onto the pitch. Following that, led by Kane and Henderson, the Three Lions marched towards the South Stand, excitedly roaring along with the loyal fans. Chapter 81. On the way to the celebration venue, Chen Chen opened the system panel. Congratulations to the host for leading the team to the European Championship final. The upgrade treasure chest has been upgraded to black gold. Do you want to open it now? Chen Chen felt a stir in his heart, and the system interface immediately switched. The black gold treasure chest is being opened. Extracting. France. Attacking midfielder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the French legendary player Zidane's Skill Master module. Maximize your skills. With every touch and ball handling, Zidane can make incredibly correct choices. As if extending his arm, everything is under control. System note: the true core advantage of the Frenchman. Rare physique and ball progression ability in the same position. Ding. Host stamina increased by 7380. Physical confrontation value increased by 7780. Shooting value increased by 7080. Dribbling value increased by 9092. Chen Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wow, so much increased all at once. Would you like to open the personal attributes panel? Chen Chen quickly selected yes. The personal attributes panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Chen. Passing 99, dribbling 92, 9092. Chapter 82, the second half begins with both sides making substitutions. Italy brought on Berardi, Locatelli, and Bellotti. Spain also adjusted their front line with Morata, Rodri, and Gerard Moreno coming on. The battle in the second half became more about physical confrontation. In the 60th minute, Chiesa opened the scoring for Italy. Just 3 minutes later, substitute Morata equalized the score. In the 79th minute, Pedri assisted Rodri's long-range shot to score. Spain took the lead. Chen Chen suddenly felt a jolt. The opponent in the final has changed. However, in the 83rd minute, substitute Bernardeschi assisted Jorginho to score. 2-2. Both sides returned to the same starting line. In stoppage time, Donnarumma's powerful throw found Jorginho, who quickly passed the ball to the flanking Locatelli. Finally, Locatelli swept the ball in front of Spain's goal, and the advancing Bellotti completed the last-minute winner. 3-2. No extra time. The Italian team successfully advanced to the European Championship final. Although the course of the match changed, the final winner did not change. The opponent in the final has been confirmed, and the Three Lions team dispersed. Chapter 83, after changing clothes, both teams stepped onto the pitch to begin their pre-match warm-up. Chun, let's go. Play well today. We'll lift the trophy together, Kane said to Chen Chen, who was doing warm-up exercises beside him. Okay, no problem, Captain. Chen Chen replied with a smile while lifting his legs high. A little further away, assistant coach Salivate clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Everyone pay attention. Boys, be serious. We need to maintain a positive attitude from the warm-up. Everyone needs to quickly get into match mode. Understand? Match mode." Wembley Stadium began to fill with a large number of fans, and the stands that had many empty seats were suddenly packed. Soon, the warm-up ended, and both teams returned to their respective locker rooms. Shortly after, the lights in Wembley Stadium suddenly dimmed, and the pre-match program began. Today, England had bad luck as they drew the away team's locker room rights. However, at Wembley, for the Three Lions, there is no difference between using the home or away locker room. Instead, they could feel more relaxed mentally. In the away team's locker room, Southgate was making the final tactical arrangements. Chapter 84. All right, without further ado, the match is about to start. Let us follow the broadcast camera to enjoy the last match of the 2020 European Championship. On the pitch, Chiellini and Kane exchanged team flags, and both sides conducted a coin toss. Soon, with the Dutch referee Kuipers blowing the whistle, the match officially began. The Italian team kicks off first. Today, there are many celebrities watching the game live at Wembley. In the football field, familiar figures include FIFA President Infantino, UEFA President Ceferin, and FA CEO Mark Bullingham, among others. There are even more political figures present, including Prince William, who is nominally responsible for managing English football, Boris Johnson, and Italian Prime Minister Mattarella. Additionally, from the entertainment and sports sector, David Beckham and Tom Cruise are in attendance. Before the match, Beckham posted a message hoping that Chen Chen would perform well and help the England team win. Beckham's praise for Chen Chen has been ongoing. Reports indicate that Beckham originally planned to sign a business and agency contract with Chen Chen after the European Championship. But after Chen Chen confirmed that Mendes would be his agent, Beckham decisively gave up the agency invitation. Chapter 85. A delivery to the back post. Luke Shaw. The ball is in. No problem. The Italians focused too much on the left and middle, forgetting that there was an opponent's fast horse on their right flank. Emerson's positioning choice was also problematic. A transfer initiated by Chen Chen. England is quicker to get into the game than Italy. Jean June has already started shouting. The goal came too quickly like a tornado. Luke Shaw, who scored his first goal for the national team, opened his arms, and slid on his knees to celebrate by the corner flag. Then, Kane and Chen Chen immediately piled on top of him, and a group of them excitedly roared. The Three Lions fans on site also jumped up from their seats in joy. It's not just Wembley. Outside Wembley Stadium, by the Thames in Merseyside, Liverpool, and in a pub in Birmingham, countless England fans are caught up in the celebration. Johnson in the president's box is waving his hands nonstop. The Italian fans in the stands seem a bit stunned. What? Did they just concede a goal? Mancini on the sidelines, who feels the same shock as the fans, is also bewildered. The 55-year-old Mancini has his hands in his pockets, his brow furrowed tightly. Chapter 86. Mancini on the sidelines is a bit shaken. He quickly shouts at the players on the field. He is extremely speechless about the players' performance and execution of tactics. In stark contrast to Mancini, the England fans at Wembley have started singing cheering songs, full of excitement. Although it was Kane who scored the goal, the fans are still chanting Chen Chen's name. Another organized attack, another precise through ball. As the British Isles fall into celebration, the Apennine Peninsula is silent, and the team's poor performance leaves countless Italian fans very frustrated. 0-2 has already drifted far away. On the pitch, the celebrating Three Lions players slowly walk back to the center circle. Beep. The game continues. England is determined to carry out the counterattack today. The ball is yours, but I will counterattack. Because Italy has failed to limit the two flanks of the Three Lions, the blue team does not dare to penetrate too deeply during ball possession. The situation becomes a bit quiet for a moment. Both sides begin to get entangled in midfield interceptions. Chapter 32. After a rapid run, Villas chooses to pass forward, and Insigne receives the ball near the England baseline. Insigne then opts to cross from the spot. Chapter 87. At that moment in Wembley Stadium, the Three Lions fans have completely lost the joy of leading the score. They have witnessed the team's struggles in the last 10 minutes. Now, they can only pray that the Three Lions can improve their tactics in the second half. In the home team's locker room, Mancini quickly pulls over the tactical board to analyze the situation on the field and make new adjustments to player positioning. Mancini says seriously, "Forget about the disadvantages of the first 30 minutes. We have achieved the effect we wanted. The one who should be nervous is Gareth. After all, this is their home ground. Now, I ask you to score more goals in the second half. I don't care how many they score. I only ask you to do your best. With Giorgio, Chiellini, and Leonardo Bonucci in defense, you can attack freely. They say Italians only excel at defense. We want to show everyone that we can attack too." In the away team's locker room, Southgate is also busy arranging tactics and personnel. The three-back system is still a bit too aggressive. If the opponent suddenly breaks into the penalty area, Maguire, Stones, and the others cannot guarantee effective defense 100. Chapter 88. Rice did not approach the opponent to argue, but walked over to check on Chen Chen. "Are you okay?" "Chen, I'm fine. I just held back a bit." Rice extended his hand to help Chen Chen up, feeling relieved. "It's good if you're okay." Soon, the conflict between both sides was also controlled by the referee. Kuipers felt that both sides' players disrespected him, so the Dutch referee decisively showed yellow cards to Saka and Jorginho, who had almost fought earlier. England was awarded a set piece. Chen Chen stood at the penalty spot. Now, most of the set pieces for the Three Lions team are taken by Chen Chen, except for some specific positions. Just like Messi can take free kicks like penalties in the Three Lions team, Trippier and Sancho also have specific scoring areas where you could say a good feel. In this area, or under ideal conditions, Chen Chen may not necessarily perform better than them. The position defender Kyle Walker ran up to Chen Chen and asked Chen, "What do you think? Should we go for it directly?" Chen Chen thought for a moment and covered his mouth as he replied, "Kyle, go tell Stones and the captain that I'm planning to coordinate with them. You let them pay attention to their runs." Chapter 89. The moment the final whistle blew, the Italian players fell dejectedly to the ground one by one. In competitive sports, especially in football, first and third place are very joyous. First has the championship trophy, and third has its own ceremony. Only second place is the most painful. They can only watch helplessly as the championship trophy is taken by the first place. How cruel! Of course, this European Championship does not have a third and fourth place playoff, as this match was not scheduled. It's no longer important to discuss this. What matters now is the trophy presentation ceremony. After the passionate celebration, Kane fell to the ground, covering his face. The England captain burst into tears. Since his debut for the national team in 2015, this British captain has carried the hopes of countless English people. But in the 2016 European Championship and the 2018 World Cup, the Three Lions did not achieve particularly good results. It's hard to know how much pressure he was under. However, the clouds have now cleared and the light has shone through. The Premier League Golden Boot winner, the 2018 World Cup Golden Boot winner, the captain of the England team and Tottenham, and the all-time top scorer for Tottenham, Harry Kane. He can finally lift that coveted championship trophy. Chen Chen walked over and pulled Kane up, and the two embraced tightly. Chapter 90. In the league, Chen Chen helped Brentford achieve a series of victories and successfully promoted. After being selected for the England national team, Chen Chen made it to the final Euro 2020 squad with an outstanding performance in a friendly match. Subsequently, in the first round of the group stage against Croatia, Chen Chen came off the bench and scored, solidifying his position as a starter for the England team. Although this may not be well received by Chelsea fans, it is evident that the 80 million man Chelsea midfielder Mason Mount was completely overshadowed by Chen Chen. Notably, throughout the Euro 2020 period, facing these world-class teams, Chen Chen scored 6 goals. It's worth mentioning that Czech forward Patrick Schick scored 5 goals. And Portuguese superstar Cristiano Ronaldo also scored 5. If Kane hadn't scored a brace against Ukraine, perhaps Chen Chen could have swept all the individual awards today. He is the rising star of English football. After tonight, offers for Chen Chen from European football will undoubtedly flood in. Given Chen Chen's performance, the 30 million release clause set by Brentford is extremely low. Chapter 91. Although Chen Chen said he would rest immediately after returning to St. George's, St. George's Park was also celebrating. So how could he sleep? Especially with those stewardesses wearing very revealing clothes swaying in front of him. How could he sleep? It was already 3 a.m. when a group of them finally rolled off to bed. Of course, some just dozed off for a bit and then woke up to continue celebrating. While this group was celebrating their championship moment, major media platforms were flooded with images of Kane and the Three Lions lifting the trophy. England won the Euro 2020 championship. The Three Lions flourished in multiple areas. And Chen Chen delivered a hat trick of assists. Not 3 meows tonight, it's 3 lions. The English kept the championship in London. A new history, a goal fest. A total of 5 goals were scored, setting a record for goals in a Euro final. A prodigy has descended. A recap of Chen Chen's brilliant performances during the Euro. Finally fulfilling his dream. Kane, Southgate, Henderson, and others were in tears on the pitch in the photo collection. Across multiple platforms, the estimated rise and fall of player values after the Euro placed Chen Chen at the top with 60 million. But everything still depends on the official update from Transfermarkt. The news of England's victory became the most important and explosive news of the day. Chapter 92. After agreeing on a formal signing time with Mendes, Chen Chen left the cafe. The next day, after discussing contract details with Mendes, Chen Chen visited a local law firm in London, and both parties signed a 1-year legal service agreement. The main content was to have them help identify any loopholes in the future agency contract between Chen Chen and Mendes, and to assist the employer in negotiating, which means helping Chen Chen secure benefits regarding transfers and other commercial endorsements. Although Chen Chen had a pleasant conversation with Mendes, the Portuguese is a professional agent who prioritizes his own interests. Chen Chen could not completely trust him. In the football industry, only the law can restrain others. Moral arguments are useless. Of course, this applies to other industries as well. On July 13th, 3 days after the Euro ended, Chen Chen and Mendes conducted negotiations on the agency contract. You get what you pay for. The lawyer was indeed completely looking at and handling things from Chen Chen's perspective. Mendes couldn't help but rub his forehead and smile wryly. To be honest, the Portuguese had indeed taken advantage of some naive and ignorant young players in his life, setting conditions on commercial endorsements and transfer fees that were more favorable to himself. Chapter 93. Chen Chen did not consider, nor could he consider going to Paris. Although Nasser offered a lot of money, looking at Mbappe's future experiences tells a different story. Staying or leaving is not something that a lone turtle could decide. Besides Paris Saint-Germain, other strong teams from the top 5 leagues also made offers. This includes Real Madrid and Barcelona. Messi has confirmed that he will leave Barcelona this summer, so Camp Nou has opened up a significant salary space, and Laporta is waiving cash to buy Chen Chen. As for Real Madrid, considering the aging of Modric and Kroos, Real Madrid is also pursuing Chen Chen. Bayern Munich has already offered Chen Chen the best contract within the 501 policy. The Polish striker is very eager to have a strong midfielder join. Kane feels the same way. Levy is seeking a front trio of Kane, Son Heung-min, and Chen Chen. And Tottenham is at the forefront of transfer negotiations. Of course, considering all the offers, the club environment, the strength of the players, and the team's goals for the new season, Manchester City is at the top of the list. This is also why Romano dares to say that a deal is imminent. The Manchester City team and Chen Chen's team have been in talks for a long time, from morning until evening. Chapter 94. After the signing was completed, Chen Chen took a tour of Manchester City's training academy. The City Group is indeed willing to spend money. Manchester City's training academy is very luxurious, with a first team, youth team, and women's team all conduct their daily training. Although it is currently the off-season, there are still many players training daily at the facility, mostly youth players. Chen Chen's face is now well known in England. Some parents bringing their kids for trials abandoned their own children and rushed over to take photos with Chen Chen. Chen Chen welcomed everyone. In no time, Instagram and Twitter were filled with photos of various fans with a handsome Chen Chen. It felt like if you were the star, then who am I? Busy until late, Chen Chen finally got some rest. The extravagance of the City Group is not only reflected in the construction of facilities and the equipment within the academy, but they even built very luxurious dormitories. When he was at Brentford, Chen Chen shared a room with his teammates. Upon arriving at St. George's, due to the FA's restrictions on renting St. George's during the Euro, the three Lions players who originally needed to share a room could now each have their own single room. Chapter 95. As time passed, the excitement of England winning the Euro began to fade. Now the trending topics are a series of related transfer news. First, there's news from Chelsea. A major move from Abramovich. Lukaku returns to Chelsea. In 2011, the Belgian forward joined Chelsea from Anderlecht for $15 million. Now, after going back and forth, Chelsea has brought him back from Inter Milan, spending a record $113 million. This shows Abramovich's great ambition. He hopes the team can achieve good results in the new season, such as competing for the championship. However, it has been proven that Lukaku is not suitable for the Blues. He was fined by Tuchel for controversial remarks made during an interview with Italian media. His relationship with teammates and the coach quickly soured, and he frequently got injured. In the end, Chelsea had to loan him back to Inter to mitigate some financial losses. Additionally, Fenway Sports Group has also made headlines. The summer transfer window opened on July 1st, and as July is almost over, Liverpool has finalized the deal for Kone from RB Leipzig, while all other transactions have been net outgoings. This includes Welsh forward Harry Wilson, Dutchman Wijnaldum, Swiss midfielder Shaqiri, and Nigerian forward Awani, all of whom have left. Chapter 96. The Villa Mendes arranged for Chen Chen is the kind that can be moved into immediately. On the 29th, Mendes arranged for Chen Chen to have two chefs, one with a preference for English cuisine. Well, England doesn't really have a specific cuisine. It's all a mix. The other has a preference for Chinese cuisine. Of course, Chen Chen can cook, but people tend to be lazy, so if he can avoid cooking, he will. However, one thing Chen Chen is willing to do is socialize. Sterling immediately sent his congratulations on social media when Chen Chen announced his joining Manchester City. Although Sterling has a girlfriend, curiosity and adventure are always exciting. So on the night of the 29th, Sterling wanted to show some hospitality and invited Chen Chen to a bar in the Lancashire area. Chen Chen waved his hand to decline. He stated that next time, if there is an opportunity, he would throw a party at his new villa and invite teammates over to get to know each other and strengthen their bonds. Going to a bar? Chen Chen thought. Now he is a celebrity, and so is Sterling. If something goes wrong, he doesn't know if the girls are good or bad, but his reputation might suffer. On the 30th, Romano announced with his signature black dog that Grealish was undergoing a medical at Manchester City. Chapter 97. This match had a TV broadcast, but there was none in the Huaxia region. Therefore, to watch Chen Chen's debut at Manchester City, Huaxia fans had to use their creativity. Some clever fans directly broadcasted on platforms like Douyin and other streaming sites, setting the prefix of a live room as FIFA Online 21 Game Live. This trick directly bypassed the monitoring of the streaming platforms. This also allowed other fans to avoid the hassle of searching for links. Speaking of FIFA Online, many people online have started to speculate about Chen Chen's stats in the game. Just looking at his performance in the entire Euro Cup, Chen Chen is undoubtedly a supercharged version of De Bruyne, because in speed, defense, and interception, Chen Chen is definitely superior to De Bruyne. FIFA Online has also contacted Chen Chen, wanting to obtain authorization for his likeness. They are quite savvy and have directly stated their willingness to cooperate with Chen Chen. For this, FIFA Online has offered Chen Chen a rather generous deal. Mendes is handling these matters. Back to the match. After watching the first half, fans were genuinely exhausted. Chapter 98. That night, Sterling and Grealish came to invite Chen Chen out to have fun again. This time, Chen Chen did not refuse. The three of them went to the very fresh nightclub that Sterling had mentioned. The privacy of this nightclub is quite good. Even though they knew Grealish and the others were there, no one came up to take photos or ask for autographs. However, quite a few people came over with drinks to get familiar. Today, perhaps the timing was off, as Chen Chen did not spot any high-value, well-shaped girls. Well, it's not that there weren't any good-looking ones, but Chen Chen's mind was still on that fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs and generous 30-60 measurements from earlier in the day. Before long, Chen Chen said goodbye to Grealish, who was on either side of him, and left first. Taxis in England are indeed expensive. When he was in Brentford, Chen Chen didn't feel it much. But upon arriving in the relatively luxurious Lancashire area of Manchester, he was genuinely shocked. Although he is now a millionaire, Chen Chen still maintains a relatively frugal behavior. Taxi fares in Manchester are lower than in central London, but the rate jumps to 3 per minute, with a waiting fee of 4 per kilometer, which made Chen Chen's eyelids twitch. Chapter 99. After finishing the match against Blackpool, Manchester City fans turned their attention to the upcoming Community Shield final. Manchester City versus Leicester City. The two teams faced each other twice last season, both in league home and away matches. In the first match, Vardy was involved in 2 penalties and scored a hat-trick, leading Leicester City to a 5-2 victory over Manchester City. Back at the King Power Stadium, Leicester City suffered a 0-2 defeat to Manchester City. Each team has its victories. It can be imagined that this Community Shield match will not be as one-sided as the media and fans suggest, with Manchester City dominating. At least Leicester City has proven that they can defeat Manchester City. They have the strength to win. However, after watching Manchester City's 2 preseason matches, Rodgers was very worried. In terms of attacking ability, Rodgers does not believe that his players are inferior to Manchester City. Vardy, Maddison, and Perez are all powerful attackers. He is worried that he hasn't found a good way to restrict Manchester City's midfield players, especially Chen Chen. De Bruyne is already difficult to handle. And now there's another. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day before the Community Shield final at the pre-match press conference. At the conference, Leicester City's head coach Rodgers stated, Chapter 100. Soon, the starting players of both sides appeared in the player tunnel. Chen Chen took a close look. Vardy, Maddison, and Soyuncu were all here. It was clear that Leicester City was fielding their full strength. It makes sense, although Guardiola doesn't care much for the Community Shield. Leicester City, being a club with relatively fewer championship trophies, definitely values it more. To all the viewers at home and in the live streaming rooms, good evening. Welcome to continue watching the first match of the new Premier League season, the Community Shield final, brought to you by Migu Sports. I am commentator Jurgen, and beside me is our familiar friend, Coach Zhang Lu. Coach Zhang, please say hello to everyone. Good evening everyone. Zhang Lu smiled and nodded, then turned to the camera in the studio and said, the new season has begun. Are you ready to stay up late? Hearing this, Zhang Jun also laughed. European football matches are very exciting, but the timing of these games is quite unfriendly to Chinese fans, especially for some high-stakes clashes and eye-catching Champions League matches, which are scheduled in the early morning hours. Apart from die-hard fans, not many can watch the entire game. Chapter 101. Chen Chen feels it's a pity. However, he quickly composed himself and walked over to the corner flag area to prepare for the free kick. If De Bruyne were on the field, Chen Chen would discuss it with him. But since he wasn't on the pitch, it was basically up to Chen Chen to take the set piece today. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and Chen Chen lowered his raised hand, then aimed at the far post and kicked the ball with his right foot. The football drew an exquisite arc in the air, landing accurately at the far post position. Cancelo was in position. The Portuguese defender jumped up to get touch, heading the ball back near the penalty spot. Ruben Dias and Soyuncu jumped simultaneously. Ultimately, the 187 tall Ruben Dias proved to be superior. Dias turned and headed the ball towards a goal. The small Schmeichel in front of the goal misjudged the direction. He dived towards his left near post, but the ball went to the right far post. The ball flew over the goal line. This goal instantly ignited Wembley Stadium. The deafening cheers and screams of the Blue Moon fans erupted in the stands. A header. It's in. Ruben Dias opened the scoring. Although Schmeichel had perfectly saved Chen Chen's long-range shot earlier, he still couldn't stop the corner kick attack from Chen Chen. Chapter 102. A beautiful shot. The ball is in. Chen Chen scored his first official goal since joining Manchester City. Jean June slammed the table. This shot came too suddenly. Schmeichel barely had time to react. Jean-Lu also chuckled, "Oh no, Schmeichel is going to end up like Sulla and become an accountant." Jean June very much agreed. Revenge? Another point added. Meanwhile, Jean June continued. Allowing Chen Chen to shoot from this position shows there are significant issues in Leicester City's defense. Rodgers needs to make changes, leading by 2 goals. And it's still not even 30 minutes into the first half. Fans who stayed up late to watch the game are in for a treat. It looks like there won't be a shortage of goals today. On the sidelines, Rodgers furrowed his brow. Soyuncu and Amartey were under too much pressure today, resulting in a lack of tight connection between them. Moreover, there were just as many problems in both offense and defense for the team today, and Rodgers couldn't pinpoint where to start making changes. Glancing at the players on the bench, Rodgers signaled midfield player Albrighton and defender Luke Torres to warm up. Additionally, former Manchester City player, Nigerian forward Iheanacho, was also called to warm up. Chapter 103. Rodgers didn't know how he got back to the locker room, but the glaring 40 at halftime made his heart ache. In the final moments of the first half, Mahrez assisted Ferran Torres, who successfully lobbed the ball into the net. The actual technical gap between Leicester City and Manchester City was even larger than expected. At least in the studio, Jean June and Jean-Lu were left speechless in astonishment. Although everyone knew that the Community Shield was likely Manchester City's, they didn't expect such a scoreline. After all, since 2014, there hasn't been a match where one side scored 4 or more goals in a single half. The closest was in 2014 when Arsenal led Manchester City 2-0 at halftime. Coincidentally, in that match, Manchester City was slaughtered 3-0 by Arsenal, and today they slaughtered others. In the home team's locker room, Guardiola's smile had not faded. Winning the Community Shield was a great start to the new season. Guardiola didn't mention any tactical arrangements. He simply waved his hand, planning to make substitutions right at the start of the second half. The second half resumed. Manchester City made 4 substitutions. Ferran Torres, Chen Chen, Ruben Dias, and Edozie were substituted off. Chapter 104. Too brutal. In the Community Shield final, Manchester City won 5-1 against Leicester City. Leicester had no ability to fight back. Leicester City had a possession rate of 44, but only managed 5 shots, 3 of which were on target. Multiple players scored, achieving a 5-goal victory. Data analysis. Manchester City had 19 shots, with 13 on target. Rodri. Chen is as powerful as Kevin. England will be the biggest favorite in next year's World Cup finals. Rodgers. We need reinforcements. There are some potential good players on the market. Match statistics. Chen Chen attempted to dribble past opponents 9 times, succeeding 7 times. Overnight, the news of Manchester City's championship topped the front pages of major sports platforms. After all, the Community Shield champion is still a title. Plus, with the new Premier League season yet to start, this rare match content became a topic worth discussing for fans and viewers. This match also served as a wake-up call for the other 19 Premier League teams. Although Aguero has left for Barcelona, it seems to have had no impact. The new season's Manchester City is just as strong as last season. It could even be said to be an enhanced version of Manchester City. As for Leicester City, as mentioned earlier, without reinforcements, the new season will be unbearable. Chapter 105. The pre-match press conference concluded the day before the match. Guardiola attended with Captain Fernandinho. Just like the previous season's opener, reporters below asked about who would win the championship in the new season. Guardiola shrugged his shoulders, clearly indicating that the championship would still be theirs, as long as the players can take every game seriously and make minimal mistakes. The championship will naturally fall into our hands. About Chen Chen, he is adapting very well at Manchester City. I believe he will soon demonstrate 200 of his ability. Every step we take forward is inseparable from him. Messi's whereabouts? Yes. I know he went to Paris. It's a good choice. Why not invite Messi to join Manchester City? It's not as simple as a supermarket shopping transaction. It involves many factors. The team's technical analysts and scouts have explained everything to me and Mubarak. Guardiola didn't want to delve deeply into the topic of Messi. After mentioning a few things, he redirected the conversation back to tomorrow's match. Guardiola would certainly like to work with Messi, but the team belongs to the City Group, to Mansour, to the consortium. Chapter 106. Their coordination has been quite good, and they haven't made poor signings. In contrast, Tottenham spent $50 million to bring in Spanish forward Bryan Gil and Brazilian defender Emerson Royal. I see. Buying these two players is not as good as practicing with Hojbjerg and Lucas Moore. Who knows, these two might perform even better. Chen Chen nodded in agreement, saying that yes, Tottenham bought quite a few players this summer, but there are not many with real potential. It might still require Kane and Son Heung-min to save the day. All right, we can see both teams' players have already taken the field. Now, let's introduce the starting lineups. On Manchester City's side, Guardiola has set up a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is Ederson. The backline consists of Benjamin Mendy, Ake, Ruben Dias, and Cancelo. In midfield, on the left is Grealish, on the right is Chen Chen, and the team captain Fernandinho is playing a deeper role in the middle. Today, De Bruyne and Gundogan are sitting on the bench. Up front, the left winger is Sterling, the right is Mahrez, and the forward is Ferran Torres. Chapter 107. The match has reached the 11th minute. Grealish is rapidly sprinting down the right side towards the opponent's baseline. Hojbjerg is closely marking him. However, when Grealish picks up speed, not many can withstand it, so Hojbjerg can only call Tanganga to come over for support. Watching the broadcast with Grealish holding his own against two defenders, Chen Chen once again remarked that the winger from Aston Villa, Grealish, is very active today. Although he hasn't scored yet, Tottenham's right side must be suffering. It seems that Manchester City's investment of $100 million is indeed worth it. Jean-Loup chuckled and teased. There's more to it. What do you mean, teacher Jean? Chen Chen quickly waved his hand, saying that if he elaborated, the fans would rush to criticize him. The comments in the live streaming room acted as Chen Chen's mouthpiece, but unfortunately, Chen Chen and Jean-Loup couldn't see it, or they would have laughed to death. Because a large group of people was spamming Pogba's name. Others were spamming Dembele and Hazard. Additionally, Lukaku also had people spamming his name. These are all players with transfer fees over $100 million, but haven't delivered results. Of course, Pogba has had his shining moments, and Hazard was at the world-class level while at Chelsea. Chapter 108. Chen Chen naturally has to be involved with both the ball and the player. When Hojbjerg extended his leg to intercept, Chen Chen flicked the ball to a position behind him and then backheeled the ball. The ball was sent to Ake, who was making a forward run. Then he ran to the left of the Danish player, leaving Hojbjerg confused in place. Hojbjerg thought Chen Chen would tussle with him, but unexpectedly, Chen Chen chose to pass. In response, Chen Chen could only say that football is a game of 11 people, if he can rely on teammates. Why go it alone? Soon, Ake broke through the opponent's defense with the ball. Under Sanchez's pressure, Ake could only pass the ball to Sterling, who was near the baseline. After receiving the ball, Sterling quickly delivered cross, aiming for the tall players in the box. Chen Chen tried to jump and challenge for the header, but unfortunately, he couldn't make contact. The ball reached the back post. As the ball was descending, Cancelo made a diving forward move. In a rather awkward header attempt, he used his forehead to make close contact with the ball. Lloris guessed the direction correctly, but it was of no use. By the time he took 2 steps to the left and leaped, it was already too late. Chapter 109. Lloris stood there with his hands in his pockets, his mind filled with memories of last season's 2-leg match, where Manchester City defeated Tottenham 4-0. In those 2 matches, the Frenchman became the lowest-rated player, and today was no different. On the WhoScored website, Lloris's rating dropped to 59, although he had several miraculous saves. Conceding 3 goals so quickly indeed cost him points. Forget it, I'm tired, let it be. In the box, Levy's side. This year, the league title seems hopeless. The team's goal appears to be fighting for a top 4 finish. With the 3rd goal scored, the mentality of both teams underwent significant changes. Manchester City felt assured of victory, and the players on the field began to take risks, unafraid of mistakes. On the Tottenham side, they appeared somewhat timid, and their ball possession attacks emphasized steady progression. The players of the Lily Whites no longer had the idea of equalizing or even winning. Of course, the Tottenham fans felt the same way. Ultimately, the first half ended with Manchester City leading 3-0 as they headed into halftime. In the second half, Nuno and Guardiola made substitutions. Players like Gundogan, De Bruyne, and Jesus got their chances to play. Chapter 110. With the end of the first round of the league, the English media were quite surprised. The first point of surprise was that Arsenal, after buying Ben White, bringing in Odegaard and Ramsdale, ended up starting poorly. Losing to Brentford, a newly promoted team, was unexpected. Of course, this isn't to say that the Bees aren't strong, but Arsenal is clearly the stronger side in terms of immediate combat effectiveness. So losing is indeed unexpected. In response, Liverpool legend Carragher stated that if he were Kroenke, he would immediately contact other well-known unemployed coaches. The second point of surprise was that Manchester City had a complete victory over Tottenham away. Although before the match, the probability of Manchester City winning was over 70. And major betting platforms favored the Sky Blues. But for Tottenham to be down 3-0 at halftime was indeed not what everyone expected. After all, they are part of the Big Six. How could they play like a relegation team? The great Thierry Henry mocked on a preview show for Sky Sports, saying this is the reason Tottenham's trophy cabinet is empty. They never truly address the issues, but always make excuses, talking about Kane not being there, Son Heung-min being restricted, Manchester City being too strong, and so on. Chapter 111, the highest rating naturally belongs to the Argentine Messi. However, compared to the previous score of 94, the former Barcelona player has dropped by 1 point. Cristiano Ronaldo is at 92, also down by 1 point. Players with a score of 91 include Lewandowski, Neymar, De Bruyne, and Oblak. Chen Chen is in the 90-point range. Alongside him with a score of 90 are Alisson, Ter Stegen, Van Dijk, Salah, Mane, and Mbappe. Seeing that Chen Chen did not make the top 5, one must remember that this kid is only 18 years old. This is also the point most fans and players are focused on. An 18-year-old with an overall score of 90 in a few years. Won't he be heading towards 95 or 96? Moreover, it's worth noting that in PAC, speed, PAS, passing, and DRI, dribbling, EA has given Chen Chen high scores of 95, 95, and 94. This surpasses all current players. More and more players are choosing to play as Chen Chen in FIFA 21. Many Manchester United fans have expressed disdain and ridicule towards this, stating that FIFA 21 is regressing. How can you assign such stats to a guy who has only played one match in a top league? Chapter 112, however, this will obviously disappoint Falk. The German had pondered for several days, only to find that the tactical arrangements for Chen Chen were never utilized. Instead, it was the midfield attacking duo of Gundogan and Bernardo Silva. There was no suspense in this match. Jesus, playing as a right winger, assisted and scored twice. And Grealish scored from long range. Ruben Dias and Laporte each added a goal. Then, in the second half, after the team switched sides, Chen Chen, who came on as a substitute in the 75th minute, cut inside and drew a foul from the opponent. Jesus scored from the penalty spot, making it the 4th goal of the match. In stoppage time, De Bruyne, who came on as a substitute in the 84th minute, assisted Mahrez for a close-range shot, breaking the deadlock that Norwich had held for over 10 minutes. 50. The Blue Moon secured a resounding victory. The player of the match was Jesus, who scored 1 goal and provided 2 assists, earning a rating of 95, while Chen Chen, coming on as a substitute, received a score of 79. Fortunately, the system did not issue any tasks for this match. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have missed out on task rewards. With this victory, Manchester City advanced towards Arsenal with an indescribable aura of authority. After watching Manchester City's match, the entire Arsenal team felt uneasy. Chapter 113, Dortmund drew a favorable group. Group C features Sporting Lisbon as the first seed, Dortmund as the second, Ajax as the third, and Besiktas as the fourth. It would be unacceptable not to advance as the top team. However, Dortmund really messed it up. They ended up in 3rd place and had to play in the Europa League playoffs. Fine, but they have never played against the Scottish Premiership's Rangers. The Yellow Wall was directly eliminated from European competition. Indeed, when it comes to dropping the ball, Dortmund never fails to do so. Just like how they handed the Bundesliga title to Bayern after losing at home. Group D saw Inter and Real Madrid fighting for the top spot, while Shakhtar and Sheriff competed for a Europa League spot. In Group E, Bayern faced Barcelona again. The culprit, Bayern Munich, drove Messi and Suarez away. For Barcelona fans, is this not a grave injustice? But Laporta had to step up and say, who says Bayern is the villain here? Bayern is fantastic. Cleaning out the veterans and making space. Isn't that just perfect? Group F consists of Villarreal, Manchester United, Atlanta, and Young Boys. This group is also a death group. However, it's not the kind of death group where all members are very strong. It's the kind where the weakness is evenly distributed. Chapter 114, there wasn't much more to say on this topic. and June quickly introduced the starting lineups for both teams. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. For the visiting team, Arsenal, Arteta set up a 5-4-1 formation. Leading the front line is Aubameyang. The four midfielders are Saka, Xhaka, Smith Rowe, and Odegaard. In defense, from left to right, are Tierney, Kolasinac, holding in the center, and Chambers and Sedersors on the right. In goal, Leno continues to start. Arsenal's start to this season has been very poor. Let us see if the Gunners can perform well today. On the Manchester City side, Guardiola set up a 4-3-3 formation. The three forwards are Grealish, Ferran Torres, and Jesus. The midfield consists of Chen Chen, Rodri, and Bernardo Silva. In the first match, Chen Chen played on the right, but today he has moved to the left. The four defenders from left to right are Cancelo, Laporte, Ruben Dias, and Kyle Walker. In goal is Ederson. Now we see both team starting players have stepped onto the pitch. Let's see who will emerge victorious today. Chapter 1, 15 both sides executed quick counterattacks. But Manchester City was clearly superior. Ferran Torres seized the opportunity. Arteta must seek change. Before Haaland arrived at Manchester City, Ferran Torres had been the starting center forward for a while. Number 9, Jesus, moved to the wing. Since he could play as a center forward, he must have his strengths. The Spaniard is only 20 this year, and his heading and finishing abilities are considerably better than those of Aguero at the same age. Later, Torres transferred to Barcelona, but has not made much progress. His competitor is Lewandowski. How could he have many chances to play? Just as the Manchester City players celebrated and walked back to the center circle, Xhaka clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Lift your heads up! Now we need to double our offensive efforts. Strengthen the attack. Strengthen the attack." Odegaard felt the same. As the first point to be countered, the Norwegian was determined to score more goals than the opponent today. He wanted to do better. In fact, at the beginning of the season, many experts and media people believed that the potential league champions of a new season would emerge among Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Manchester United. Chapter 116 on the sidelines. Guardiola was smiling as he shook hands and embraced his coaching staff. On the other side, Arteta stood with his arms crossed, looking particularly at a loss. He couldn't understand how the back post could be left open. Leno, in front of the goal, helplessly retrieved the ball from the net and then kicked it toward the center circle. At that moment, the big screen at the Etihad Stadium began to replay the recent goal. Chen Chen made a very smooth and pleasant dribbling move before delivering a cross from the spot. The fans in the stands covered their faces in astonishment. This speed, this dribbling, a seamless execution, everything was under Chen Chen's control. In the last moment of the replay, Dias and Holding could only watch as the ball flew to the back post after jumping, and Walker seized the opportunity. Leno's panicked expression followed the ball as it crossed the goal line. Soon, the match resumed. The Arsenal players gritted their teeth and fought hard to attack. In the 21st minute, Odegaard also delivered a brilliant through ball to find Smith Rowe ahead. Unfortunately, Smith chose not to pass to the better-positioned Aubameyang and Xhaka, opting instead to take a shot himself. Chapter 117, amid the jeers from the fans, the match continued. Arsenal arranged 7 players near the center circle. This time, Arsenal was looking to fully utilize this rare opportunity for a possession attack. Beep. As the whistle blew, Aubameyang directly pushed the ball to Kolasinac in the backline. As Jesus closed in, Kolasinac aimed for the right flank and launched a long pass. In Manchester City's left area, Odegaard was running towards the ball near the sideline. Following closely beside him was Chen Chen. As the ball descended, Chen Chen cleverly positioned himself, making it difficult for Odegaard to receive the pass. However, Chen Chen didn't get the ball either, as Odegaard was also reaching out to block him. Ultimately, the ball was claimed by Smith Rowe, who had run ahead. This time, Smith Rowe didn't go for a solo effort. He laid the ball off to Chambers, who was joining in from the middle and saw an opportunity to shoot. So, he made a direct pass. It found Aubameyang ahead. Like Mahrez, Aubameyang also likes to wear gloves. But wasn't he not wearing them today? The effectiveness of Mainjiang had dropped a level. Under the close defensive pressure from Laporte, Aubameyang's shot lacked power and went straight into Ederson's arms. Chapter 118. With the referee's whistle, the match entered halftime. Guardiola didn't provide any tactical analysis or arrangements. Everyone had performed well today, and there was nothing worth reminding or discussing. On the other hand, Arteta had a lot to say, but in the end he could only sigh. The second half began after the break. Guardiola made the first substitution. Chen Chen, who had 1 goal and 2 assists, went off, and Grealish and Silva also got some rest. Guardiola brought on Mahrez, Gundogan, and Foden. The reasons for the substitutions at halftime were twofold. One was to stop the offense, as everyone was performing adequately. The other reason was that the international break was approaching, with the European World Cup qualifiers about to resume. Chen Chen and the others were core stars for their respective national teams, so giving them a bit more rest would help avoid any dissatisfaction from Southgate and Fernando Santos later. The second half of the match felt a bit dull and boring, mainly because neither side had a strong desire to score. Both offense and defense were average, and there were not many scoring opportunities for either side. In the 67th minute, Guardiola made 2 more substitutions. Chapter 119. Chen Chen was quite willing to enjoy a moment with a curvy beauty at a bar. However, there were no suitable options there. There were curvy women, but they were too artificial, with too much hyaluronic acid in their faces, so Chen Chen decided against it. While Grealish and Mendy were enjoying a wonderful night, Chen Chen got up and left. He was a bit tipsy and didn't save money this time. He took a taxi straight to St. George's Park. After all, he had to report to St. George the next day, so he might as well stay there for the night. One good thing about St. George was that the stewardess was online 24/7. After Chen Chen stumbled out of the taxi, 2 young ladies immediately came over to support him. You can't deny that having smooth little hands holding his arm, with his elbow deeply embedded in their soft bodies, was a feeling hard to describe. Moreover, unlike the flashy girls at the bar, the stewardesses here were all from good families. Every smile and frown was captivating. Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was clear they could have hired male stewards, but the 3 meows truly knew how to enjoy life. Chapter 120. Kane from Where to Go series has confirmed his stay at Tottenham and will have his first match after remaining with the team. The Portuguese Cristiano Ronaldo, due to his commitments with Juventus and the national team, has confirmed he will join the Premier League after the international break. As a result, tickets for Manchester United's match against Newcastle after the international break have already sold out. The match featuring Ronaldo's return to Manchester United has garnered a lot of attention. Some media personnel and relevant individuals have suggested moving this Newcastle match away and bringing in a big match to attract more viewership. As for whether the FA would agree, Manchester United itself disagrees. Because this is the first match after his return, Manchester United should ensure a smooth victory rather than a difficult one or even a loss. Otherwise, the backlash could be severe. Of course, during this period, Ronaldo was still very formidable, not backing down against strong teams. If the FA really arranged for a Big Six match, the Portuguese would treat it with even greater focus. After all, he was the kind of player who could make fans vocal about scoring goals harming the team. Before the 2024 European Championship, his skills were still at an elite level. Another player from the Where to Go series, the Argentine Messi, had already played in the 4th round of League One against Reims before the international break. Chapter 121. After the match against Hungary, the 3 Lions returned to London. They were set to face a challenge from Andorra at Wembley. With Andorra ranked 154th in the world, the outcome of the match was virtually a foregone conclusion. On the evening of September 6th, England won decisively 6-0 at home against Andorra, with Chen Chen coming off the bench for over 20 minutes and contributing 1 assist. Meanwhile, Poland, England's strongest opponent in the group, achieved a resounding victory over San Marino, earning 6 points from 2 wins. Consequently, due to the same points tally of 10, Poland moved into 2nd place based on goal difference, while Hungary dropped to 3rd. In the next round, Poland would host the 3 Lions, and they would surely aim to earn points. After all, Hungary had yet to play their 2nd match against England, and it was possible that Hungary could fight hard for points, which would complicate matters for Poland. Therefore, in the post-match press conference after facing San Marino, Polish striker Lewandowski, who scored a brace with a goal and an assist, stated that England was a formidable opponent. Kane, Chen, Sterling, and Grealish all had a plethora of attacking talents. Chapter 122. Yankovic certainly knew about Chen Chen, a talented player rejected by the Chinese national football team, the best contributor to England's victory in the European Championship. The Sevilla coach expressed great regret about this. Notably, during these days of the international break, the Chinese national team faced the Kangaroos away and suffered a 3-0 defeat. The midfield's lack of control led to frequent defensive errors, causing countless Chinese fans to once again think of Chen Chen. At one point, there was an excellent player available for the national team, but the national team rejected him. The Chinese national football team became the target of criticism once again, Why not naturalized players? Is it embarrassing to do so? This awkward situation is what is truly embarrassing. There were calls for Litai to step down. As it was said, if a Chen Chen was added to the midfield, with two high competitive central midfielders on the flanks and wingbacks with quick insertion speed, wouldn't the attacking capability rise significantly? Instead, it was all about stopping, looking and waiting, passing back again and again. I remember Chen Chen's several long passes in the first match against Hungary, and his combination with Grealish was really good. The ball was alive. Today's performance of the national team was simply eye-burning. Chapter 123, 4th minute of the match. England has possession. The ball was sent by Calvin Phillips to Sterling, who was in front on the right side. Sterling wanted to break through quickly, but it was difficult, so he passed it to Chen Chen in the middle. Chen Chen had Modric blocking his dribbling route in front, and Lewandowski pressing from behind. This wave was not handled well, and there was a danger of losing the ball. However, Chen Chen did not panic. Instead, he made a feint and then sent the ball to the left side. After receiving the ball, Grealish rushed forward immediately. Chen Chen is the fastest player in the England team, but Saka, Walker, and Sterling are also not slow. As Grealish sprinted, Ujwiak and Davidovic dared not delay and immediately came over to defend. Before the opponents completed the double team, Grealish slid to the baseline and sent out a 45-degree cross. After receiving the ball, Kane took a direct shot. Bang! Szczesny reacted quickly and palmed the ball away. The ball was then cleared to the front by Polish defender Glick, who was closer to the landing spot. Phew! The Polish fans at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Kane's sudden shot made countless Polish fans' hearts skip a beat. Chapter 124, the match quickly resumed. Poland has been trying to find Lewandowski, but the Bayern forward was tightly marked by Calvin and Stones, with no good opportunity to touch the ball. The pace of the game entered a territory more familiar to the European Championship champions, England. In the 19th minute, Rice passed the ball to Grealish on the left front. Saka feigned with a shoulder drop, deceiving Ujwiak in front of him. This feint, strictly speaking, wasn't really a deception. Poland's number 7 saw Grealish's intention to break through. But unfortunately, there was a certain speed gap between the two, which made it seem from the broadcast perspective that Ujwiak couldn't stop Saka's explosive run. Grealish did not choose to continue breaking through Ujwiak and Davidovic's joint defense, but passed the ball to the central area. Chen Chen smoothly received the ball. Without much hesitation, Chen Chen made an over-the-top pass, aiming for Kane. Unfortunately, Kane couldn't get to the ball due to Glick's positioning, and Szczesny caught it. In the 23rd minute, it was still England's attack. During this period, the Three Lions, who scored first, launched a tidal wave of attacks against Poland. Chapter 125, in the Migu studio, Jean June let out a sigh. Chen Chen's through ball was too wonderful. This could be Chen Chen's best assist in the past 6 months. It seems that with a score of 20, the suspense of this match has ended. While everyone was expecting a brilliant attacking duel between Lewandowski and Kane, Chen Chen stood at the center of the stage. For the Polish, they were lacking such an attacking midfielder. Jean-Loup beside him was also very happy. Coach Zhang chuckled and said Lewandowski lacks support from the midfield and defense. Kane is playing very comfortably. Not just Chen Chen, but Sterling and Grealish can also assist him. The two teams were unequal in their attacking choices from the start. If Poland relied solely on Lewandowski today, they might not score a single goal. While Jean June and Jean-Loup were discussing Poland's breakthrough strategy, Southgate was already shaking hands with all the assistants and players. For Southgate, the winner was basically determined. Seeing the prominent score of 20 on the big screen, Lewandowski felt a bit anxious. But as the saying goes, haste makes waste. Chapter 126. If England's first half was a combination of central penetration and wing crosses, in the second half, they directly abandoned penetration and opted for wing cross tactics. Kane's positioning was slightly deeper. In the second half, he tended to act as a press on the front line. Of course, one-person pressing is useless. He would be walked like a dog. So Sterling and Grealish moved forward to help him. In the 49th minute of the second half, Chen Chen initiated an attack, sending a long pass behind Helik, and Grealish immediately rushed up to seize the ball. Saka quickly got the ball. After all, he was clever, and Helik wasted quite a bit of time turning his back. With a quick run to the baseline, Grealish crossed the ball. Fortunately, Davidovic was very focused and managed to deflect the ball out for a corner. Applause erupted in the Warsaw Sports Stadium. The player's serious and hard-working attitude was commendable. Chen Chen ran over to take the corner kick. He aimed for the far post. Maguire jumped up for a header. Szczesny decisively chose to rush out. The Polish goalkeeper was the first to catch the ball. However, Maguire couldn't stop in time, and he collided with Szczesny. The referee showed Maguire a yellow card, as he was deemed to have intended to collide with the goalkeeper. Chapter 127, Chen Chen and his teammates on the bench clapped a few times. Then he put on the jacket handed to him by the assistant coach. It wasn't raining in Warsaw today, but it was windy and quite cold. The temperature was only 16 degrees. He needed to keep warm for the next match, as it is easy to catch a cold after sweating. The match time quickly reached the 79th minute. Poland took a throw-in on the left side. Puchacz threw the ball to Modric. After receiving the ball, Modric immediately rushed forward. The entire Polish team started to push forward. They wanted to score to turn the situation around. Henderson provided cover. Modric quickly passed the ball to Lanetti. Lanetti did not let the ball stay at his feet for too long. He decisively made a through ball to Lewandowski. Lewandowski was originally in an offside position, but at the moment Modric passed to Lanetti, Lewandowski stepped back a bit. The ball passed between Stones and Cody and reached Lewandowski's feet. Cody immediately raised his hand to signal for offside. However, the assistant referee did not respond. Lewandowski was not going to play around. He directly took a low shot aiming for the far post. Pickford's saving action was to defend the near post. How could he defend the far post? He couldn't fly over immediately. The Everton goalkeeper could only watch the ball sweep into the lower right corner of the goal, powerless. Chapter 128. With the end of the international match day, the major leagues returned to normal. The fourth round of the Premier League season arrived as scheduled. There were two highlights in this round. One was Cristiano Ronaldo's return debut, and the other was whether Arsenal could end their three-game losing streak. The match between Crystal Palace and Tottenham started first, and perhaps the FIFA virus was truly disruptive, as Tottenham surprisingly lost 3-0 at Crystal Palace's home ground. Voices calling for Nuno's dismissal are growing louder on social media. Media close to Tottenham have indicated that under pressure from fans and players, Levy is indeed considering changing the head coach. Although the season has just begun, it has been proven that Nuno is not suitable to lead Tottenham, and firing Mourinho was a mistake. On Mourinho's side, the Portuguese coach's Roma has kicked off the season with a 5-match winning streak across all competitions, and the situation looks very promising. However, some media personnel have stated that Mourinho's first year is not the key point. It's about whether he can last 3 years. After all, during his time at Manchester United, Chelsea, and Tottenham, he had a good start, but problems began to emerge around the 2.5-year mark. This inevitably raises suspicions that there might be external influences at play. Chapter 129. The second half of the match was somewhat dull. It wasn't until the 65th minute that both sides had a threatening shot in the second half. In the 67th minute, a dead ball opportunity arose. Rodgers continued to make substitutions. Manchester City also started to adjust their lineup. Ferran Torres went off, Jesus took the central position, and Sterling moved to the right flank. Then, in the 74th minute, another dead ball opportunity occurred. Jesus and Silva went off, and Mahrez and Chen Chen came on as substitutes. The Leicester City fans in attendance gave Mahrez a round of applause. The king of the pitch was both a creator and participant in that initial miracle of the Foxes. After coming on, Mahrez specifically high-fived Vardy. Although they were on different teams, the friendship remained. Manchester City's starting 4-3-3 formation changed to a 4-2-3-1, with Chen Chen playing as an attacking midfielder, becoming a free role in the front line. Mahrez was pushed into the center forward position. Unfortunately, it is not winter yet, and the king of the pitch's limited edition gloves have not been matched yet. After Chen Chen came on, the pressure of penetration and passing in the center from Manchester City increased significantly. Soyuncu and Vestergaard were also hesitant to push forward, fearing that Chen Chen might deliver a through ball or a lob pass behind them. Chapter 130. The Premier League matches have temporarily come to a pause. Manchester City's next task is to prepare for the Champions League group match against RB Leipzig. Last season, Red Bull finished second in the Bundesliga. Among their squad, there are future Chelsea signing Kunku, Barcelona forward Olmo, and future Liverpool midfielder Szoboszlai. Of course, there is also the future Manchester City signing Croatian defender Guardiola. With this attacking capability, Red Bull is among the top tier in the 5 major leagues. However, they are facing an even stronger Manchester City. The first 4 rounds of matches in the 5 major leagues have basically concluded. Currently, only Manchester City, Paris, and Napoli have achieved 4 consecutive victories in their respective leagues. while all other teams have experienced at least some losses or draws. How strong is the pressure brought by Manchester City's 4 consecutive victories? The Munich Evening News used the headline Red Bull struggles to overcome the city wall for the preview of the Manchester City versus Leipzig Champions League match. Additionally, related betting odds are very unfavorable for Red Bull. On various betting platforms, the odd for a Manchester City victory are at 1.46, a draw at 3.62, and a loss at 5.97. Chapter 131. After the warm-up finished, both teams returned to their respective locker rooms. Because Group A consists of Manchester City, Paris, and Leipzig vying for the top 2 spots to advance, today's match is crucial for the Blue Moon. The team that can gather more points will have the advantage for advancement, and Manchester City must take full advantage of their home ground. Therefore, under the premise of playing the 5th round of the Premier League in 2 days, Guardiola still chose to field the full starting lineup. Not to mention the continuing starters Chen Chen and Rodri, but also the returning De Bruyne. The Belgian performed well in individual training and team training. So after the team doctor confirmed that De Bruyne could make it for this Champions League match, Guardiola directly sidelined Gundogan and reinstated De Bruyne to the starting lineup. This demonstrates Manchester City's emphasis on the Champions League. It is worth mentioning that they fell at the last step last season. This season, Guardiola has learned from last season's lessons and is confident about claiming the final championship. Of course, having confidence is good, but if they stumble in the group stage and fail to advance to the knockout stage, it would be quite the joke. Therefore, facing Red Bull and Brugge, Manchester City's goal is to secure as many points as possible in the 2 matches, ideally over 10 points. Chapter 132. On the Leipzig bench, head coach Marsch spread his hands in a bit of helplessness. The team conceded a goal too early. How could they leave the back post unguarded? The Leipzig fans who traveled to the Etihad also sighed. They originally planned to hold on in the first half and then launch a full-scale attack in the second half. But they conceded a goal just 5 minutes into the match. Grealish, who scored his first Champions League goal since joining Manchester City, did not celebrate excessively. He simply waved to the Blue Moon fans near the corner flag before walking back with Chen Chen and Rodri. As Grealish walked towards the center circle, he chatted with Chen Chen, stating that he would help Chen Chen score his first Champions League goal after joining Manchester City today. Time quickly reached the 11th minute. Ruben Dias received the ball and immediately looked to pass to Rodri. Rodri saw Chen Chen making a run to receive the ball and passed it immediately. Tyler Adams rushed up to press. Just as Chen Chen got past him, the American midfielder pulled Chen Chen down due to the infringement of a promising attack. The referee issued a yellow card instead of a verbal warning. Adams found it very hard to understand. It was only a little over 10 minutes into the match, and he was already shown a card. Chapter 133. Guardiola shared what could be considered a stroke of luck with everyone. Before all the players left the locker room, Guardiola emphasized that today they must fight for Chen Chen. Take down Red Bull. The fighting spirit of the Blue Moon reached its peak, and all the players were eager to go. In the second half, the Manchester City fans greeted Chen Chen with loud cheers. In the 48th minute, Bernardo Silva, who came on for the injured Chen Chen, scored from long range. The score was now 3-0. After scoring, Silva ran towards the sidelines, holding up his fingers to indicate the number 18 in tribute to Chen Chen. The Leipzig fans fell into silence and helplessness, battling with 10 men. They struggled to hold on. At this pace, are they going to be beaten by double digits? In the 58th minute, Grealish passed the ball back. It took a shot from the top of the penalty area. Galaxy once again could only watch helplessly as the ball went into the net. 40. Dutch international Ake scored the 4th goal of the match. We saw Ake receiving Chen Chen's jersey from the sidelines, signaling that this was all for Chen Chen. The Manchester City players on the field were expressing their respect to Chen Chen, who was undergoing medical surgery. It seems Guardiola's locker room is very united. Chapter 134. After answering all the questions, Guardiola left the press conference. Now Guardiola needs to go back immediately to continue making adjustments to the lineup. With Chen Chen absent, Manchester City needs to withstand the pressure of matches within the next 23 weeks. Fortunately, De Bruyne has returned from injury, and now the Blue Moon just needs to shift the midfield organizing core to De Bruyne. However, sometimes the game situation cannot simply be resolved by 11 equaling 2. The compatibility among the relevant players also needs to be considered. For example, Grealish has more interactions and cooperation with Chen Chen and less with De Bruyne, which is an issue that needs to be addressed immediately. Therefore, in the match against Southampton, Guardiola prepared to use a 4,231 formation. The double pivot will be Fernandinho partnered with Gundogan, De Bruyne playing as the attacking midfielder, and Sterling pushed to the center forward position, allowing De Bruyne and left winger Grealish to cooperate more with right winger Jesus. Sterling just needs to disrupt the opponent's defense. The team does not expect him to score many goals. Chen Chen was watching the match from a box at the Etihad. He was accompanied by club chairman Mubarak and sporting director Begiristain, and the three were chatting and laughing. Chapter 135, while Manchester City was actively preparing for the third round of the League Cup, Chen Chen was flying around. First, he attended a Fashion Week show in London. As a young rising star in English football, the midfield core and best player of the England national team, Chen Chen received an invitation from the British Fashion Council. With his good looks and the presence of professional makeup artists enhancing his appearance, when Chen Chen appeared in the audience, many stars and singers from countries outside England mistook him for a new star promoted by the BFC, leading a crowd to approach him for conversation and to exchange contact information to get familiar. Chen Chen was open to all of this. However, after adding people, he mostly replied to messages from beautiful female celebrities, as it might be a chance for further understanding. Many football stars also attended the Fashion Week event today, including David Beckham. Beckham has always wanted to collaborate with Chen Chen, but has never found the opportunity. The main reason is that neither side has had the time to sit down and chat properly. This Fashion Week was a good opportunity. Beckham and Chen Chen had a pleasant conversation, reaching preliminary recognition and agreement on some endorsement issues. Chapter 136, Manchester City's victory over Wycombe Wanderers proved that the draw with Southampton was purely an accident. After all, 2 matches in 3 days, not to mention the players. Even Coach Guardiola was tired. Moreover, this was not the key point. Manchester City's next 3 matches can be described as a true death schedule, which will be even more exhausting. This will test Manchester City's squad depth and Guardiola's tactical arrangements. On September 25th, the league, Manchester City will challenge Chelsea away. On the 28th, the Champions League, Manchester City will challenge Paris Saint-Germain away. On October 3rd, the league, Manchester City will challenge Liverpool away. After nearly 6 rounds of matches with 5 home games, Manchester City is facing a wave of 3 consecutive away games. This has made Guardiola very worried. Because the team is experiencing multi-line battles, the injury situation is quite significant. In the match against Wycombe Wanderers, Gundogan left the field due to injury and confirmed he would miss the match against Paris Saint-Germain. Additionally, Zinchenko was injured during routine training. The Ukrainian captain arrived in Paris, but could not appear at the Parc des Princes due to injury. For Guardiola, it was simply adding insult to injury. There was also one more thing. Mendy was released on bail, but he needs to check in frequently at the community, and the specific situation is still under further investigation. Chapter 137, after the match against Chelsea, Manchester City hurriedly arrived in Paris. From the 15th to the 28th, in just 2 short weeks, Manchester City has to play 5 matches. So much so that at the pre-match press conference, Guardiola clearly stated that the team was too fatigued, and that losing less against Paris Saint-Germain would be a win. Of course, player fatigue is only one reason. Another reason is that the opponent is very strong. The MMN lineup of Paris Saint-Germain can be said to be the strongest attacking lineup in Europe. Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe. Who can withstand that? The combination of Torres, Mahrez, and Grealish won't work either. Moreover, it is worth noting that with Chen Chen still sidelined due to injury, Manchester City's offensive organization ability and passing success rate will drop significantly. This is because the tactical content of Manchester City's recent matches has revolved largely around Chen Chen. Now switching to De Bruyne, although their strengths are quite close, De Bruyne is not Chen Chen, and their playing styles are still quite different. This is the technical difficulty that the Blue Moon is facing. Didn't the sports health experts previously say that 23 weeks of rest would suffice? After finishing the match against Chelsea, Guardiola could choose to bring Chen Chen back. Chapter 138 up front are Grealish, Sterling, and Mahrez. The 3 midfielders are De Bruyne, Rodri, and Bernardo Silva. The 4 defenders are Cancelo, Laporte, Ruben Dias, and Kyle Walker. In goal is Ederson. Jean turned his head and looked at Chen Chen again. Chen Chen, what do you think of Guardiola's 4-3-3 formation today? Chen Chen analyzed. It's a very conventional lineup. The team has primarily used the 433 formation all along. But sometimes in matches, we switch to a 42-31, and I or Kevin will move to the attacking midfielder position. Also because Gundogan is injured, Kevin is on the left today, and B. Silva is on the right. This is a lineup arrangement we have practiced many times in training. B. Silva? Jean-Lu was a bit surprised and interjected B. Silva. Chen Chen, do you know what nickname Chinese fans have for Bernardo Silva? Of course. Chen Chen nodded with a smile. I've always used my Weibo account, and before it was banned, I actually spent no less than 3 hours online every day. Of course, this usage time includes all social media. Chapter 139 today, Donnarumma performed very well, saving several excellent attacking opportunities for Manchester City. The English commentary said Donnarumma is indeed the goalkeeper of the Euro Cup runner-up. Hey, that sounds a bit unflattering. With goals from Gay and Messi. Paris won 2-0 against Manchester City. Today's MVP was not awarded to the goal-scoring Messi or Gay, nor to Mbappe, who had an assist and the highest number of dribbles, but rather to Donnarumma, who made 7 key saves. Let's not be overly critical. Donnarumma's performance today was indeed impressive. In the studio, the hosts exchanged glances. Manchester City played quite well, but just had a bit of bad luck. They controlled possession and had more shots, but lost due to De Bruyne's poor form and Chen Chen's absence. Otherwise, it might have been a different story. Chen Chen had no emotional fluctuations regarding this result, as the loss was expected. Today, Grealish was suppressed by Messi, and Cancelo received an early yellow card, which made him a bit hesitant, allowing the opponents to exploit the left flank. Additionally, De Bruyne struggled to make an impact, making the loss predictable. Chapter 140. Chen Chen was very willing to spend a wonderful night with a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs and a curvy figure, but it didn't happen. So he settled for leaving with a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs and a curvy figure, but with a slightly larger bust. The difference between high-end parties and bars is that in bars, if you slap a girl's butt, she immediately changes her pose. But here, the girl would turn around and ask what you want to do. Regardless of whether it's an act, that pitiful demeanor is still something to acknowledge. Moreover, the more delicate bud extremely stimulated Chen Chen's senses of touch and taste. Back to the match scene. Anfield, which can hold over 70,000 people, was packed. Today is a match that truly deserves the title of a top-of-the-table clash. League leaders Manchester City versus second-place Liverpool. Good evening to all the viewers in front of the television and in the live broadcast room. Thank you for staying with us at Migu Sports for this exciting match in the 7th round of the Premier League. Manchester City versus Liverpool. I am your commentator. Jean-June Chapter 141. Let's take a look at this attack. The injury situation has not yet been fully discussed when the situation on the field suddenly changed. An attacking opportunity for Liverpool. Robertson, the Scottish captain, is sprinting down the left flank. He found Jones. A through ball. Looking for Maine. It's too long. And Ruben Dias gets to the ball first. The Portuguese defender passes the ball to Kyle Walker, who then plays it to De Bruyne. Manchester City is looking to transition from defense to a quick counterattack. After completing his passing task, Robertson did not immediately return to the left-back position. So to limit De Bruyne's possible pass to Jesus, Robertson, together with Fabinho, squeezed towards the Belgian midfielder. It's a 2-on-1, making it hard for De Bruyne. However, De Bruyne remained calm, pushing the ball to the left side to the waiting Rodri. The Spanish defensive midfielder received the ball and sent it to the left forward area. The ball traveled across most of the field, reaching the front left. Foden, who was quickly making a run to the byline, drew Henderson away, giving Chen Chen a good space to receive the ball. Amid the cheers and screams of the City fans, Chen Chen confidently secured the ball. Chapter 142. Chen Chen, who returned from injury to help his team score first, was not overly excited. However, Grealish beside him was very happy. After all, this was the first goal for the striker position for a player who often plays as a left winger, which is quite rare. Klopp on the sidelines frowned. Chen Chen's excellent performance was beyond his expectations. He thought Chen Chen would need at least 45 minutes to adapt to the game rhythm after returning from injury. He did not expect his condition to still be hot. Klopp called over Henderson, who was closer to him, instructing him to pay more attention to the right side of their defense. Today, England's Henderson needs to coordinate with Milner to control the right side and defend against Chen Chen. Some were happy while others were worried. Meanwhile, Guardiola was sitting on the bench with his legs crossed. When the camera focused on Guardiola, the Spaniard was chatting and laughing with his assistant. This goal relieved Guardiola. Now, they could play more securely at Anfield. The match quickly resumed. Despite a poor start, Liverpool fans still had faith in their team and in Klopp. Anfield echoed with deafening cheers again. Chapter 143. Guardiola's concern about being attacked from behind was not without reason, as both Main and Sulla are fast. However, in the first 30 minutes of the first half, they did not have many opportunities to penetrate with the ball. This was mainly due to the midfielders not providing enough support for the attacking players. Henderson and Fabinho excel in ball protection and interception, but were slightly lacking in attacking prowess. Under the pressure from Chen Chen and De Bruyne, Liverpool primarily focused on solid defensive play in midfield today. However, this meant that Liverpool's front three had to rely on their individual abilities. In this situation, Klopp abandoned the idea of exploiting behind-the-back runs or finding opportunities on the flanks and chose to continue defending and counterattacking. The Liverpool fans did not express any dissatisfaction. Klopp's status and importance at Anfield are comparable to Guardiola's at the Etihad. Everyone believes in him. After all, Fenway's annual net investment is so low. And Klopp can still lead Liverpool to be regulars in the top four, which is no easy feat. Moreover, they even have a League and Champions League title record in between. How could the Reds fans not love such a manager? Chapter 144. Guardiola substitutes players based on their on-field performance. Those who are in good form stay on, while those who are not come off. Normally, this approach might lead to complaints from high-priced players, possibly causing chaos in the locker room. However, Guardiola is not afraid of this. When Zinchenko and Jesus complained to Guardiola about not getting enough playing time, he gave them the choice to stay or leave. Not long after, both left Manchester City. They thought they had achieved Manchester City's championship success, but in reality, it was Manchester City that made them. Or to be more precise, it was Guardiola who made them. Guardiola can be said to be the coach who knows how to train players the best in football. Every player who leaves Manchester City is capable of standing on their own. For example, in the 17-18 season, former Manchester City veteran goalkeeper Caballero left on a free transfer and became Chelsea's starting goalkeeper for the season. Kolarov, in his 30s, went to Serie A to retire, but ended up becoming Roma's first-choice left-back, truly a key starter. This is the charm of Guardiola's coaching style. Many teams have made terrible signings, but Manchester City rarely does. Chapter 145, 59th minute. Liverpool launched an attack. Sulla dribbled down the left side against Manchester City. Chen Chen turned around to participate in the defense. With no better opportunity, Sulla simply passed the ball to Fabinho in the middle. The latter then sent the ball to Jones on the left flank. Liverpool completed a transition from their right side to the left. Jones passed the ball to Main, the Senegalese star facing off against Kyle Walker. Main made a quick move, preparing to force his way past the sideline. But Walker reacted quickly, positioning himself to block Main's run, ultimately making a precise tackle to kick the ball out of bounds. Applause erupted at Anfield, although they didn't create a good threat. Liverpool fans still applauded Main's attempt to take on the defender. They're not afraid of you making mistakes. They're afraid you won't dare to try. Diaz and Walker exchange high fives. Walker's defense was impressive and boosted morale. When it comes to speed, there's no one Walker is afraid of. Jean expressed some emotion. Walker's versatility is incredible. Jean-Lu nodded, noting that Southgate utilized this during the Euro, with Luke Shaw on the left and Kyle Walker on the right. Their forward runs are incredibly fast. Few teams can defend against that. Chapter 146. After scoring a brilliant curling shot, Chen Chen immediately ran to the corner flag area. He then spread his arms, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the thunderous cheers and roars. If the fans still had the mood to hope for their team to equalize or turn the game around at 20 minutes, now, after 70 minutes, Liverpool fans had lost that spirit. Looking at Chen Chen, who was celebrating with his teammates near the corner flag, the cop were filled with mixed feelings. The hate is simple. Chen Chen's goal and assist had effectively killed Liverpool. They were heading for defeat. The love is also simple. Chen Chen is a member of the Three Lions, and most Liverpool fans are not just fans of Liverpool. They're also supporters of the England national team. The stronger Chen Chen is, the stronger the Three Lions become. They wouldn't mock him. Of course, this isn't absolute. Just like when they were about to sub in Foden. Sterling was booed by Liverpool fans while warming up. As a player who came from Liverpool's youth academy but transferred to Manchester City, it's no surprise Sterling was booed. Even though he's also a member of the Three Lions, and despite Sterling leaving Liverpool with a transfer fee of over 60 million euros. It's worth noting that before Neymar joined PSG, transfer fees across European football were still quite pragmatic. Chapter 147. The interview was the same as usual. Reporters asked several questions that the public was concerned about, including the title race, personal form, and prospects for the upcoming Champions League matches and the World Cup qualifiers. After returning to the locker room, Chen Chen couldn't wait to receive the points and lottery opportunities provided by the system. Ding! Would you like to draw immediately? Chen Chen chose yes. Ding! The wheel is spinning. How lucky! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Rivaldo's offensive attribute module from the 5 purple gold treasure chest. Rivaldo, the most unassuming number 10, the most low-key superstar. Many people rave about Rivaldo's bicycle kick technique and his varied shots in open play. But in fact, this showcases his incredibly well-rounded arsenal. The system notes, this attribute module can help the host discover more shooting options in the attacking midfielder position, including bicycle kicks, free kicks, one-on-one chip shots, and low long-range shots. Everything is included. Stamina increased, 82-85. Header skill increased, 75-80. Shooting skill increased, 8,590. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. In recent matches, including before his injury, he had been very active in the attacking midfielder position. Chapter 148. Soon, Chen Chen and Beckham reached a cooperation agreement. And Chen Chen's wallet got a bit fatter. Of course, Mendes' wallet also swelled quite a bit. Mendes was very happy and lucky about signing Chen Chen. Now, the entire circle of player agents in Europe is saying he has a unique vision, having made an early agreement. This is all easy money. After signing the contract, Beckham and Chen Chen exchanged signed jerseys. Then Beckham invited Chen Chen and Mendes to dinner. Beckham originally wanted to throw a celebration party that night to celebrate their cooperation. But since Chen Chen had a match with the national team the next day, they decided against it. This endorsement signing event was organized by Beckham, but the largest endorsement deal inside was not by Beckham, but rather Major League Soccer, MLS. The MLS has been developing rapidly in recent years, but unfortunately, their influence in Europe is very low. This cooperation with Chen Chen is seen as an attempt by the MLS to enter European football. Of course, as the newly crowned European Championship winner, the core midfielder of the England national team, and the core midfielder of Manchester City, this status is sufficient for the MLS. Chapter 149. The reason Norway resembles a European version of the Chinese national team is that after the expansion of European slots for the Euro and World Cup, their ranking has also dropped. For the 2022 Qatar World Cup, Europe has 13 slots, and Norway's football level is ranked 18th in Europe. By the 2026 cycle for the US, Canada, and Australia, with a total of 16 slots, Norway's football level has dropped to 24th. This is no different from the Chinese team that made it to the top 18. England's home stadium is Wembley, which can hold 90,000 people. Today's 8th round of the Euro qualifiers has attracted countless fans' attention. This match is crucial for England's qualification, and tickets sold out quickly once they were released. Currently, on the leaderboard, England has played 7 matches, winning all 7 for a total of 21 points. Poland, in second place, has 15 points. As long as England ensures victory in this round, they will disregard the results of other group opponents and qualify 2 rounds early. Besides England, Germany in Group J, Belgium in Group E, and France in Group D have already confirmed their qualification without worry. Additionally, Denmark from Group F has a very good chance of qualifying, making their performance as Euro semi-finalists well-deserved. Chapter 150. Today's referee is Turkey's Cüneyt Çakır. Since becoming an international referee in 2006, discussions about his controversial decisions have never ceased. The most controversial one was during a Champions League group match in 2023 between Atletico Madrid and AC Milan, after Atletico player Lamar touched the ball with his hand. It hit Milan player Kalulu's hand, and this obvious attacking foul was ruled as a handball against Milan. This ultimately led to Milan being defeated by a penalty. Moreover, there were quite a few controversial decisions in this match, such as the 2 yellow cards given to Kessie that turned into a red being very questionable. During the break in the locker room, Southgate reminded the players to pay attention to the referee's standards. After all, it was uncertain whether he would have a meltdown today. In fact, before becoming an international referee, Çakır's officiating was quite good, and his performance in the Turkish Super League was commendable. However, it is indeed hard to understand how he could be so blind in the era of VAR. The related operations could rival the Fantastic Four's blindness. Beep! With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially began. England continued its usual possession-based attacking style. Hungary did not immediately apply high pressing, but instead switched from a 34-21 formation to a 541, setting up a defensive bus in Wembley. Chapter 151. However, there was no denying that the penalty was indeed awarded. Roland Salai walked to the penalty spot holding the ball. Pickford signaled to his teammates not to argue with the referee anymore, saying he would handle it. Salai took a deep breath. Beep. As the whistle blew, Salai moved. The young Freiburg forward aimed directly at the right side of the goal. Bang! Seeing Salai move, Pickford also reacted. The Everton goalkeeper chose the right direction. But the penalty shot was very tricky, almost aimed at the goalpost, even with his extended arms. Pickford could not reach the ball as it flew past him, and he could only watch helplessly as the football hit the net. Outside the penalty area, Chen Chen witnessed the entire process of this penalty. When Pickford guessed the right direction, he thought he had a chance to save it. Unfortunately, referee Kikir pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. Salai's goal ignited the fighting spirit and passion of the Hungarian players on the field. The Hungarian fans who traveled with the team began to dance joyfully in the stands. Before the match, no one expected they could take the lead against England. This was a huge boost for the team's overall morale. On the sidelines, Marco Rossi was equally happy, waving his arms with a big smile on his face. Chapter 152. Galaxi's reaction was quick enough. At the moment Chen Chen struck, Galaxi's gaze was fixed on the football. After seeing Sterling about to receive the ball, the Hungarian goalkeeper decisively chose to rush out of the goal. Unfortunately, it was in vain, because Sterling, having gotten to the ball ahead of Otavio, didn't hesitate and directly took a shot. Galaxy halted his forward motion towards Sterling and quickly dove to intercept. But it was futile. The ball flew past Galaxy's left hand. Whoosh! The football crossed the goal line entirely, making intimate contact with the net. At the moment of the goal, Sterling ran wildly towards the corner flag. Then he took off his shirt and waved it vigorously. This goal, it happened. Chen Chen's pass was stunningly beautiful. He first got past Szoboszlai and then curved the ball along the ground over the opponent's defense, accurately finding Sterling. England equalized the score. Hungary could not maintain their lead. Chen Chen, who provided the wonderful assist, found Grealish, and the two ran towards the corner flag with their arms around each other, celebrating together with Sterling. What does it matter if the referee favors the opponent? Chapter 153. In the locker room, Southgate first praised the team's outstanding performance in not giving up on attacking despite being behind. He was really happy. After all, it was rare for the team to be in a losing position. In such circumstances, the players listened carefully to his positioning arrangements, trusted each other, and did not lose their composure after conceding a goal. This was commendable. Southgate praised the players and then made a substitution. Chilwell replaced the booked Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw felt quite helpless about being substituted, as aside from the mistake in the first half, his performance was commendable. However, the head coach had to make such decisions. Players on the field just needed to fully commit to the game, obey orders, and cooperate seriously, but the head coach had many considerations. Southgate certainly couldn't gamble on the opponent not targeting Luke Shaw. The opponent wasn't foolish. With a yellow card, Shaw would be cautious in defense. So why wouldn't they attack him? Moreover, Southgate was also worried about what would happen if Shaw made another mistake. If he received a second yellow card, it would be difficult to deal with. So, for the sake of the team, Shaw needed to take a break. Chapter 154. With an outstanding performance of 1 goal and 2 assists, Chen Chen was awarded the MVP trophy for this match. As per the usual practice, the MVP player went for an official interview. Chen Chen answered the reporter's questions in a very formal manner. In fact, there weren't many questions, just his feelings about winning, goals for the World Cup, and views on potential opponents. Afterwards, amidst the cheers and applause of fans, Chen Chen walked into the players' tunnel. In a locker room, Sterling and a few others had already started celebrating. Usually quiet, Rice even showcased his dance moves, which was rare. When Chen Chen walked in, everyone looked at him. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon the chant of MVP, MVP echoed throughout the entire locker room. The volume was so loud that even people outside the locker room could hear it clearly. Kane asked everyone to quiet down. Then the English star said a few encouraging words. Afterwards, Kane invited Chen Chen to say a few words. Chen Chen looked around and said, before the European Championship began, "No one believed in us. The fans only teased us as send a child. But what happened? We defeated all our enemies and won the championship." Chapter 155. Liverpool was the first team to play in the 8th round. They were set to battle at Watford's Vicarage Road Stadium. Klopp's team was not affected by the FIFA virus. In this match, the handsome Firmino shone like a god, scoring a hat-trick. Mane and Salah also got on the scoreboard. The Reds' attacking trio became the stars of the match. In a post-match interview, Firmino looked ahead to the upcoming 9th-round clash with Manchester United. "I will maintain today's good form, and I will perform well at Old Trafford. As for the second leg against Manchester City, I don't want to discuss Manchester City. The match time hasn't arrived yet. Liverpool's goal now is to defeat Manchester United next Sunday. Regarding the Champions League match against Atletico Madrid, Simone's team is difficult to deal with, and we still have a lot to do." Less than half an hour after Liverpool's match ended, Manchester City's match also began. In addition, matches involving Manchester United, Wolves, Leeds United, and Brighton also kicked off. In the match where Manchester City faced Burnley, Palmer started and played for 60 minutes before being substituted by De Bruyne. Chen Chen was sitting on the bench, ready to come on. Chapter 156. How can you be sure they are jersey sellers and not fans? Of course, in this context, there are definitely not many real fans who can get the signatures of star players. Therefore, Chen Chen chose another way to interact with fans, which is to randomly select fans on various social media platforms to give away signed jerseys. During the Huaxia tour, Chen Chen promised to give a certain number of signed jerseys to give back to his fan friends. Later, both Chen Chen and the organizers put in effort, and the number of signed jerseys reached 100. All the jerseys were then given away. On Weibo, the feedback from fan supporters was quite positive. However, it should be noted that any human activity has areas that can be explored. Shortly after the lottery, more than 10 jerseys signed by Chen Chen appeared in Wang Tao's live broadcast room. Some fans specifically took screenshots and left messages for Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the time to look at them. Goodness, only a few of these signed jerseys are real. The rest are fake. At the entrance of Manchester City's base, Chen Chen rolled down the car window and asked the driver to drive in. After entering the base, Chen Chen greeted everyone he saw, including the young training talents who were practicing in the morning. Chapter 157. Manchester City's opponent in this Champions League match is the Belgian team Brugge. So on the third day of Chen Chen's short film shoot with Sky Sports, the Blue Moon team flew to Belgium. Ferran Torres stayed back at the base because the Spanish forward was injured in training and could not travel with the team. As one of the most internationally successful teams in the Premier League, as soon as Manchester City landed in Belgium, the airport exit was surrounded by enthusiastic Manchester City fans. Notably, as a Belgian, De Bruyne received the loudest cheers and screams. Because there were too many people at the airport, the Blue Moon didn't stay long and left quickly. After all, it wouldn't be good if a stampede occurred. The next day, on the evening of October 20th, at the Jan Bredel Stadium, Brugge had drawn against Paris Saint-Germain at home in the first round and won against RB Leipzig in the second round, leading Manchester City in standings. Brugge now has 4 points, while Manchester City has only 3 points. Looking at the standings, Manchester City is in the challenger role. Of course, no one thinks Manchester City is truly the challenger. The gap in strength between the two teams is evident. Today, the Blue Moon came to Belgium to take all 3 points. Chapter 158. A few days ago, Brugge was beaten 6-1 by Gen in the league. And today it felt like a reenactment. The match against Brugge is on the 20th, while Manchester City's next match starts on the 23rd. Time is tight. Without much delay, the Blue Moon flew back to Manchester that night, leaving Brugge fans in disarray. The match between Paris and Leipzig started shortly after Manchester City's match against Brugge ended. Compared to Manchester City's one-sided slaughter, this strong clash between the first in League One and the second in the Bundesliga was much more interesting. Ultimately, thanks to Messi's double and Mbappe's close-range shot, Paris Saint-Germain won 3-2 at home against Leipzig. Thus, in the standings, Paris has 2 wins and 1 draw for 7 points. Manchester City has 2 wins and 1 loss for 6 points. Brugge has 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss for 4 points. And Leipzig lost all 3 matches for 0 points. When the groups were drawn, fans thought Brugge was the big prize, but it turned out Leipzig was. Logically, Leipzig should not be this weak with players like Nkunku, Forsberg, Gvardiol, and Szoboszlai. Chapter 159. Good evening to all the viewers in front of the TV and the live stream. Just as Jean-June began to speak, the broadcast camera captured the players from both sides stepping onto the field. Today, we bring you the 9th round of the 2021-2022 Premier League season, featuring Brighton at home against Manchester City. I am your commentator today, Chen Chen, and beside me is Coach Zhang Lu. Come on, Coach Zhang, say hello. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Lu. Chen Chen nodded and continued with the commentary. In the last 10 encounters between Brighton and Manchester City, Brighton has only won 2 matches. One was in the League Cup in 2008, where Brighton won on penalties against Manchester City, and the other was last season's 37th round match, where Brighton achieved a comeback victory at home. Trossard performed exceptionally well in that match, and today the Belgian forward is also in the starting lineup. Let's see how much surprise he will bring to the fans. All right, enough chit-chat. Now let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams to you in front of the TV. The home team has Potter setting up a 3-5-2 formation. Chapter 160. The timing of this shot was chosen perfectly. Zhang Lu started his analysis. If he had tangled with Mater for another second or two, Lalana could have maximized the blocking angle for a long shot, making it difficult for Chen Chen to turn or shoot. Chen Chen summarized. This is the quality of a genius midfielder. On the field, the Blue Moon team quickly finished their celebrations. Everyone started to walk back slowly. In fact, playing against a defensive team is quite frustrating because it is hard to break the deadlock. Fortunately, Chen Chen's form continues to be good today, and a long-range shot broke the deadlock for the team. Now it will be easier. On the other side, Potter's side, this is the performance of a Golden Boy. No, previous Golden Boy winners like Marshall, Pogba, and Sterling did not have such dominance. The Brighton players on the field were all feeling very down. This goal conceded is not anyone's responsibility. It is the responsibility of the entire team. Mater has been trying hard to pull Chen Chen, but Lalana stood still with his hands behind his back, yet he alone cannot cover all angles. Dan Burn is also ready to step up and fill in. As for the goalkeeper, if everything relies on the goalkeeper, then they shouldn't play the match at all. Chapter 161. Brighton's defense is being toyed with. The first half has already hit 20 minutes, and Brighton is about to become Manchester City's underlings. The terrifying Chen Chen. 1 goal and 1 assist. Who can limit him? Potter on the sidelines is a bit anxious. After all, he mentioned in the pre-match press conference that he aimed for a draw and to fight for victory. Although that seemed more like a joke, in reality, I think no one truly wants to lose. Zhang Lu nodded and added that Guardiola's coaching level is indeed high. And with the individual strength of Manchester City's players, it shouldn't be a problem for the Blue Moon to win today. On the sidelines, Potter started shouting excitedly. He was dissatisfied with the players' defensive positioning and fighting spirit. On the other side, Guardiola smiled. The Spaniard was casually sitting on the bench with his legs crossed. The strongest forward Guardiola has coached must be Messi. But what about the strongest midfielder he has coached? Many might say it's De Bruyne. While that's not incorrect, Chen Chen's arrival has made Guardiola rethink that choice. Chapter 162. The tactical arrangement in the first half proved that having Chen Chen play as an attacking midfielder with 2 defensive midfielders supporting him was a very correct decision. So Guardiola didn't make any adjustments. He emphasized the need to focus more on defense in the flanks and to strengthen ball control in the midfield. The second half began with both teams reappearing on the field. Brighton kicked off. Today, Trossard's form is a bit better than Mbappé's, but just a bit. If it weren't for the lack of other strong forwards, Potter would definitely have substituted both Trossard and Mbappé. But can this be blamed on Trossard? Not really. It's inherently difficult for weaker teams to play against stronger ones, especially when the opponent has 2 defensive midfielders and 2 tall center backs. Who can break through? Even the Red Arrows can't make it. In the 51st minute of the match, Manchester City launched an attack. The Blue Moon initiated an offensive. Chen Chen made a through ball to find Grealish on the left wing. In the first half, there weren't many combinations between Grealish and Chen Chen, but there were a few more in the second half. After receiving the ball, Grealish chose to cross. Dunk headed the ball back. In terms of competing for aerial balls, the advantage of tall center backs is very obvious. The ball was headed to the front. Soon, the ball was back at Chen Chen's feet. Chapter 163. Guardiola made a triple substitution all at once. Off went Chen Chen, Gundogan, and Grealish. Coming on were Mahrez, De Bruyne, and Fernandinho. Fernandinho partnered with Rodri as the 2 defensive midfielders, and De Bruyne played as the attacking midfielder, which was a positional substitution. Brighton also made adjustments. McAllister got his chance to come on. The number 7 forward, Connolly, also came off the bench. Originally, Brighton's formation was 3-5-2, but after bringing on Wipu and Lamptey, it became a 4-5-1 setup. Now, they changed to a 4-4-2 formation to strengthen midfield defense and ball control. Of course, even if they change formations, having all players retreating to defend won't help. In the 82nd minute of the match, De Bruyne took a corner. The ball was punched out by goalkeeper Robert Sanchez to the front. The Brighton fans on site breathed a sigh of relief. Sanchez made a rare spectacular save. However, just as the Brighton fans thought the crisis was averted, Laporte, standing at the top of the penalty area, struck the ball. Laporte, a volley, the fourth goal. This shot was very beautiful. Oh wow. Today, Manchester City showcased a powerful attacking capability. Chapter 164. After asking a few more questions, Chen Chen voluntarily ended the interview. However, before finishing, the beautiful reporter secretly handed Chen a piece of paper. He guessed it was some contact information. When he was at Brentford, a reporter had left him contact information, but that reporter wasn't very attractive, so he passed the contact to a teammate. Those close to him know his business. Chen Chen knows he isn't a particularly noble or upright person. In some ways, he's more reckless than some others. However, he doesn't particularly like to engage with reporters. Who knows if it's a trap? Isn't an ordinary person enticing enough? Isn't it better to just walk away after a little playful interaction? Why seek out this kind of uniform temptation from reporters? Chen Chen smiled, then handed the piece of paper to Jesus, who was taking photos with the staff near the bench. Just as Chen Chen was about to walk into the players' tunnel, Trosser called out to him. Chen, hey, I want to exchange jerseys with you. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and turned back to apologize. Sorry, I'm planning to keep today's jersey for a charity event later. You know, I just want to say, I'm really sorry. Chapter 165. Manchester United Club wrote a long statement on their official website, which can be summarized in one sentence. Solskjaer is fired. Assistant coach Carrick takes over as interim coach until a new head coach is appointed. The news of Manchester United's managerial change quickly topped the UK trending list. Suddenly, there were all sorts of comments. Some said the dawn has arrived. Others said to please bring in the next victim. And there were those who said it was scientifically nurtured, but it ended up dead. Manchester United fans were very excited. They firmly believe that after solving the Solskjaer problem, Manchester United has entered the Carrick era. This really shows the different attitudes Manchester United and Manchester City have towards their managers. The management of Manchester United would not admit that most of the reasons for the team's losses are due to player issues, nor can they respect the head coach. After Ferguson, the Red Devils hired Moyes, Van Gaal, Mourinho, and now the fired Solskjaer. How did these people end up leaving? Match losses were the direct reason, but the inaction of the management was the biggest reason. They watched the dressing room spiral out of control, and in the end, the head coach was dismissed in shame. What about Manchester City? Since Guardiola took charge of Manchester City, the City Group has given him significant support in public opinion and freedom in transfer spending. Chapter 166. In a video, after receiving the ball, Chen Chen chose to hold off Yarmolenko with his back. Gundogan jogged over to provide support. The Hammers' right midfielder, the Croatian Vlasic, came over to defend Gundogan. Chen Chen has many options to choose from, at least in the video footage. He can choose to pass back to Stones or to his left front to Kyle Walker. He cannot pass to Gundogan because there are players around him. So what will Chen Chen decide? He didn't pass to anyone, but instead took a step to the right and quickly stopped, turning to the left. Yarmolenko stepped out to the right, matching Chen Chen's first step rhythm, but he didn't expect Chen Chen to feint with a shoulder drop. The cheers of the fans were perfectly captured by the camera. Whether it was the Hammers fans screaming in panic or the excitement and anticipation of the Blue Moon fans, all were accurately captured by the camera. At this point, even the fans watching the video felt their heart rates inexplicably rise a bit. After getting past Yarmolenko with the shoulder drop, Chen Chen performed a nutmeg to deceive Lanzini, who was also wearing a sports camera. Chapter 167. Shortly after the match against West Ham ended, Manchester City faced Crystal Palace, perhaps due to the close timing of the EFL Cup and league matches. Or perhaps because there would be a Champions League match in the middle of the week, Manchester City lost this match. In this match, Manchester City fielded their strongest lineup. Ferran Torres continued to be absent due to injury. Foden started as the center forward, with Grealish and Jesus on the flanks. The three midfielders were Chen Chen, Rodri, and De Bruyne. The defense consisted of Cancelo, Laporte, Ruben Dias, and Kyle Walker. In the 5th minute of the match, Laporte made a mistake, allowing Zaha to score from Gallagher's brilliant pass. In the 12th minute, Chen Chen assisted De Bruyne with a fantastic near-post shot, making the score 1-1. In stoppage time of the first half, Laporte received a red card for a foul. The referee was already biased towards Crystal Palace, and now being one man down was disastrous. Shortly after the second half began, Guardiola substituted Stones for De Bruyne to strengthen the defense. Crystal Palace also made some substitutions, bringing on Bentique, a lifelong rival of teacher Jurgen. Chapter 168. The FA's ruling on Guardiola and Manchester City came down because Guardiola did not attend the post-match press conference. On this matter, Manchester City fully supported Guardiola. It's just a fine, right? Fine. Does the City group lack money? Speaking of money, there have been two heated topics in recent days. One is that UEFA has abolished the Financial Fair Play (FFP) regulations, replacing them with Financial Sustainability Regulations (FSR). It is highly likely that UEFA will target a few clubs with this move. Manchester City is reviewed by UEFA every year, but it always ends without consequence, while teams like Juventus face penalties. As a result, whenever UEFA releases related financial news, Juventus fans feel numb, distressed, and helpless. In fact, it's not just Juventus. Inter and AC Milan will also face penalties. At least in Serie A, the Juventus team is not alone. However, unexpectedly, this time the FSR did not include Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, who frequently buy and sell players, but instead targeted Real Madrid and Barcelona. This brings us to the second piece of news. Chapter 169. After dribbling past two players, Chen Chen chose to cut inside and shoot. Bang! Mignolet did his utmost to deflect the ball off the crossbar. The Belgian made a great save. Seeing a good opportunity thwarted by the opponent, Chen Chen shook his head, tugging at his hair. But that is how the game is. You can't score every time you shoot. Chen Chen ran towards the corner flag. With De Bruyne absent, Chen Chen would take most set pieces, including corners. Beep! The Spanish referee, Laos, blew the whistle. After the whistle, the ball soared into the air. In recent matches, Chen Chen has preferred to take corners towards the back post. So, Brugge's defense for this corner was also positioned closer to the back post. However, this time Chen didn't go for the back post, but aimed for the front. Grealish got a touch. A header. Oh dear, what a pity. Jean-Jun's side. On the field, Grealish managed to get a touch, but he misjudged the direction, and the ball went wide of the post. Grealish, who missed a good chance, shook his head and then gave Chen a thumbs up. Brugge's goal kick, and the Blue Moon players quickly retreated. Chapter 170. After winning the MVP award for this match, Chen Chen accepted an official media interview, welcoming everyone with a smile. 1 goal and 2 assists. Who wouldn't he be happy? After the interview, Chen Chen returned to the locker room. Before entering the locker room, he mentioned going out to celebrate after the match. But considering the crucial game against Manchester United coming up, he decided against it. The day after the match between Manchester City and Brugge, the top 5 for this year's Golden Boy Award were announced. Pedri, Bellingham, Musiala, Wirtz, and Gavi. Many fans commented that Chen Chen had secured a starting position in the national team, while Bellingham was still fighting for rotation opportunities. As a result, one was ranked 12th for the Golden Boy Award, while the other made it to the top 5. This is unavoidable, after all. Chen Chen didn't have any records in the top leagues last season. Of course, no one knows who will win the Golden Boy Award this year. But everyone knows for next year, it undoubtedly Chen Chen. There wasn't too much time for the Manchester City players to rest, and soon it was Saturday. This was the earliest match in this round of the Premier League, taking place at 12:30 p.m., which translates to 8:30 p.m. in China. Chapter 171. The away team, Manchester City, set up in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Ederson, left-back Cancelo, with Ruben Dias and Stones as the 2 center-backs, and Kyle Walker as the right-back. The 3 midfielders were Chen Chen, Rodri, and De Bruyne. The forward line featured Grealish partnering Bernardo Silva and Jesus. Except for the center forward not being a traditional striker, Guardiola fielded what could be considered his strongest starting lineup. Now looking at the home team, Carrick set up in a 3-5-2 formation. The goalkeeper was Spanish international De Gea. The 3 center-backs were Maguire and Bailey on the flanks, with Lindelof in the middle. In midfield, Luke Shaw and Wan-Bissaka occupied the 2 flanks, while Fred, McTominay, and Bruno Fernandes made up the other 3. The 2 forwards were Cristiano Ronaldo partnering Greenwood. The main highlight of today's match is whether Cristiano Ronaldo can continue his recent attacking momentum and whether Manchester City's possession-based play can break through Manchester United's dense defense. At this tumultuous moment, I believe Manchester United is eager to stabilize and motivate both players and fans with a derby victory. Chapter 172. This pass had a bit of lead time, and Luke Shaw managed to retrieve it just before the ball went out of bounds. Then, before Kyle Walker could get back into position, Luke Shaw cut inside. He then crossed from a 45-degree angle. This seamless moment left not only the Manchester City fans stunned, but also the Manchester United fans in awe. Goodness, it was previously uncertain, but now it can be confirmed. The reason you guys performed so mediocrely during Solskjaer's tenure was indeed to get rid of him. Inside Manchester City's penalty area, Ronaldo found his position and jumped to contest for the ball. Stones jumped alongside him. In the end, Ronaldo outperformed. The Portuguese player made contact with the ball first, and Ronaldo went for a header. Ronaldo, a header. Oh, what a pity. This header was a bit too straight and was saved by Ederson, resulting in a corner kick. Less than 2 minutes into the match, Manchester United had already completed their first shot opportunity. The combination between Luke Shaw and Ronaldo was almost able to open the scoring for Manchester United. Unfortunately, it was just a little short. However, for Manchester United, even though they didn't score, creating attacking threats is a good thing. If they keep playing like this, the Red Devils' goal will come soon. Chapter 173. The Manchester United fans in the stands were a bit silent. Near the penalty arc, Ronaldo stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the sky, seemingly saying something. Meanwhile, Lindelof was communicating with Maguire about the defensive mistakes just made. On the sidelines, Guardiola jumped up excitedly. After all, scoring 3 goals against other teams is not as satisfying as scoring 1 against their city rivals. Immediately after, Guardiola turned and high-fived his assistants in celebration. Before long, Guardiola, sitting back on the bench, reflected in his mind. The Spaniard swore that signing Chen Chen was the best decision he made this summer. That speed, that dribbling. If it weren't for Chen Chen's slightly poor positioning just now, he might have completed the dribble and shot all by himself. Near the corner flag, after celebrating, the Blue Moon team began to walk back, with Grealish walking the slowest. During the return, the Manchester City winger kept waving his hands up and down, urging the boos and curses from the crowd to get louder. Sure enough, the boos for Manchester United fans grew even louder. Grealish enjoyed this wonderful moment of booing. Grealish, who came from Aston Villa's youth training, had a decent personal performance, but the team's record against Manchester United was indeed poor. Chapter 174. The camera then shifted to the sidelines where Carrick was. Manchester United's head coach, Carrick, raised his hands to wipe his face and then put them back in his pockets. It had rained a bit in Manchester today, and the temperature was quite low. It was indeed cold, so putting his hands back in his pockets was reasonable. However, Carrick soon seemed to think of something, quickly extending his right hand and gesturing on the field. Carrick made a positional adjustment. He instructed Luke Shaw to drop back to left back, Bruno Fernandes to go left, and Ronaldo to push forward, switching to a 4-2-3-1 formation. Carrick realized that the 3-5-2 formation he set up was not suitable for dealing with Manchester City, because if you can't control the ball in midfield, the back line will be finished. After all, Manchester City won't wait for your defenders to return to defend. The match resumed. Manchester City fans were relaxed, and they began to sing loudly at Old Trafford. Of course, their volume was not as loud as the home fans. At this moment of being behind, Old Trafford resonated with the powerful cheering songs from the Red Devils fans. They wanted to use their voices to encourage the team. Under this momentum, the Manchester United players began to sound the horn of attack. In the 12th minute, after receiving a pass from Bruno Fernandes, Ronaldo made a brilliant shot. Chapter 175. After scoring his first goal of the match, Chen Chen ran towards the corner flag with his arms wide open, then slid on his knees in celebration. De Gea, in front of the goal, had already gotten up. The Spanish goalkeeper, hands on hips, looked at the wildly celebrating Chen Chen, then shook his head and sighed. How did that go in? Is there really anyone who can limit him? Seeing that De Gea had no intention of urging the opponent to hurry back to the center circle to kick off, Ronaldo jogged back to the goal to retrieve the ball, then signaled his teammates to move forward. At this moment, the Portuguese's strong mental attributes were on display. Hey, everyone lift your heads up. The game isn't over yet. We still have a chance. David, Victor, it's not your fault. They just did a bit better. Ronaldo encouraged his teammates. I believe we can do it too. Don't overthink it. Everyone get your spirits up. Hearing Ronaldo's words, the Red Devils players on the field all lifted their heads, and the words of the club's legendary forward gave them a great boost. Yes, if they can do it, there's no reason we can't do it. The Manchester United fans in the stands also timely sent applause to encourage the players on the field. The team needed their support. Chapter 176. Jean nodded and continued. Zhang's words are correct. Perhaps today De Bruyne's heavy responsibility is in defense. We also see Chen Chen frequently coming to the center to cooperate with the three forwards, while De Bruyne is more involved with Rodri and the ever-reliable Bernardo Silva. Manchester United's performance has been quite mediocre today, especially in defending against Chen Chen. In these 4 goals, Chen Chen was involved in all of them. 1 goal and 3 assists, achieving an assist hat-trick. Manchester United's defense has been completely non-existent, although the match isn't over yet. The MVP of today's game has already emerged. I believe the viewers in front of the TV and in the live stream have guessed it too. The comments in the live stream instantly filled with countless messages. I bet the MVP will go to Greenwood. Goodness. The previous comment was just looking for trouble. I thought it was a meteor hitting the earth, but turned out Manchester City was just kneading the dough. Who said that even if you give Manchester City 10 more years, they won't surpass Manchester United? The sky in Manchester is blue. Ronaldo's performance was mediocre. He missed several chances that weren't really opportunities, just lacking a bit of luck. As for the others, the poet holds the pen. Chapter 177. Carrick excitedly clenched his fist and shouted out loud. Yes, just like that. The counterattack starts now. After witnessing the entire process of the goal, Chen Chen couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his forehead. Then Chen Chen clapped his hands and shouted to his teammates, "It's okay. Our advantage still exists. Now, we need to focus on defense. Everyone be serious. Come on." De Bruyne rarely speaks up to remind his teammates not to leave too much space. We need to be united in defense. At this moment, Guardiola on the sidelines made his first substitution. Bernardo Silva and Jesus came off, while Mahrez and Ake came on. This suggests a shift to a 4-4-2 formation. Ake filled Stones' position, while Stones moved forward to partner Rodri in a double pivot, relieving Chen Chen and De Bruyne of defensive pressure and activating their offensive capabilities. Carrick responded by substituting Bailey off for the more energetic defender Tells. This could be seen as a strengthening of the defense. What about the offensive side? Carrick believes Ronaldo will step up. After the substitutions, Manchester City quickly earned a corner. This time, De Bruyne took the corner kick. Chen Chen stood in the penalty area. Chapter 178. Manchester City's goal kick opportunity. Guardiola made another substitution. Grealish came off, and Fernandinho came on. The Brazilian defensive midfielder is skilled in defense, and his arrival is meant to do the dirty work in the back line. Fernandinho will work with Rodri and Stones to create defensive space, making Manchester City's formation lean more towards a 4-5-1. However, it's not an exact 4-5-1 because Chen Chen is not part of the defensive arrangement, giving him plenty of space to operate on the left. This 4-5-1 could also be viewed as a 3-5-2, with Cancelo and De Bruyne also having significant space to move. Grealish slowly walked off the field while the fans applauded him. Sancho rushed over to urge him to hurry up, but Grealish didn't listen, and then Sancho pushed him. Grealish seized the opportunity to argue with Sancho. Old Trafford erupted in a cacophony of boos. Carrick on the sidelines quickly instructed his players not to engage in conflict with the opponent. Such conflict is of no help to them. In the end, Oliver handed yellow cards to both Sancho and Grealish to put an end to the conflict. Sancho shouldn't have done that. Jean-Lu chuckled, noting that Grealish was already confirmed to leave the field. Yet Sancho was still on the pitch, and now he had received a yellow card. So he needed to be more careful with his actions. Chapter 179. At Old Trafford, after Chen Chen scored again, the Manchester United fans fell silent once more. Only the Manchester City fans erupted in cheers for the 6th time. The Blue Moon fans had completely let loose. Several fans even tried to climb over the seats to celebrate with the players below. Unfortunately, they couldn't get past the security. Directly opposite Chen Chen, the Manchester City substitutes rushed up to hug him. Surrounded, Chen Chen wore a satisfied smile. After the second half began, the boos and shouts from the Manchester United fans did not stop. Just like the Liverpool fans' continuous "You'll never walk alone," the Red Devils fans loudly sang their support song Glory GMU without a break. Fortunately, now they could finally quiet down. At Old Trafford, as the Manchester United fans fell silent, the Manchester City fans began to sing the team anthem. Blue Moon. On the City bench, Guardiola didn't stand idly by. The Spaniard came over to hug Chen Chen and said earnestly, "Chen, you're doing great. The Rio of the past was not as strong as you." Chapter 180. A goal-scoring battle. Manchester City defeated Manchester United 6-3 at Old Trafford. 2 goals and 3 assists. The Red Devils fans jokingly remarked that Chen Chen was racking up stats against Manchester United, leading the league in assists with 12. Has the assist king for this season already been decided for Chen Chen? Post-match comments, Guardiola said, "Having Chen Chen is my luck and also Manchester City's luck." Ronaldo simply stated, "Chen is strong. He will become a world-class star." No excuses from Carrick. There is a significant gap in strength between the two teams. "We need to work harder." Rewarding himself? The Sun reported that after the match, Chen Chen was the first to leave Old Trafford, heading to a popular nightclub in the Lancashire area with his teammates. After the Manchester Derby, Chen Chen's name flooded social media and platforms. More and more people recognized the terrifying talent of this Manchester City midfielder and England international. There are many of Chen Chen's teammates within Manchester United, such as Luke Shaw, Maguire, and Rashford. Logically, they should be familiar with Chen Chen's playing style and could help Carrick devise corresponding defensive measures against him. Chapter 181. Manchester City is open to selling Palmer. Before Chen Chen arrived, Palmer might have been considered non-transferable, but now, with limited playing time at Manchester City, it would be better to sell him to recoup some funds. Additionally, the most crucial point is that Chen Chen is a year younger than Palmer. In other words, Palmer could retire before Chen Chen does. On November 13th, England hosted Albania. In this match, Chen Chen was on the substitute bench and did not start. Sitting alongside him on the bench were Grealish, Arnold, and Saka. Southgate deployed a relatively fresh formation, 3-4-3. Up front were Kane, Sterling, and Foden. In the midfield, Henderson partnered with Calvin Phillips. The flanks were covered by advancing Chilwell and Reece James. In defense, although Maguire's club performance was average, Southgate still gave him chance. After all, he plays like a different person for the national team. Hopefully, it will be the same this time. In the center was Stones, with Kyle Walker on the right. The goalkeeper was still Pickford, as Ramsdale had limited opportunities to play. Chapter 182. The result of England's match against San Marino was never in doubt, just a matter of a big win versus a small win. Among FIFA's 211 member countries, San Marino ranks 210th. They are in this position because the Cook Islands do not have a ranking. Moreover, in 2022, San Marino went winless for the entire year, dropping to 211 in the new FIFA rankings. Why is that? Because after the Qatar World Cup, the Cook Islands participated in the world ranking. It's important to emphasize that substitutes sometimes exhibit a stronger will and competitive spirit to prove themselves. The substitutes among the England team had this mindset, achieving the largest goal difference in a match for the England national team during the Euro qualifiers. 16-0. 10 players scored their first goals for the national team since joining the Three Lions, creating a new world record while blooming in multiple ways. Just ask if you're impressed. While the England team set a new record, San Marino also created a new record. The match between San Marino and England was their final game of 2021. Chapter 183. Chen Chen's jersey and signed photo were also auctioned off, which, relatively speaking, could be considered not very valuable auction items. But honestly, items from retired ancient legends have significant collectible value, while those from current players do not. So Chen Chen just watched as his jersey and signed photo were auctioned for a staggering $150,000. The jersey originally cost less than $1,000. It sold for $150,000. It's estimated that a large portion of that $150,000 is due to Chen Chen's celebrity effect. Many people bid for Chen Chen. This moving brand, for example, the concessions that Beckham made when signing commercial contracts with Chen Chen were worth more than $150,000. As a businessman, how could little Beckham not want money? So why did he make concessions? ISNT it because he wanted to befriend Chen Chen and seek further cooperation in the business field? So today is the same. The jersey was purchased by an American businessman. In recent years, Americans have been making significant inroads into English football, with Wall Street consortiums buying up numerous teams. Among the Big Six, only Tottenham does not have American capital. The club where Chen Chen plays, Manchester City, has 78 of its shares owned by the Citigroup, which is also the club's operating entity. Chapter 184. After answering a few more questions, Guardiola left the press conference. The topic had already strayed from the transfer bids for Chen Chen. No one cared about the upcoming match between Manchester City and Everton the next day. Everyone was discussing Chen Chen. It was as if Manchester City could not keep Chen Chen. Of course, facing bids from Barcelona and Real Madrid. It really was somewhat risky for Manchester City to keep Chen Chen. After Zidane's departure, the successor is Ancelotti. Real Madrid has recently achieved a 6-match unbeaten streak. But Ancelotti is not satisfied. The team seems to lack control and organization in midfield. Therefore, the Italian is preparing to bring in a plug-and-play midfielder during the winter window or next summer. In this context, Ancelotti has set his sights on Chen Chen. Unlike Barcelona, which has been leveraging money, Real Madrid's financial situation is quite good. Although the Bernabeu is under renovation, they can still come up with 100 or 200 million. Thus, Marca and AS have conducted in-depth analyses, creating a strong sense that Chen Chen will join Real Madrid tomorrow. In this era of traffic, public opinion is dominant. On social media, Chen Chen's name is indeed associated with Real Madrid. Chapter 185. Just as Guardiola finished his interview, Benitez arrived at the pre-match press conference. Benitez appeared very relaxed. In the last match against Tottenham Hotspur, our performance was quite good, although the team only earned 1 point from the game perspective. We were the team closest to 3 points. Regarding Tottenham's pursuit of Richarlison, he's our non-sale item. Delph is a former player from Manchester City. He is a City legend, but now he will only fight for Everton's honor. Chen Chen, I admire him. He will be an outstanding superstar. But right now, he is not. We have already found a way to limit Chen Chen. We will take the victory at the Etihad. As soon as this was said, fans and passers-by on social media all laughed. Tottenham is currently the only roadside stray dog among the big 6, far from the European competition zone. And Benitez is still boasting? Moreover, it is worth noting that from September 1st to now, in 9 matches, Everton has only won 2. 1 against Burnley and 1 against Norwich. Wow, they can't beat the teams ahead of them, but can handle those behind them. Chapter 186. In the press room at the Etihad, Guardiola returned 3 days later. Due to the loss to Paris Saint-Germain in the last match, Guardiola appeared very low-key and approachable today. Our goal? Of course, it's 3 points. I don't want to face those strong group leaders as the second in the group. Of course, only the better performing side can take 3 points from the Etihad, whether it's us or Paris. The upcoming December Devil Week? Yes, it's a painful matter. In Spain and Italy, players and teams have rest periods, what fans call the winter break. But in England? No, nothing at all. We only have enough rest time during Christmas. Other times, we have to brave the wind and snow to play away games. Messi is one of the few genius players in football. I am honored to have coached him. As for now, I believe Chen Chen will give a satisfactory answer. Chen Chen's strength is not inferior to Messi's. In this match, Chen Chen will show you what a new era super genius is. Guardiola gave Chen Chen a high evaluation. Although Chen Chen does not yet have many outstanding personal honors, he believes Chen Chen will be just fine. Chapter 187. Good evening to all the viewers in front of the TV and live broadcast. Welcome to watch the 5th round of Group A of the 2021-22 UEFA Champions League at 4 a.m. on Thursday. The 2 teams facing off are the home team Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain. I am today's commentator, Jurgen. Jean-Lu has other work arrangements, so I will be the only one to commentate for you today. Now, let us review the previous events. In last season's Champions League semi-finals, Guardiola's Manchester City defeated Paris 4-1 and strongly advanced to the Champions League final. In the end, Manchester City regrettably lost to Chelsea. In this season's first group match, Paris completed their revenge, defeating Manchester City 2-0 at the Parc des Princes. However, after 4 rounds, Manchester City is in first place, while Paris is second. This match is crucial for both teams' advancement, and I believe both sides will take it seriously. Alright, without further ado, let me introduce the starting lineups of both teams. Today, Pochettino's lineup is 4-3-3. Chapter 188. Dressed in black and red jerseys are Paris Saint-Germain, who are visiting the Etihad today, and they will attack from the right side of the screen to the left. Today, Sterling dribbles into the penalty area, back pass. Chen Chen follows up, using his body to hold off Paredes, gaining possession of the ball. Turn around, swinging his arms. A powerful shot. The ball is in. In the studio, Jean-June shouted excitedly. The match has just started. Less than 14 seconds in, Manchester City created an excellent shooting opportunity through a breakthrough on the left. Chen Chen did not waste this rare shooting chance. It was simply too beautiful. Navas in front of the goal couldn't react at all. The Etihad Stadium instantly erupted. Chen Chen, who opened the scoring for the team, filled his evasion meter, dodging his teammates' hugs and running all the way to the corner flag, where he jumped onto the advertising board and raised his arms in celebration. Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction and continued to comment that the record for the fastest goal in Manchester City's Champions League history was set by Stones in 2017 at 95 seconds. Today, Chen Chen improved this record to 14 seconds. Moreover, the fastest goal in Champions League history is held by Dutch star Makai, with a record of 102 seconds, making Chen Chen's 14-second goal the second fastest in Champions League history. Chapter 189. After the kickoff, Paris attacked with the ball. In the 5th minute of the match, Game moved forward with a long pass to Messi. Messi deftly dribbled and spun, evading the approaching Chen Chen. The Argentine then nudged the ball to the center and ran forward, looking to set up a wall pass. And Chen Chen was that wall in Messi's eyes. Wait, is there even a wall roll in football? Receiving Messi's pass, Paredes didn't let the ball linger at his feet for too long. He chose to collaborate with Messi for the wall pass. However, their idea was seen through by Chen Chen, who stepped out with his right foot and blocked the ball with his thigh. But because he intercepted the ball with his thigh, it bounced a few meters away instead of stopping at his feet. Chen Chen quickly rushed in to contest the ball again with Paredes, but unexpectedly, Mbappe appeared out of nowhere, taking the ball away. Just before Rodri could close in, Mbappe set himself up and fired a long-range shot. His speed and power were impressive, making the shot of high quality, with the ball speeding straight towards Ederson's face. Chapter 190. As one of the top players in today's football world, Messi's technical skills are undoubtedly top-notch. Although Chen Chen is also elite, his individual skills are not as refined as Messi's. Chen Chen often uses shoulder drops and feints, but the master of this technique is undoubtedly Messi. Messi's head began to sway as his head and shoulders coordinated with his footwork. Sensing the right moment, Messi took a step to the left and executed an incredibly magical body twist, turning and sprinting down the right wing. Chen Chen judged the direction correctly, but Messi's acceleration was simply too fast. Moreover, Chen Chen needed to turn and sprint to catch up, while Messi only needed to carry the ball forward. So although Chen Chen kept up with the rhythm, there was still a half-body length gap between him and Messi. Cancelo, realizing the situation, quickly moved up to assist Chen Chen in a double-team interception. Before Cancelo and Chen Chen could close in, Messi delivered a cross into the penalty area. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air. Everyone's eyes focused on the penalty area. The ball was sent to the back post. Chapter 191. In the 19th minute of the match, Chen Chen's excellent long-range shot was saved by Navas, giving Manchester City a corner kick opportunity. Unfortunately, Ruben Dias headed the ball too straight, and it went right into Navas's hands. In the 22nd minute, Paredes brought down Bernardo Silva in a defensive maneuver, and referee Ursado promptly issued a yellow card. Manchester City earned a set piece near the top of the penalty arc. Chen Chen stepped up to take it. Currently, the set pieces for Manchester City are decided collaboratively between Chen Chen and De Bruyne, with Guardiola giving them significant autonomy. Today, with De Bruyne not on the field, the responsibility of taking the free kick naturally fell to Chen Chen. Of course, even if De Bruyne were on the field, it would mostly be Chen Chen taking the kick. After all, Chen Chen's accuracy is slightly better, and he poses a greater threat to the opponent's goal than De Bruyne. The Costa Rican quickly directed his teammates to pay attention to the wall defense. Although it was Navas's first encounter with Chen Chen, the old saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. Chen Chen's free kick technique has been praised by Beckham himself, who stated that Chen Chen's ability is unmatched. Chapter 192. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Messi began to actively move towards the center. Compared to the right wing, he preferred to play a free roll in the front, just like Chen Chen. Soon, the ball came to the Argentine's feet. Before Silva and Sterling could converge on him, Messi dribbled past the ball, avoiding the first wave of entanglement, and immediately took a shot. Bang! A powerful long pass flew straight towards the right wing. After Messi moved to the center, Herrera and Akraf gained more attacking space. And this time, it was Akraf making a run down the sideline. Marcelo's stop was artistic and visually appealing, but many professional players in the top 5 leagues could do similar moves. For instance, right now, Akraf seized the moment, extended his right leg, and slightly eased the force backward and downward, successfully bringing Messi's long pass to a stop right by his feet. It didn't have Marcelo's dominating flair, but the control Akrif displayed still pierced through the broadcast lens, providing a great visual impact and an impressive feeling for the fans watching the match. Chapter 193. Marquinhos waited for the ball to come over for a long time, but saw no header, so he jogged back to his own defense. This also indicated that Paris's attack this time had come to an end. Soon, the time reached the 25th minute. Chen Chen moved to the center to receive the ball. Paredes and Herrera were closing in on him. Seeing this, Chen Chen turned and bypassed the overlapping Gundogan on the right, directly passing the ball to Mahrez in front on the right. Gay was marking Gundogan, while Nuno Mendes was watching Mahrez after receiving the ball. This was truly a 1v1 showdown between men. Mahrez noticed the space behind Gay and decisively passed the ball to Bernardo Silva. Although Silva struggles to fulfill the role of the center forward, occasionally making runs into position still puts enough pressure on the defense. He doesn't need to be overly impressive. With seamless moves to escape pressure and shoot, he just needs to attract the opponent's attention and create opportunities for his teammates. Just like now, after attracting the attention of Kimpembe and the retreating Paredes, Silva let the ball slip through his legs. The ball rolled to the back post. Sterling followed up with a tight-angle shot. Chen Chen passed to Mahrez. Chapter 194. The ball went in from Messi's shot. 32. The Argentine star helped the team pull one back. Chen Chen scored again over there, and Messi followed up with a goal here. It can truly be said that it's your turn to sing after I finish. In the Migu studio, Jurgen exclaimed. Although large scorelines are common in matches, today is not just about that. Today, it's a direct showdown between the top two active players in football and the best player of the new generation. Looking at the goals, assists, and playmaking, all 5 goals are related to Messi and Chen Chen. Both sides have their stars shining. Inside the Etihad Stadium, the traveling Paris fans were ecstatic, as Messi's brilliant performance gave them hope for a comeback. For neutral fans, this match is truly exciting. The game quickly resumed, and the fans were increasingly looking forward to the next developments. On the field, Messi did not show much joy after scoring, as the team was still a goal down. The Argentine began directing Gay to drop back into a defensive midfield position, as Gay needed to help Paredes secure that area. This was Messi's own intention, and also that of Pochettino. Chapter 195. This was a ball with an outward curving deviation. It can't be blamed on Navas. Frustration and helplessness were the true reflections of the Paris players at this moment. The hope they had so painstakingly regained was suddenly shattered by a powerful strike from their opponent. Chen Chen, who scored again, happily ran to the corner flag area and then extended 3 fingers to the Blue Moon fans. This represents the 3 goals he scored in this match. The media said the front line's scoring efficiency was concerning. Then let me handle it. On the other side, some were joyful while others were worried. The camera glided past the despondent Paris players on the field, each with a serious and solemn expression. Not far away, Messi was stroking his chin, watching the celebrating Blue Moon players, clearly feeling discontented. But what could he do? De Bruyne wasn't even on the field, and Chen Chen was truly leading the team alone. The previous 0-2 loss did not reflect the true strength of the Blue Moon. Like the Paris players, the traveling Paris fans at the Etihad were also very frustrated. Given the momentum, it was highly likely that the team would lose. Right now, the happiest people at the Etihad were undoubtedly the Manchester City fans and Chen Chen's admirers. Chapter 196. In today's match, there were quite a few Portuguese players on both sides. On the Paris side, there were Gay and Pereira, while on Manchester City's side, there were Bernardo Silva, Ruben Dias, and Cancelo. Additionally, Marquinhos could be considered half Portuguese, as he is of mixed Brazilian and Portuguese descent. However, it should be noted that Marquinhos grew up in Brazil and came through the Corinthians Youth Academy. There would be no issues representing the Brazilian national team. If Marquinhos could play for Portugal, then the Portuguese defense would step up a notch. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. However, the Portuguese national team is currently quite talented, and the absence of Marquinhos is not something to lament. Soon, the match reached the 59th minute. Manchester City had a corner kick opportunity. After nearly 15 minutes into the second half, Paris's attacking front had not produced good results. Neymar had at least shown a flash of brilliance, while Mbappe had been almost non-existent. With a lackluster attack, the pressure on Paris's defense increased. After all, if they conceded a goal, the opponent would surely attempt a quick counterattack, and the 2 fullbacks could not return quickly enough. This corner kick was a result of Manchester City's quick counter. Chapter 197. Chen warmly shook hands and embraced Guardiola, then high-fived everyone on the bench. He waved to the fans behind the bench, and then received a blanket and coat from the team staff. Now, it was time for a wonderful viewing experience. Pochettino also made substitution adjustments. Di Maria and Icardi came on. Angel Di Maria can play many positions, including right winger, right midfielder, and attacking midfielder. He was now positioned on the right, bolstering the right side attack. As for Icardi, he was substituted in because Mbappe's performance had been quite ordinary. A center forward does not necessarily need to be tall, but he needs to hold his position. Since Mbappe couldn't hold his position, it was better for him to rest early. The Argentine forward Icardi has recently been in the spotlight due to the gossip news between him and Wanda, which many fans are aware of. Poor Tom has been played like a puppet. It's true that good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels far. After the substitutions, Paris's formation shifted to an inverted 4-3-3. 4 forwards with no defense, all attacking points. Paris's attack was fierce, but it was clear they underestimated Manchester City's defensive strength. Chapter 198, after leaving the stadium and getting into the car to go home, Chen Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Task completed. Task rewards have been fully distributed. Please check. Chen Chen immediately opened the system interface. Should the 5 attribute points be added now? Please choose the allocation option. Stamina? Confrontation? Defensive interception awareness? Chen Chen thought for a moment. Confrontation was already at 91 points, so it didn't need to be increased. Would adding more make him run forever? He mainly needed to choose between stamina and defense. Today, Messi had a few stunning dribbles, 2 of which were direct breakthroughs against Chen Chen. Although Chen Chen's reactions were quite good, and his speed in tracking back was not slow, to be honest, he was compensating for his poor defensive awareness with his own speed. An interception awareness of 82 points is sufficient in general matches, but it may not be enough against players like Messi and Ronaldo. Moreover, as they progress into the Champions League knockout stage, the opponents will not be weak, making defense very important. It can be said that whoever defends better is closer to victory. Additionally, modern football requires increasingly high standards from players. Chapter 199, Chen Chen pondered for a moment. This phrase seems familiar, doesn't it? Then Chen Chen shook his head. He didn't think too much about it. As the most important thing now was the lottery. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Chen opened the system interface and began the draw. Ding! Random treasure chest, drawing in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple gold treasure chest. Drawn attribute. Messi's continuous change of direction skill. System note. Although Argentine star Lionel Messi is known as the king of strolling, in fact, he can instantly accelerate after receiving the ball, continuously change direction to evade defenders, and ultimately complete a shot, defeating the opponent and lucky enough to obtain the opponent's attribute module. Killing. Is there also a need to strike at the heart? Dribbling. 92 to 97. Overall rating. 94 to 95. Finally 95. Chen Chen sat up on the sofa and swung his fists fiercely at the air. It was a pity that he didn't draw the legendary purple gold treasure chest with a 1, compared to the continuous change of direction technique. Chen Chen preferred to draw the pendulum dribble of De Luo. However, given the data-driven familiarity, getting a Messi attribute module would be decent enough. One should be content. What more could one ask for? It should be noted that Chen Chen could perform splendid continuous change of direction moves during the match. But he wasn't as natural as Messi. Chapter 200. Previously, Manchester City had played an English League Cup match against West Ham United at the London Stadium. The final result was Manchester City advanced. Therefore, in this round at the Etihad, West Ham United came with a mindset of vengeance. It's no wonder Moyes was so aggressive in the pre-match press conference. At 4 p.m., at the Etihad Stadium, Moyes fielded a full-strength lineup. The recent good momentum indeed filled Moyes with endless fantasies. The Scottish old man had once led Manchester United to win the Community Shield, but he had never won the league. So Moyes was genuinely eager for the honor of being the Premier League champion. He wasn't joking in the press conference. In the players' tunnel, the starting players were lined up on both sides. Moyes walked out of the players' tunnel right behind Guardiola, before stepping into their respective benches. Moyes and Guardiola exchanged friendly handshakes. The Scottish old man was smiling the whole time, chatting warmly with Guardiola. Why? Because Chen Chen wasn't starting. He was happy. If Chen Chen were on the field, the difficulty of winning this match would be extremely high, to the point where Moyes himself wouldn't have the confidence to win. Fortunately, Chen Chen was sitting on the bench, and the Hammers still had a chance. Chapter 201. After that, neither team made any breakthroughs, and the final score was fixed at 4-1. Moyes came to the Etihad with great momentum, stating that he must win. Well, they did win, but the victors were Manchester City. To be serious, judging from the league standings and recent form, West Ham United could hold their own against teams like Liverpool and Chelsea. Unfortunately, they encountered a Manchester City in better form. After the match between Manchester City and West Ham United, the current round of the league welcomed a focal battle: Chelsea versus Manchester United. Rangnick had coached 2 matches, losing 4-0 to Watford and defeating Villarreal. Moreover, in the match against the Yellow Submarine, had it not been for the opponent giving opportunities, it's uncertain whether Manchester United could have even taken a point. This led many Red Devils fans to start reminiscing about Solskjaer after the match against Villarreal. However, it should be noted that they weren't genuinely nostalgic for Solskjaer. It was just a momentary comfort after losing. After all, they were the ones who had called for his dismissal. And they were also the ones who called for Solskjaer to return. In the match against Chelsea, the German coach was tougher than Carrick, opting to have Ronaldo and Greenwood sit on the bench as backups. Chapter 202. The media reporters offstage were astonished. There had been countless news headlines linking Haaland with Manchester City. Could it really be that they wouldn't buy him? Guardiola seriously answered the media's concerns about transfers, stating, "I don't think we will sign any players before January. We will finish the season with our current squad." To this, the reporters could only say that Guardiola's words were deceitful. Over there, Begiristain, Manchester City's sporting director, had made it clear that there would definitely be actions in the winter window, while this big-eyed Spaniard was still hiding the truth. Subsequently, a reporter stood up to ask Guardiola about the discrepancy between Begiristain and his statements. Guardiola responded, "I don't know what Begiristain promised you, but in fact, since I returned from Abu Dhabi, I've sat down to discuss with Begiristain and everyone else, and no names have appeared on the negotiation table." Doesn't this passage read awkwardly? Well, that's Guardiola's original words. At this time, Guardiola truly didn't know who would eventually come to Manchester City. He had to prepare to play the entire season with the current squad. Chapter 203. On December 4th, the 14th round of the Premier League. In less than 3 days, Manchester City faced another away league match. This time, they would travel to Vicarage Road to challenge Watford. The Premier League Hornets had a fairly average recent record, winning only 2 of their last 10 matches. One was an away comeback against Everton, and the other was a strong home victory over Manchester United. Although Red Devils fans were reluctant to admit it, the fact was that the currently high-flying Manchester United was indeed of mid-level quality in the Premier League. Interestingly, among the top 3 teams from the Championship last season that were promoted to the Premier League, only Brentford had performed decently. They were currently ranked 13th in the league. At the end of the year, on December 29th, in the 20th round, Chen Chen would visit his old club, returning to Brentford Community Stadium. The match between Watford and Manchester City attracted a large number of Hornets fans. With so many people hoping to watch the game, ticket prices naturally skyrocketed, and today was no exception. Sky Sports conducted some interviews outside Vicarage Road, and at least half of the fans interviewed complained about the scarcity of scattered tickets and the sudden rise in prices from scalpers. Vicarage Road is a small stadium with inexpensive tickets, but today, due to Manchester City's visit, the originally 30 tickets with good views were being sold by scalpers for 90. Chapter 204. The Best Club Award was proposed at the UEFA meeting earlier this year, which means Chelsea is very likely to become the first team to receive this honor. Along with the Best Club Award, the Gerd Müller Award was also established, which is the award for Best Forward of the Year. On December 5th, Sunday, in Paris, under the Eiffel Tower, countless celebrities gathered. As a landmark of France, the Eiffel Tower has a very high appearance rate. It is also featured in the background of the opening ceremony of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Alongside the tower is the Notre Dame de Paris, which unfortunately has been burned and not yet restored, meaning that the players attending the ceremony in Paris would not be able to see the beauty of Notre Dame. Starting at 7 p.m., the star players began to enter one after another. This time converted to Chinese time, it was 2 a.m. For Chinese fans, starting at midnight meant it would at least go on until 5 a.m. Although watching the award live from bed was comfortable, it would soon be time for work or school, so not many chose to stay up late. Among those who did stay up, some came specifically for Chen Chen, with the main focus being whether the Copa Award would belong to him and Chen Chen's final Ballon d'Or ranking. Chapter 205. Drogba smiled and embraced Chen Chen. Then this Ivorian legend congratulated him. "Chen, you did great. I look forward to more surprises from you next year." Chen Chen quickly replied, "Thank you for the compliment. I will keep working hard." Chen Chen then received the trophy from Drogba and approached the microphone to give his acceptance speech. "First, I want to thank everyone who has supported me along the way. Mr. Frank is a great coach. He brought me to the Brentford first team and gave me my chance to play. Then there's Mr. Pep Guardiola. He gave me the opportunity to play for Manchester City, and I knew I couldn't refuse. And Mr. Gareth Southgate. Playing for the England national team is a rare opportunity, and I'm grateful he took me to Wembley. I sincerely thank them, as well as everyone else who has helped me. Because of them, I have achieved what I have today." In front of the television, Frank, watching the Ballon d'Or ceremony, nodded with a smile. The little rascal isn't bad. At least he hasn't forgotten his roots. Then the Dane felt a pang of worry and downed his drink. Chapter 206. After the award ceremony, there was a party for attendees to eat and drink. However, few people paid attention to the food and drinks. Almost everyone came to expand their networks and social circles. Although Chen Chen only ranked 9th in the Ballon d'Or, thanks to his explosive stats since the new season and the boost from the Copa Trophy, he became the second highlight of the evening. The first highlight was, of course, Ballon d'Or winner Messi. As for Lewandowski, no one would remember the second place in the Ballon d'Or. This can apply to many industries and individuals. As the party was nearing its end, Chen Chen was no longer surrounded by celebrities, but by a group of alluring beauties in low-cut outfits. There were all kinds, black, yellow, and white. If time allowed, Chen Chen wouldn't mind engaging in a game of 4-player Ludo. However, considering the upcoming final round of the Champions League group stage, he decided not to linger and left decisively to return to the hotel for a good rest. Just as Chen Chen was preparing to rest and recharge, social media exploded. Messi made history. Lewandowski received a consolation prize, and Ronaldo was only 6th, achieving 9th place right after being promoted to the top league. Is Chen Chen set for the Ballon d'Or next year? Chapter 207, December 7th, 6 p.m., Red Bull Arena, Leipzig. I have to say, the football atmosphere in Germany is indeed great. Logically, midweek Champions League matches in the chilly evening weather would mean plenty of tickets available. But this is Germany. After a few beers, German fans dare to sing and dance shirtless for 90 minutes. As a result, all tickets for this match were sold out, and the nearly 45,000 seat Leipzig home stadium was completely packed. Given the team's recent league struggles, Leipzig fans were eager for their team to defeat Manchester City at home. They hoped the team could secure a spot in the Europa League while shaking off their recent slump. In the Red Bull Arena, while the Manchester City players warmed up on the pitch, the Leipzig fans in the stands were already singing and dancing. Although it couldn't match the atmosphere of Westfalenstadion, it was still impressive. This was Chen Chen's first match after winning the Copa Trophy in the Champions League, and if this match had been held at the Etihad, the City Group would have held a grand award presentation for Chen Chen. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Of course, Soriano had promised Chen Chen that after returning to their home ground, there would be a celebration ceremony for Chen Chen before the match against Wolves at the Etihad. Chapter 208 Beep. With a whistle from young Swiss referee Sandro Scherer, the match officially began. It should be noted that the formal successor to the Leipzig coaching position has been confirmed as the Italian Tedesco, who previously coached Schalke 04. Tedesco is very young, only 36 years old. Interestingly, Tedesco and Nagelsmann were classmates in the coaching qualification exam class. In the final coaching qualification exam, he was first and Nagelsmann was second. If the second-place Nagelsmann is this strong, then the first must be incredible, right? Unfortunately, throughout history, there have been many examples proving that the top scorer doesn't necessarily do better than those behind him, and Tedesco couldn't escape this fate. After just 8 months of coaching, Tedesco was dismissed from RB Leipzig. Of course, that was too far in the past. Let's return to today's match. The German Bearloser was only Leipzig's interim coach, and wouldn't be confirmed in the position. Additionally, to some extent, a team's offensive and defensive intentions on the pitch are actually an extension of the coach's tactical intentions. For various reasons, the team that needed goals the most, Leipzig, did not start with high pressing to find vulnerabilities, but instead set up in a 5-4-1 defensive formation. Chapter 209. Chen Chen. Sweep it in. The ball passed Angelino. It was passed to Mahrez on the wing. Back pass. Mahrez made a return pass. Chen Chen. Shot without stopping. It's in. At the top of the penalty area, Chen Chen took a long shot. Although it was a bit far, The power he generated was tremendous. In less than 15 minutes, he scored twice. Chen Chen was on fire, wreaking havoc. In the studio, Jurgen was excited, but also a bit surprised. Wait, did he shoot right away? At the moment Chen Chen took the shot, he was still wondering if it was too rushed. Shouldn't he adjust first? But the final result proved that Chen Chen is Chen Chen. He has absolute confidence and strength. The Red Bull Arena echoed with cheers from Manchester City fans once again. A quick 20 had them in a frenzy. In front of the goal, Galaxy could only stand there with his hands on his hips, stunned. He couldn't believe Chen Chen dared to shoot directly. But he did, and it went in. Is he human? No, he is not. After scoring his second goal, Chen Chen rushed towards the corner flag, then stopped, spreading his arms and closing his eyes, listening carefully to the cheers resounding throughout the Red Bull Arena. Chapter 210. Leipzig currently occupies a position in the Bundesliga that is neither here nor there. It's difficult to compete for the top four or European competitions, but it's also impossible to drop to the second division. Therefore, if Leipzig wants to contend for the championship, they can only aim for the Europa League. This is also one of the reasons why the Red Bull Arena is packed today. As the 12th man for the team, they hope to bring strength to the team, to defeat or draw with Manchester City, then advance to the Europa League and fight for that damned Europa League trophy. But right now, alas, in the second half, the team switched sides and Manchester City made the first substitution. Foden was replaced by Jesus, who took on the center-forward role, while Grealish returned to the left flank. Leipzig also made changes, with the underwhelming center-back Klostermann and midfielder Lamenting coming off. Defender Simikin and forward Brobby came on. They replaced a midfielder with a forward, indicating a desire to strengthen their attack. In the 50th minute, Leipzig created their best chance of the match. After getting past stake, Bernardo Silva chose to shoot for the far corner. Goalkeeper Stefan quickly dove to make save. Stefan stretched out his leg, but still couldn't touch the ball. In his regretful and helpless gaze, the imagined goal didn't happen as the ball grazed the post and rolled out. Time was running out for Leipzig. After the game resumed, Leipzig aimed to take advantage of Manchester City's players' momentary joy from the goal to sneak in a goal and restore their dignity. Unfortunately, they had no chances whatsoever. The double pivot of Gundogan and Fernandinho completely shut down any Leipzig attacks. Instead, the Blue Moon intensified their offensive efforts again. In the 65th minute, Gundogan leapt to intercept an opponent's attempted long ball. After securing the ball, he quickly passed it to Mahrez on the right flank. Mahrez, wearing his limited edition winter gloves, executed a beautiful 1-2 to easily get past the retreating defender Campbell. Then, Mahrez noticed Chen Chen in the middle, signaling for the ball. Instead of carrying the ball forward, Mahrez turned and quickly passed it into the center. Bang! Mahrez's pass was a bit too strong, giving too much lead time. Compared to Chen Chen, the retreating Nkunku was closer to the ball. Nkunku was very active today, but with prolonged periods without contact with the ball, even the most active positioning was useless. The flow of the match was exactly as we anticipated before the game. Everything was perfect. Then Guardiola talked about his outlook on winning the Champions League in the winter transfer window. Finishing first in the group is not our limit. The team's goal is to win the Champions League. I hope that by next May, I can still say this. As for the winter transfer market, I can't tell you. Let's wait and see what happens in the future. People's joys and sorrows do not connect. While Guardiola spoke confidently, Bayer Leverkusen's coach answered a few simple questions before leaving. If it weren't for the punishment for not attending the press conference, the German probably wouldn't have shown up. After all, it was too embarrassing. In the first leg, Leipzig managed to score even with one less player. Today, they were utterly humiliated. What's more, the German media and Leipzig fans were furious that, due to the warnings from the red card foul in the first leg and to protect themselves, after Chen Chen was substituted, Leipzig had nearly 30 minutes to attempt an offensive score. And what happened? They completely gave up. After defeating Wolves, the Manchester City players had a day off. Grealish and Kyle Walker suggested playing golf, but Chen Chen declined as he didn't know how to play. Instead, he went to watch the IM Winter Masters. Brazilian Neymar was a loyal fan of CS. Go. And so was Chen Chen. Unfortunately, his system was a football system, not a gaming system. Otherwise, he could have easily won the major championship right away. And what would happen to Donk then? Oh wait, Donk hadn't debuted in 2021, so that was irrelevant. If he really had a gaming system, Chen Chen estimated he might not necessarily win against Donk, but defeating Dank Wunning should be no problem. Chen Chen's appearance at the event surprised many, as everyone wants to know about the hobbies of celebrities. It was a thrilling sense of voyeurism. Many people surrounded him for autographs and photos, but with the security personnel maintaining order, everyone behaved relatively well. After quickly signing a few autographs and taking some pictures, Chen Chen sat down in the VIP area. He was accompanied by Rodri, the Spanish midfielder who supported Heroic. It was not yet the end of the league rounds, and the relegation team's resistance was not that strong. Manchester City had to seize the opportunity, and indeed, it proved that Manchester City did seize it. By halftime, the Blue Moon was already leading 3-0. Leeds United resisted for the first 20 minutes, but after realizing they couldn't hold on, they quietly laid down and endured. However, they didn't expect that Manchester City had no intention of showing mercy. In less than 15 minutes into the second half, the Blue Moon scored 3 more goals. The score reached 6-0. Unable to bear the humiliation, Leeds United attempted to resist again. Well, it was still useless. Ultimately, after a long-range shot from Chen Chen, Leeds United suffered a total defeat of 7-0. Manchester City's 7-goal victory made them the only team in this round to score more than 5 goals. All others were less. It's no wonder many fans and bystanders rushed to comment on Manchester City's social media, expressing their gratitude as lifelong fans. After the match against Leeds United, Manchester City would face Newcastle United away from home. However, that would be in 5 days. Therefore, after delivering a 7-goal feast to Leeds United, Guardiola generously granted the Blue Moon players 2 days off. Soon, Sunday arrived. Today, Manchester City would challenge the Magpies at St. James Park. The match was scheduled for 2 p.m. London time, which was 10 p.m. in China. For East Asian fans, this was a very comfortable time to watch a match. This might also be why the Premier League has gradually increased its income compared to La Liga and Serie A in recent years. After all, to make money and boost viewership, the English FA is willing to schedule matches in the middle of the day. Today, a rare sunny day graced St. James Park, and the temperature rose a bit compared to the previous days, reaching 7 degrees. The main issue with playing an early match in the afternoon is that one side of the field inevitably has to play against the sunlight. Unfortunately, Newcastle United had the misfortune of having to play towards the sun. On the field, while the fans were still taking their seats, both teams were warming up. Newcastle United's recent performance has been poor. Former coach Bruce had not secured a single victory in the new season. In the first 9 rounds, Bruce managed only 3 draws. It is said that Leeds United and Watford will struggle to hold their ground in the new season, but Newcastle United is even more dismissive. Chapter 216. Manchester City gets a dream start. The nightmare for Newcastle United has just begun. In the 9th minute, De Bruyne launched a long ball over the top from the right side, which reached the heads of the opposing center-backs Clark and Lascelles. The two jumped up to contest it, but unexpectedly, they didn't get a touch on the ball, which was intercepted by Ruben Dias, who had made a forward run. Ruben Dias passed it to Grealish behind him, who unleashed a powerful shot. Dubravka was completely unable to react. 20. Both Lascelles and Clark are not short. Logically, they shouldn't need to win every header, but at least pose some threat, right? Just like Van Dijk and Ruben do when defending. But what is the result? In the last 10 matches, the duo's success rate in aerial duels ranks second to last in the entire Premier League. The last place belongs to Leeds United, who just lost 7-0 to Manchester City in the last round. However, Leeds United's attack is indeed strong, with the combination of Rafinha and Harrison scoring many goals for other teams. Yes, this Rafinha is the one who will join Barcelona in the future. It's no wonder Newcastle quickly finalized deals for Dan Burn and Trippier. Dan Burn stands at 198 centimeters, so don't say anything about 188 centimeters Lascelles. He is even taller than 193 centimeters Van Dijk. Chapter 217. It is said that December is a devilish schedule, but this is not reflected in Tottenham. Since defeating Leeds United in mid-November, Tottenham has achieved a good record of 3 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten in 4 matches. The draw was in the last round against Liverpool at home. After the match, Captain Kane stated in a media interview that the counterattack starts now, and Tottenham's goal is to finish in the top 4. In the pre-match press conference for Tottenham versus Manchester City, Conte expressed the same sentiment. In response to reporters' questions, he said, "We hope the team can continue to work hard, and we will unite as one. I hope we can maintain the same state we had against Liverpool in that match when facing Manchester City. In previous years, I faced Jose, and he gave me a very unique feeling. I always felt I learned something different from him. Yes, although this is at our home ground. We must have the mentality of challenging away. I know we lost to Manchester City in the first round of the league when Nuno was the coach, and it was a terrible journey. I believe it won't be like that now. We will defeat Manchester City at home, step by step to the final. Chapter 218, soon. The two's quiet murmurs ended, and referee Chris Kavanagh checked the communication equipment and starting lineup before leading the way out of the pitch. In the Migu Sports live broadcast room, Chen Chen and Zhang Lu were preparing for their familiar opening remarks. Welcome everyone to join us in the Migu Sports live broadcast room this Thursday morning to watch this key battle in the EFL Cup quarterfinals. Tottenham versus Manchester City. I am today's commentator Chen Chen paused, waiting for Zhang Lu to introduce himself. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Lu. After Zhang Lu introduced himself, Chen Chen continued with the process. Today is December 23rd in Huaxia time, and there are only 2 days left until Christmas. Here, I would like to extend holiday greetings to the vast audience in the live room. Merry Christmas to everyone. As the Champions League enters its break, the cup competitions in various leagues have filled the gap of no matches to watch this week. However, this is not easy for the players. Oh, a classic response from Zhang Lu. Taking Manchester City as an example, after playing against Tottenham, they will face Leicester City at the Etihad Stadium at noon on the 26th, which is the day after Christmas. Chapter 219. While Manchester City aims to proceed steadily step by step, Tottenham disagrees. Although Tottenham is also one of the big six, it is sadly unfortunate that they have not won any significant titles recently. While the other 5 clubs can boast league and Champions League titles, Tottenham can only awkwardly present the Audi Cup. Therefore, in today's match, Tottenham is coming with a must-win mentality. Otherwise, they wouldn't field all their main players. One can only say that the EFL Cup, which Manchester City and Liverpool don't want, is something Tottenham desperately desires. Today, Kane appeared on the left side, but in terms of actual positioning, he would play in a dual striker combination with Bergwijn. Reguilon and Lucas Moura were charging down the flanks. After the starting lineup was announced, various media and commentators made their predictions for the match, and unsurprisingly, they overwhelmingly favored Tottenham to win. From the course of the match, after Tottenham regained possession, this indeed seemed to be the case. The away team Manchester City only controlled the ball for a few minutes at the beginning, and thereafter, it was all about half-field drills. Although Chen Chen is strong, he cannot carry the team alone. Chapter 220. Alright, let us look at the set-piece attack. Jurgen and Lucas Moura moved inside, and Doherty took the free kick. The Irish defender lofted the ball into the penalty area. In Manchester City's box, the 191 centimeters tall Deer managed to get to the ball. Without any hesitation, Deer headed it towards a goal. The ball flew towards the top right corner. Stefan dove again. Into the box. Deer. Header. Oh, Stefan's performance today has been fantastic. He has saved another certain goal. Zhang Lu took over the commentary, saying this is the second key save, right? It seems that both Manchester City's and Liverpool's backup goalkeepers have something to say. Chen Chen nodded. Indeed. A few days ago, when Liverpool played against Aston Villa and Newcastle, Alisson was injured and unable to play, and Kelleher stepped in and performed excellently. He made 11 saves in 2 matches, including 4 key saves. In the end, Liverpool defeated Villa 1-0 and 1-3-1 against Newcastle, and one could say Kelleher single-handedly helped the team maintain its lead position. If Deer had aimed slightly more to the left, it might have gone in. Of course, there is no point in second-guessing now. Chapter 221. In the 31st minute, Manchester City's right-back Riley was in possession. With no better forward-passing route available, Riley simply passed the ball back to Laporte. Laporte glanced at the front line and directly launched a long pass, looking for Grealish, who was positioned against the opponent's defense. Bam! The ball bounced up from the ground and quickly flew forward. Soon, the ball reached Grealish's head. Grealish, who has some skill, managed to win the ball under the defense of 191 centimeters Deer and then passed it to his teammate, Kai. Kai is just a young player with little experience. And when pressured by Davies and Skip, he lost possession of the ball. Skip turned with the ball, and Tottenham sounded the charge for a counterattack. Skip chose to pass the ball forward with a big kick. However, he didn't directly look for Kane, who was waving for the ball, but instead passed it to Bergwijn, who was racing down the left flank. James McAtee quickly turned around to team up with Riley to defend against Skip. The 3 of them jumped simultaneously for the ball. Bergwijn got to the ball first, and the ball was deflected to the side by his head. Reguilon made a forward run and took the ball. Because Laporte was busy covering Kane and Hojbjerg, the Spanish defender Reguilon faced no trouble and easily dribbled into the penalty area. Chapter 222. Now is the time. Gaining space. Chen Chen stepped to the right and faked a shot, then immediately changed direction and sprinted to the left front. Stones understood, and the England centre-back immediately kicked toward the baseline. Hojbjerg gritted his teeth and chased after him. The moment Foden saw Chen Chen start, he made a diagonal run into the center, drawing away the defender who was marking him, Doughty. Meanwhile, Grealish, who was originally in the middle, and Mahrez at the far end were making their way into the penalty area, trying to establish positions to create a cross-reception point for Chen Chen. Before Hojbjerg could pull him back, Chen Chen, who caught up with the ball, directly swung his left leg to cross into the penalty area. Grealish jumped up quickly, but goalkeeper Lloris got to the ball first and punched it away, and then Lucas, who was ahead, cleared the ball to Manchester City's half. Grealish had already run into position. Chen Chen understood. He took the shot. A cross into the penalty area. Lloris chose to come out. A punch clearance. Unfortunately, this should have been a great crossing opportunity. Grealish, having missed a perfect chance, spread his arms in frustration. At this moment, he wished he could grow 10 centimeters taller. Guardiola on the away bench side, feeling very regretful about it too. Chapter 223. Dear. Foul. Dear's arm hit Grealish's face. This is a very obvious foul. It belongs to pushing and pulling type of foul behavior. This penalty and yellow card. No problem. In the previous round of the Premier League, Robertson had a similar foul, and the referee Tierney directly issued a yellow card and awarded a penalty. Today, Dear also received the yellow card and penalty package. It can truly be said that it was Dear's fault and also his achievement. Inside the Tottenham penalty area, Lloris and Kane quickly ran over to argue with the referee. And the result? Naturally, it was useless. If surrounding the referee with a few explanations was effective, what would VAR be for? Cavani quickly stepped out of the circle of Tottenham players. Then Cavani signaled that no one should approach him. He was listening to the VAR assistant referee's opinion. Finally, in front of over 60,000 spectators, Cavani raised his right hand and firmly pointed to the penalty spot again. The traveling Manchester City fans erupted with intense cheers. Inside the Tottenham penalty area, Chen Chen silently clenched his fist and waved it a few times. Then, Chen Chen quickly bent down to take another look at Grealish's condition. Chapter 224. Fortunately, the defenders Fernandinho and Betatabu held their positions and restricted the opponent's speedy winger winks, so Tottenham's counterattack didn't succeed. In the 74th minute, during a dead ball opportunity, Manchester City made another substitution. Egan Riley went off, and Zinchenko came on. Additionally, Foden went off, and Jesus got the chance to play. This way, except for left-back Betatabu, almost all the players on the field for Manchester City were of first-team quality. Tottenham didn't have many adjustments to make because there were only midfielders and defenders left among the substitutes. In the last 10 minutes of regular time, Tottenham began their final sprint. The time on the big screen passed the 82nd minute and reached the 83rd minute. Hojbjerg made a short pass, and the ball came to Ali's feet. When Ali saw Chen Chen rushing over, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. If he were a few years younger, Ali would definitely not be intimidated by Chen Chen. After all, who was a genius at the start. But now, it's better to play it safe. Ali didn't engage in too much entanglement with Chen Chen. He directly passed the ball to Davinson Sanchez, who was making a run on the right. After Doughty went off, Sanchez moved to the right-back position, and Reguilon returned to his original position as left-back. Chapter 225. Can't even beat this? A massive rotation saw Manchester City strongly defeat Tottenham Hotspur at White Hart Lane. The England captain was ruthlessly defeated by the national team's midfield powerhouse. Manchester City 3-1 Tottenham, with Chen Chen scoring a brace. No regrets? Kane chose to stay at Tottenham during the summer transfer window, but Tottenham already has 2 lines with no chance of contending for the title. A repeat of the Champions League final? Chelsea defeated Brentford, and the Blues will face Manchester City in the League Cup semi-finals. Holidaying. Manchester City's squad has been given a break, joyfully welcoming the Christmas festival. Opponents on the field, teammates off the field. Is it a reunion day for the England national team members? Reports say Kane, Chen Chen, Grealish, and others are gathering for a meal. Winning is losing? The schedule for the next round of the League Cup is set for 2 legs on January 6th and 11th. and Manchester City has not escaped the devil's schedule. As the match concluded, related keywords and news about Manchester City versus Tottenham began to frequently trend. However, these had nothing to do with the Blue Moon players anymore. In the post-match dressing room, Guardiola did not conduct a review. He straightforwardly announced a 3-day holiday arrangement. Thus, everyone happily dispersed on the spot. Chapter 226. Actually, it's not about being dedicated. It's purely because the other side is paying too much. Twitch spent €5 million to sign Chen Chen, which doesn't seem like much at first glance, but it should be noted that they leaned heavily towards Chen Chen in terms of subscriptions and advertising revenue, and calculated he could easily earn €10 million a year. Additionally, it should be mentioned that Neymar is also a streamer now. He signed with Facebook Gaming first, while Chen Chen signed with Twitch later. Since injuring his left ankle at the end of November, Neymar had been at home recovering, and then Facebook officially approached him, asking if he wanted to stream on Facebook and switch to earn more money. Neymar is a well-known gaming enthusiast, and among his fan base, many are fans of both games and football. Of course, it can also be said that all football fans are gaming fans. So, to shake Neymar's determination, Facebook offered a considerably high price. While specific details were not disclosed, it was above $56 million. This price is higher than Chen Chen's, mainly because Facebook Gaming wants to break into the French market, indicating they're willing to pay a high price for talent. Neymar, Brazil's #1 star playing in Greater Paris, is the one referred to here. Chapter 227. The viewership ratings of the Premier League are increasing year by year, which is inversely proportional to the players' rest time. While other leagues are taking a break to ease the pressure, the 19th round of the Premier League is officially underway. Currently, at the top of the Premier League table is Manchester City with 16 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulating 49 points. With such a score, Manchester City has rightfully earned the title of Christmas champions, commonly referred to by fans as the first-half champions. At the pre-match press conference against Leicester City, Guardiola, returning to Manchester, humbly stated, "League champions? Yes, our current score is indeed good, but we will not relax. Nothing is certain yet. In the second half, we will have many matches to play. The Champions League, the FA Cup, the League. And also the upcoming League Cup. We will be facing battles on 4 fronts." Speaking of the League Cup, Guardiola smiled wryly as he wiped his face. Honestly, winning feels great, but thinking about the upcoming showdown with Chelsea puts Guardiola in a less cheerful mood. He is very afraid of a sudden collapse of the team. Therefore, after a brief reunion with family and friends, Guardiola immediately immersed himself in work. Before boarding the plane back to Manchester, he had already contacted several scouts and relevant player agents. Chapter 228. Guardiola has been contemplating possible arrangements for new signings these days. Since the team will be competing on 4 fronts, the current 2 lineups are definitely not sufficient. New players must be brought in. With Alvarez as a supplement in the forward line, a forced purchase is not necessary. However, new players are definitely needed in midfield and defense. The previous absence of De Bruyne and the current absence of Kyle Walker have indicated the problems. Therefore, today he called De Bruyne and Fernandinho over to get their opinions. A qualified team should not only have the voice of the head coach. In the meeting room, besides Guardiola and his assistants, there was also the team manager Soriano. Clearly, the opinions of the captains were very important today, and the management was keen to hear everyone's views. Fernandinho, who has known Guardiola for a long time and is also a veteran of Manchester City, was the first to speak up to share his analysis. The winter transfer window emphasizes speed and precision. Fernandinho suggested buying players from within Europe to avoid non-EU quotas. Even if it costs more, timely reinforcements are essential. Ruben Dias mentioned that they could buy players from Portugal, as the Portuguese league produces some young talents. Chapter 229. Public training sessions actually give fans a chance to interact with their favorite players. For instance, right now, as Chen Chen just walked out of the tunnel, the cheers and screams from the stands grew louder. Many fans leaned out, handing over jerseys and pens, hoping Chen Chen would sign for them. Chen Chen didn't just walk by with his hands in his pockets. He stopped and earnestly signed for the fans who approached him with jerseys. Public training days are not very strict with time. It's not a big deal if Chen Chen takes a few extra minutes. After taking photos with a few young fans and some female fans, Chen Chen stepped onto the training field. Guardiola's public training sessions are quite different from internal training sessions. Internal training focuses on development, where players engage in specialized position training and targeted obstacle training under the coach's guidance. However, on today as public training day, after a brief warm-up, Guardiola immediately arranged for the players to engage in group matches. After all is said and done, direct confrontations are what fans love the most. Chen Chen's performance today continued to be outstanding. Facing Ederson's goal, he effortlessly provided 2 assists and scored 2 goals, helping the substitute team draw 66 with the main team. Chapter 230. Goalkeeper Fernandez was next to Ivan Toney, who gave Chen Chen a big hug. The time spent in the hug was indeed quite long, so Ivan Toney had to reluctantly let go of Chen Chen. Following this were Matthias Jensen, Baptiste, Roerslev, Pinnock, and Janssen. As for Fosa Henry, Rico Henry, and De Silva, they were quite unfortunate. When Chen Chen was there, they were sidelined due to injuries. And now that Chen Chen has returned to Brentford as an opponent, they are still sidelined with injuries. This is also a reason why Brentford's recent performance has been mediocre. No matter how fierce Frank is, he cannot defeat opponents with a flawed lineup. After high-fiving his old friends on the field, Chen Chen jogged to the sidelines and shared a big hug with Frank. Finally, Chen Chen made his way to the Brentford substitutes bench, exchanging high-fives with Canos, Gattos, and Fours. Amidst the cheers and applause from the Littleby fans behind the substitutes bench, Chen Chen stepped onto the field. In fact, just moments ago, in the players' tunnel, Chen Chen had already greeted many people with handshakes. Frank also chatted with Chen Chen for quite a while before exiting the players' tunnel. Chapter 231. For Brentford fans, since they cannot resist, they might as well enjoy it. The entire first half hadn't even ended, and Manchester City had already scored 4 goals. Although Ivan Toney managed to score 1 goal for the Bees to regain some face, it was clear to everyone that Brentford was far behind. Guardiola had no intention of going for a total annihilation. Before the halftime whistle blew, during a dead ball situation, he substituted Silva for Chen Chen. This was to let Chen Chen accept the adoration of the entire crowd. The DJ on site was very understanding. He immediately roared to hype up the atmosphere. Manchester City chose to make a substitution, bringing on number 20 Bernardo Silva. Replacing after a brief pause, the DJ raised his voice several decibels. Let's pay the highest respect to this hero from Brentford. Ladies and gentlemen, where your applause? The sound of applause erupted. The cheers and chaotic whistles filled the entire stadium. Shouting his name, loudly replaced, was everyone shouted in unison. Chen, Chen. Chapter 232. Guardiola also attended the post-match press conference. Like Frank, half of the questions he answered were about Chen Chen. Chen Chen's performance was outstanding. He is a player who knows what he wants to do. He will not lose himself because he has goals. I hope everyone, whether players or fans, should set a clear goal. Chen Chen said he would return to Brentford. Yes. Many people would do that. Steve Staunton, Royce, Fabregas, Riquelme returning to Boca, Ian Rush, and so on. So if he is willing to return to Brentford, I will definitely support it. Of course, not now. Chen still has a contract with us. Winter transfer arrangements? I know everyone in the team very well, and I will take certain measures this winter. As for the candidates, sorry, I can't tell everyone right now. The 18-game winning streak is right. That was achieved under my leadership. This season, we have a good chance of breaking that record. Of course, this requires the cooperation of everyone in the team. Chapter 233. Chen Chen's live debut went very smoothly. Considering there was a match to play in the afternoon, Chen Chen ended his live stream after just 2 hours. The traffic and money generated in those 2 hours were undoubtedly huge and tempting. After joining YouTube, Cristiano Ronaldo's fan count skyrocketed to 1 million in less than an hour. Although Twitch doesn't have as much traffic as YouTube, Chen Chen's fan count is also quite impressive. After his first live stream, his fan count surpassed 350,000 and continues to rise. Seeing the subscription income and donation income quietly accumulating in the back end, Chen Chen is looking forward to his second live stream. But for now, he needs to take a good rest. In the morning, while the city of Manchester was still immersed in the joy of the new year, the Blue Moon team had already taken a special plane to London. Manchester is only a little over 260 kilometers from London, and the flight takes just an hour. So the players did not feel exhausted or fatigued. After all, professional athletes are certainly in better shape than ordinary people. It is worth noting that after the rotation arrangements during the Christmas period, the muscle fatigue situation within the Manchester City squad has been adjusted. And now there are no injured players on the bench, only Stones and Kyle Walker who are in recovery training. Chapter 234. The battle is about to begin. Don't go away from the screen. Now Migu Sports is launching an advertisement monologue, after which Chen remarked that today's match is very interesting. First of all, this is the 14th victory that Manchester City is aiming for. Secondly, this is a revenge match for Arsenal. Additionally, many netizens online say that AC Milan, Manchester United, and Arsenal are the three brothers of the Maestro, and today the third brother Arsenal is out to avenge the second brother Manchester United. So will Arsenal, the third brother, avenge Manchester United and redeem their previous disgrace? Or will Manchester City successfully take on two opponents and force Milan to battle, achieving the three heroes battling Lubu accomplishment? Without further ado, let us follow the broadcast and enjoy today as first match of the new year in the 5 major leagues. The main referee Atkinson glanced at the time and then blew the whistle. Beep. The match officially begins. Arsenal kicks off first. The team did not choose to launch a quick attack to catch Manchester City off guard. Instead, they opted to advance steadily. Arteta is still in a state of trepidation from the first leg of the encounter, where Manchester City was too strong and Arsenal too weak. Chapter 235. At the Emirates Stadium, the traveling Manchester City fans erupted in excitement. Countless Blue Moon fans jumped up from their seats, embracing each other tightly. After the screams and cheers, Manchester City fans began to sing their support song. Blue Moon. You know what I am here for, you hear me. Say prayer, you will win everything, Blue Moon. You know my purpose for being here. You hear my prayer. You will win everything. The Manchester City fan support song clearly displeased the home fans of Arsenal, and the two groups of fans began to compete in volume. Chen Chen, who helped the team achieve a good start, celebrated with every teammate he encountered, feeling very satisfied with the assist that broke through the opponent's defense. Of course, this one be his limit. Soon, the players from both sides returned to the center circle, and the match continued. Conceding a goal is painful, but continuing to face the match seriously is the right thing to do. Under Arteta's emphasis, the Gunners on the field cast aside their regrets and anxieties about conceding and began to adjust their mentality, treating every attack seriously. Chapter 236. Ederson took 2 steps to the left and made a save motion. But unfortunately, before he could make the save, the ball had already found its way into the net. The goal is in. Saka's header helped Arsenal equalize the score. Both sides showcased a rapid back and forth in attack and defense. Finally, Arsenal found an opportunity for a counterattack. A beautiful midfield switch, and Martinelli found a great angle. Ederson's reaction could not keep up with the speed of Saka's header. Just a few minutes ago, I was discussing with Coach Zhang whether the yellow-carded Saka would become a liability in Arsenal's starting lineup today. Unexpectedly, he immediately saved the team with a goal, helping Arsenal stabilize the situation. The performances of the midfield players on both sides have been quite good today. It can be said that it's a case of you sing, I'll take the stage. Each has its brilliance for hundreds of years. The moment Saka scored, the Emirates Stadium erupted with cheers. Gunners fans began to cheer. The Saka song resounded throughout the stadium. After scoring, Saka ran to the sidelines and waved his arms, signaling the fans to cheer and shout even louder. Chapter 237. In the following time, both sides had chances, but luck was lacking. Ultimately, the away Manchester City team went into the locker room with a score of 2-1. In the away team's locker room, Guardiola emphasized the importance of the team's overall forward movement during attacks. Furthermore, Jesus' performance did not gain Guardiola's approval due to tactical arrangements and on-field adjustments. Jesus would be substituted. The Brazilian clearly felt a bit unhappy, but there's nothing to be done. In football matches, the authority of the head coach is indisputable. Guardiola then turned to De Bruyne and Chen Chen, mentioning that after initiating attacks, the two should try to take shots at goal themselves. In the 17-18 season, Arsenal's forwards occupied the opponent's half, supporting the front arc, and the focus of the attack shifted to the midfield players. Who were they? It was Xhaka, Wilshere, and Ozil, among others. Now Guardiola has thought of this as well. The 15-minute break quickly came to an end. Manchester City made the first substitution, with Jesus coming off and Gundogan coming on. This way, Manchester City's formation would change to a 4-2-2-2, with Sterling and Mars up front, while Chen Chen and De Bruyne would be lurking behind them. Chapter 238. Seeing the team score again, Guardiola on the sidelines quickly applauded in celebration. After the applause, Guardiola called over his assistant. He wanted to make another substitution. Sterling went off, and Fernandinho came on. Guardiola was clearly looking to tighten up the attack and switch to a defensive formation. However, he didn't completely abandon the offensive side. He pushed Mars forward, with Chen Chen positioned behind him, transforming the Blue Moon's formation into a 44-11 setup, a variant of 442. Oh, Guardiola is actively seeking change? Jean Jun turned to Jean Lu and asked, "Do you think this timing is too early?" Sterling clearly still has energy. Jean Lu didn't answer immediately. He was thinking quickly. After a moment, he shared his opinion. From just this match, substituting Sterling was indeed a point of confusion. However, many factors need to be considered. In a few days, Manchester City is set to play in the EFL Cup, right? Guardiola's midfield players are plentiful, but forwards are lacking. Although Manchester City officially stated that Alvarez could get playing time in the EFL Cup, in reality, the Argentine hasn't even trained with the team yet. He hasn't even reported to Manchester City. Chapter 239. The match between Manchester City and Arsenal went as expected. In the final stages of regular time, the Blue Moon delivered a final blow to the Gunners, with Palmer, who seldom gets playing time, helping the team score again. The score reached 5-1. Arsenal wanted to rally before the end of the game, but the score remained unchanged until the final whistle. They were unable to make a comeback. The team's poor performance was hard for the Gunners fans to accept. The match had 7 minutes of added time, but Arsenal fans had already begun to leave in disappointment. In the end, the final whistle marked a grueling 90 minutes for Arsenal fans. The MVP of the match was naturally Chen Chen, who, as per custom, accepted an interview with the official Premier League media. After the interview, Chen Chen moved aside to accept an interview with Migu Sports. The interviewer was a beautiful host from Migu Sports. Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to anything else and only noticed that the host had long legs, the kind that could withstand a long battle. "Hello, Chen Chen. First of all, congratulations on being involved in 4 goals, helping Manchester City defeat Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium. With this win, you've secured 2 consecutive victories against Arsenal this season. How do you feel right now?" Chapter 240. What shocked Chen Chen was a piece of news pushed by the Sun. Is this really the case? Drunk, Grealish uploaded an inappropriate photo to social media, and the content was shocking. Chen Chen clicked in to see a close photo of Grealish with a voluptuous woman dressed entirely in black, with their faces close together. But there was nothing particularly outrageous happening. This wasn't exactly shocking news. After all, if one goes to a nightclub, would they be flirting with men instead of women? Hey, it turns out they really are. The Sun spent quite a bit of space digging into this woman's background, claiming she used to be a man. Oh my God. Chen Chen read the article with a frown, his expression resembling that of a confused elderly person on the subway. To be honest, Chen Chen wished he couldn't understand the English on the page because it was quite distressing. The distress was not only felt by Chen Chen, but also by many English speakers. The news of Grealish's rendezvous with a male companion quickly topped trending searches in various regions, and his face was on the front page of sports sections in Europe and America. This truly opened everyone's eyes. In the afternoon, Chen Chen participated in a commercial event held by Chanel in Manchester. The event itself wasn't anything special. It was just about what Chanel planned to do in the first half of 2022 and what new products would be launched. Chapter 241. In the away team's locker room at Stamford Bridge, the Blue Moon players were organizing their belongings. After changing into training gear, they would leave the players' tunnel to warm up outside. The match tonight would kick off at 6:30 p.m., and by the time everything was done, it would be quite late. Normally, the Manchester City players would rest in London for the night and return the next day. However, considering they would be playing Swindon in 2 days, the Blue Moon team would not be staying overnight in London. After the match, they would take the club's private jet back to Manchester and then fly to Wiltshire, where Swindon is located, the next afternoon. Interestingly, because Manchester City's last 2 matches were both away games, the Etihad Stadium would be rented out to help with expenses. At that time, Etihad would be rented out as a wedding venue. In fact, comprehensive sports stadiums and professional football fields around the world have channels for external rentals. The home stadium of Shanghai SPG, the Pudong Football Stadium, has 44 divided areas available for rent, allowing fans and passersby to pay to play football on this professional pitch. Of course, the number of people renting a professional football field for 7 A-side or 11 A-side matches is certainly low. Most of the time, it's professional companies renting them. Chapter 242. The double pivot consists of Saul partnering with Jorginho. In front of them are Havertz, Mount, and Ziyech. Leading the line is Belgian striker Lukaku. Werner and Kovacic have not been favored by Tuchel, and are sitting on the bench waiting. Additionally, the American captain Pulisic has been performing poorly lately, having not played a minute in the last 3 matches. In this context of Chelsea lacking excellent forwards, 25-year-old Kennedy will remain in the Chelsea squad after returning from loan. It's worth mentioning that there are currently 4 players at Chelsea who are not in the matchday squad due to injuries. Reece James, who has been absent for several months, recently injured Christensen and Chilwell, and Chalobah, who felt discomfort in his foot during pre-match training. In contrast, Manchester City has only Stones undergoing further treatment and observation. The rest of the squad can be included in the starting lineup. Today, Guardiola has set up a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is Ederson. The 4 defenders are Cancelo, Laporte, Ruben Dias, and the returning Kyle Walker. Chapter 243. The match reached the 16th minute. The Blues, Chelsea, earned a corner kick opportunity. Unfortunately, Mount's corner was easily cleared by Laporte, and Manchester City's goal was not threatened. The Blue Moons' 2 center-backs are too tall, making it difficult for Chelsea. It's worth noting that Lukaku is 191 centimeters tall, but he didn't choose the right direction for this corner. The ball was headed outside the penalty area. Silva received the ball. However, he did not immediately turn to launch a quick counterattack. Instead, he controlled the ball and waited for his teammates to come up. Manchester City is not in a hurry to launch a quick counterattack. The ball quickly came to Chen Chen's feet. Facing the returning Zeech, Chen Chen executed a simple Marseille turn, effortlessly faking him out. However, Saul's reaction was too quick. The Spanish midfielder Saul assessed that he was unlikely to stop Chen Chen, so he decisively chose to go to ground and tackle. He presented Chen Chen with a dilemma. Choose between the legs or the ball. With no other option, Chen Chen had to jump to avoid it. The ball was tackled out of bounds by Saul. Seeing Saul's successful interception, the cheers and boos of Chelsea fans erupted at Stamford Bridge. Chapter 244. This is a goal paying tribute to Ibrahimovic. 18 years ago, the 22-year-old Ibrahimovic single-handedly broke through, deceiving the camera and dizzying 6 defenders before scoring. Today, after receiving a backheel pass from the Portuguese midfielder, Chen Chen executed a similar brilliant move. The shot was powerful, and even though Kepa guessed the right direction, it was futile. Chelsea was trailing Manchester City 0-1 at home. After scoring, Chen Chen ran to the corner flag, once again making a gesture with his arms swinging up and down. He was signaling for Chelsea fans to boo even louder. Then Chen Chen lowered his arms, bent down, and passionately kissed the Manchester City badge on his jersey several times. Soon after, other Manchester City players rushed over, and the Blue Moon players began to celebrate joyfully. The Manchester City fans at the far end, standing in the away section, had already jumped up to celebrate. Many Blue Moon fans started to counter the previously aggressive Chelsea fans. Although the latter quickly retaliated with insults, it felt somewhat lacking in momentum. On the sidelines, Tuchel stood with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing. However, his tightly furrowed brow betrayed the German coach. Tuchel was feeling very helpless and anxious, as such a goal conceded was unimaginable. Chapter 245. Soon, the time reached the 34th minute. Chelsea earned a corner kick opportunity. Zeech took the corner. The Moroccan sent the ball to the center of the penalty area. Among a crowd of players, the 190 centimeters tall Rudiger stood out. The future Real Madrid center-back outjumped Ruben Dias to win the ball. Boom! The angle of this header was quite good, and the power was substantial. All eyes at Stamford Bridge focused on Ederson. Year after year, day after day of training had honed Brazil's #1 goalkeeper Ederson into having an instinctive reflex for saves. Rudiger's header was difficult to stop, but Ederson managed to palm it away with an incredible save. Then at the front post, Bernardo Silva made a big clearance, halting this dangerous Chelsea attack. The Chelsea fans in the stand sighed, all of them looking stunned. This could have worked. However, overall, the Chelsea fans were still very happy, because although this header didn't result in a goal, as long as there were attacking opportunities, as long as they could create chances in the opponent's penalty area, it was worth celebrating. After the sighs, Stamford Bridge continued to resonate with the cheers and encouragement of Chelsea fans. Chapter 246. In the summer transfer window of 2022, Boli spent €2.6 billion to bring change to Chelsea, with Sterling being one of the signings. Interestingly, Chelsea, who spent the most in the 5 major leagues, was at €2.6 billion, while Manchester United, spending the third most at €2.1 billion, was busy dealing with internal issues. On the field, the match quickly resumed. Sterling was fine, just feeling a bit uncomfortable after being hit in the chest. Soon, under the referee's signal, Sterling returned to the pitch. The traveling Manchester City fans applauded him, but their cheers were overshadowed by the louder boos and encouragement from Chelsea fans. In the 42nd minute, Manchester City had an attacking opportunity. Chen Chen worked on a short pass with De Bruyne. When these two engaged in short passing, Chelsea really couldn't contest. To put it bluntly, Chen Chen's ability is at the top level of active midfielders, and De Bruyne is at least among the top three. Unless the dream team of Barcelona's third generation comes, no one could take the ball away from them. When Chen Chen passed the ball to De Bruyne again, the Belgian decisively made a chipped pass. He was looking for the forward, Mahrez. Chapter 247. Compared to Tuchel's lengthy speeches, Guardiola's remarks were very concise. Guardiola's message was simple: stabilize the central areas. Push the wings forward, don't pursue excessive possession, and focus on delivering a killer blow. A one-goal lead is not our limit. We need more goals to widen the gap. The league and the Champions League are our main goals this season, but now we have an earlier opportunity to lift the trophy, so we must not waste it. Everyone, Guardiola looked around, clapped his hands, and continued, show your determination. Let us strive to widen the score in the first leg. Of course, also be careful with your actions, mainly to avoid injuries. After Guardiola finished speaking, he glanced at Fernandinho. The veteran captain understood, and he immediately stood up. Fernandinho clenched his fist and shouted, "Do you all understand? Don't give them a chance to breathe. We need more goals. Let the opponents fall into despair. I believe we can do it. Let us go." From Manchester City, the atmosphere in the locker room was lifted by Fernandinho, and everyone echoed, "From Manchester City." Chapter 248. Just as Saul was about to close in, Chen Chen made his choice. Chen Chen did not decrease his dribbling speed. Instead, there was a subtle feeling of acceleration. He got closer to Saul. This made Saul feel very nervous. In his mind, Chen Chen should be hurriedly passing the ball, not continuing to dribble forward unnecessarily. It was at that moment, while Saul was lost in thought, but his body was already in a defensive stance, that Chen Chen suddenly flicked the ball to the right. Saul quickly extended his leg to keep up. In that instant, Chen Chen halted his run to the right, pulled the ball back with his right foot, and, with a toe poke, the ball went through Saul's legs. Then he slipped past Saul once again. This was a humiliating nutmeg. Seeing this, Rudiger's heart sank. The German defender quickly sprinted over to make a last-ditch defense. At the same time, Kepa was also preparing for a save, as if facing a formidable threat. Chen Chen wasted no time and directly used the outside of his left foot to push the ball across. In front of an open goal, Mahrez received the ball and made a very simple light push into the net. Chapter 249 on the pitch, Chen Chen, who scored a spectacular long-range shot, ran to the sidelines to high-five and hug Guardiola and his teammates one by one. Then he rushed to the corner flag area and celebrated with a sliding knee action facing the cheering Blue Moon fans. Interestingly, Chen Chen's sliding knee action knocked down the corner flagpole. Fortunately, the pole was not damaged and remained upright. After standing up, Chen Chen did not make any provocative gestures towards the opposing fans, but quietly spread his arms and stood there. Without saying a word, Chen Chen listened intently. The Chelsea fans, who were originally somewhat angry and dejected, fell into silence. How can we play like this? The more you boo and target, the better they play. Tuchel felt a bit like crying without tears. Last season's Champions League final was a culmination of the Germans' tactical interpretation. Today, facing Manchester City, Tuchel wanted to continue using suitable formations to defeat the opponent. However, he did not expect that a young player from Manchester City would be flying on the pitch. Looking up at the big screen to check the time, Tuchel sighed. For Chelsea, there was barely less than 30 minutes left in the game, including stoppage time. Equalizing and overtaking. Chapter 250, however, the fact was that Coach Zhang guessed wrong again. In the 85th minute of the match, Manchester City won a set piece in the attacking third. This set piece drew boos from the Chelsea fans in attendance, who believed the foul should not have been called. However, when the big screen started replaying the incident, everyone fell silent. The footage showed Chen Chen seizing the opportunity to send a through ball to Alvarez. The young man from River Plate seemed full of energy, and it seemed like only a matter of time before he fell down for a yellow card. But the Argentine did not go down. In the end, he was completely held by the waist, and only then did Alvarez have to stop, spreading his hands in extreme helplessness. Craig had no intention of listening to Havertz's explanation and decisively pulled out a yellow card. After receiving Alvarez's assurance that he was fine, Chen Chen stood at the penalty spot with the ball. On the sidelines, Tuchel had doubts about this decision. The German believed that Alvarez had committed a foul first. Tuchel was nitpicking. The FA and the referees committee had always advocated appropriate physical confrontation. Just now, the little spider and Havertz tangling with each other was completely normal. Both were engaging in regular actions, but Havertz's subsequent actions almost led to a wrestling move, which would certainly not be acceptable. Chapter 251, the discussions and debates about the double blue battle remained loud externally, while internally, Manchester City did not care much anymore. After defeating Chelsea, the Blue Moon players were granted half a day's rest, and Guardiola allowed the team to return to training the next afternoon. However, it should be noted that the Blue Moon players rested overnight in London and flew directly to Manchester the morning after the match against Chelsea. All in all, this half-day rest was spent on the return journey. This hardly counted as a holiday. There was nothing to be done. Guardiola wanted to give more days off, but with multiple competitions, the team simply could not rest. In this respect, Chen Chen greatly admired Chelsea from the 24-25 season. Back then, the Blues could even field 3 starting lineups to fully utilize all 5 substitution slots. After returning to Manchester, several players on the Manchester City team went home. Chen Chen did not go home. He directly followed the team bus to the training base. In the afternoon, at the base, Chen Chen met Harafimbi, who had just arrived for a routine transfer medical examination after getting off the plane. Chen Chen also saw the report from the Sun honestly. Chen Chen really did not expect such a big scoop involving players and fans to break out. Chapter 252, the Village Stadium is a small ground, accommodating only about 16,000 people. However, the number of fans present today definitely exceeded 16,000, with a crowded mass of people standing and sitting. How could the big screen display a precise number of 15,790? This is one of the reasons why small teams are so excited when they draw powerful teams in cup competitions. After all, they can sell tickets at a higher price. Another reason is that they can interact with their favorite stars face-to-face. Taking photos and getting autographs is a piece of cake. Today, Chen Chen was not in the starting lineup. He appeared on the bench wrapped in a thick coat with the Manchester City logo. Chen Chen's appearance caused a stir among the fans present. After all, for them, Chen Chen was a player they often saw on TV, a star who brought glory to the England national team. Consequently, the Swindon fans, who were originally singing support songs, gradually quieted down, and the Swindon fans behind the away bench began to scream for Chen Chen to sign autographs and take photos. Chen Chen heard the cheers from the fans behind him and stood up to wave his hand. Signing now was impossible, but he could do it after the match. Chapter 253, the last goal, came from Chen Chen. In the 76th minute of the second half, Chen Chen came on, along with De Bruyne. In fact, Guardiola had considered whether to let them both rest for a match. However, considering that today was the home ground of Swindon, where many fans were eager to see Chen Chen and De Bruyne showcase their skills, he decided to let them play. In the 80th minute, De Bruyne made a chipped pass, and just 4 minutes after coming on, Chen Chen received the ball and immediately charged into the penalty area, then easily pushed it into the net, making the score 4-0. Ultimately, the match ended with the Blue Moon defeating Swindon and advancing to the next round of the FA Cup. As soon as the whistle blew, the Village Stadium turned into a massive fan meet and greet. Players like Chen Chen, Lane, and Walker received enthusiastic support from Swindon players and staff. A few players almost got into a fight over exchanging jerseys with Chen Chen. After swapping jerseys with the opponent, Chen Chen quickly put on his coat. It was just too cold. After the match, he needed to pay more attention to keeping warm. There was nothing much to say about this match. It was just a very ordinary halftime attack and defense drill from Manchester City. Chapter 254, however, the fact was that the Chelsea fans' plans fell through. Because the wind stopped, the snow ceased, and the match could proceed normally. At the Etihad Stadium, the second leg of this season's EFL Cup semi-final arrived as scheduled. Due to the big win against Chelsea in the first leg, Guardiola did not field the strongest lineup today. However, Chen Chen was still on the pitch, along with 2 new signings. In this match, Guardiola's goal was very clear, to focus on defense. Losing or winning doesn't matter much. As long as the players can stay calm and the team can smoothly get through this match, that's enough. Guardiola continues with the 4-3-3 formation, while Chelsea opts for a 3-4-2-1 formation. This time, the Blues lineup has many differences compared to the last match. For instance, Ziyech and Pulisic are paired together. standing behind Lukaku, while Havertz and Mount, who played in the last game, are benched. Additionally, Kanté and Thiago Silva get the chance to play, strengthening Chelsea's defense a bit. Interestingly, Mendy, who is in a tough situation, appears in the Manchester City dressing room, greeting and shaking hands with everyone. Chapter 255, Header. The ball is in. Chelsea has no resistance at all. The score has changed to 3-1. We can see that Tuchel seems to have given up on the match, turning back to sit on the bench. Looking at the jubilant Manchester City players on the field, Tuchel silently walks back to the bench with his hands in his pockets. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the first half ends, and Manchester City goes into halftime with a dominant 3-1 lead on aggregate 8-2. The fans of the Blue Moon who brave the snow to come to the Etihad are very happy. Immediately after, the loud cheers from the Manchester City fans resonate throughout the stadium. Just then, the snow that had stopped for 5 to 6 hours starts falling again, and the Etihad Stadium is once again shrouded in a snowy haze. In the home team's dressing room, Guardiola doesn't discuss much about tactical arrangements, but simply says a few encouraging words before waving his hand. He chooses to make substitutions at the start of the second half. The second half resumes. Manchester City makes the first substitution. Chen Chen, Grafenbeck, and the Little Spider are given a chance to rest. Chapter 256. After seeing the statement from the FA and the English Football League, Chen Chen immediately looks for a schedule for the Blue Moon's upcoming matches. Excluding the postponed league match against Chelsea and the EFL Cup final, Manchester City's next match is only on January 22nd against Southampton, with no games until February 5th. This way, the Blue Moon players can have a good rest. However, while the players are celebrating their unexpected holiday, Guardiola is worried. There are already 6 matches scheduled for February that must be played. Now, with 1 league match and 1 EFL Cup final postponed, there will be 8 matches, which is exhausting. Moreover, February only has 28 days. Counting from the FA Cup match on the 5th, City might have to play 8 matches in 23 days. Even if the league match against Chelsea can be rescheduled for later, the EFL Cup final cannot be postponed, right? That comes down to 7 matches. Almost 1 match every 3 days. This is the pain and joy of competing on multiple fronts for the championship. After all, you can't only support a streamlined schedule when you're under pressure. Chapter 257. After the matches involving Manchester City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Tottenham, and Arsenal. The most notable match of this round in the Premier League is Manchester United's away game against Aston Villa. Perhaps even Manchester United fans themselves didn't expect their team to gain such significant attention. Ultimately, the match ended with a score of 2-2. Bruno Fernandes helped Manchester United score 2 goals, and then Aston Villa made a comeback to snatch a point from United. After 90 minutes, the number of Manchester United fans doubled because they were ecstatic. It's worth noting that Aston Villa's coach is Liverpool legend Gerrard. So this match was seen by Liverpool fans as an alternative Merseyside derby. Additionally, recently Ronaldo has been caught in the strange logic of scoring goals that hurt the team. He missed this match due to injury and was not present at Old Trafford. After the match, fans from various platforms began discussing. Scattered stars starring Coutinho, Digny, rating 99. Digny played at Barcelona but had a mediocre performance, later leaving Barcelona for Everton, and then moving to Aston Villa. Chapter 258. Soon, the Manchester City players' rest time is over, and everyone returns to the club. This includes the temporarily returned South American Little Spider Alvarez and Fernandinho. The Blue Moon players are back on the training-rest training track. On the 21st, while the Manchester City players are engaged in their daily training, a few people they really don't want to see arrive at the base. That is the Sky Sports program team. Every year at this time, the Sky Sports team comes to various clubs with data from the FC game to unveil the latest player data and then film it for upload online. This year is no exception. For a mature club like Manchester City, very few players can continue to steadily improve their data. Most will decline. Not to mention, Fernandinho and Carson are sure to decline. Therefore, most players are psychologically resistant, as no one wants to witness their data drop. After training, according to Manchester City's arrangements, the program team brought 4 players for filming. These 4 players are Chen Chen, De Bruyne, Ruben Dias, and Grealish. The program team first presented a blocked player image. Chapter 259. The match between Southampton and Manchester City starts at 5:30 p.m. London time, which is not a good time for Manchester City fans in East Asia. Fortunately, it's a Sunday morning match, allowing workers and students to enjoy the game before going to sleep. However, when the starting lineup for both sides was announced, Manchester City fans were stunned. Why? Because Chen Chen and De Bruyne were not on the field, and half of the main players were absent. This was a complete backup match. Good grief, I stayed up all night for this. Consequently, many fans quickly chose to go to sleep. It's much cozier in bed during winter. However, more fans secretly continue to place bets, as they believed that the long unbeaten Manchester City would suffer a loss. At least it would be a low-scoring game. Of course, this match still garnered some attention. Gravenberch and Alvarez continued to start, and the sudden increase in attention from Argentina and the Netherlands filled the gap left by the East Asian fans. In the Midfield studio, Jurgen and Zhang were also discussing Guardiola's starting arrangements. Chapter 260. Soon, the first half is over. Chen Chen glanced at the score 0-4 on the big screen, shook his head from the bench, and then got up to walk back to the dressing room. The collapse of Southampton in the 23rd round came earlier than usual. In the 5th round, the two teams had a first encounter, which Chen Chen missed due to injury. He did not play in that match, and today, he did not take the field either, regardless of whether Chen Chen would play in the second half. Southampton was indeed being beaten 4-0 by Manchester City, who were without Chen Chen. In the studio, Jun and Zhang were also surprised. Clearly, Manchester City starting players had a weaker paper strength compared to the first encounter. So how could Southampton lose even worse today? The previous match ended 0-0. But today they conceded 4 goals in the first half. A look at Southampton's performance over the past 2 months explains everything. From November until now, in 11 league matches, the Saints have only won 3, with an ineffective attack and a defense that has been virtually invisible in every match. People say Manchester United's defense is abstract because their comparison is with other Big Six members. For Southampton fans, having such a team is already considered good. At least the team can manage to stay in the league without fear. In Chapter 261, on the 28th, while Chen Chen was busy between dinner parties, Manchester City officially finalized their last signing at the end of the winter transfer window. Udoki, a 20-year-old left-back from Udinese, joined Manchester City for a transfer fee of $11 million with $3 million in add-ons. Udoki's speed, attacking aggressiveness, and positioning are quite good, and Manchester City brought him in to rotate with Zinchenko. As for Cancelo, who had temporarily moved to left-back, the Portuguese will return to the right side, competing healthily with Kyle Walker. Of course, if needed on the left, he can also cover that position. It can now be said that Manchester City's defense has enough depth to field 2 complete backlinks. Chen Chen posted on Instagram to welcome Udoki's arrival, having done the same when Spider and Gravenberch joined. Soon, Chen Chen pushed these matters aside and earnestly participated in the celebration. Mercedes is a big boss in the automotive industry, and this New Year's celebration attracted a large number of attendees, with celebrities eager to attend. In Chapter 262, after attending the Midfield event, Chen Chen finally had a chance to rest. On the 31st, as the Chinese mainland was buzzing with New Year festivities, Chen Chen posted his New Year wishes on his social media account. However, it is worth noting that due to an unpleasant incident with the Chinese Football Association last April, Chen Chen had not actively used Weibo, only posting commercial information. This time, he unprecedentedly shared New Year wishes on Weibo. Besides Chen Chen, the English Football Association also posted Spring Festival greetings on their official and major social media accounts. They specifically used Chinese New Year instead of Lunar New Year. The former is the official term used in China, while the latter is used in Vietnam and South Korea. Before the English Football Association released their Spring Festival greetings, many clubs had already done so. Manchester United, as the most successful club in internationalization over the past 30 years, certainly has no disputes when it comes to fan engagement. A few days before the New Year, Manchester United had sent out New Year wishes, wishing everyone a happy Chinese New Year. This angered South Korean fans, many of whom expressed their intention to unfollow Manchester United. In Chapter 263, the broadcast camera quickly focused on the celebrities in the stands who were immediately standing and applauding. In the Midfield studio, Jean Baiki June quickly recalled information about these celebrities. The camera captured this person standing and clapping, who is F1 driver Lando Norris from England. Besides supporting the national team, he is also a loyal Manchester City fan. The camera quickly turned to another person. This is Kit Harington, the male lead of the American series Game of Thrones. Not long ago, Manchester City officially compared De Bruyne to Verstappen in F1. This Harrington's idol is Verstappen. Zhang nodded, playfully commenting, "Haha, it seems Harrington has quite a connection with Manchester City." Chen Chen exclaimed. This is the predecessor of Iwobi, former Nigerian international Amakachi. Oh, Zhang pointed out. Do you remember him? The one nicknamed Buffalo from the 90 and 94 World Cups. Zhang Lu suddenly realized. I remember. Manchester City's series of goals made the match lose its suspense early. In Chapter 264, before the match between Manchester City and Sporting began, other teams' matches had already started. Manchester United faced Atletico Madrid first. When the Manchester United players arrived in Madrid, the Spanish fans, most of whom were Cristiano Ronaldo fans, almost surrounded the entire city. To be honest, although Chen Chen's hard power ranks among the best in Europe, in terms of fan effect, Messi and Ronaldo are the true number one. Due to being out of the title race in the league, the Red Devils sent their main lineup, focusing on the Champions League knockout stage. However, in this match, Maguire made another blunder, causing Manchester United, who had the upper hand, to concede the first goal. In the 36th minute, Renan Lodi took advantage of Maguire's mistake, delivering a through ball to Felix. Felix easily pushed the ball to make it 1-0. It wasn't until the 79th minute that Bruno Fernandes assisted Elanga with a long-range shot, allowing Manchester United to equalize. Additionally, although Ronaldo did not score in this match, his performance in the attack was commendable. Not to mention Manchester United fans. Even passers-by had to say, Ronaldo showed me what it means to be a pillar. In Chapter 265, in the players' tunnel, Chen Chen carefully observed the opponent. Among the players in the Sporting lineup, the one he was most familiar with should be Matheus Nunes. Matheus's defensive interception and ball progression abilities are quite good, and he is well-rounded, making him a true hexagonal warrior. Therefore, Guardiola wanted to bring him to Manchester City, viewing him as the ideal replacement for B. Silva after his departure. Of course, B. Silva ultimately stayed, and this Portuguese midfielder had to go Wolves. Now, on this timeline, Chen Chen stood in the left midfield and attacking midfield positions, with B. Silva not having many opportunities to play. In this case, Chen Chen would start B. Silva would be on the bench, and Matheus Nunes was unlikely to catch Guardiola's eye. The home stadium of Sporting CP can accommodate 50,000 fans. As the players from both teams walked out of the player tunnel, the roaring cheers echoed in every player's ear. Undeniably, the Alvalade Stadium is also a hellish ground. What is even more surprising is that the players had just stepped out of the tunnel, and the home fans had already started singing the team song, intending to help the team build courage and fighting spirit from the very first minute of the match. Chapter 266. Sarbia's position is forward, and his pressure today is as great as Rodri's, if not greater. While Rodri's pressure comes from defense, his pressure comes from both offense and defense. When the team is advancing with the ball, he needs to assist Paulinho in launching attacks, and when defending, he must quickly return to help Chen Chen with defensive duties. The physical exhaustion is considerable. Chen Chen noticed this situation. He began to use feints to run back and forth, deceiving Sarbia and leading him to expend more unnecessary energy. Unexpectedly, Sarbia proved to be quite resilient, sticking to Chen Chen like a leech. After several rounds of back-and-forth torment, Sarbia's reaction time and speed finally showed signs of vulnerability, and Chen Chen found an opportunity. In the 11th minute of the match, Laporte dribbled forward. He initially intended to pass the ball to Rodri on the right, who would then pass it to De Bruyne. However, upon seeing Chen Chen moving towards the center and signaling for the ball, Laporte changed his mind and immediately passed it to him. As soon as Chen Chen received the ball with his back to the opponent, Sarbia once again closed in. Sarbia's defensive reaction is quite good, but his panting revealed his lack of stamina. Chapter 267. As soon as Chen Chen got the ball, Sarbia and Porro immediately sensed it and rushed up. At this moment, the area outside the penalty arc of Sporting CP was filled with their players, each standing in their position, making it difficult for Chen Chen to break through with the ball. However, to be fair, Chen Chen's strength lies not in shooting, but in passing and cooperation. Considering this, Chen Chen lifted his leg to start. After glancing at Sarbia and Porro's positions, Chen Chen used the tip of his right foot to nudge the ball towards the center. This was meant to indicate a lateral dribble, followed by a head-down dribble or a long-distance run before a through ball. If Sporting CP does not restrict Chen Chen in the central area, allowing him to break through easily, then they will have to face the potential threat of Chen Chen's ball advancement and possible passing cooperation. Regardless of which option Chen Chen chooses, the pressure on Sporting CP's defense will inevitably increase. Having been easily tricked earlier, Sarabia this time did not rush in a press, but followed closely. Instead, Mateus Nunes, who had come back to help, seemed a bit aggressive, running up at a few steps and preparing to intercept directly in front of Chen Chen. Chapter 268. In the 42nd minute, a foul by a Sporting CP player. Chen Chen made a brilliant through pass, and the ball reached the little spider's feet. However, just as the little spider was about to start dribbling, Mateus Reis came over and tugged at his shirt. The counterattack opportunity vanished in an instant, and Alvarez, whose rhythm had been disrupted, stood helplessly with his hands spread. The referee quickly approached and showed Reis a yellow card. This foul was actually hard to warrant a yellow card, but Jovanovic still issued one. It seemed like a way to balance out the earlier lenient yellow card decision. Perhaps this need for balance is why Jovanovic has yet to enter UEFA's sights. In the stoppage time of the first half, Mahrez brought down Esgaio, and after they got up, they clashed again. The situation became chaotic once more. This time, Jovanovic chose to give both players a yellow card. The Sporting CP players were not happy. It was clear that Mahrez had committed the foul first. Yet everyone ended up receiving a yellow card. Chen Chen and Rodri pulled Mahrez away from the center of conflict. Given Mahrez's chatty nature, if he provoked the opponent again, he might end up with another yellow card. Chapter 269. The match continued. Instantly, the 30-man Sporting CP did not choose to give up. Under Amorim's command, they began to attempt forward attacks. In the 63rd minute, Sporting CP had a rare corner opportunity. Unfortunately, they could not get past Ruben Dias, who cleared the ball. Ugarte, who was outside, controlled the ball. After gaining possession, Ugarte glanced at the Manchester City penalty area, then pushed the ball forward slightly, creating some distance before taking a shot. Boom! This was Ugarte's second high ball. The football drew a beautiful arc in the air, flying once again over the Manchester City penalty area. Ederson positioned himself for the first drop. However, due to the many players crowding around the penalty spot, Ederson did not jump to catch the ball immediately. Just as Ederson leaped to grab the ball, Coates beat him to it. Everyone turned to look at the Manchester City goal. Bang! The ball went in. The Alvalade Stadium erupted with thunderous applause and cheers from the Sporting CP fans. Redeeming himself, Coates did not choose to run to the corner flag to celebrate, but hurried to retrieve the ball from the Manchester City goal. Chapter 270. An excellent combination. Manchester City only needed 4 passes. With their incredibly fast counterattack speed, Sporting CP was led around by the nose. This is Guardiola. This is the Blue Moon Manchester City. Everyone can see that Chen Chen is the core of this counterattack. If one had to decide on the strongest active midfielder among current players, I would unhesitatingly say that person is Chen Chen. Before today, we might have felt regret for not witnessing the eras of Cruyff, Platini, Zico, Matthäus, Gullit, Zidane, and Maradona. But now, after today, I think we can feel happy and fortunate to live in the football era of Chen Chen. He will be an epic-making figure. After Messi and Ronaldo, the football world has not seen a new duo. There is only one epic-making new king of football. That is Chen Chen. After finishing a long commentary, Jean-Jun quickly picked up his teacup for a sip. He then continued to narrate. At this moment, the Alvalade Stadium, the Sporting CP fans finally reacted, but they did not provoke Manchester City with boos and screams anymore. Chapter 271. The match between Manchester City and Sporting CP showcased Chen Chen's super strong attacking organization ability and core position in ball possession. Chen Chen has received a lot of attention. Countless media and fans have begun to discuss the possibility of Chen Chen facing off against Messi and Ronaldo in the future. If everything goes as everyone wishes, Manchester City and Manchester United will face off in the quarterfinals, and Chen Chen will meet Ronaldo for another two-legged battle. If Manchester City makes it to the semi-finals, they will likely face Paris Saint-Germain, leading to a showdown between two top players with 94 points. This would be incredibly dreamlike. Of course, for Manchester City, the priority is not to look ahead to the upcoming Champions League matches, but to focus seriously on winning every game. On February 15th, the 25th round of the Premier League was upon us. The attention of major media and fans began to shift from the Champions League knockout stage to the league standings. To everyone's surprise, currently, Manchester City is ranked first in the Premier League with a terrifying 64 points. Liverpool is in second place with 56 points. There is an 8-point gap between the Blue Moon and the Red Army Liverpool. and if both teams win or lose together in the future, Manchester City could win the title 2 rounds early. In Chapter 272, Chen Chen and Rodri took a break, and Gundogan and Bernardo Silva got their chance to come off the bench. Unfortunately, their performance in attack was quite average, failing to convert 3 opportunities in front of the opponent's goal. This made Guardiola on the sidelines cover his eyes, unable to look directly. After today, it's believed that Gundogan and Bernardo Silva won T-Dare to approach Guardiola about starting positions. After all, if they can't seize the opportunities given to them, how can they ask Guardiola for a starting role? Ultimately, thanks to a long-range shot from Ake, who came off the bench in the 76th minute, Manchester City sealed the score at 4-0. Gundogan and Bernardo Silva felt regretful. If they had known Ake's long-range shot would be successful, they wouldn't have exerted so much effort trying to break into the penalty area. However, in this world, there are no if-only scenarios. Gundogan and Bernardo Silva's performance today was clearly subpar. If their long-range shots had missed, they would have been saying they should have played short passes to break into the penalty area for a shot. In Chapter 273, Conte set up a 3-4-2-1 formation. The goalkeeper was the Frenchman Lloris. The 3 defenders from left to right were Ben Davies, Dier, and Christian Romero. Ryan Sessegnon and Emerson were pushed forward, forming a 4-man midfield with Hojbjerg and Bentancur. Ahead of them were Son Heung-min and Kulusevski. Leading the line was England captain Harry Kane. This was probably the strongest lineup Tottenham could field at this stage. Now, let us look at Manchester City. Guardiola opted for a conventional 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper was the familiar Ederson. The defensive line consisted of Cancelo, Laporte, Ruben Dias, and Kyle Walker. Except for Ruben Dias, who was stable, the others needed to compete for their positions, including Udogie and Stones. In midfield, Rodri played deeper, while Chen Chen and De Bruyne formed the dual-core engine for the Blue Moon. In attack, Grealish returned to the starting left side, Sterling was on the right, and Alvarez played centrally. Manchester City had a very deep squad, with strong players like Mahrez and Bernardo Silva sitting on the bench waiting for their chance. In Chapter 274, a leg was raised for a shot. Deflected. Dier accidentally scored an own goal. Chen Chen's long-range shot resulted in an own goal. In the studio, Jurgen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This is possible? From the original trajectory of a shot, Chen Chen's shot had good power, but the direction wasn't very off. Honestly, Jurgen trusted Lloris. He believed Lloris could save the shot on target, as the French goalkeeper was certainly better than Galini, who had played in the previous FA Cup and EFL Cup matches. But unexpectedly, Dier, tall and strong, became the villain again. At the Etihad Stadium, Conte was also stunned on the sidelines. Previously, when facing Manchester City, Dier's poor performance was attributed to the overall team level, not his fault. But today, all words coalesced into a sigh. Watching the jubilant Manchester City fans celebrating, Conte quickly moved to the sideline to loudly relay tactical and positional changes to the players. Because it was an own goal, Manchester City didn't celebrate for long and quickly moved to the center circle. Chen Chen ended up at the back. In Chapter 275, Sterling, who easily slotted the ball into an empty net, sprinted towards a corner flag. Then he slid on his knees in a wild celebration. Chen Chen jumped onto Sterling's back and raised his right fist, shouting in excitement too. The Manchester City fans in the stands went wild. Is this the revenge match for the EFL Cup that Tottenham promoted? Before the first 15 minutes were even up, Manchester City was already leading 2-0. Expecting revenge? Better save it for the next media appearance. Manchester City fans had already started singing and dancing. Champions. Winning streak. They wanted it all. In the studio, Jean and Jean were filled with emotion. This well-rounded Manchester City team had an overwhelming dominance in the Premier League, whether against Big Six teams or bottom teams. There was no difference in front of them. They were destined to lose. Last year, Chelsea snatched the Champions League trophy from Manchester City. Although the Blue Moon won the Premier League and EFL Cup titles that season, they didn't leave empty-handed. However, from Manchester City's perspective, not winning the Champions League made it a failed season. This season, with management's approval, Guardiola began to make significant signings, bringing in left winger Grealish and midfielder Chen Chen in the summer window, and center forward Alvarez, midfielder Hojlund, and defender Udogie in the winter window. In Chapter 276, the fans at the scene applauded Ederson. Ruben Dias helped the side-lying Ederson up, and the two celebrated with a high five. Sometimes, a perfect save can inspire and boost the morale of players and fans more than a goal can. Tottenham retained possession of the clearance. Ben Davies wanted to replicate his previous success. He glanced in Son Heung-min's direction, ready to pass. However, his intentions were seen through by De Bruyne. Ding Ding rushed up to press immediately, catching Davis off guard, and he lost possession of the ball. The Welshman quickly reacted and tried to pull De Bruyne back, but failed to grab hold. This scene was observed by Anthony Taylor. Due to Manchester City's attacking play, Taylor did not blow the whistle to stop the game, but instead kept his whistle in his mouth and pointed forward with both hands. The principle of advantage was applied, and the match continued. After receiving the ball, De Bruyne sprinted forward immediately. The Spurs players, who were hoping to launch another attack, all sprinted back desperately. Of course, the Manchester City players were also running. He chased and pursued, and he flew like the wind. Chen Chen was originally standing outside the arc, trying to block the opponent's attacking route through the center. Chapter 277. Lloris was helplessly kneeling with his hands on his hips, sighing in despair. At the front of the wall, Kane held his head in frustration, showing no resentment towards Lloris, because given the trajectory of the shot, it would be futile for Lloris to stand at the near post. A very elusive curve. Chen Chen's shot was extremely deceptive. We don't know what conversation took place between Kane and Chen Chen, but it was clear that there was a communication issue between Kane and Lloris. The Frenchman was uncertain whether to defend the left or the right. In such circumstances, combined with the highly deceptive trajectory, conceding a goal was predictable. Chen Chen once again showcased his superb set-piece ability. Seeing the ball drill into the net, Chen Chen immediately spread his arms and ran towards the corner flag, cheering loudly. To be honest, Chen Chen never intended to deceive Kane. He always aimed for the near post. Chen Chen was confident in his kicking technique, believing that even if Lloris defended the near post, it would be useless. Just like Cristiano Ronaldo's powerful free kick and Messi's spot kick, no one could defend against them. Near the corner flag, while Chen Chen was celebrating with open arms, Grealish jumped onto Chen Chen's back, mimicking his actions and cheering loudly. Chapter 278. After receiving the ball, Chen Chen immediately looked up to scan the area ahead. He was still a certain distance from the goal, although a long-range shot might look spectacular. Given the painful lessons Lloris had learned, Chen Chen didn't believe the opponent would give him another chance. Therefore, he had only two options: continue dribbling or pass. Because Bentancur and Emerson were on his left and right, Chen Chen straightforwardly dismissed the option to continue dribbling. Yes, Chen Chen's dribbling skills were quite good, but he couldn't succeed every time. Moreover, continuing to dribble carried the risk of being double-teamed and getting caught in a scissor tackle, which Chen Chen was not willing to gamble on. Thus, he had no choice but to pass forward. Although it sounds like a long-winded explanation, in the blink of an eye, Chen Chen's brain helped him find the optimal choice. That was to pass forward and find Grealish, who was already close to the edge of the penalty area. Bang! Chen Chen delivered a curved pass with the inside of his right foot. His pass sailed over Romero's outstretched leg, attempting to intercept, landing perfectly at Grealish's feet. Seeing this scene, many commentators gasped in surprise. Chapter 279. Although the match had ended, most Manchester City fans did not leave the stadium immediately. In contrast, the Spurs players and fans quickly left the field, leaving the area for Manchester City players and fans. In the stands at Etihad, countless Manchester City fans began to sing and rap, celebrating this hard-earned and unimaginable 20 consecutive league victories. Later, led by Guardiola, the Blue Moon Army celebrated around the pitch. The entire Etihad was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Of course, Guardiola emphasized that the celebration was limited to today. When the sun shone down on the earth the next day, everyone must forget this victory and continue to move forward. They needed to win one match after another. Thus, when Manchester City's victory over Spurs and their 20 consecutive league wins created a huge sensation on various social platforms, the Manchester City players remained low-key, simply posting celebration messages on their personal social accounts. As for the rest, nothing more. For the Blue Moon, celebrations could happen anytime. What mattered most now was facing the challenge from Liverpool. Chapter 280. Liverpool had originally been injury-free like Wolves. However, Firmino seemed to be a bit unaccustomed. He fell ill on his first day in London and was unable to train normally. It is said that professional players have good physical fitness, but even the best are still human. On February 22nd, the day before the match, in the morning, Guardiola and Klopp both attended the pre-match press conference, entering the conference one after the other. Guardiola arrived first, and Klopp came a little later. Regarding the media reports about player injuries, Guardiola nodded in affirmation. The news about Grealish and Udeji being injured had spread widely, and hiding it as a smokescreen was pointless. Yes, Jack and Udeji were injured, which was bad news. They would not be available for tomorrow's match. However, fortunately, the situation was still relatively good. According to the joint diagnosis from the team doctor and relevant experts, they would return to the pitch soon. The goal for the match? Of course, it was the championship. Otherwise, why would we come to Wembley for a performance? Taylor Swift concert is still weeks away. The team couldn't stay at Wembley that long, as security would check every restroom. Chapter 281. The match started on Wednesday evening. The weather in London today was quite nice. Although it rained a little, it wasn't too cold overall. However, this gloomy weather had indeed caused dissatisfaction among many players in the past, which was one of the reasons La Liga became the top league. Of course, now it is the Premier League. The high exposure and commercial value attracted countless players who regarded entering the Premier League as their ideal goal. As for the cold weather, money can solve everything. There is nothing that can't be resolved with pounds. Soon, both teams' players appeared in the player tunnel. Wembley Stadium can accommodate nearly 100,000 people. And outside the tunnel, the stadium was a distinct sea of red and blue. The match hadn't started yet, but the fans from both sides had already begun a volume competition. The deafening cheers and boos echoed throughout the entire Wembley Stadium. It is worth noting that the harsh words exchanged between the two managers and players before the match did not affect the friendly interactions between the players. For example, Chen Chen actively shook hands with several Liverpool players, such as Arnold, Henderson, and Jones. Jones was sitting on the bench today. After giving Chen Chen a high five, he hurriedly walked out of the tunnel. Chapter 282. Let's take a look at Liverpool. Today, Liverpool has drawn the away team sign. However, since the opponent does not have red kits, they can choose to wear their home jersey when playing at Anfield. So today, Liverpool is still wearing the iconic red kits of the Liverbird. Klopp has set up a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is Brazil's Alisson. This match is also referred to by fans online as a competition between the two goalkeepers of the Brazilian national team. After today's match, Tite, the head coach of the Brazilian national team, will likely have a preliminary choice for the starting goalkeeper in his mind. The defense consists of Robertson, Van Dijk, Matip, and Alexander-Arnold. The three midfielders are Naby Keita, Fabinho, and team captain Henderson. The three forwards remain in the center, Salah on the right, and Luis Diaz, who transferred from Porto during the winter window, on the left. Diaz has been performing well recently, indicating that both Manchester City and Liverpool have sharp eyes for talent, recognizing the Colombian's potential. In the end, Diaz chose Liverpool over Manchester City. Chapter 283. Soon, Chen Chen found an attacking opportunity. Firmino passed the ball directly to Chen Chen. After receiving the ball, Chen Chen immediately turned and accelerated. Henderson rushed in to defend, but was shaken off by Chen Chen's speed. Chen Chen then moved toward the center. Fabinho came over to intercept. Just when everyone thought Chen Chen would continue to dribble, he stopped, set up his right foot, and flicked the ball behind Fabinho with the inside of his foot. Mars made a diagonal run and got the ball. Van Dijk quickly rushed up to limit the king of the ball. Mars did not hesitate at all. Before Van Dijk could get to him, he took a shot. Bang! The shot was very powerful. However, Alisson, standing in front of the goal, is not just for show. The Brazilian showcased his skills, confidently catching the ball with both hands. A sigh went up from the Manchester City fans in Wembley Stadium. Alisson illustrated his worth with a spectacular save. Fine Morris. Shoot. Oh no, what a pity. This shot was saved by Alisson. It must be said that Chen Chen's choice to pass was very good. Additionally, Mara's shooting angle was also decent. Chapter 284, a volley. No one touched the ball. Alisson didn't save it. The ball went in. Inside Wembley Stadium, there S1-2 but no 3. This time Liverpool couldn't defend again. Chen Chen scored the first goal for the Blue Moon with a volley. Chen Chen ran desperately toward the corner flag, then jumped over the advertising boards, running to the stands of the loyal Manchester City fans to celebrate. The Manchester City fans responded with even louder cheers and screams for the team's goal hero and the king of the Etihad. Yes, Chen Chen conquered all Manchester City fans with his brilliant performance. They called him the king of the Etihad. The last player to receive this honor was Aguero, who left on a free transfer last summer. Aguero means a lot to Manchester City, and the Blue Moon will build a statue for Aguero outside the Etihad Stadium. If Chen Chen continues to perform like this, it's likely he will also have his own statue in the future. I believe that time won't be too far off. Watching the Blue Moon Army celebrating on the broadcast screen, Jean-Jun's side, a volley, Chen Chen's performance is truly stunning. Chapter 285. Seeing Ederson saving this crucial shot. Jean-Jun joked, "Today, both goalkeepers are working hard for the clean sheet bonus. But unfortunately, Liverpool has already conceded, so Alisson's bonus is gone. Now the key is to see Ederson's performance. He has the possibility of a clean sheet bonus." Jean-Jun looked at Zhang Lu. "Coach Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Lu replied, "In my opinion, neither team's goalkeepers will have any clean sheet bonus today. Manchester City has a strong desire to attack, but Liverpool is not bad either. Just now, Luis Diaz was just a bit unlucky. Of course, whether or not there's a clean sheet is not the key. I believe for the goalkeepers on the field, as long as the team can win and claim the championship, it doesn't matter if they go 10 matches without a clean sheet bonus." Jean-Jun nodded repeatedly in agreement. This is a fact. For players, earning bonuses is indeed a wonderful thing. But compared to winning and claiming the championship, that little clean sheet bonus is nothing. Just as Jean-Jun and Zhang Lu were chatting, on the field, Manchester City seized the opportunity to launch another attack. The match time on the big screen was the 41st minute. Chapter 286. It seems my thoughts are correct. Manchester City's winning streak has higher quality. They're stronger and have the upper hand in their confrontation with Liverpool. Zhang Lu tapped his fingers on the table, commenting leisurely. Jean-Jun sighed a bit. Jean-Jun really likes the Liverpool team. But right now, Liverpool is too passive. If they don't adjust soon, they might end up like those teams in the league, suffering a disastrous defeat. Jean-Jun shook his head and began to analyze. Liverpool's problem is that their front line is not strong enough, and the team is too focused on Chen Chen. Manchester City's winning streak has never been the effort of one person. Everyone is a focal point. This is a team game of 11 players. Klopp needs to think carefully about what to do. There are only a few minutes left until halftime. Can substitutions be made immediately in the second half? For example, replacing the underperforming Main? Jean-Jun has always liked Main. He praises the Senegalese with fiery terms. However, today, Main has not made an impact. He was completely shut down by Manchester City, like he had vanished. Rather than having him stand in the VIP viewing area, it would be better to take him off and bring someone else on. Chapter 287. In the home team's locker room, Guardiola praised the team's ability to adjust. In the first 10 minutes of the first half, Manchester City was once pressed by Liverpool and was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the players remained calm, and each one diligently implemented Guardiola's tactical adjustments and positioning. The 2 goals in the first half were the result of these adjustments, with wings flying together, creating space and drawing defenders in the center. The goals came very simply. In the locker room, after affirming the team's brilliant performance, Guardiola also specifically outlined the plans for the second half. In the second half, Liverpool will definitely increase their attacking efforts. They must focus on positional defense. In a word, stabilize the back line and then seek to attack. Sadio, I'll let Hoda replace you. In the away team's dressing room, after discussing tactical arrangements, Klopp turned to Main. The Senegalese international's performance today was quite average. He couldn't play the pivotal role. Main was momentarily at a loss for words. He still wanted to play on the field. But reason told Main that his performance was indeed poor, and he had no chance to stay on the field any longer. Main nodded dejectedly. In fact, Klopp didn't want to do this either. Chapter 288. The reason why Liverpool fans were frantically calling for Fenway out was not just because of Chen Chen, but for many other mixed reasons. Of course, Chen Chen's brilliant performance in the EFL Cup final was surely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Their main demand was still about signings. The fact that Chen Chen couldn't come to Liverpool was something the Reds fans accepted fairly well. After all, if it rains, it rains. If a daughter is to marry, let it be. But from last summer's transfer window until now, Liverpool has only signed Kane and Luis Diaz. Is this what a title-contending team should do? What's even more ridiculous is that Luis was brought in because Firmino showed signs of fatigue. Otherwise, Fenway wouldn't even want to buy. This is also why Klopp said he felt very relaxed when he faced reporters after leaving Liverpool. Fenway gave Klopp $1,000, but expected him to create the effect of $8,000. Who can withstand that? Arsenal is the same. Kroenke is also a penny pincher. So, for the head coach, teams like Manchester City and Real Madrid are the most comfortable places because they have money on the financial books. Especially Manchester City. Chapter 289. The game continued. Chen Chen began to press high in the front line. Meanwhile, Mahrez and Gundogan were doing their best to cooperate with him. The midfield players of the Blue Moon were completely centered around Chen Chen in their activities. The Manchester City players had a clear goal to keep scoring. In the 66th minute of the match, Milner was dribbling on the left. De Bruyne immediately ran over to intercept. Milner attempted a quick change of pace to get past De Bruyne, but his movement was too rough, and the Belgians saw through it. De Bruyne successfully won the ball in a one-on-one confrontation. Then De Bruyne delivered a pass, and the ball went past Rodri to Silva's feet. Silva quickly passed the ball to the diagonally running Mahrez. This is why Mahrez can secure a starting spot. He knows when to track back and when to support. Running tirelessly, if needed, the king of the ball could even retreat to his own arc to receive the ball. Just as Mahrez received the ball, Van Dijk ran up behind him to block his position. Mahrez didn't choose to confront Van Dijk head-on. He quickly passed the ball back to Gundogan. The latter then sent a long pass forward. Chapter 290. The stadium erupted in boos from the Manchester City fans. It was at this moment that the boos turned into applause. It turned out that Chen Chen was substituted. All the Manchester City fans stood up and applauded Chen Chen. Chen, Chen, Chen. Inside Wembley Stadium, the chaotic cheers gradually unified, and countless Manchester City fans began chanting Chen Chen's name. At this moment, Chen Chen was the brightest star in the hearts of the Blue Moon fans. The fans were so enthusiastic that Chen Chen quickly raised his hand and waved around the stadium to show his gratitude. After that, he walked off the field and hugged Guardiola. After the embrace, Chen Chen also high-fived the assistant coaches and teammates one by one. Guardiola's reason for substituting Chen Chen was simple. He purely wanted him to feel the cheers and appreciation from the Manchester City fans. Chen Chen sat on the bench and began to quietly appreciate his teammates' performances. However, soon, Chen Chen's attention shifted away from the match as he started chatting with Grealish and Laporte beside him. While they were talking, Grealish and Laporte suddenly fell silent, because they suddenly realized that this Chen Chen, who was so formidable in the EFL Cup, was only 19 years old. Chapter 291. Just as the two were chatting, Henderson and Oxlade-Chamberlain walked over. The group continued their friendly conversation. After that, Chen Chen returned to his area. Looking at Chen Chen's figure, Klopp sighed with his hands in his pockets. He regretted saying the word regret many times, but each time, the old man had a new understanding. Liverpool just lacked a midfield playmaker. Milner and Henderson were too old, and Elliott was too young. A player like Chen Chen, who is young but plays tough, is just too suitable for Liverpool. But it's a pity. On the other side, Guardiola was very happy at this moment. The more Guardiola watched Chen Chen, the more satisfied he felt. He was glad he brought Chen Chen to Manchester City instead of letting him go to a competitor. Guardiola's assistant coach, Dominguez, came over, and he started chatting with Guardiola. Sir, Chen is just amazing. I think right now, everyone in European football is very envious and jealous of you. A smile appeared on Guardiola's face. He smiled at his Spanish compatriot and said, let them be envious and jealous. With Chen Chen's help, I believe we will win many championship trophies. Chapter 292. After the championship celebration, there was no post-match press conference, but there would be a short mixed interview with media reporters at the sidelines. Tonight's biggest winner, Chen Chen, accepted an interview. In front of the camera, Chen Chen rarely made bold statements. Now we can say that Manchester City is the boss of the Manchester area. The EFL Cup championship won't stop us. We will keep moving forward. Champions League, FA Cup, and the league title. We won them all. Just wait when summer comes. All the fans will be discussing our incredibly successful season. Chen Chen's interview declaration was quickly uploaded to social media. His words became well known among many passers-by and fans. The first reaction from these fans and passers-by was that it was quite a big talk. Even Real Madrid wouldn't dare to say they won it all. However, when they saw the series of statistics about Manchester City and Chen Chen listed by the media, they fell silent. Manchester City, with 20 consecutive league wins, and the Blue Moon, nearing 30 matches unbeaten across all competitions. Who else can compete? 28 goals and 24 assists in the league. 10 goals and 11 assists in the Champions League. Who can rival a Chen Chen like this? Chapter 293. However, discussing those matters seems rather distant. It's more important for Manchester City to focus on the present. The match between Manchester City and Everton will take place on the evening of the 26th, making it the latest match in this round of the Premier League. The reason is obvious. Manchester City just played in the League Cup final. The earliest match in this round was Southampton versus Norwich, where the Canaries suffered a 0-20 defeat. Next up was the match between Tottenham and Leeds United. Perhaps due to their recent string of losses, Tottenham delivered a 4-0 thrashing against Leeds at Elland Road today. Kane contributed 1 goal and 1 assist, while Son Heung-min and Kulusevski each scored, plus an own goal from the opponent. These 4 goals brought a bit of comfort to the weary and helpless hearts of Spurs fans. Looking at the path Tottenham has taken this month, it's hard for not just Spurs fans, but even bystanders, to bear. Losing to Manchester City is a matter of mismatched levels. Losing to Southampton and Wolves can still be explained as playing away, where the opponent had the advantage in fitness, leading to the losses. But losing unexpectedly to 19th-placed Burnley is just ridiculous. When it comes to dropping the ball, Tottenham is top of the Premier League. Chapter 294. While other players narrowly missed scoring, the news about Jesus was that he was on the verge of coming on. The goalkeeper had nothing much to say, as Ederson continued to carry the flag. In this match, nearly 3,000 Manchester City fans came to Goodison Park to cheer for the Sky Blues. The recent winning streak has instilled great confidence in the Manchester City players and brought immense joy to the fans. Therefore, despite the relatively small number of Manchester City fans present, the noise they generated was no less than that of the Toffee supporters. Less than 10 minutes into the match, Pep Guardiola's Manchester City delivered a powerful statement to Lampard. Udogie surged forward to join the attack, making a diagonal run into the middle before sending a through ball to the right. Foden received the pass and swept into the Everton box. Sterling arrived just in time, firing a shot that left Pickford regretting his actions. The England international became the backdrop for Sterling's goal. Manchester City took the lead in this away match. In the 16th minute, the Sky Blues scored again, this time from Gundogan's shot. The Germans' long-range effort left Pickford with no time to react. The score on the big screen instantly changed to 2-0 in favor of Manchester City. Chapter 295. Everton's pain did not end there. In the 63rd minute, Manchester City got a counterattack opportunity. However, the forwards didn't make their runs, and Chen Chen, receiving a pass from the back, had to carry the ball forward himself. Seeing Stones coming up to support, Chen Chen cleverly made a back pass. De Bruyne acted as Stone's screen, and the 28-year-old English defender quickly sprinted down the flank, then delivered a cross in the box. The ball found its way to Foden, who was moving inward. Just as Foden took possession, Everton's center-back Michael Keane lunged in aggressively. He attempted to intercept, but Foden was in excellent form today, almost like a deity descending. Foden sent the ball a step forward to his left. Jumping to evade the opponent's fierce tackle, Foden executed a shot aimed at the top corner of the goal with a curling arc. Pickford guessed the right direction, but Foden's shot was simply too brilliant. He couldn't stop it in time. Manchester City led 5-0 over Everton. After this goal, Chen Chen and Foden, the two heroes of the match, were substituted. Rodri and Mahrez came on as substitutes. Chapter 296. Due to strong wins over Peterborough, the match between Peterborough United and Manchester City was delayed for several hours. Just as Guardiola and his coaching staff prepared for the postponed match, the event organizers, the FA, promptly informed both teams to enter the field when the wind calmed down. Guardiola didn't have much to say. If the match was on, they would play. However, Peterborough United had objections. Originally, after playing against Manchester City, they were scheduled to face another championship team within 48 hours. Although the timing was tight, Peterborough United had no choice but to accept the arrangement. Not accepting, they would still have to accept it. The schedule was set. They could either play or postpone, which would lead to an even tighter schedule later. There was no way around it. The scheduling in the championship was even harsher than in the Premier League. The League Cup, FA Cup, and Championship teams participate just like Premier League teams. Then there are the Champions League, Europa League, and Conference League matches. Championship teams cannot participate in these European competitions, but they play 46 matches in a season with 24 teams, which is more than the Premier League. The Premier League has 20 teams playing 38 matches. Championship teams play 8 more matches. Chapter 297. After defeating Peterborough United, the Manchester City players were given 2 days off. The next match for Manchester City is the Manchester Derby against Manchester United. In theory, Guardiola shouldn't give too much rest time. as the team needs to maintain a sense of hunger and urgency. However, Guardiola understood that it was better to let everyone rest and recharge instead of tightening the reins and keeping the players on edge. Additionally, the main reason was that Guardiola's wife and daughter had come to Manchester, and the Spaniard wanted to spend time with his family. During his days off, Grealish was either at a bar or on his way to one. This time, he chose to go out alone. He didn't invite Chen Chen along because Chen Chen had several business activities to attend, leaving him no time for leisure. Now that March had arrived, the spring showcase of London Fashion Week was here. Chen Chen had participated in related activities last year, and both sides were satisfied. So when the Fashion Week invited him again, he accepted. It should be noted that Chen Chen's scheduling for some business activities has now been separated from the economic activities overseen by Mendes. Chapter 298. On the morning of the 5th, at Manchester City's youth training base, all City personnel returned to the team. Before formal training began, Guardiola spoke a few words. The core of the discussion was fighting to secure the championship early. Currently, on the Premier League table, Manchester City sits first with 24 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulating 73 points while having played 1 game less. Liverpool is second with 20 wins, 5 draws, and 1 loss, totaling 65 points, also having played 1 game less. The gap between the two teams remains 8 points. Arsenal has climbed to 3rd place with 17 wins, 4 draws, and 6 losses, accumulating 55 points, which is something unimaginable at the start of the season. At that time, gun enthusiasts believed that qualifying for the European competitions this season would be a success, but they didn't expect Tatsi Good to give them such a big surprise. Behind Arsenal is Chelsea with 15 wins, 8 draws, and 2 losses, accumulating 53 points. The Blues have played 2 fewer matches, and from a certain perspective, it's only a matter of time before they surpass Arsenal. Following them is Manchester United with 15 wins, 7 draws, and 5 losses, accumulating 52 points. It seems that the Red Devils will have to win the Champions League to qualify for next season's tournament. Of course, winning the Champions League is more difficult than the league. This is because, in the Champions League, there are not only Liverpool and Manchester City eyeing the trophy, but also Bundesliga powerhouse Bayern Munich, La Liga's big 3 of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, as well as the French giants Paris Saint-Germain. Chapter 299. Soon, on the pitch at Etihad, players from Manchester City and Manchester United came out to warm up. To be honest, seeing Cristiano Ronaldo made Chen Chen's feelings a bit complicated. The Portuguese's relationship with Manchester United and others is very intricate, including his own. Previously, after Chen Chen signed with Mendes, he had some interactions with Cristiano Ronaldo. But as the Portuguese superstar said when facing the media, in fact, I don't have many friends. So, until now, Chen Chen hasn't had much contact with Cristiano Ronaldo. Saying they're just acquaintances would be too simplistic. They could almost arrange to have a meal together, but their personal lives wouldn't intersect too much. In the future, Cristiano Ronaldo will leave the Premier League for Saudi Arabia. Honestly, while he can earn more money, is he really happy in Saudi Arabia? But that's his own choice, and Chen Chen chooses to respect and understand that. Within Manchester United, there are several members of the England national team, like Maguire and Sancho, present on the pitch. As they finished warming up and headed back to the players' tunnel, Maguire and Sancho took the initiative to greet Chen Chen and Grealish, chatting briefly among themselves. De Gea also approached them actively. Chapter 300. We can see that the formation is still the familiar 4-2-3-1. But Manchester United has made some adjustments to the starting players today, and some familiar faces are not on the pitch. The starting goalkeeper sent out by Rangnick is the Spaniard De Gea. The defensive line from left to right is Telles, Maguire, Lindelof, and Wan-Bissaka. The double pivot consists of Fred partnering McTominay. A little rumor, not verified. During the winter transfer window, Manchester City sought to purchase the Scotsman McTominay, but the Red Devils management deemed this youth academy graduate a non-transferable asset. The rumors that Jean-Ju mentioned are not entirely accurate. The Blue Moon did indeed contact many players through scouts, but they did not reach out to McTominay. The relationship with their city rivals is one reason, but the main reason is that Manchester United is asking for 90 million. 90 million. Manchester City could package Grealish and Alvarez and still add another Udeji. The 3 attacking midfielders are Sancho, Pogba, and Elanga. Leading the attack is Bruno Fernandes. Chapter 301. In the 5th minute of the match, Pogba dropped back to receive the ball. when he saw Sancho waving for the ball on the left. The Frenchman transferred the ball from his right foot to his left foot, intending to pass it to the left side. However, before he could act, Chen Chen suddenly accelerated forward. Pogba was caught off guard, and the ball was lost. Oh no, Pogba was careless. He didn't notice Chen Chen, who had been lurking nearby. After successfully intercepting, Chen Chen quickly sprinted forward with the ball. Meanwhile, the front three immediately turned and ran. This moment tests the forward speed. As long as they can create space, the ball will likely be passed their way. Mahrez is in the best position, but Chen Chen didn't pass immediately. He chose to continue dribbling forward. Manchester United now has a dilemma because no one dares to make a move on Chen Chen, allowing him to advance easily with the ball. So, Chen Chen could take a moment to think about his next move. He has several options in front of him: pass to the wing, make a through ball, or take it himself. Regardless of which option Chen Chen chooses, the Red Devils' defensive predicament cannot be changed. Chapter 302. After Walker made a diagonal run, he did one thing. He passed the ball to Chen Chen, who was charging out from the opponent's defense. So, Walker's almost solo breakthrough was all set up for Chen Chen. The plot thickens. Chen Chen is that dagger. Honestly, running all the way from his own area to the opponent's penalty box is not easy. Luckily, Chen Chen gritted his teeth and got into position at the first opportunity. Otherwise, Walker's through ball would have been challenging to realize. Ignoring Maguire, who was trying to pull him down, Chen Chen chose to nudge the ball slightly to his right. Just in time, Foden delivered the final deadly blow. Bang! De Gea, in front of the goal, made an extreme turn to save the ball, but he fumbled it, and the ball rolled to Chen Chen's feet. Chen Chen did not miss this excellent opportunity close to the goal. By the time De Gea attempted a second dive to save, it was too late. The ball, it went in again. Chen, Chen, Chen. The Blue Moon fans in the stands erupted. Etihad was once again in a frenzy, as the Blue Moon's perfect performance captivated everyone present. It's Chen Chen again. Chapter 303. The Manchester United fans in the stands finally felt their hearts settle. Not in a relieved way, but in a definitive, morbid sense. Many Manchester United fans even cried out loud. Some fans, in extreme anger, laughed sarcastically, shaking their heads. When the starting lineup for this match appeared on social media, many Manchester United fans' first thought was, it's over. Bruno Fernandes as a striker? Can he play? No way. Did Rangnick get too carried away the day before? Instead of using a proper center forward, he chose Bruno Fernandes? Is this the understanding of football by the father of football, Rangnick, to face off against the Blue Moon Manchester City with a no-striker formation? The Manchester United fans in the stands gradually moved from frustration and helplessness to anger, and the Etihad echoed with shouts of A group of Red Devils fans began to condemn Rangnick. The broadcast camera skillfully focused on Manchester United's head coach Rangnick. Compared to when he first appeared, he now stood on the sidelines looking noticeably fatigued and aged. It seems the German's days are not easy either. The camera then shifted to the Portuguese Ronaldo, who was sitting on the bench with his hands behind his head. Chapter 304. Fortunately, neither side scored again until the end of the first half. Manchester City went into halftime with a score of 4-0. The City fans in the stands were still singing loudly, while on the other side, the Manchester United fans began to slowly leave. After all, if they didn't leave now, they might end up losing by double digits. The Manchester United fans couldn't bear to witness such a disaster. Of course, there were still quite a few United fans leaving the Etihad, but many remained steadfast. After all, they celebrate together in victory and bear it together in defeat. You can't only support Manchester United when they win. The major streaming platforms had already cut to commercials, but the big screen at the venue still showed real-time footage of the stadium. The camera first found Cristiano Ronaldo, who was the first to walk into the locker room, and then quickly focused on Chen Chen, who was chatting and laughing with Grealish. This shot was quite interesting, suggesting that the potential partnership of Lingard and Ronaldo seemed to have faded away. With a score of 4-0, Chen Chen and De Bruyne were likely to clock out for the half. Even if Ronaldo came on in the second half and dominated, it wouldn't mean much because he wouldn't be defeating the real Chen Chen. Moreover, given Manchester United's overall state, whether Ronaldo could even score was questionable. Chapter 305. Before the second half had even started, the Manchester City fans in the stands began singing their team anthem, Blue Moon. On the other side, the Manchester United fans simply couldn't compete. Therefore, the Red Devils players had to start the match under this sonic assault. Of course, The majority of the remaining Manchester United fans were not indifferent, even though they couldn't match the volume of their opponents. Their support for the team still had to be shown. After all, they were the last line of defense for the players on the field. On the pitch, it seemed that Manchester City, with the overall situation seemingly settled, did not slacken their attack. On the contrary, they played even more aggressively and intelligently than in the first half. Manchester United certainly wouldn't let them score. As a result, the intensity of both sides began to escalate. In the 54th minute of the match, a diagonal long pass was made, and Chen Chen prepared to find Mahrez on the right flank. The king of the ball had performed quite well today, running tirelessly on the offensive end. This time was no different. Upon seeing Chen Chen's long pass, Mahrez quickly sprinted forward, while also tilting his head to keep an eye on the ball's direction and landing spot. Chapter 306. Speaking of substitutes receiving red cards, there are indeed precedents in football. In the 2019 Premier League match between Manchester City and Chelsea, City's substitute goalkeeper Scott Carson, also known as Grandpa Carson, entered the field during a confrontation to mediate and was shown a yellow card by the referee for entering the field without permission. If he had engaged in insults or attacks, he could have received a direct red card. The same goes for Zinchenko today. Another example is from the 2018 World Cup, in the match between Colombia and England, where Colombian substitute player Carlos Sanchez rushed onto the field during a confrontation to push an opponent and was shown a red card by the referee. The main reason was violent behavior, not insults. If insults were added, there would have been even more suspensions. The Manchester United players were very dissatisfied with the referee's decision. But seeing that Oliver was about to reach for his card to set the record straight, the United players all dispersed. Ronaldo also walked away. The camera quickly found the Portuguese player. Ronaldo stepped away from the free kick distance, then placed his hands on his hips and shook his head repeatedly, seemingly mumbling something. According to some lip-reading experts after the match, Ronaldo was shaking his head while saying like a pig, like a pig. Chapter 307. From Manchester City. The situation on the field seemed to grow more severe. Looking at Ronaldo celebrating with his teammates, Chen Chen took a deep breath. Even if they were 4 goals down, they still had to strive for victory, right, Hikiro? The broadcast camera quickly found the substitution board raised by the 4th official on the sidelines. Guardiola was about to make a substitution. De Bruyne went off, and Gravenberch came on. Manchester City also switched to a 4-2-3-1 formation. For Manchester United, Lingard had completed his warm-up. However, possibly out of trust in the players on the field, Rangnick did not send Lingard onto the pitch and instead had him return to his seat. The match continued. Gravenberch came on to partner with Rodri to strengthen the defense, allowing the Blue Moon team to unleash their attacking potential. In the 69th minute of the match, a very dramatic scene unfolded. Buffet made a passing error near the center circle, and Grealish successfully intercepted. The ball then came to Chen Chen's feet. After gaining possession, Chen Chen took a long-range shot. The Spanish goalkeeper De Gea quickly turned to defend, but after stumbling a few steps, De Gea could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net. The score changed to Manchester City 5, Manchester United 2. Chapter 308. As the final whistle blew, the fans in the stands cheered once again. The players on the City bench immediately rushed onto the pitch, all of them celebrating. Today was not the decisive match for the league championship, but defeating the strong opponent Manchester United was enough to make them happy. Chen Chen did not immediately join the celebration. He jogged over to Oliver and took the ball from the referee's hand. Many people think that only a hat trick can earn you the match ball, but that's not true. Anyone can take the ball if they want to. For example, making a debut, an impressive first appearance, or even now with Chen Chen scoring twice. To be honest, if it weren't for that key assist turning into a pass by chance, Chen Chen's stats today should have been 2 goals and 2 assists. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. Otherwise, wouldn't Chen Chen's 2 goals and 2 assists be even more impressive than a hat trick? In the live broadcast room, Jurgen cleared his throat and then said, "The match is over. Manchester City has won the Manchester Derby. The strength of the Blue Moon is very strong, and the Red Devils of Manchester United couldn't gain any advantage against them." Chapter 309. The first match of this round of the Champions League was between Bayern and RB Salzburg. In the first leg, the Bavarians played to a 1-1 draw at the Red Bull Arena. This was a result fought hard for by the entire Red Bull team. As a result, Red Bull fans and various Austrian media had different thoughts. as long as they could score at the Allianz Arena and maintain the draw until the end, and then go into a penalty shootout, RB Salzburg would return to the same starting line as Bayern. At that point, the outcome would be uncertain. In response, Nagelsmann simply smiled mysteriously. Nash deployed a 3,241 formation. At Bayern Munich's home ground, the Allianz Arena, Bayern crushed Red Bull with a score of 71. Still hoping for a draw and a chance at a penalty shootout? The outstanding performance of the Bavarians shocked Villarreal and Juventus. The two coaches and a crowd of fans fell into silence, because they're in the same half of the draw, whether Juventus or Villarreal advance. They will have to face the formidable Bayern Munich. Who can withstand that? Of course, the match hasn't been played yet, and the outcome is still uncertain. Such words that boost others' confidence while diminishing one's own cannot be spoken. Chapter 3:10. Don't say things like Manchester City doesn't play fair during previous visits to Stamford Bridge. Chelsea did the same. Chelsea's recent performance has been quite good. They're the third team after Manchester City and Liverpool. If there's still a Premier League team that can limit Manchester City, Chelsea should be one of them. Although they have lost every time they faced Manchester City, it cannot be denied that compared to other teams, the Blue Moon still has a better chance. Before the match, Tuchel once again talked about Chen Chen. Honestly, Tuchel is quite troubled. After all, this guy is too extraordinary. It's really hard to contain him. Hearing that Chen Chen is negotiating a contract renewal with Manchester City, the German had different thoughts rising within him. Will Chen Chen's negotiations with Manchester City break down, and he will angrily leave to join Chelsea? On this point, one can only say Tuchel is overthinking. Why go to Chelsea? Can a lot of people gather to play mahjong together? About Chen Chen? Yes, I watch his matches closely. I believe we cannot let him receive the ball comfortably because he will immediately look to pass forward or dribble to initiate an attack. Chapter 3:11. At this moment on the Etihad Stadium, the players from both sides lined up. Everyone's expression was serious. There was no need for any mobilization. In such a strong confrontation, players would demand more from themselves. After all, what skill is it to bully weak teams? Dominating strong teams is the way to go. Beep. Today's referee is Craig Pawson, considered middle-aged in the referee circle at just 42 years old. He blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. As the game began, Chelsea immediately pressed forward. Tuchel summarized the reasons for previous defeats and clearly recognized that they could not give possession to the opponent. They could not allow the Blue Moon to enter a passing and controlling state. With players like Lukaku, Werner, Mount, and Jorginho, the Blues' attacking strength is quite good. They have the confidence to go toe-to-toe with Manchester City. However, this scene was exactly what Guardiola had anticipated early on. While at the training ground, Guardiola discussed with his assistants that Chelsea would not sit back and wait. Chelsea would certainly want to avenge their previous humiliation while aiming to secure points to stabilize their position in the top four. In this case, Manchester City's opportunity has arrived. The reason Chelsea lost previously was their weak defense. Chapter 3:12. Kanté was very confident. He forced himself not to think about how many opponents there were. The French midfielder focused on pushing the ball forward. Kanté first used a sudden change of pace to dribble past the approaching Grealish. Just as Kanté attempted to use the same technique again, De Bruyne decisively and accurately intercepted the ball. It was surprising that Kanté, known for his excellent dribbling and ball protection skills, actually lost the ball. However, this was not particularly shocking for fans and spectators. Kanté's tactical level is indeed good, but De Bruyne stands at the pinnacle of midfielders in European football. Before Chen Chen joined Manchester City, the capable De Bruyne deserved the title of the world's strongest midfielder. Seeing De Bruyne successfully intercept, the Manchester City fans in attendance erupted in cheers. Could it be? Well, there was nothing to be surprised about. After losing the ball, Kanté immediately went for a counter-press, bringing down De Bruyne along with the ball. Of course, he got the ball first. The ball went out of bounds, and a good counter-attacking opportunity for Manchester City was abruptly halted. Kanté's overall strength cannot compare to De Bruyne, but the Frenchman has an enviable trait that De Bruyne admires. Kanté can quickly counter-press after losing the ball. Chapter 3:13. After receiving the ball, Chen Chen did not choose to dribble forward wildly. Instead, he waited at the spot to observe. This was not only because the opponent's attention was drawn to him, but also because this is a team game. He has teammates. Boom! A long diagonal pass. The ball was sent by Chen Chen to Grealish. As soon as Grealish received the ball, Rudiger followed closely. However, Rudiger did not dare to make any rash moves. He could only follow suit. Seeing that Rudiger was hesitant to pressure him, Grealish took a deep breath, feeling reassured. The player whom the public and fans called a 100 million waste was about to explode. Grealish showcased his dribbling skills near the sideline. He stepped out with his left foot toward the sideline, then quickly pulled the ball back. Just when Rudiger expected Grealish to break down the sideline with speed and prepare to intercept, Grealish pulled the ball back and quickly charged inward. Rudiger reacted quickly. He turned and attempted to tackle. Unexpectedly, Grealish's reaction was also quite good, as the Manchester City winger jumped to avoid Rudiger's sliding tackle. Grealish had learned a lot from Chen Chen recently. He indeed had some dribbling skills and quick reflexes. Chapter 3:14. Chen Chen surely would not hear Jean-Jun's live commentary, but he was aware of the goal record. Sterling put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulder and leaned in to say, "Don't worry. Chen, today you assisted me, and I'll assist you too. Let's aim to break that record today." Turning around to wave at the fans, Chen Chen smiled and raised an eyebrow at Sterling. Regardless of whether Sterling could create an opportunity later, at least his attitude was clear. This is brotherly football. When the Manchester City players returned to the center circle, the Chelsea players across from them looked dejected. The excitement and strong fighting spirit they had at the beginning were gone, replaced by exhaustion and helplessness. Lukaku scratched the back of his head, glancing at his national teammate De Bruyne, then turned to look at Chen Chen, truly deserving of being the player ranked first in market value. This speed, this passing route, you really are strong. However, Lukaku soon regained his composure. Today you showed great prowess, effortlessly taking 3 points with a header and a kick. However, the goalkeeper's clean sheet award must be reserved for me. Chapter 3:15. The major error by the referee made all fans realize that the Premier League is not just about the magical 4 blind spots. Whenever needed, any referee can be an executor. Guardiola on the sidelines angrily threw down his water bottle and began to curse. Guardiola was very dissatisfied with the referee's decision. The players of the Blue Moon were also very angry. Chen Chen's anger reached its peak. A clear and obvious offside not called. All right. They'll just score a few more. There's still plenty of time. We still have a chance. Can you keep making these ridiculous calls? In the 39th minute of the match, Chen Chen faced off against Zeech. Chen Chen's focus was intense. He was in a state of pent-up energy. The Moroccan international was struggling because Chen Chen's speed and change of direction was simply too fast. He couldn't manage to make the first line of defense. He could only try desperately to hold him off. Sure enough, Chen Chen suddenly nudged the ball towards the sideline, then quickly pulled it back and surged inward. Just a simple feint to cut inside, which would be minor skill for others, but when Chen Chen executed it, it was like a masterclass. Fortunately, Zeech's reaction was also quite good. Chapter 3:16. Zeech quickly took the ball and ran along the sideline. The stylish dribble he envisioned didn't occur with De Bruyne's cooperation. Walker successfully pressured him, and Manchester City regained possession. The Blue Moon then launched a counterattack. However, Manchester City's counterattack did not succeed. This was because Zeech, who lost possession, immediately turned around and took down Walker. A huge and sharp chorus of boos erupted at the Etihad. The Manchester City fans were all condemning Zeech's unethical behavior. The Moroccan international also understood what his actions represented. He didn't try to argue with the referee, but reached out to help Walker up and hurry back. Craig Pawson immediately showed Zeech a yellow card, seemingly eager to regain the respect and trust of the Manchester City fans. But in fact, this action further provoked the Manchester City fans. Goodness, you actually have good eyesight. I thought you were blind. Pawson's actions did not ease the tension between him and the fans. Instead, the boos grew louder and more chaotic. In the 53rd minute of the match, it was Werner who charged down the right. Facing the sprinting Werner, Gundogan decisively rushed in to tackle, taking down both Werner and the ball. Chapter 3:17. To describe the physical feelings of Chelsea players, using the phrase like facing a formidable enemy doesn't quite capture the sense of pressure. It should be like standing on the edge of a precipice, trembling with fear. Previously, the free kick masters in the Manchester City team were De Bruyne, Gundogan, and Bernardo Silva. Now, only Chen Chen, whether the powerful shot, a curved shot, or a stunning dipping shot with extreme spin, Chen Chen could do it effortlessly. So now, in a way, as long as Chen Chen stands over a set piece, Manchester City is likely to score. Of course, the moment the ball left Chen Chen's toe, everything was still uncertain. Just before Chen Chen lifted his leg to shoot, Kepa, in front of the goal, slapped his face. He was forcing himself to stay calm. But looking at the person opposite him, Kepa couldn't calm down at all. When Chen Chen took a few deep breaths and then looked intensely at Kepa, the Spanish goalkeeper felt a bit dazed. In that daze, Kepa felt he saw Messi or Ronaldo. The same gaze, the same godlike skills. Oh God, why must such an outstanding player stand in front of me? Bang! The ball flew past the Chelsea wall and shot straight and quickly towards Kepa's goal. Chapter 318. Among them, the fans of Real Madrid and Barcelona were particularly concerned. After all, Real Madrid and Barcelona have suffered greatly from the Spanish Football Federation's biased officiating. In short, no matter who opposes the local football association and the referee committee, the fans of Real Madrid and Barcelona will certainly support them. At this moment, the fans of Real Madrid and Barcelona stood together. Based on this, the English Football Association immediately suspended Craig Pawson's whistle. However, this did not quell the anger of the fans and the Manchester City club, because as everyone knows, once the media storm passes, Pawson will be reinstated. And this suspension will have been for nothing. There's a precedent for this. In 2014, Chelsea versus Arsenal. Arsenal player Chamberlain deliberately handled the ball in the penalty area, which was a red card plus a penalty. What's frustrating is that the referee, Andre Mariner, turned around and gave Gibbs a red card. Although the English Football Association reversed the decision afterward, the anger of Arsenal fans remained unchanged. As a result, Mariner was suspended. Later, the referee who made the extremely erroneous decision was only suspended for 2 weeks. Since there is a precedent, the English Football Association is likely to continue this way. Therefore, this time the Manchester City fans were very determined, and the club was also very determined. Chapter 319. In the end, the Blue Moon completed their revenge at Selhurst Park with a clean 4-0 victory. The last goal was not scored by Chen Chen, but by a header from Stones. Chen Chen felt a bit regretful because he couldn't score another goal to break the Premier League single-season goal record. However, that was unavoidable. After all, sometimes bad luck can really be frustrating. Soon Chen Chen calmed down. He realized he was being too anxious. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a road step by step. The league season is not over yet, and breaking the record is already a sure thing. Why cling to today's match? Manchester City avenged Crystal Palace with a 4-0 victory. Premier League top scorer Chen Chen has scored 34 goals, tied with Alan Shearer and Andy Cole. Final goal count, there are still 9 rounds in the league. And Do and Sky Sports listed Chen Chen's potential season goal data as 40 and 42 goals. Alan Shearer, Manchester City is very strong this year. I'm glad to see young players breaking my and Andy's records. May God bless Chen Chen, Jean June. The outcome of the league has been determined. Let's shout that phrase. Manchester City is the champion. Chapter 320. It is said that the last match against Crystal Palace was a performance of the system in a real match, but Chen Chen stated that it was not. After all, he at least scored a goal in the last match. Today, controlling 85% of possession, the Blue Moon failed to score a single goal. On the big screen, time ticked away. The originally allotted 4 minutes of stoppage time was almost up, due to a player going down injured in the second half. Referee McDean granted a little extra time. Another attacking opportunity from Manchester City. The entire Blue Moon team pushed past the halfway line. If nothing unexpected happened, this attack would be their last chance. If they missed this, it would go to extra time, because the Saints are now fully in a 640 defensive formation. There were too many legs in the penalty area, and Manchester City could only pass the ball back and forth, from the left to the right, then from the right back to the left. They wanted to find a gap in the opponent's defense, but unfortunately, they couldn't find one. In fact, Manchester City had considered launching high balls to create heading opportunities, but these attempts ended up fruitless. The reason was not hard to guess. The defenders from the Saints were not short. One was 191 centimeters, and 3 were 185 centimeters. Manchester City really couldn't win those aerial duels. So, after several unsuccessful crosses from the flanks, Chen Chen couldn't help but put his hands on his hips, thinking of a familiar stranger far away in Germany. Of course, there's an old saying, this world is never short of those who kick you when you're down and those who act strangely when you're on the rise. That evening, well-known Manchester media personality Mark Goldbridge, a Manchester United supporter nicknamed Macon Bridge, expressed some differing views about Manchester City online. He stated that the Blue Moon's tough victory over the Saints proved that Manchester City was running out of ideas. If they struggled to beat a relegation team, It seemed there was a big problem with their attacking front. Chen Chen was strong, but Manchester City couldn't rely solely on him. There was no standout player in the attacking line. He believed Manchester City was heading downhill, and the league title that Etihad had been dreaming of was in jeopardy. Don't think this was praise for Chen Chen. On the contrary, he also dissed Chen Chen. Macon Bridge said that Chen Chen scoring 34 goals was only because the opponents were weak, being beaten by Manchester City every match. The core point was to win by tying the dog. Get it? In response, Chen Chen quickly reacted. However, he didn't personally confront the clown, but instead reposted a humorous video about Manchester United made by a Manchester City fan on his social media account. On the other side, Monarch shared a similar sentiment. After all, it was a friendly match. The focus was on training. What's the point of playing to the death? It's better to save some energy for the upcoming UEFA Nations League and the World Cup at the end of the year. Of course, some harsh words still needed to be said. England was playing at home, that was true, but it didn't mean we would definitely lose. In the Swiss's Life Dictionary, giving everything for victory is the lifelong motto of a Swiss. Garrett's England team was very strong in attack, which was their most powerful point. But that didn't mean they would definitely win against us. Shaqiri and Xhaka's attacking front would teach them a lesson. After Murat spoke, he silently opened his mouth, looking like he still had something to say. However, he ultimately kept it to himself. The 47-year-old Swiss coach wanted to say that we would successfully take revenge. But considering the opponent's strong attacking power, especially with the unpredictable Chen Chen, Murat swallowed those words back. Murat stated that this wasn't cowardice, but a strategic way to give the opponent some face. On the 25th, at Wembley Stadium, although it was a friendly match today, for the England fans who had been waiting for nearly a winter, it was no different from a heavenly blessing. In the 61st minute of the second half, the struggling Swiss team made a mistake. Chen Chen passed the ball to the quickly advancing Bellingham, and this young English midfielder, valued at 90 million, wasted no time and directly set up Kane. Harry Kane scored his first goal of the match. At the same time, this was the first time in the match that the Three Lions took the lead over their opponent. Murat raised his hand and wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Conceding a goal was normal, and this Swiss coach was reminding himself to stay calm. Then, Murat continued to signal, making tactical adjustments. Did it help? No. In the face of absolute strength, it was completely useless. 5 minutes later, in the 66th minute, Chen Chen assisted Harry Kane for the second goal. It was a close-range, powerful shot that Swiss goalkeeper Omlin couldn't react to in time. It's worth noting that today's starting goalkeeper for Switzerland was Montpellier's Omlin from Ligue 1, not the strong Gladbach keeper, Sommer, who made Bayern question life. The reason for this was simple. Due to a previous injury, after multiple assessments, the Swiss national team decided not to let Sommer play to protect the player. The match had no suspense at all. In less than 20 minutes of the first half, the Three Lions had already scored 3 goals, with the score quickly reaching 3-0. The opponent's strength was simply too average. Ivory Coast posed no threat to Ramsdale. In Africa, Ivory Coast is known as the African elephant, which is a recognition of their strength. But you see, the fierce elephant became a cute and harmless little sheep after arriving in London, and the Three Lions could easily stretch their muscles and bones against them. Ben White performed well today. Although he was club teammates with Nicolas Pepe, when it came to serious play, Ben White had a feeling that this wasn't a club teammate, but a bitter rival. Therefore, Ben White first made a strong run on the right, then pulled to the left for another strong run. He just kept pulling back and forth, and he was completely unfazed when facing Nicolas Pepe. In such a scenario, the exceptionally active Ben White ended up with 1 goal and 1 assist. Of course, the MVP of the match was not him, but Chen Chen, who had a hat-trick of assists and also scored a penalty. It's no wonder that Southgate on the sidelines was feeling emotional. When Chen Chen stepped onto the field, the Blue Moon fans in the stands began to chant his name. Chen, Chen, Chen. Chen Chen was very grateful for the fans' concern and affection. So, he specifically walked to the side, pulled out a few balls from a large basket prepared by the club, and then kicked them directly into the stands. Whoever gets them gets to keep them. Just kicking the balls out seemed a bit unsatisfying. Immediately after, Chen Chen took the pen handed to him by a staff member and signed his name on the ball. Seeing Chen Chen about to kick the signed ball into the stands, the fans in the stands became even more excited. Come on, Chen Chen, I'm thick-skinned. Kick it over here. After kicking a few balls, Chen Chen stopped. For the last few balls, he didn't kick them out anymore. The staff could handle that. He had more important things to do. In the center of the pitch stood a super large long table, with a backdrop featuring a giant side profile of Chen Chen in the number 18 jersey. The chairman of the Blue Moon team, Emirati Mubarak, had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Chen Chen approaching, Mubarak took the initiative to step forward and extend his hand, and the two exchanged a high five and a hug as a greeting. Chapter 326. The first historical transfer value. The transfer market update in March shows that Chen Chen ranks first with a value of 200 million euros. Keep moving forward. Chen Chen successfully renewed his contract with Manchester City, with reports stating his weekly salary after renewal is £1 million, the highest salary in the Premier League. A great renewal. After renewing Chen Chen's contract, the closing price of the related companies under the City Group saw a significant increase that day. The Premier League weekly salary list has been updated. Chen Chen's £1 million ranks first, with Portuguese star Cristiano Ronaldo at £500,000 in second, Harry Kane at £400,000 in third, and Kevin De Bruyne, Salah, and Marcus Rashford tied for fourth. Throughout March, Chen Chen's performance remained consistently outstanding. This time, the transfer market did not hold back and directly elevated Chen Chen to the top transfer value in football. At the same time, this eye-catching £1 million surprised and intrigued countless fans and bystanders. After all, in their impression, the most expensive player in football was still Messi's pre-tax €800,000. However, when adding other bonuses, such as loyalty awards, the Argentine also had about €1 million. But when comparing euros to pounds, Chen Chen's salary is indeed more impressive than Messi's. Chapter 327. In the Migu studio, Jean Jun and Zhang Lu were sighing. However, upon seeing the game return to normal, they quickly collected their emotions and continued to provide exciting commentary for the fans and viewers. In the end, the match concluded, and Manchester City took home 3 points with a clean 4-0 victory. The Blue Moons' consecutive league wins reached 24, breaking their own record of 23 set last month. Of course, the most important thing is not this, but that Chen Chen broke the long-standing single-season goal record. After the match, many media hosts and reporters rushed towards Chen Chen, eager to obtain the first-hand interview material after he broke the record. Ultimately, a beautiful reporter from the Times secured the interview opportunity, while others could only hold their recording devices nearby. Chen, first of all, congratulations on continuing to achieve victory. Manchester City's consecutive league win record has reached 24. Your contribution in this process is undoubtedly the greatest. I want to ask you, do you think, based on your current form, that you're the best player in the world right now? Chapter 328. Of course, friendliness is one thing, but once on the pitch, everyone must give their all. It is worth mentioning that currently, Chen Chen is the dual top scorer in both the Premier League and the Champions League. In the league, Chen Chen has scored 35 goals, and in the Champions League, he has also netted 12 goals. It is evident that this season belongs to Chen Chen. Of course, those potential rivals are not weak either. After defeating Paris, Benzema's goals have reached 10, just 2 behind Chen Chen. Bayern's Lewandowski is also doing well, with the Polish forward having 9 goals. Notably, Ajax's Ivorian forward Haller has scored 11 goals. He has surpassed both Benzema and Lewandowski. Compared to those two, Haller was previously an unknown player. Yet this little-known player has scored 11 goals in the Champions League. If Ajax hadn't lost to Benfica in the 18 knockout round, Haller would have had further chances to score. Otherwise, Chen Chen wouldn't have been able to claim the top spot. Haller's outstanding performance in the Champions League has attracted the attention of several teams, with Borussia Dortmund already in contact with him. Chapter 329. The game continued. Soon, the ball came to Chen Chen's feet. Due to his notorious reputation, no one from Atletico pressed him when he received the ball. They all tightened their defensive formation, trying to counter Chen Chen with zone defense. It must be said that this was indeed effective. Chen Chen is very strong in one-on-one situations. But if the opponent uses a crowded defense strategy, he really has to think carefully about how to play. After all, even if Atletico players stand there and let Chen Chen go past, he still needs some time to get the ball. Based on this, Chen Chen chose not to go solo, but quickly passed the ball to Ake, who was overlapping from his left side. This season, and last season during his time with Bournemouth, Ake primarily played as a center back, occasionally filling in as a left back. To be honest, Guardiola didn't need to have Ake fill in, because Manchester City has 2 suitable left back options, Zinchenko and Udogie. So why does Guardiola let Ake fill in at left back instead of using a regular left back? It's simply because Zinchenko and Udogie aren't performing well. If they both put in half the effort of Ake, Guardiola wouldn't have to worry about the left back starting position. Chapter 330. The scene of Atletico retreating instantly stunned the fans on site, and even the commentators on the broadcast were left somewhat speechless. Today, Simeone was clearly well prepared. Jean-Loup style support. From Atletico's perspective, victory is not the only goal. Preserving a draw and returning home for a rematch is also a good choice. Today, Manchester City is under a bit of pressure. Atletico is completely different from any team they have faced in the past. The broadcast camera timely focused on the frowning Simeone on the sidelines, then shifted to Guardiola, who was once again opening a water bottle and drinking. If an unfamiliar bystander saw this scene, they would most likely mistake the quick-moving Simeone for Manchester City's coach. But in reality, the relaxed Guardiola is the head coach of Manchester City. Seeing this scene, many fans and commentators began to murmur in their hearts. With Guardiola so confident, did he already have a solution in mind? In fact, there is no real solution. Guardiola's calm demeanor is simply because he trusts Chen Chen. Didn't he say earlier? Guardiola previously stated that Chen Chen is like a half coach on the pitch. He has a very strong ability to read the game. Chapter 331. The Manchester City fans on site were cheering and screaming. On the other side, the Atletico fans were looking at each other, their faces filled with astonishment. How we concede a goal just like that? Why did it have to happen? Sigh. Atletico Madrid fans sighed in unison. They should have seen it coming. None of the other Big Six teams could contain this killing machine. His thought process and ideas were completely different from other players. How could Atletico compete against him? In front of Atletico's goal, Oblak struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at Chen Chen, who was celebrating with his teammates near the corner flag. A bitter expression appeared on the Slovenian's face. This guy's terrifying. The angle he chose for that long shot was simply too tricky, even if I guessed the direction. Sigh. Llorente understood Oblak the best. After all, he had also felt uncomfortable during the past 10 minutes. Llorente patted Oblak's shoulder and said, "It's okay. This kid is just too extraordinary. To be honest, we all share some responsibility, so don't blame yourself too much. Let's stay steady from now on and don't give him any chance to shoot. Remember, we must contain Chen Chen, and the support defense must be in place." Llorente's last sentence was directed to his teammates nearby. In the 332nd chapter, Guardiola on the bench took a deep look at Simeone on the other side, who was loudly urging his players to quickly fall back and defend. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. When Guardiola was still in La Liga, Simeone's coaching level was still somewhat immature and volatile. Back then, he was truly the bandit coach. There were red and yellow cards galore. Now, Simeone has matured a lot and his tactical arrangements have become much richer. Guardiola shook his head, then the Spanish coach chuckled. This is a proper opponent. Otherwise, winning like this would be so boring. Soon, Guardiola stood on the sidelines. While Simeone was issuing instructions to his players, Guardiola was doing the same. The clash between the two coaches was unfolding in another form. In the 23rd minute, De Bruyne dribbled past the halfway line. This was Guardiola's instruction. Since the opponent liked to use a numerical advantage on the right side, we would use our numerical advantage to attack their left side. After De Bruyne passed the halfway line, Cancelo quickly followed. Just when Atletico's players focused their defensive attention on De Bruyne and Cancelo, Rodri made a diagonal run and took a long shot after receiving the ball. In the 333rd chapter, it was the perfect timing. Atletico found one of the few good opportunities. This was a collaboration between Griezmann and Felipe. Finally, Kondogbia successfully scored with a timely finish. The score was leveled at 1-1. Back to square one. Ederson, the keeper of the Etihad Stadium, was finally beaten. Atletico was very tenacious. They did not give up. Jean-Chen greatly admired Simeone and the Argentines team. He didn't expect that Atletico would really seize such a rare opportunity. Phew. Jean-Chen looked at Jean-Loup and said leisurely, "Many people might think that the winner of this match, or the one with the advantage, must be Manchester City. But we can never underestimate a team's desire to win. Today, Atletico has given everyone a lesson." Jean-Loup nodded in agreement. Then he began to analyze the situation. There was a reason why Simeone could coach Atletico for so many years. Look, the players on the field listened to him very well. He let Llorente and Salivate push forward, even sacrificing their energy. And what happened? Without a second thought, both of them charged forward. This set-piece opportunity was also the result of their indirect efforts. In the 334th chapter, whether Messi and Ronaldo could come back was uncertain, but Simeone's blood pressure was already rising. In the away team's locker room, Simeone's expression was very serious. His assistant had already brought over the tactical board, waiting for him to make a formation change. However, Simeone was very dissatisfied with the team's performance and winning mentality. So once everyone came in, the Argentine coach directly opened his mouth to scold them, one by one, missing opportunities everywhere, especially among the midfielders. Where's your sense of positioning? Is there any connection between the front and back lines? None. Simeone's scolding was a collective AOE. Even if Kondogbia helped the team score a goal, it didn't matter. He still had to be scolded. After the scolding, Simeone was determined. He needed to make substitutions quickly. Griezmann's performance on the offensive end was decent today, but due to his height limitations, the team couldn't utilize wing play for crosses. So, the 176 centimeters Griezmann would come off, and the tall center forward Suarez would come on. Suarez had transferred to Atletico 2 seasons ago. His initial performance was very impressive, and that year he helped Atletico win the league title by defeating Real Madrid. But now, it was different. He was getting older, and the Uruguayan's impact and speed had significantly declined. In the 335th chapter, the body was fully relaxed. Chen Chen, swinging his arms, scoring twice. Chen Chen helped Manchester City score another goal. This attack was incredibly fluid. After scoring, Chen Chen excitedly spread his arms and ran towards the corner flag. Then, he jumped high and threw a right hook to the sky. The Blue Moon fans on site erupted once again. The cheers and screams were deafening. Guardiola on the sidelines quickly turned around and celebrated with a fist pump. Then, Guardiola and his assistants shared a big hug. Ha ha ha. No one could defeat me in this stadium, defeat Manchester City. No one. Atletico was now 2 goals behind. For Simeone, they had reached the edge of the cliff. Adding in stoppage time, there were about 30 minutes left in the match. Would Atletico have a chance to close the score? Or even equalize and take the lead? The 60th to 70th minutes are a common substitution time. Let's see what decisions both coaches will make. The Atletico fans in the stands could not help but show expressions of disappointment and helplessness. Clearly, this score reflected the gap in strength between the two teams. The fans of the Mattress Army knew their beloved team was going to lose. In the 336th chapter, responding to challenges. Without waiting for the team to finish celebrating, Guardiola immediately instructed his assistant to communicate with the fourth official. Chen Chen and Sterling, who were celebrating near the corner flag, were substituted off. Jesus and Fernandinho came on. Time to defend. The combination of Fei Niao, Rodri, and Hafan B has truly not feared any team. Today's scoring hero, the absolute offensive core, Chen Chen, received cheers from the entire Etihad. Everyone on site stood up to applaud him. 2 goals and 2 assists, this is Chen Chen. This is the level of the current top midfielder. Chen Chen actively responded to the cheers and applause from the fans. Next, he high-fived and embraced his teammates who were preparing to come on. Then there was Guardiola, who had already extended his hand waiting. Guardiola patted his beloved disciple's shoulder and said, "Chen, I thank God, because it is Manchester City's honor to have you. Mutual achievement. Sir, I also thank Manchester City, and I am grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to play in the top league." Ha ha ha. This sentiment touched Guardiola's heart. And now the bald coach likes Chen Chen more and more. Okay, sit down and have a good rest. We will need you for the next match. Chapter 337. After a brief hug to celebrate, Manchester City's players quickly gathered around, and both teams exchanged high fives in the center of the field. Looking at the score on the big screen, Griezmann ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. The Frenchman found it hard to accept this score. However, no matter how difficult it was to accept, it had to be accepted, as it was already a fixed fact that could not be changed. Griezmann went up to Chen Chen for a high five and a hug. After the hug, Griezmann did not immediately shake hands with the next Manchester City player, but started a conversation with Chen Chen. Perhaps my joining Barcelona was not a very good choice. If Manchester City had made an offer back then, maybe coming to Manchester would have been nice. Upon hearing Griezmann's words, Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and did not respond immediately. He was a bit surprised. Wow, you're not thinking of announcing a documentary now, are you? In football, before and after a transfer is completed, there are media insiders who announce the progress of a player's transfer, which is known as the so-called Black Feeding Dog series. There are also club announcements, which are the official statements on the club's website regarding the signing of players. Then, there are personal announcements by the players. Griezmann's move to Barcelona was one such personal announcement. Chapter 338, Torturing the Original Form. Before the match against Manchester City, Atletico Madrid lost 4-1 to Alaves. And against Manchester City, Atletico was beaten 4-1. No team can stop them. This season, Manchester City has already achieved 7 consecutive victories in the Champions League. 2 goals and 2 assists. Chen Chen is currently the leading candidate for the Ballon d'Or with the highest odds. Dreaming back to the peak of the Netherlands. Ex-volley pays tribute to Van Persie. On the field, they are opponents. Off the field, they are friends. Griezmann and Chen Chen chatted for a long time. Great angle. Let's review Chen Chen's cut-in and shot that led to his goal once again. A tricky defensive target. In this match, Chen Chen attempted 19 dribbles and succeeded 17 times. Transfer market. Arsenal has expressed interest in Manchester City defender Zinchenko. Teams are restless. Every sports. Several Manchester City players have received offers from teams in and out of England. While various teams are claiming to empty Manchester City, what is Manchester City doing? Manchester City. We will continue to appeal to UEFA and the FA regarding the Craig case. The issue with Craig Pawson has not ended yet, as the FA has been dragging things out. It's understandable if Manchester City appeals and the FA silences its referees. What referee will listen to the FA in the future? Chapter 339 on April 10th, Manchester. Today, Liverpool will face Manchester City in the most crucial battle at the Etihad. Why is it crucial? Because for the Reds, Liverpool, they must defeat their opponents to cling to Manchester City's tail and prevent them from easily clinching the championship. For this, Klopp has made many efforts. First, during training a few days ago, Diaz encountered a muscle strain issue and needed further observation. So he did not stay in Liverpool, but traveled with the team to Manchester. Secondly, Naby Keita's emergency return. Liverpool is now barely in a fully healthy state. Additionally, due to the previous Champions League match establishing a lead early on, Klopp used 4 substitutions 60 minutes into the game, leaving the last one to deal with any potential troubles. Who were the 4 players substituted? They were Salah, Mane, Thiago, and Luis Diaz. It's worth mentioning that 3 of the 4 substitutions were forwards, and these 3 forwards are also Liverpool's top 3 scorers this season. In preparation for the upcoming crucial battle, Klopp is sheathing his sword early, waiting for his players to conserve their energy before striking Manchester City with their strongest blow. Chapter 340. Let's first look at the away team, Liverpool. In the last match, which was in the Champions League, Liverpool defeated Benfica, gaining an advantage in goal difference. In that match, players like Salah and Diaz were also substituted early, as Klopp wanted to conserve energy for this match. Although there is still a significant gap between the two teams, with Manchester City being closer to the championship, in reality, nothing has been decided yet. And Liverpool is not without a chance. Look, today Klopp has deployed the strongest lineup he can. The formation is 4-3-3, with Alisson as the goalkeeper. The defensive line consists of Robertson, Van Dijk, Matip, and Alexander-Arnold. The partnership of Van Dijk and Matip in central defense has performed very well recently. During the first leg of the UEFA quarterfinals, they were chosen over Stones and Laporte. The reason is simple. They withstood Benfica's counterattacks. The Stones-Laporte partnership also withstood Atletico's assault. But Atletico's attacking intensity that day was not as fierce as Benfica's, and comparatively, Van Dijk and Matip stood out more. Chapter 341 with the referee's whistle. This match, which can be said to determine the English Premier League champion for this season, has officially kicked off. Manchester City is the first to kick off. The Blue Moon immediately began to apply high pressure. Liverpool didn't back down. Klopp's team did not retreat into a 5-4-1 defensive formation, but instead pressed forward in a one-on-one manner. It seemed that even if they were to die, Liverpool would die standing. This choice is very reasonable. After all, Liverpool has no way out. If they want to contend for the league title, they must win. The match has begun, and many viewers and fans may have just entered our studio. Now, let me briefly report the starting formations of both sides. Manchester City has set up a 4-2-3-1 formation today, with the goalkeeper being. Let's first take a look at this wave of attack. The sudden change in the situation on the field disrupted June's commentary rhythm. He couldn't continue introducing the starting players to the fans, and quickly sped up his explanation of the current situation on the field. Fabinho intercepted the ball. A through ball. He found Salah. Chapter 342. When Chen Chen stood at the penalty spot, Major social media platforms erupted. Now, a free kick hitting the post and scoring undoubtedly pushed the hype to another dimension. Fabinho was so irrational. This was lucky if something serious happened. Chen Chen would at least be out for the season. Well done, Mater. It's 1-1. Kick Liverpool to death. Such dirty tactics. 666. I saw Chen Chen turn dark. The counterattack starts now. Liverpool is finished. The referee's decision was still not decisive enough. He should have given a red card right away. There were still people behind, but this foul was indeed unacceptable. The gap between Klopp and Guardiola may not be obvious to everyone. However, the gap between Chen Chen and the Liverpool players is a glaring one. A brilliant goal. Fabinho angered Chen Chen. While fans are discussing online at the Etihad Stadium, the brief celebration had ended, and Chen Chen led his teammates back to the center circle. For Chen Chen, celebrating was not important. What mattered was that Liverpool lost. He couldn't wait to continue sprinting. Chapter 343, it was hard for Jesus, who scored a ground shot, to hide his excitement. The Brazilian international spread his arms and ran to the corner flag, and after roaring twice, Jesus jumped onto the advertising board. The Manchester City fans at home spared no screams and applause. The entire Etihad Stadium was filled with the deafening cheers of the Blue Moon fans. Klopp on the sidelines looked a bit dazed. It seemed that the Shank was a bit stunned. When did Jose Pep come up with this corner kick tactic? Actually, it's not surprising that Shank doesn't know. This corner kick tactic is, after all, Liverpool's patent. But it's not the Liverpool of now, but the Liverpool of the future. Chen Chen brought this tactic from the future to the present, and with Guardiola's coaching staff not being pushovers, after a few discussions, the specific tactical arrangement took shape. Having never seen it, it is no wonder Klopp was so surprised. Chen Chen's unique and effective tactical arrangements stunned the entire first-team coaching staff of Manchester City, including Guardiola. And the club management even began to consider letting Chen Chen take over the Blue Moon's coaching role in the future. Chapter 344 at the post-match press conference. Someone asked Klopp why Jose Pep Guardiola, also a coach from the Bundesliga, was stronger than him. Klopp was very speechless and replied, "Why do you have to compare our Bundesliga backgrounds? It will alienate our past achievements, understand? Do you know what alienation and concretization mean? Let me give you an example. In the 11-12 season, I led Dortmund to the league championship, and Bayern was second, right? Then the next year, Bayern won the Champions League, and we only got the runner-up. It was over. Oh, Bayern won the Champions League. They are the face of the Bundesliga. Oh, Bayern won the MVP. Looking at my Dortmund, just one Bundesliga championship and one DFB Pokal championship. Lying win dogs. Jurgen and Dortmund are just lying win dogs. Dortmund did not win the championship in the Champions League, and Bayern won it. And looking at the Bundesliga, it's so glorious. Bayern is stronger than us. They're the stable face of the Bundesliga and a carry team. MVP. Can this be counted like that? Huh. Chapter 345 soon, after a brief recovery training. The entire Manchester City team gathered at the airport to take a private jet to Madrid, Spain. At Manchester Airport, Chen Chen also met a few other Englishmen from different sports that he had encountered during a meeting at 10 Downing Street. Speaking of the meeting that Chen Chen participated in before, it actually had nothing to do with him. Since there is no football event in the Commonwealth Games, strictly speaking, Chen Chen is not considered an athlete in the Commonwealth Games. However, Chen Chen's current status is so high. If this sporting event wants to go viral or attract more viewers, it really needs the traffic boost of the world's #1 sport, football. So in England, which players can serve as this traffic point? It's just Chen Chen and a few others like Kane. Ronaldo plays football in England, but he is Portuguese, and the English government cannot find him for cooperation. This Commonwealth Games might be subconsciously thought of as a sport exclusive to Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That is, an exclusive sports event for the UK. In fact, its scope is quite broad. Besides England and Scotland, even British Royal Territories will send people to participate. Chapter 346 in the blink of an eye. It was 6:30 p.m. local time in Madrid. Unlike London and Manchester, the weather here in Madrid is very pleasant. Standing at the top of Camp Nou, you can see the sunset glow. Sitting in the Bernabeu Stadium, you can witness the whole process of the blue sky gradually turning red and white and then black. But in England, there is only continuous rainy weather waiting for you. This is also one of the reasons why many players playing in England prefer to go to Spain if salary factors are disregarded. Of course, in reality, the salary factor cannot be dismissed, Everyone can only go to the beaches in Spain during the off-season or on days off. Oh, and the beaches in Italy. Well, having said so much, how pleasant is the climate in Spain? Let's put it this way. The reason why Anthony was able to shine after transferring from Manchester United to Real Betis might really have something to do with the new environment and climate. Just like calm seas cannot cultivate excellent sailors, under rainy weather, the top will definitely not spin, right? Wanda Metropolitano Stadium does not have the hillside stands like Camp Nou, and the fans here cannot see too much of the beautiful sunset scenery. Chapter 347. Jean and Jean-Lu felt a bit emotional. It is said that even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it needs to go all out. Today, Guardiola truly practiced this saying. Even with a large lead, he still chose to field the main players, showing that last year's Champions League defeat indeed affected Guardiola and Manchester City. Returning to the point, when the players from both sides walked out of the tunnel, the cheers in the entire Wanda Metropolitano Stadium instantly soared to another level. The match hadn't even started, but the home fans were clearly already restless. Atletico Madrid fans ignited red flares. The stadium was suddenly filled with smoke. This added a sense of solemnity and madness to the match. Soon, players from both sides stood firm on the field as the Champions League theme song played on time. The camera swept across the faces of all the starting players, then focused on the coaches and substitute players on both benches. The theme song quickly finished playing. Guardiola returned to his seat on the bench. It's worth mentioning that Simeone, unusually, did not stand by the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, seriously watching the game, but also chose to sit back down on the bench. He then began discussing the situation with his assistants. This serious work state right from the start surprised both the commentators and the Atletico fans present. Chapter 348. Cutting in a shoot is one of Chen Chen's specialties. In practical terms, this move is quite difficult to execute because it requires very high footwork skills from the player. Fortunately, Chen Chen's excellent dribbling ability allows him to control the ball perfectly, although he can't twist and turn as if in a world of his own. If you analyze it carefully, it's not far from that. Faced with this cutting shot, the goalkeeper can only stretch his body and try his best to save. As for whether he can block the ball, that's left to fate. In Oblak's incredulous gaze, the ball fiercely struck into the far corner of the net. The Slovenian witnessed the entire process of conceding a goal again. It's worth noting that after losing in the first leg, Oblak went back and carefully watched some footage of Chen Chen's shooting habits. The angles he chose for shooting were quite normal, yet the goalkeeper just couldn't save them. Whether it was Liverpool's Alisson, Chelsea's Kepa, or him, Oblak, none were able to stop it. Oblak sat on the ground, looking dejected and bewildered. How can we win? Use our heads to win? At 188 centimeters, Oblak's heart was shattered. Chapter 349. After the celebration, the Manchester City players returned to the field. Atletico's players all hung their heads low, showing a very weak spirit, especially the goalkeeper Oblak. The Slovenian had his hands on his hips, looked up at the sky with a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought. Obviously, under the huge score difference, the pressure Oblak faced was almost overwhelming. Of course, this was reasonable. After all, before the competition, he had made a declaration about defeating Manchester City and playing fiercely. But now that the opponent had scored first, the air had deflated, leading to further decline. If they continued to concede goals, it would lead to a third stage of decline. Of course, the match had to continue. Even if the entire Atletico team had lost their confidence in winning, they had to push on. Besides, a comeback might be impossible. But holding on for a draw or a win should be possible, right? On the sidelines, Simeone quickly made gestures. The Mattress Army was no longer fighting for a comeback to advance. They needed to strive for a possible draw or victory. There was only a one-goal difference, and plenty of time left in the match. It wasn't impossible. Beep. Juan Martinez blew the whistle. The match continued. Chapter 350. Damn. After the exclamation, there was no follow-up. In the studio, Jean felt he had lost composure and was busy organizing his words. This was understandable. After all, Rodri's header over Felipe was indeed explosive. The ball went in. 20. Manchester City scored 2 goals at Atletico's home ground, bringing the total score to 6-1. After organizing his thoughts, Jean quickly continued to commentate. Meanwhile, at the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, all the spectators were left stunned. The idea of returning home to turn the game around was all false. No one could resist Manchester City. Just as Rodri jumped, everyone understood that this Spanish defensive midfielder was likely to have a thrilling face-off with the Brazilian center-back. As for Grealish and Mahrez, who were caught in between, one is 180 centimeters tall, the other 179 centimeters. Weren't they just tiny compared to the others? At this moment, Rodri and the Brazilian veteran became the backdrop for a direct confrontation between two tall players. In the incredulous gaze of everyone, Rodri fully showcased his talent. Facing the 32-year-old Brazilian veteran, the 25-year-old Rodri, who could be considered a midfielder in the football world, taught him a lesson. Chapter 351. In the 3-4-3 formation. One of the three forwards needs to be an all-around capable player in the number 10 position. At Barcelona, that person was Messi. Last year's Manchester City had De Bruyne in that role. Now it's Chen Chen. Guardiola's idea is well known: to give Chen Chen more freedom and press the opponent. Seeing Manchester City adjust their positioning, Simeone felt his mentality was about to explode. Just let Chen Chen exert himself, while the others can retreat to defend at any time. Goodness, you're really playing it safe, Jose. Simeone rubbed his face hard. Then the Argentine coach waved his hand decisively. Go for it. We must score a goal. Damn it. I don't believe it. On the field, Griezmann and Felix exchanged glances. Simeone's message was simple. Just go for it. Score first, and then talk. But in reality, how do they score? ISNT that like asking a horse to get rid of Tang Sang's eldest disciple? But there's no way around it. Whether they charge or not, they LL die either way. It's better to charge and ease the fans' worries a little. The fans surely wouldn't blame them too much, because they would only feel regret. Chapter 352. Though there was little time left in the first half, Atletico still showed a 200 serious attitude. After all, when McGrady scored 13 points in 35 seconds, couldn't Atletico grab a point in a minute or two? Of course, with Atletico treating the match so seriously, Manchester City would not give them that opportunity. As a result, both sides entered a midfield battle, with neither able to advance a step. Beep beep. The stoppage time was up, and the whistle blew. Manchester City went into halftime with a score of 2-1. Interestingly, as they entered the players' tunnel, both teams had smiles on their faces to varying degrees. If one didn't look at the scoreline, one wouldn't really know who was leading. For the Atletico players, the hardest thing in life is to be confused once. Who cares about being beaten 4-1 in the first leg? Winning the second leg would make everything fine. From Manchester City's perspective, when they say we will take you down, they definitely mean it. I not only want to defeat you in the first leg, but also overturn you in the second leg. In the away team's locker room, Guardiola emphasized the pursuit of victory, but didn't say much else. Chapter 353. Chen Chen comes to take the corner kick. Atletico's players quickly surrounded several tall players from Manchester City, including Rodri and Ruben. At the same time, Atletico specifically sent two players to check the penalty spot, as Manchester City had previously caught Liverpool off guard by positioning players there. Whether Klopp learned from that experience is unknown, but the observer Simeone certainly remembered. Boom! The football drew a beautiful arc in the air, flying straight over Atletico's penalty area. Felipe proved himself as the Brazilian center-back, once valued at $35 million during his peak. Clear the ball. The crisis in Atletico's penalty area was averted. The ball reached the midfield line and was intercepted by Stones. The mattress makers quickly spread out, with Felix and Griezmann rushing forward to win the ball. Stones immediately turned around and passed the ball back to goalkeeper Ederson. After receiving the ball, Ederson did not immediately distribute it, but instead controlled it while looking for possible attacking routes. When he saw the opponent pressing, Ederson finally decided not to continue observing. Boom! Chapter 354. Grealish awkwardly gave Chen Chen a thumbs up. Chen Chen responded with a nod. To be honest, that last shot wasn't Grealish's fault, with such a small angle. It would be difficult for anyone to score. However, Chen Chen understood that fans definitely wouldn't understand. After all, they only saw that he didn't score and wouldn't consider the opponent or other factors, right? Guardiola certainly observed more than the fans. At this moment, the Spanish coach let out a silent sigh. Grealish had done very well, but unfortunately, Oblak is indeed formidable. No wonder he is called the world's #1 goalkeeper. Today, Manchester City led Atletico, but under Oblak's high saves, the Blue Moon only had a slight lead of 1 goal. If we seriously speculate without Oblak, Atletico might have conceded several more goals in the first 60 minutes. In the 63rd minute of the match, both sides finally made substitutions. On Atletico's side, Simeone waved for Carrasco and DePaul to come over. Soon, Griezmann and Koch came off. Today, Griezmann and Koch had very active performances, especially Griezmann, who could be said to be carrying Atletico forward. Chapter 355. Everyone immediately looked to the left of Mahrez. It's Foden. It's Manchester City's former prince, Foden. Just when everyone thought Foden was going to take a shot, the young father of two used his heel to flick the ball. Behind him, the rapidly advancing Chen Chen straightened his right leg and kicked it out. One link connects to another. Boom. Oblak, the world #1 goalkeeper? I'm kicking right at you. #1. Still #1? Huh. Still #1? The score on the big screen immediately changed to Atletico 1, Manchester City 3. Seeing Chen Chen score twice and Foden assist once made Foden smile even more than if he had scored himself. Amid the despondent and helpless gazes of Atletico's players on the field, the two linked arms and jogged to the corner flag area to celebrate the goal. They didn't perform their previous combination celebration, but instead did a new one together. Chen Chen and Foden stood very straight. Then they extended their hands, mimicking guns. One hand pointed forward, while the other pointed to their temples. During training, Foden once asked Chen Chen what the meaning of this gesture was. Chen Chen said it had none. It was purely for aesthetics. Chapter 356. After a chaotic celebration in the locker room, Chen Chen followed his teammates out. Everyone needed to gather their focus quickly. After returning to the hotel, they had to rest early because there were league matches waiting for them in a few days. At the players' tunnel entrance, Felix specifically stopped Chen Chen. He was waiting to exchange jerseys with him. Along with little Felix was Alvarez, the little spider, and his compatriot, Correa. Originally, Griezmann also wanted to wait for Chen Chen. After all, losing the match is one thing, but they're not bitter enemies. Exchanging jerseys and taking a few pictures is still possible. However, Griezmann's mood was very low, and it was clear he hadn't moved on from the match. But there's nothing to be done. That's football. There are winners and losers. The Frenchman had to admit a fact. The younger generation is pushing the old one aside, and he is getting old. Griezmann didn't want to face the reality of his aging, so he simply left without waiting. Today, Manchester City fans were undoubtedly the happiest. Not far from where the Manchester City bus parked, many Blue Moon fans were waiting. They were showcasing their inner joy with loud cheers. Chapter 357. Chen Chen's performance after coming on was nothing short of phenomenal. The previously somewhat chaotic Manchester City midfield was organized neatly by Chen Chen. It should be noted that today, Chen Chen wasn't focused on scoring goals. Guardiola's intention was for him to exert more initiative in the midfield during passing and receiving. In simple terms, it was to stay in the background as a playmaker and let other players exert themselves. Chen Chen completely understood this. After all, football is a team game, and he couldn't always be the one getting targeted, right? In the 72nd minute of the match, Chen Chen made a through pass to Mahrez, who then found Silva. The latter effortlessly scored. The Etihad Stadium erupted with cheers from the fans once again. Meanwhile, the traveling Seagulls fans quickly applauded. Although the match result had long been determined, the Seagulls fans were not discouraged or sighing. On the contrary, they began to cheer immediately. They were expressing their respect and unwavering support for their team in this way, because Brighton fans understood that they didn't come for victory or defeat. They came for pure football. This is the damn charm of football. Chapter 358. In fact, Manchester City only rested and trained at their base for one day, because the day before the FA Cup semi-finals, they had to appear in London. Manchester City is currently the most popular team in all of England. No, in all of European football. As the bus of Manchester City pulled up outside the hotel, a sea of fans surrounded the entire place. After getting off, the City players didn't immediately enter the hotel. Instead, they headed aside to sign autographs and take photos with fans. This was a rare opportunity for the Blue Moon players to interact with their supporters. Some might ask, aren't their fans waiting outside the training ground every day? Yes, they are Manchester City fans, but the true fans who come to the training ground to wait are few. Most are just jersey sellers. As for other times when players interact with fans, besides public training sessions and charity events, there's not much else. So, when the City players walked over to sign autographs and take pictures, the fans outside the hotel went wild. The players and fans were happy, but the security personnel on site felt an immense increase in pressure. Not long after, at Wembley Stadium, the starting players for both teams had already lined up in the tunnel. The starting lineups had been announced before the match, so the fans were naturally aware of it. Of course, there were some fans who didn't watch the pre-match preview and went straight to the live broadcast. At this time, the commentators from various broadcasting networks were ready to do their jobs. Today, Chen Chen was once again partnering with Zhang Lu to provide commentary. They were a stable duo, known for their excellent program quality and professionalism throughout the Huaxia region. Soon, Chen Chen's classic opening lines were broadcasted into thousands of homes via streaming platforms. Good evening, viewers at home. Thank you for tuning into our Migu Sports Live Room this Thursday night to watch today's FA Cup semi-final match. The teams facing off today are the Blue Moon Manchester City and the Red Army Liverpool. After a brief pause, Chen Chen picked up the data sheet in his hand and continued. After this match, Manchester City will face Watford in a league match. And then the Blue Moon will return home to take on the Champions League semi-final challenge against La Liga powerhouse Real Madrid. Manchester City kicked off first. Grealish passed the ball directly to his good friend Chen Chen. All right, viewers, the match has begun. Here, Migu Sports, in collaboration with XXX, reminds you that you are watching the 2021-22 FA Cup semi-final match between Manchester City and Liverpool. I am your commentator today, Chen Chen. Next to me is our familiar friend, Coach Zhang Lu. The highlights of today's match mainly include, wait, look at this attack. Jesus goes to the byline with a cutback. Grealish successfully makes the run. Chen Chen quickly glanced at the upper left corner of the broadcast screen, showing the match time. Just 11 seconds into the match, Manchester City had already scored. What a quick goal. The last time a goal was scored so rapidly in the FA Cup was back in 2009. At that time, Everton player Louis Saha scored a fantastic shot against Chelsea, with the goal coming in the 25th second of the match, which remains the fastest goal in FA Cup history. Now, Grealish has set the record for the fastest goal at 11 seconds. The mesmerizing celebration time quickly passed. The Manchester City players returned to their half, and the Blue Moon fans in the stands also sat down immediately. Grealish smiled at Chen Chen and shrugged, saying, "Chen, look, they are so fragile. Well done, Jack. I think we are heading to the final." The two exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. The FA Cup final. Another trophy. How exciting. Amidst the laughter, the match resumed. The Blue Moon, having taken the lead, didn't choose to step back but instead continued to press forward and apply pressure. Liverpool hadn't yet regained their composure, so why not take advantage of their vulnerability? Today's tactics from Manchester City were quite different from before. Previously, after scoring, the Blue Moon would retreat a bit and focus on maintaining possession before attacking. Now, things were different. Manchester City was connecting in the front and aggressively pressing high. To put in a saying, Manchester City didn't want to prolong the game unnecessarily. It's worth noting that prior to the match, many Liverpool fans posted on social media indicating that Guardiola preferred a possession-oriented approach, and while high pressing was efficient, it was not foolproof. The Spaniard wouldn't choose to play that way. Sighing could wait. Guardiola quickly waved his hand, signaling one of the team doctors to take Udochi for observation and treatment. After that, Guardiola lost any leisurely mood on the bench and began directing from the sidelines. Udochi's injury was not good news for Manchester City. However, the silver lining was that Udochi was not an absolute starter. The Blue Moon still had Zinchenko and Cancelo who could play left back. Of course, they could also play left back. So, Udochi could rest assured for recovery. As for Guardiola's hopes for the FA Cup final, it didn't matter as long as the players were healthy. For a team, the league and European competitions were the most important matches to focus on. Other domestic cup competitions were just extras. Only teams like Manchester United and Tottenham would fight tooth and nail for the FA Cup and League Cup. For Manchester City, Udochi's injury was not a significant impact. The decision for a starting left back for future matches was not particularly difficult. But today, it was Udochi who got injured. What if tomorrow it was Zinchenko? What if the day after that it was Zake? Immediately after, Chen Chen quickly dodged past Naby Keita's defense, pulling the ball back and crossing with his right foot. Bang! The ball quickly sailed over the Liverpool midfielders and headed straight for the Red Army's penalty area. At the same time, Grealish and Jesus quickly surged forward from the opponent's defense. This time, a lesson learned from his previous defensive weaknesses, seeing Manchester City was about to create a crucial scoring opportunity. The Brazilian swiftly decided to come off his line. At the same time, Van Dijk and Konate rushed over to stick close to Jesus and Grealish. Seeing the opponents had already set up their defense, Jesus at the back post gritted his teeth and made a decision. The Brazilian forward threw himself into the air, aiming to head the ball. The most skilled at this move is Van Persie, and the fish leap header is the hallmark of the Dutchman. This time, Jesus had the same idea. However, compared to Van Persie, his leap out looks more like an extreme version of a poor imitation of the fish leap header. Bang! A crisp sound. This is the perfect contact between the ball and the head. The trajectory of the ball was altered, flying straight towards the goal, defended by Alisson. Chapter 364. It is well known that in football matches, the number of goals scored from set pieces is not less than those from open play. Moreover, it is interesting that many dramatic moments and last-minute goals in matches rely heavily on set pieces. For example, in the famous match between Barcelona and Liverpool, Arnold used a corner kick tactic to help Liverpool extend their lead, resulting in a stunning comeback at Camp Nou. Soon, Chen Chen arrived at the right corner area. He first raised his hand, held up 2 fingers, and then slowly lowered them. It was clear that this had significance. The Liverpool players, of course, did not understand the meaning, so they could only mark 1 player each, trying to guard every Manchester City player. Bang! The ball was sent to the near post by Chen Chen. Sterling, who was originally standing at the near post, suddenly jumped and turned. The ball struck his forehead and changed direction, and Sterling's action had a bit of a looking back at the moon vibe. Then, the football quickly flew towards the upper corner of the goal to Alisson's right. Alisson, who is a year older than Ederson, had no time to react. At this moment, the Manchester City fans on site could hardly wait to stand up and cheer. Chapter 365. After scoring, Chen Chen did not immediately run to the corner flag to celebrate, but instead ran straight to the bench. After receiving the jersey with Udogi's name printed on the back from a teammate, Chen Chen quickly held a high, facing the 90,000 fans on site. Looking at the circle of Manchester City players gathered on the sidelines, some of the Blue Moon fans in the stands were on the verge of tears at this moment. What does it mean to be a united club? This is it. Anfield has the spirit slogan of "You'll never walk alone," and we at Etihad also have the spirit of fighting for Manchester City and all the citizens. The united emotion of Manchester City made the Liverpool fans on the other side feel uneasy. This is a sign that the team is gaining momentum. Manchester City's offensive capability would surge to a new level. Of course, it wasn't just the fans feeling uneasy, but also Klopp, who witnessed the entire process. The sudden setback for the team left the German coach feeling helpless and lost, while the series of defensive mistakes by the Liverpool players on the field also caught his attention. He had thought the team could go toe-to-toe with Manchester City in a neutral venue, but it seemed that was not the case. Chapter 366. We are a team. Everyone is responsible for the conceded goal in the first half. Of course, I am not blaming you, but everyone could do a little better. In the second half, Liverpool will definitely change their tactics, and they will put more pressure on the offensive end, which will require a higher standard from the defense. Possession play is a good choice, but it is not applicable in today's match. As for the defensive issues, Guardiola immediately turned to Chen Chen and started discussing points to pay attention to in attack. Chen, I need you to connect the 2 flanks. Kevin De Bruyne will come on at the right time to help you. Remember, when you have a good opportunity to shoot, go for it. Just like in the first half. Guardiola then looked at the others. Okay, do you all understand? Understood. Good. Guys, think of destiny. We are not just fighting for the fans of the team. We are also fighting for him. Of course, we are also fighting for ourselves. Are you confident? Yes. Chapter 367. Once Alisson regained his composure, he quickly returned to his goal as Manchester City still had offensive opportunities. Guardiola on the sidelines gestured to Chen Chen, who was preparing to take the free kick. He was reminding Chen Chen, learn from experience, the opponent will definitely pay attention to the near post. So, you can't use the same trick again. You have to be flexible. Therefore, Chen Chen chose to lift the ball to the far post area. The ball accurately arrived at the side of Jesus and Cancelo, but unfortunately, Thiago headed the ball back first. In the midfield area, Manchester City players got hold of the clearance. The Blue Moon continued to attack, and Manchester City's offense was back on the rise. However, their attack was now loud but ineffective, as Liverpool was desperately running everywhere, especially on the right side, the route of Sterling and Chen Chen. Naby Keita was running back and forth without sparing any effort. Time ticked away, and soon it was the 62nd minute. In this deadlock situation, Manchester City was undoubtedly the happiest side, as they were the ones leading. If the score remained, they would progress. But this was a bit uncomfortable for Klopp. Chapter 368. Seeing that his dribbling route was about to be blocked by the opponent, Jesus simply turned and moved inward, then made a left-footed outside of the foot pass, sending the ball towards the left flank. Bang! Ironically, Sterling ran too fast and too aggressively, and the ball slipped past him. Because the defensive focus was closer to Sterling, Naby Keita, unable to stop in time due to inertia, also failed to intercept the ball, just when everyone thought the ball was going to roll out of bounds. The young $200 million man, Manchester City's midfield core, 19-year-old Chen Chen, sprinted a couple of steps to retrieve the ball. Immediately after getting the ball, Chen Chen hurriedly ran towards Liverpool's penalty area. Naby Keita had to give up marking Sterling and rushed over to prepare for a tackle. After all, if he was any later, it would be difficult once Chen Chen entered the penalty area with the ball. Facing Naby Keita's sacrificial tackle, Chen Chen did not choose to force his way through, but instead pulled back at the last moment, dodging the Guinean's interception. Then, Chen Chen flicked the ball to his right foot, opened his leg, and immediately sent a through ball diagonally forward. In the eyes of everyone on site, Grealish sprang out from Liverpool's defense. Chapter 369. The match quickly resumed. Liverpool launched a fierce attack. In the 73rd minute, it was Liverpool's fifth corner kick opportunity of the match. This time it was Salah who took the kick. Firmino raised his hand to indicate that he could take it from his position. Seeing this, Salah passed the ball to him, but Akinstones quickly surrounded the ball, which was not controlled by Firmino, but was instead headed back into the air. Ederson rushed out and cleared the ball. De Bruyne on the periphery quickly seized the ball and then lifted it forward to find Grealish and Jesus on the right flank. Bang! Grealish took a long-range shot. Alisson, who was positioned quite forward, quickly retreated for defense. Fortunately, Grealish's long shot was simply outrageous, soaring directly into the stands. Otherwise, Liverpool might have been down 4-1. Of course, Grealish's attempt also served as a wake-up call for the Liverpool players on the field. They could try to attack and score, and so could Manchester City. Based on this, Liverpool slightly eased their offensive pressure. They needed to stabilize their defense before launching another attack. In the 76th minute, despite Liverpool having basically confirmed their absence from the final of the FA Cup, they could not easily give up for the sake of their team and fans. After all, there is no such thing as conceding early in the dictionary of Anfield and the Kop. Once the game resumed, Liverpool quickly gathered their strength to continue their attack. Surprisingly, this sudden offensive push actually found them an opportunity. In the 85th minute, Firmino received the ball, turned, and made a precise through pass. Salah, who made a diagonal run into the box, got the ball. The Egyptian pharaoh chose not to shoot himself, but instead used the back of his right foot to pass it to Jota. The Portuguese forward scored with a close-range shot. The score was pulled back to 4-2. Diogo Jota did not run to the corner flag to celebrate. Instead, he quickly ran to retrieve the ball from the Manchester City goal. It was clear that they wanted to continue scoring. The sudden 4-2 left Guardiola on the sidelines feeling somewhat speechless and angry. Had they won the game? Why was everyone so relaxed? Guardiola quickly instructed Gundogan and Ruben Dias to get up and warm up. He planned to make substitutions at the next stoppage to strengthen their defensive power. Under the thunderous cheers, Wembley Stadium became a paradise for Manchester City players to celebrate. They roared and screamed in delight. Their 4 consecutive victories against Liverpool would be the most valuable record of their season. Before the match, many believed that the increasingly spirited Liverpool would pose a challenge to Manchester City. It was thought that winning would be difficult for City, at least. In the end, Grealish and Chen Chen stepped up, and the Blue Moon thoroughly defeated Liverpool. In the past, Aguero was the spiritual totem of Manchester City. But now it had to be Chen Chen. The Liverpool players did not leave the field immediately. Instead, they either sat on the ground with dejected expressions, stood with hands on their hips looking helpless, or knelt silently in tears. Klopp on the sidelines also wore a look of dejection. However, the manager quickly adjusted his mood and responded to Guardiola's handshake and hug. Afterward, Klopp walked onto the field and helped each Liverpool player up. After a brief celebration, Chen Chen set aside his teammates and walked over to the Liverpool players. He was not there to taunt them, but to offer some comfort. Facing the crowd of media and reporters, Klopp did not immediately choose someone to answer questions, but instead delivered a heartfelt speech. The journey of this season's FA Cup had come to an end, including the league. After the referee blew the whistle, our teammates embraced and comforted each other. This isn't Anfield, but our fans still sang "You'll Never Walk Alone" as the team took their bow. You see, There is never despair in the world. Those who love you are always there, unwavering. If you ask me what the regret on the field is, I think it might be the embarrassing journey of the 17-18 season, where we stumbled in the Champions League final, or the 19-20 season, where we had 26 wins and 1 draw in 27 league matches, but fell to Atletico and O Block in the Champions League round of 16, missing out on the highest points for the league title. Of course, it could also be the 18-19 season, where we led Manchester City for half the season, but ultimately lost the league title by a single point. But we also have our own glory. In the 04-05 season, the desperate singing in Istanbul in the second half. In the 18-19 season, the unique comeback miracle we created against Barcelona. After defeating Watford, the Manchester City players enjoyed a valuable day of rest. As for players like Chen Chen and others, they received more than 3 days of rest. In short, after a major rotation and rest, Manchester City was now well prepared. Real Madrid? Bring it on. Of course. Speaking of which, while Manchester City players enjoyed a certain rest period, the players at Bernabeu were not overly exhausted either. After defeating Osasuna, the Real Madrid players also received about 3 days of rest. This was, of course, based on one of their league matches being postponed. Once the rest period ended, both teams immediately entered a relatively closed training phase, preparing seriously for the upcoming Champions League semi-final battle in an atmosphere of tension and intensity. It is worth mentioning that even before the match started, Manchester City had already suffered a setback. Cancelo got injured in training. The Portuguese defender confirmed that he would miss the first leg of the Champions League semi-final. As for the subsequent second leg, that would depend on the medical team's opinion. To make matters worse, Kyle Walker was at risk of a recurrence of an old injury, and the medical staff strongly advised him against any intense activity. It should be noted that even if comparing Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi with Chen Chen, I would still choose Chen Chen. Guardiola's meaning is quite simple. He is saying that no one can replace Chen Chen, not even Messi or Ronaldo. De Bruyne originally felt a bit down because being compared to Chen Chen was uncomfortable, regardless of the outcome. Fortunately, Guardiola treated them all equally in comparison. If Messi and Ronaldo cannot match Chen Chen, then De Bruyne would certainly accept his defeat gracefully. Of course, Guardiola's words were not wrong. Chen Chen is indeed stronger than the current Messi and Ronaldo. As for when he surpasses peak 91 Messi and peak Ronaldo, that will depend on the number of championship trophies and personal statistics in the future. I believe this day is not too far away. With Chen Chen's current scoring and assisting data, breaking Messi and Ronaldo's records is just a matter of time. The pre-match press conference between Manchester City and Real Madrid has concluded, but the discussions online have not diminished. Many stars who have faced Manchester City have expressed their views about the match on social media. Chapter 375 soon, at the entrance of the Etihad Players' Tunnel. Players from both sides lined up in order. There were no English players on the Real Madrid side. Bellingham is still playing for Dortmund. And due to the recent subtle verbal sparring between Vinicius and Chen Chen, Real Madrid players did not greet Chen Chen in the tunnel. Of course, they did not greet anyone else either, especially De Bruyne and Courtois, who didn't even dare to glance at each other. For Chen Chen, Real Madrid is not unfamiliar. After all, they're one of the powerhouses in La Liga and the team that has won the most Champions League trophies. The names of the players at the Bernabeu resonate throughout the football world. Players like Modric and Kroos standing opposite, along with Casemiro on the bench, are known as the ceremonial trio of midfielders, and Chen Chen is very familiar with them. However, today, the ceremonial trio of midfielders is destined to become a stepping stone for Chen Chen to reach the top of Europe. The main referee, Kovac, along with his assistants, checked the communication equipment and the number of players one last time. Then this Romanian referee stepped out of the players' tunnel first, followed closely by the others. Chapter 376 first, let's look at the Manchester City side, who are playing at home. In the previous match, the result of my discussion with Coach Zhang was confirmed, as Guardiola indeed had all 3 central defenders on the field. In goal, Ederson. The defense from left to right consists of Zinchenko, Laporte, Ruben Dias, and Stones, who is playing as a right back. The 3 midfielders are Chen Chen, Rodri, and De Bruyne. The 3 forwards are Foden, Alvarez, and Mahrez. On the Real Madrid side, Courtois continues to start. The 4 defenders are Mendy, Alaba, Militao, and Carvajal. The midfield consists of Modric partnering with Kroos and Valverde. There were many pre-match reports saying that Casemiro and Isco were sidelined due to injuries, but in fact, this was incorrect. Both Casemiro and Isco are on the Real Madrid bench today and should be able to play. We can now confirm this as a smokescreen from Real Madrid. The three forwards are the Brazilian duo Vinicius and Rodrigo on the wings, with Benzema in the center. All right, the match is about to start. So let's turn our attention to the field and hope both teams can bring us a lot of exciting performances. Chapter 377, a wave of attacks from Manchester City made the Real Madrid players feel a bit out of breath. Although the opponent failed to score just now, if this continues, conceding a goal is only a matter of time. Thus, Real Madrid began to counterattack. When Courtois kicked the ball out, the Real Madrid players started to press forward together. Seeing this situation, the traveling Real Madrid fans were suddenly delighted. That's right, just like that. Counterattack. Give me a counterattack. However, the joy of the fans didn't last long, as Real Madrid quickly retreated after losing possession. For Real Madrid, or rather for Ancelotti, his primary task today is to ensure that they can secure a draw away from home. As for victory, that is something they dare not even think about. It is said that the Bernabeu and Camp Nou are death traps that other La Liga teams dare not face, and the same applies to Manchester City and Real Madrid. For Real Madrid, facing the unbeaten Manchester City at the Etihad this season is even more terrifying, especially the combination of Chen Chen and De Bruyne, which is unstoppable. Didn't you see how thoroughly Simeone's Atletico was defeated? It's better to focus on solidifying the defense and plan for victory back at home. Chapter 378 in the 19th minute. Chen Chen carried the ball in middle, and the Blue Moon continued to launch a fierce attack. This time Valverde came up to challenge him. However, Chen Chen quickly passed the ball to Rodri. Valverde immediately shifted his focus and rushed to closely mark Rodri. The Spaniard, very bold and skilled, made a feint to break past Valverde, followed by a sudden through ball that went between Valverde's legs. The ball returned to Chen Chen's feet. In a previous match, Rodri and Chen Chen had cooperated like this. Chen Chen quickly accelerated, but the ball got past him while he did not. It turned out that Cruz, in conjunction with Alaba, intercepted him. Cruz, who pulled on Chen Chen, received the first yellow card of the match. Booing erupted from the Manchester City fans at the Etihad, as they were unhappy that the referee only issued a yellow card now. Clearly, Militao should have also received a yellow card. Guardiola on the sidelines was also very dissatisfied, feeling that the referee's decisions today were too lenient. Why only now? Where's he just now? Chen Chen rejected the hand extended by Cruz and chose to stand up on his own. Manchester City gained a free kick opportunity not far from the opponent's goal in a forward position. Chapter 379, it's in. At that moment, Real Madrid's defense seemed to have turned into a sieve. It must be said that Manchester City's attacking combination in this wave was truly spectacular. From a steal to the passing and controlling counterattack, and finally to the shot on goal. Every step, everyone involved was very serious and hardworking. This can be described as a perfect display of tiki-taka. Although Chen Chen did not get an assist or a goal, this was already his 27th effective attack initiated on the Champions League stage. We can say that this year's Manchester City is a team with Chen Chen as the absolute core. It is worth mentioning that after opening the scoring for Manchester City, Chen Chen's Champions League goal tally has reached 14. He has moved one step closer to Cristiano Ronaldo's record of 17 Champions League goals. However, to break the Portuguese's record, Chen Chen needs to work a bit harder. The remaining Champions League matches are few. Will Chen Chen have the opportunity to create a new record? Let's wait and see. On the field, Alvarez, who scored the goal, did not run to the corner flag to celebrate, but instead jumped onto the shoulders of Mahrez and Chen Chen. And the three of them celebrated happily in Real Madrid's penalty area. Chapter 380 in the 23rd minute of the match, Modric passed the ball to the right side, where the Uruguayan Valverde received it. Facing Foden, who came back to defend and attempted a steal, Valverde simply performed a bicycle kick to evade Foden's pressure. Then, Valverde passed the ball to the forward Rodrigo. The Brazilian winger directly took a shot to cross. Bang! The ball flew from the right side into Manchester City's penalty area, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. However, Real Madrid's cross attempt was destined to fail. Benzema was completely suppressed by Ruben Dias, and Laporte quickly cleared the ball away. The ball arrived outside the penalty area. Rodri, positioned outside, seized the ball immediately. Chen Chen and De Bruyne were completely marked by Real Madrid's defense, while it was Rodri, the defensive midfielder, who found a great opportunity to advance with the ball. Without any hesitation, Rodri quickly accelerated. When he approached the edge of the penalty area, Real Madrid finally sent players to challenge him. This couldn't be said to be neglect from Real Madrid. Rather, their players all believed Rodri would choose to pass after a dribble, and no one expected him to take it this deep. Chapter 381. When the score is 10, the disadvantaged team has not been declared dead. They still have the chance to equalize or take the lead. But at 20, that is another story. Especially now that Manchester City is still that top-tier strong team, it's hard for them to make careless mistakes after taking the lead. Real Madrid's players were a bit confused, and Benzema at the front seemed momentarily dazed. Looking at Chen Chen not far away, he recalled his good brother C. Ronaldo. Back in the days, Ronaldo was that kind of player who could stir up the atmosphere on the pitch. However, Benzema quickly pulled his thoughts back. After all, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Real Madrid's future relies on their efforts. Soon on the sidelines, Ancelotti finally made his latest tactical decision: build a fence and play for counterattacks. Don't they like possession? Then give up the ball. Wow. The fans on site were immediately stunned. Many Real Madrid fans found it hard to understand. Shouldn't Real Madrid be trying to score now? What else with the defensive retreat? If Manchester City doesn't fall for this tactic and plays steadily, won't Ancelotti's tactical idea be over? In fact, the fans could only think of the first level, while Ancelotti had already thought of the second level. Chapter 382. Over at Real Madrid, Ancelotti was encouraging his dejected players. While encouraging them, he was also making tactical adjustments. Real Madrid's defense in the first half was simply too poor, and of course part of this was due to Manchester City's overly strong offense. Nevertheless, being down 30 at halftime was definitely not acceptable. With this in mind, Ancelotti made a substitution adjustment for the start of the second half. Alaba, who had been nearly invisible in the first half, was substituted, and Nacho, a Spanish defender from Real Madrid's youth academy, came on. To be fair, Carvajal also felt invisible. But comparisons can be tricky. Foden was also invisible, and neither could do anything about the other. The 15-minute break passed in the blink of an eye. Beep. The players returned to the pitch, and the match resumed. The Real Madrid fans in the stands had come to terms with the situation. They realized their team would miss out on the Champions League final. On the other side, Manchester City fans were exceptionally excited. If all went well, after defeating Real Madrid, the Blue Moon would advance to the final of the Champions League. This year marked the 14th year since the Abu Dhabi Consortium took over Manchester City, and the thriving Blue Moon team was poised to win this year's coveted trophy. Chapter 383. No one could defeat Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium. No one. The resounding cheers and chants within the Etihad Stadium were continuously disturbing the Real Madrid players on the pitch, and Ancelotti's team was unable to organize any effective attacks. It wasn't until the 69th minute of the match that both sides finally made substitutions. Ancelotti made the first decision. The increasingly fatigued Modric was substituted, and the Frenchman Camavinga came on. Additionally, Vinicius and Rodrigo were also substituted, replaced by Spanish midfielder Ceballos and the Spanish-Dutch hybrid Asensio. The substitution of two forwards for one forward and one midfielder clearly indicated Ancelotti's intention to tighten the defense, signaling an impending surrender. On Manchester City's side, the impressive Alvarez, who had scored twice, was substituted off, and Sterling came on. The Argentine forward received cheers and respect from the Manchester City fans, with applause pouring in continuously. As Alvarez left the pitch, De Bruyne was also substituted, and Captain Fernandinho came on. After the substitutions were completed, both sides engaged in a new round of struggle. Manchester City's attacking desire had not diminished. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. Chapter 384. After the whistle blew, the Manchester City players rushed onto the pitch. They began to celebrate wholeheartedly. Although it might not sound good to say, the truth is that Real Madrid had no chance of a comeback, and Manchester City had secured their place in the Champions League final. We're heading to the Stade de France. This year's Champions League final venue is the Stade de France in France, which is the home ground of the French national team. Back in the 1994 World Cup, the French defeated Brazil here to claim the championship. From a certain perspective, if Real Madrid could reach the final, they would likely enjoy the treatment of the home team due to having several French national team players. But now, hey, at the Etihad Stadium, the Real Madrid players were either lying down, sitting, or kneeling on the ground, crying. It was evident that they were experiencing a very strong emotional blow. Chen Chen did not immediately join the celebrating crowd, but instead took the initiative to walk over and shake hands with the Real Madrid players one by one. To be honest, Chen Chen didn't want to do this, especially since the foul against him was still fresh in his memory. However, if he wanted to become a world-class star, moral integrity and technical skills were equally important. Chapter 385. The conversation between Ancelotti and Chen Chen did not go well. Chen Chen was very straightforward in stating that he would not leave Manchester City. At least, he would not leave before his contract with Manchester City ended. What is the reason behind this? It boils down to a few points. The Bernabeu is indeed a dream venue for many, but for Chen Chen, it is not. In Manchester, Chen Chen was very happy. He had familiar partners, a caring coach and staff, and, of course, female friends he could chat with. Therefore, even though Ancelotti promised that Chen Chen's salary would increase by at least 50 after transferring, based on what Manchester City offered, Chen Chen still did not agree. Furthermore, one should not forget the well diggers when drinking water. Manchester City has treated him so well, with salary increases and the captain's armband. So there's really no need to start over in Spain. It's also worth mentioning that the scrutiny of their own stars by the fans in Spain is among the toughest in the world. When peak-level player Ronaldo had a poor performance, he faced intense criticism and insults from fans, let alone Chen Chen. Ancelotti still wanted to hold on a bit longer. But Chen Chen just waved his hand and left. Chapter 386. Chen Chen thought that when he confirmed that he had won the league championship, he would be very excited. More excited than when he was with a woman. But in reality, he was very calm. There was even a vague sense of a level of disappointment. Elland Road is not Manchester City's home ground, but that doesn't stop the Blue Moon fans from decorating it like the Etihad. The broadcast camera skillfully focused on Chen Chen, who had his hands on his hips, starting to turn around and look at the stadium. Round and round, Chen Chen felt very emotional inside. This time last year, he was still on the bench at Brentford, fighting for a possible opportunity to play. Now, he was already a key player for Manchester City. He was the absolute core of Manchester City's midfield and the strongest force under Southgate. Moreover, he was the first football star in history to have a market value of 200 million. This year, he was only 19 years old. Guardiola gave Chen Chen a big hug. The Spaniard absolutely adored Chen Chen. This year's team star undoubtedly belonged to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was also happy to celebrate with Guardiola and others. Chapter 387. Beep. With the referee Orsado's whistle, the match between Manchester City and Real Madrid began. At the Bernabeu, Manchester City went into a frenzy. It looked like they were headed for another massacre. And indeed, that was the case. Just 6 minutes into the match, Manchester City had a good attacking opportunity. Today, Guardiola chose a slight rotation, except for Chen Chen and Mahrez sitting on the bench. Everyone else was from the starting lineup of the last round. It was just that Mahrez was replaced by Bernardo Silva, and Chen Chen was replaced by Gundogan. Rodri once again showcased his excellent attacking attributes, as the Spanish midfielder passed the ball to Alvarez in front. Little Spider realized that his position was not good for receiving the ball, and quickly chose to retreat a few steps. Then, under the joint pressure of Kroos and Modric, Alvarez had no choice but to quickly pass the ball. By a twist of fate, Little Spider slightly overhit a pass that landed at Zinchenko's feet, who was making a run on the edge. Today, Real Madrid played in a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Kroos partnering Casemiro as double pivots. Chapter 388. This is quite an incredible thing. If someone had told me at the beginning of the season that a 19-year-old genius midfielder would score 16 goals in the Champions League, I would have suggested they check into a mental hospital. But now, this situation is happening right before our eyes. Worldwide, Messi and Ronaldo are undoubtedly the gods of football. Now, Chen Chen will also be honored with this title. However, he still lacks a bit of personal honors and championships. Coincidentally, this year's potential quadruple achievement could establish his reputation. As for whether he can become the only football god, as long as he wins the Super Cup and the World Cup next season, Chen Chen will surely be crowned as the football god. Jean was very happy. Messi and Ronaldo are called the GOAT. Sorry, by then, they will no longer be, because there can only be one GOAT, and that is Chen Chen. On the field, after a brief celebration, the match restarted. In the 76th minute, a simple tactical play from the wing to the center allowed Chen Chen to smoothly pass the ball to Alvarez. Chapter 389. Whether or not Chen Chen can win the Ballon d'Or is still uncertain, as it depends on the World Cup at the end of the year. Fans familiar with the Ballon d'Or awarding rules should know that in a tournament year, the awarding institutions pay more attention to players' performances in major tournaments. Just like Modric in 2018 and Messi in 2022, regardless of how they performed in the World Cup, there must have been a lot of familiar votes based on their World Cup performances. Therefore, Chen Chen must perform well in the World Cup and strive for the championship. Returning to the topic, after defeating Real Madrid, Manchester City also enjoyed a rare 2 days of rest. After that, they would return to the Etihad Stadium to face Newcastle United. During these 2 days of rest, Chen Chen took the opportunity to fly to New York. Invited by Major League Soccer, Chen Chen attended the NFL game featuring the New York Giants and the New York Jets. As for why the Major League Soccer invited Chen Chen to watch an NFL game, Chen Chen was not sure. Perhaps the officials themselves were too afraid to take Chen Chen to watch a soccer game, since American soccer matches are indeed quite hard to watch. Chapter 390. At 3:30 p.m. on May 8th, an early match. Etihad Stadium. Because the champion of the season has already been determined, today, the players of Newcastle United would walk out of the player tunnel first, lining up to welcome this year's league champions, Manchester City. Chen Chen was not on the starting list today, but the Newcastle players and the fans present did not overlook him. When Chen Chen walked out of the player tunnel, the stands at the Etihad erupted with even more enthusiastic applause. The North Stand even displayed a giant tifo. Thanks, Chen. Thank you, Chen. Newcastle's coach Eddie Howe is a true Englishman, so he is also a die-hard Three Lions fan. After shaking hands with Guardiola, Eddie Howe quickly walked over to shake hands with Chen Chen. At the same time, the 44-year-old Newcastle coach could not stop praising Chen Chen. The Newcastle players who were lining up to welcome also quickly applauded in this direction. The atmosphere before the match was quite good, but it's a pity that such a friendly Newcastle still couldn't escape the fate of being ruthlessly beaten by Manchester City. Chapter 391. Of course, Liverpool fans don't need to sigh too much or feel sad. After defeating Villarreal, Liverpool also smoothly advanced to the Champions League final. They still have the chance to compete for the Big-Eared Cup, just like the League of Legends S14 World Championship, where T1 is the MVP and Gung, DK, and HLE are just coasting to victory. If Liverpool wins the Champions League, then Anfield will be the MVP and Manchester City will be the coasting team. The achievement of an English Premier League team participating in European competitions will ultimately be carried by Liverpool. After defeating Newcastle, Manchester City did not immediately face Chelsea in the FA Cup. Before that, the Blue Moon had another league match to play. That was an away challenge against Wolverhampton. Wolves are currently ranked 10th in the league, one position higher than Newcastle. However, based on actual performance, if the current Wolves were to face the Newcastle team that has been racking up points in the second half of the season, they might not win. Since Wolves might struggle against Newcastle, facing a Manchester City that just defeated Newcastle 5-0, they will have to play even more conservatively. Thus, at Molineux Stadium, the home of Wolves, Portuguese head coach Bruno Lage set up a 5-4-1 formation. Chapter 392. Today, Manchester City, like in the last match, wanted to quickly push forward and score a few goals to secure the victory. However, the Wolves, playing at home, adopted a very low posture, setting up a 5-5-0 defensive formation. It was now impossible for Manchester City players to create scoring opportunities through fast attacks. Although the first half was completely dominated by the Blue Moon's offensive and defensive drills, they did not achieve good results until the referee blew the halftime whistle. Manchester City had attempted 21 shots without success, while Wolves managed only one long-range shot, ending the first half in a 0-0 draw. This left Guardiola on the sidelines feeling very frustrated. The Spaniard could not understand why the team was performing so poorly, especially Chen Chen, who had a few shooting angles that could only be described as decent, not perfect. Of course, Guardiola knew he couldn't blame Chen Chen, as throughout the first half, he was the best performer on Manchester City's side. Despite the opponent's tight defense, Chen Chen managed to create some scoring chances, proving he deserves the title of the world's best midfielder. As for the others, they were virtually invisible, especially Sterling, who, on several occasions, failed to convert Chen Chen's passes that were delivered right to him. It's no wonder he has been dubbed Happy Sterling. Chapter 393. In the end, thanks to Chen Chen's 2 goals in the second half, Manchester City decisively defeated Wolverhampton at Molineux Stadium. With this victory over Wolves, the Blue Moon also set a new record for consecutive wins in a single season, reaching 30 matches. This is a brand new record, a height that other teams find hard to reach. Chen Chen was undoubtedly the happiest person today. After all, who would complain about scoring less? One word, absolutely. Defeating Wolves was not a particularly important or thrilling matter, and soon fans and media shifted their focus to the upcoming FA Cup final. It must be said that the excitement surrounding the EFL Cup final cannot compare to that of the FA Cup final. Of course, it's easy to figure out why. The FA Cup champion earns a place in the UEFA Europa League group stage, while the EFL Cup champion only qualifies for the UEFA Europa Conference League. And that is not even a group stage qualification. It's just a qualification for the fourth round of the preliminary qualifiers. The battle for the top four in the Premier League is getting fiercer each year. To put it bluntly, the four Champions League spots are no longer satisfying the desires of Premier League teams, leading to Europa League spots becoming targets for many teams. Chapter 394. Speaking of which, both Chelsea and Manchester City have quite a few players from the England national team, and everyone should be familiar and warm with each other. However, now that they've reached the FA Cup final, the players from both sides did not seem inclined to chat. Only a few familiar players exchanged greetings while giving each other high fives on the field, as the broadcast camera captured the captains of both teams guessing sides. The commentator Jurgen began his live commentary. All right, without further ado, let us take a look at the starting lineups for both teams today. Before the match, Chelsea successfully drew the right to use the home team's locker room, so we'll start with their lineup. Tuchel set up a 3-5-2 formation, with Reece James and Alonso ready to drop back to play as wingbacks, indicating that Chelsea came prepared. In goal, Senegalese Edouard Mendy. In defense, Thiago Silva in the center, with Rudiger and Trevoh Chalobah on either side. In midfield, Kovacic partnered with Jorginho, with Alonso and James as the advanced wingbacks. Chapter 395. Guardiola had anticipated Chelsea's conservative approach. Regarding the opponent's decision to cede possession, Guardiola waved his hand and said, "Then let us take it." Compared to Manchester City, who had several injured players, Chelsea was currently in a fully fit state. This also indicated that Chelsea was not a team without any counterattack capability. They still had cards to play. In this kind of final, it's really about who can score first, as that can set the tone for the game. Chelsea's chances are not 0, but they are not 50 either. Seeing Chelsea retreat, Chen Chen exchanged a glance with De Bruyne, and both chose to push forward quickly. After all, if they score first, they need not worry about Chelsea not coming out to play. At that point, Manchester City's chances of scoring would increase. However, the Blues were clearly prepared. While they strengthened their central defensive area, they also had their two wingbacks ready to drop back, forming a solid defensive wall. They say that teaching someone is harder than showing them, and Chelsea seemed intimidated by Manchester City. On the field, whenever Chen Chen gets the ball, two players would immediately rush over to double-team him. Considering that Chen Chen was quite active on the left, this responsibility fell to Reece James and Mount. Chapter 396. Lukaku's sudden shot also startled the Manchester City players a bit. After the match resumed, the Blue Moon voluntarily stepped back a bit, slowing down the pace of the game. In the 11th minute, after controlling the tempo for several minutes, Manchester City began a new attempt. De Bruyne received the ball and decisively accelerated forward. After attracting Kovacic's attention, he quickly turned and passed the ball to Stones, who was making a run on the flank. Stones, after receiving the ball, did not continue forward but passed it to Mahrez. The Algerian found himself in a poor position to receive the ball, so it came back to Stones. De Bruyne then moved to the flank. Initially, he wanted to work with Stones to make a push down the side, but upon seeing Alonso and Kovacic rushing over, he immediately abandoned that idea. Just then, Chen Chen was also signaling for the ball. So Stones bypassed Rodri in the middle and sent a ground-level diagonal pass toward Chen Chen. Interestingly, as soon as Chen Chen got the ball, Reece James and Mount immediately came up to him. It seems Chelsea is very determined to limit Chen Chen's influence today. Chapter 397. On the sidelines, Tuchel looked a bit melancholic. Like Chen Chen, Tuchel had also predicted early on that he would score here. Not to mention last year's Community Shield. Just looking at the previous EFL Cup final and national team matches, Chen Chen has never missed a chance to score, right? However, Tuchel really didn't expect the team's defense to become so chaotic. I set up a 5-4-1 formation. Why does it feel like it's made of paper? Tuchel first helplessly wiped his face, then shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid is just too strong. Tuchel has dealt with Messi and Ronaldo. And to be honest, they are strong, but they are not as strong as Chen Chen. He has a kind of explosive power and dominance that is the most direct and intuitive. Among players of Chen Chen's age, only Mbappe and Haaland can match him. But can they catch up? Tuchel returned to his seat. The German coach twisted open a water bottle and took a couple of gulps to calm his anxious heart. Then, after regaining his composure, Tuchel had a crazy thought. Coaching a club match doesn't seem promising, but what if he could coach Manchester City? No. Tuchel quickly dismissed that idea. Chapter 398. In the 19th minute, Rodri carried the ball past the halfway line. This was a rare instance of a Spanish defensive midfielder actively leading the attack. Chelsea's attention was focused on Chen Chen and De Bruyne, and they truly didn't notice this future Ballon d'Or winner. Seeing that Chelsea had not sent anyone to defend him, Rodri, bold and skilled, took a long-range shot. Bang! The power was good, and the angle was just average. But if the goalkeeper was a bit distracted, perhaps this shot could have gone in. Fortunately, Mendy was always watching the ball's trajectory. The Senegalese dove out and deflected the ball out of bounds. Rodri is going to take a shot. The force is good, but unfortunately the angle was too straight, and Edouard Mendy successfully cleared it. We can see that after scoring the first goal, Manchester City played more and more relaxed. For Guardiola, it is very good for the players to maintain a confident, cheerful, and relaxed mindset. Because once the mindset is loosened, Manchester City's players will be more daring to make moves. Of course, this is also the result of having someone to back them up. After all, they still have midfield generals Chen Chen and De Bruyne. Chapter 399. On the sidelines, Guardiola furrowed his brows. The expression on Guardiola's face was very serious because this Chelsea team was very different from the previous one. Previously, the Blues were timid, hesitant, and lacked fighting spirit. Now, they were quickly advancing, executing accurate tactics, and showing flashes of brilliance from key players. Guardiola shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, in the face of a possible championship, no one can remain unmoved. Even a third-tier team like Bielefeld could overturn Bayer Leverkusen. Chelsea scoring a goal against Manchester City is not impossible. Of course, as the head coach, Guardiola really needed to make some changes, whether in positioning or tactical arrangements. Chelsea's counter-attacking technique today was clearly successful and effective. At least Lukaku had some real opportunities. So, Guardiola fell into deep thought. He was unsure whether to continue demanding high pressing from his players, maintain a possession-oriented approach, or to pull back a bit, give up some space, and draw Chelsea out to disrupt their counter-attacking rhythm. After thinking it over, Guardiola dismissed the idea of pulling back. Chapter 400. In the 44th minute, Chen Chen moved to the middle and delivered a diagonal long pass to Sterling on the left. Sterling glanced at his national team old teammate Reece James, then made a ruthless, explosive run. Reece James quickly closed in. However, he underestimated Sterling. The joyful Sterling chose not to race against James in speed. Instead, he suddenly flicked the ball to the right and turned towards the penalty area. Speed is indeed Sterling's advantage, no doubt about it. But it should be noted that Sterling's advantage is not just speed. Sterling, he charged into the penalty area. Another attack from Manchester City. Is Chelsea about to collapse? Cutting in, lifting his leg. No shot. Sterling chose to pass it back, and Grealish followed up for a shot. Edouard made a great save. The Senegalese blocked Grealish's sure goal with his thigh. Jean couldn't believe his eyes. What did he just see? He witnessed another heroic performance from Mendy. They say that weak teams produce heroic goalkeepers, and that's absolutely true. Compared to Manchester City, Chelsea really is a weak team. In fact, not only Jean was shocked, but the Chelsea fans at Wembley were also very confused and stunned. Chapter 401. As the leading figure of Belgium's golden generation, De Bruyne's significance to the Red Devils of Europe is self-evident. But as a human, he cannot escape the fate of time and injuries. In fact, Manchester City has not found the most suitable replacement for De Bruyne in that position. McAtee? Nunez? O'Reilly? Well, they do not possess the disruptive dominance that the young Wolfsburg player had. There is only one De Bruyne, and there is no second one. Fortunately, on this timeline, Guardiola has found a suitable and perfect successor, and that is Chen Chen. At Wembley Stadium, the match quickly resumed. When Chen Chen dribbled the ball past the halfway line, Chelsea's players had already positioned themselves. The Blues certainly wanted to continue scoring, but at this moment, Manchester City was not easy to deal with. The Blue Moon, having conceded one goal, definitely wanted to continue to extend their lead. In the 60th minute, Chen Chen pulled to the wing. Canny desperately chased to defend him. Unable to carry the ball forward, Chen Chen could only pass it back to the incoming Stones. Stones received the ball and then smoothly passed it to Rodri. Rodri then shifted it to the left to Gundogan. Chapter 402. After Fernandinho began to fade out of Manchester City's daily operations, the second captain Gundogan and the third captain De Bruyne effectively became the first and second captains of Manchester City. Why can Ilkay Gundogan become the captain of Manchester City? The first reason is certainly because he is one of the few veterans and heroes in the team. Gundogan joined Manchester City in July 2016. The same month Pep Guardiola officially began his coaching career with the club. Among the midfielders who have remained until now, only Kevin De Bruyne and Gundogan are left. Therefore, it can also be said that Gundogan is one of the players Pep trusts the most. It is worth mentioning that Gundogan is very dissatisfied with his lack of playing time this season. He believes he should be given more opportunities. However, it should be noted that Guardiola prefers to use a 4-3-3 formation, which makes it difficult for Gundogan to compete for a starting spot with Rodri and De Bruyne. This is also the reason why Barcelona wants to buy Gundogan at a low price. You can't get a starting position? Come to Barcelona. We can offer you a starting spot. As for the situation between Barcelona and Gundogan, that is another story. Right now, within Manchester City, even Fernandinho, the first captain, who has less playing time, hasn't said anything, so Gundogan can only curse a little in his heart. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the staff from the FA pushed the award podium into the players' tunnel. Of course, it was a podium that needed to be assembled on-site, not a complete one. After shaking hands with the opponents, Chen Chen walked back to his team's area. A joyful atmosphere began to spread among the Blue Moon Army, and everyone's face was filled with cheerful smiles. Soon, the award podium was set up, and the chairman of the FA, the newly appointed Debbie Hewitt, was the first to step onto the podium. The first award was for today's referee team. This has become an unspoken rule of mutual understanding. After all, the referee team officiating a cup final is composed of those who have fought their way through the entire tournament, so their ability to officiate matches is naturally very high. Therefore, although Oliver may have his flaws, he is still competent, and as long as he doesn't make any outrageous calls, winning an award is inevitable. Next up was the award for the runners-up, Chelsea. To be honest, the Blues hadn't really thought about winning the FA Cup this season because they had faced complex injury situations. And Tuchel's primary concern was still to secure their league position. Whether they could win the league title was another matter. At least, they needed to secure a top 4 finish in the league. Since Holland is coming, someone has to leave the front line. According to TAS News, Sterling has reached a personal agreement with Chelsea and is just waiting for the summer transfer window to open to finalize the transfer. Additionally, Jesus is also close to leaving. Chen Chen is aware of Sterling's next situation. To be honest, there is no positional conflict between him and Sterling, as one is a forward and the other is a midfielder. The main reason Sterling wants to leave is due to irreconcilable differences between him and Guardiola. One wants a promise of a certain number of starting appearances, while the other says it's only a competition for positions. In the end, someone asked about Chen Chen, whether Manchester City would sell him. It's obvious that Manchester City would never sell Chen Chen. Other teams that want to buy him can only trigger his release clause. As for triggering the release clause, let us not even talk about whether any team is willing to spend that money. Chen Chen has already straightforwardly said that he does not wish to leave Manchester City right now. Chen Chen's choice is perfectly reasonable. Manchester City's paper strength is the highest among all teams in England, and the combination of Chen Chen and his teammates is not simply 11 equals 2. It's more like 11 greater than 3. Of course, when Chen Chen feels it's time for him to venture out, he will leave. To be honest, Manchester City has indeed been a bit ruthless. After all, during the pre-match, the players of the Hammers lined up to welcome them. With that decisive blow, West Ham United's dream of Europe vanished. Some might say Manchester City lacks compassion. This statement is reasonable, but it doesn't hold in professional matches. Because in professional football, giving your all is a sign of respect for your opponent. And with all the matches concluding at the same time, the 2021-22 Premier League season has come to an end. The teams that secured spots in the Champions League are champions Manchester City, runners-up Liverpool, third place Chelsea, and Tottenham, who were almost pushed out by Arsenal. It's a pity for Arteta's Arsenal. If this were the reformed Champions League, then because the Champions League title would definitely be won by either Manchester City or Liverpool, Arsenal, who were originally set to play in the Europa League, would automatically gain a 5th spot. As for now, The Champions League champion still occupies one of the spots for the Champions League. Arteta can only aim for the Europa League next season. Unlike the regret of the Gunners fans, the Red Devils fans, who almost faced a disaster, let out a long sigh of relief. Manchester City fans are wildly cheering for Chen Chen, while Liverpool fans are certainly cheering for their own team. On social media, former Liverpool legend and current diehard fan Graham Souness, who was one of the best midfielders in the world in the 1980s, expressed his views. "I am convinced that Chen is the most powerful midfielder in Europe. He is very capable. But cup matches are different from league matches. Liverpool's loss in the League Cup is not normal. I believe Jurgen will lead the boys to snatch the big-eared cup from the state of France." Sky Germany interviewed Gundogan. The German midfielder was asked a rather absurd question. As someone who has worked with both Guardiola and Klopp from the perspective of tactical arrangements and on-field performance, who is better? This question is a deadlock because there is no perfect answer. Gundogan fell into silence. The German midfielder started his career at Bochum U17, then moved to Nuremberg, and later transferred to Borussia Dortmund, where he worked with Klopp. His 4 years in the first team at Dortmund marked a stage where his market value started to skyrocket, rising from 9 million to 30 million. As the pre-match program was being performed at the Stade de France, the coaches from both sides were conducting the final tactical analysis in their respective dressing rooms. At this point, analyzing too much is meaningless, as everyone has trained and gone over things before. Now, the more important aspect is encouraging the players. It's somewhat like a teacher telling students to remain calm and serious before a major exam. After the performance outside concluded, the broadcast quickly switched to an aerial shot. When it returned, it was the scene in the players' tunnel. As the climactic battle of the Champions League final, the significance of this match goes without saying. Many thought the players from Manchester City and Liverpool would be quite nervous. However, in fact, they were not. In the players' tunnel, the players on both sides were chatting and laughing, and Chen Chen even took the initiative to shake hands with every Liverpool player. When it was Main's turn, Chen Chen took the time to chat with him a bit more. After all, Main would not be playing for Liverpool next season, and, aside from the Champions League, it would be hard for the two to face each other directly again. Soon, Chen Chen returned to his own team's area. Chapter 408. Cancelo's situation has always been defined between being able to play and not being able to play. In other words, it's like Schrodinger's Cancelo. The outside world is unclear whether Cancelo can start. The possible starting lineups released by Sky Sports and other outlets are based on speculation. Only after the starting list is out can everyone know whether this Schrodinger's Cancelo can start or not. It seems Guardiola indeed set off a smokescreen. In the midfield, there are Gravenberch, Chen Chen, and Rodri. Obviously, due to De Bruyne's absence, Chen Chen would be pushed to the attacking midfield position. Guardiola's given formation is 4-3-3, but in reality, it should be a 4-2-3-1. Looking at the forwards, the left winger is Sterling. According to renowned transfer expert Romano, Sterling has reached a preliminary agreement with Chelsea, and the 27-year-old England international will transfer to Chelsea in the summer window. Therefore, today's match will also be the last performance of the England international at Manchester City. The center forward is Alvarez, who transferred in the winter window. On the right is Algerian international Mahrez. Chapter 409. In the 5th minute of the match, Manchester City earned a corner kick from the left side. Chen Chen took the corner kick and Ruben and Stones rushed up to contest it. Chen Chen's angle was excellent, and Ruben's header was also beautiful, but unfortunately, it didn't result in a goal because Alisson tipped the ball over the crossbar. Manchester City got another corner, this time from the right side. Repeating the previous operation, Chen Chen once again delivered the ball to the center of the penalty area, but Alisson, who was prepared, quickly snatched the ball away. After catching the ball, Alisson hurried to the edge of the penalty area, looking for a suitable counterattack opportunity. Boom! Alisson saw Main and Luis sprinting ahead and quickly made a long pass to get the ball to them. Previously, when facing Manchester City, Liverpool's counterattacks were sluggish, and the front three didn't show 100 attacking desire. This time, they were clearly instructed by Klopp, meaning they would not repeat their mistakes. They wouldn't be slow or overly cautious. In just a few seconds, Liverpool's formation spread out completely, with Henderson and Thiago, who were in good shape, running forward desperately. Chapter 410. The ball is in. After 18 minutes of back-and-forth entanglement, Chen Chen helped Manchester City score the first goal at the Stade de France. In the media commentary area by the chairman's box, Jean June was passionately narrating the match. To be honest, it was quite a torment for him, a Liverpool fan, to commentate on the Manchester City versus Liverpool match. But there was no other choice, as there are only a few famous and excellent commentators in China. After adjusting his breathing, Jurgen continued, "I must say, Chen Chen's on-field choice this time was simply brilliant. After getting past Fabinho, his decision to drive forward with the ball caught the Liverpool players, who expected him to pass to the wing, completely off guard. The Reds' midfield defense was not as solid and effective as imagined. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that the player with the most goals in a single UEFA Champions League season is Portugal's Cristiano Ronaldo, who scored 17 goals in the 2013-14 season. Today, with Chen Chen's solo goal, the Portuguese international will no longer be the only player to hold the record of 17 Champions League goals. Chen Chen will share this honor with him. Chapter 411. Soon, after a brief celebration, Chen Chen walked back to his half with his teammates. With a score of 2-0. His mindset was already very relaxed. He was so relaxed that he was already thinking about how to achieve a long-range hat trick. Of course, this is quite difficult. However, as the opponent's morale was gradually declining, it was no longer an impossible task. To be honest, Manchester City was already quite stable with a 2-goal lead. After all, looking back at the Champions League finals in the past decade, only Real Madrid in the 2013-14 and 2016-17 seasons managed to have a lead of 3 goals or more. What about the rest of the time? A 2-goal lead is enough to win. However, considering the miracle at Camp Nou and Liverpool's corner comeback, the players of Manchester City, including Chen Chen, had already made a decision. They decided to work harder to slightly expand the score, to make this championship a bit more secure. After restarting the game, Manchester City's players immediately spread out, once again employing high-pressing tactics in the front. Left with no choice, Liverpool could only pass the ball back, ensuring they held onto possession first. Seeing this situation, the Klopp fans were a bit disappointed. Chapter 412. Watching his players with expressions of pain and helplessness, Klopp felt a bit hesitant. He wanted to say that the pressure the team faced was all influenced by Chen Chen. If Chen Chen were substituted, wouldn't the players come alive? But how could he substitute Chen Chen? The answer is obvious. However, Klopp quickly shook his head. He forced himself to dismiss this irrational and inappropriate thought. To be honest, fouls on the field are inevitable. But the German has always required his players to play seriously and not do anything irrational. Fouling Chen Chen, Klopp didn't want that. He wanted to win in a dignified manner. And this is one of the reasons why Klopp is so popular. The brief 15 minutes soon passed, and both sides returned to the field. The Liverpool players, having regained a bit of confidence, began to play in a defensive formation. To be honest, facing the strong Manchester City, Liverpool really didn't know how to make a comeback at this time. Therefore, the Reds could only defend for a few rounds before attempting to score. The match situation seemed to have returned to the last moments of the first half, resembling a half-court attack and defense drill. Chapter 413. Klopp suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. To be honest, after the halftime break, he originally wanted to observe the situation first, which is why he didn't make an immediate substitution. But now he had to make a substitution. Psychologically, almost conceding defeat is one thing, but you can't concede on the field. It's just like Manchester City playing Crystal Palace at home in the 25th season. The team coached by Austrian Glasner, which had taken a 2-goal lead, suddenly fell into confusion and was completed by the Blue Moon Manchester City with the epic achievement of coming back from 2 down to win 5. Frankly speaking, when Manchester City scored the 4th goal, Crystal Palace had essentially already shown a posture of surrender. However, the game continued, and they had to give the fans an explanation. Therefore, with significant defensive vulnerabilities, Crystal Palace did not focus on defense, but gritted their teeth and continued to launch attacks. As for the final result, Crystal Palace failed to close the gap and instead conceded another goal. Speaking of today's Manchester City versus Liverpool, Klopp certainly did not want to return with such a big defeat. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Based on this, Klopp substituted Dias for Diogo Jota. The Portuguese winger is very good at long shots, and given that Manchester City's defense was a bit tight, it was a good substitution choice. Chapter 414. In Liverpool's penalty area, Mahrez skillfully avoided Thiago's defense and then jumped in place. Watching the football coming over, Mahrez had no hesitation. He executed a turning header. Van Dijk was the first player to sense something was wrong, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The ball went straight into the net without any obstruction. Alisson didn't have time to relax. He could only watch the ball hit the line and go in. The fourth goal. Mara scored his first goal in this match. Manchester City 4, Liverpool 0. Chen Chen's heart was truly bleeding, but the broadcast still had to continue. It's over. Manchester City will be this year's Champions League champion. They will win their first Champions League title since the establishment of the club. This is the glory of Manchester City players and all the citizens. Phew, a night of harvest that belongs solely to the Etihad, including today's Champions League title. Manchester City has already won 4 championships this season. Quadruple champions. They will stand tall at the pinnacle of Europe. On the field, Alisson knelt dejectedly on the ground, speechless for a long time. Chapter 4:15. Klopp took the initiative to shake hands with Guardiola, and the two chatted for a few moments. It was just small talk. After shaking hands, Guardiola quickly, excitedly rushed up. The Blue Moon players had already formed a group, and seeing this, Guardiola simply jumped right in. The Spaniard clenched his fists and shook them wildly, while shouting hoarsely, "Champions! Champions! Champions! Boys, we have won the championship." Then Guardiola immediately found Chen Chen in the crowd, directly hugging Chen Chen's head. "Damn it. Chen, you are a monster. I am proud to work with you. If you ask who the GOAT in football is, I would say it's you." Chen Chen smiled and replied, "Really? Boss? Of course. What about Leo? I don't want to say such things, but the fact is, it's really no longer his era. However, he was certainly of the king level before." Chen Chen. Zidane shaking his finger, JPG. Chen Chen laughed even louder because Guardiola's thoughts were too changeable. It's simply like changing faces. Of course, Chen Chen wasn't saying they had to compare heights with Messi. After all, they're not players of the same era. Chapter 4:16. With his Champions League trophy won after 128 years since the club's establishment, Manchester City will also be awarded the title of the most valuable team. This is what they deserve. It's quite poignant, isn't it, Coach Zhang? Chen Chen turned to look at Zhang. Last year, they lost to Chelsea, but this year, Manchester City came back. The Blue Moon was not trapped by past defeats. They made a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Zhang laughed twice. That's right, this is what they deserve. Champions League, FA Cup, and possibly the Super Cup and Club World Cup afterward. Guardiola is truly the biggest winner in life this year. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. He then turned his head to the field. Okay, we can see, on the big screen at the scene, which our audience friends are now seeing, a professional sculptor is holding the big-eared cup for engraving. Manchester City's name will be written on it, and below Manchester City's club name, there are many empty slots, which are prepared for future Champions League champions. Next year, the year after that, and every year thereafter. Teams like Manchester City, the Big Six, La Liga's Real, Barca, and Atletico, League One's PSG, and Serie A's Northern Three Powers, etc., will surely work hard to earn this championship trophy. Chapter 4:17. After a brief interview with the official Champions League reporter, Chen Chen came to Chen Chen's side. The few of them first exchanged friendly handshakes and hugs. Chen Chen had a good relationship with Chen Chen and Zhang, thanks to having commented on matches with them before. Chen Chen, first of all, congratulations. You led the team to win the Champions League, which is Manchester City's first Champions League title since the club's establishment. I want to ask you, how do you feel at this moment? Chen Chen raised the microphone and began the Q&A session. I'm very happy. This is a championship worth celebrating. We did it. Ha ha, it's Zhang's turn now. Before the match, Liverpool said they would focus on you, but in reality, they didn't succeed. And you delivered an impressive performance with 2 goals and 1 assist. At the same time, you also broke the single-season Champions League goal record held by Ronaldo. What are your thoughts and feelings? Chen Chen nodded, then placed his left hand on his hip and raised the microphone with his right hand to answer. At the beginning of the league, I was actually very anxious inside because I wasn't sure if I had the strength to stand in the Premier League. Chapter 4:18. After completing all media interviews, Chen Chen finally returned to the locker room. As soon as he pushed open the door to the locker room, the deafening cheers and screams rushed straight to Chen Chen's head. Subsequently, the chaotic screams gradually turned into a unified chant. MVP, MVP, GOAT, GOAT. Chen Chen's outstanding performance once again conquered Manchester City's players, and the Blue Moon players bestowed upon Chen Chen the highest title in the football world. Seeing this, Chen Chen waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. Chen Chen wanted everyone to calm down a bit, but unfortunately, no one listened. Of course, this is normal. After all, everyone is in high spirits right now. Who cares about this and that? At the post-match press conference, Guardiola, who was speaking eloquently, was suddenly interrupted by a noise from backstage. Shortly after, the players of the Blue Moon, holding champagne, made a dazzling entrance. They sang Manchester City's anthem while quickly opening their champagne bottles. Bang, bang. With a series of sounds, champagne erupted everywhere. Guardiola became the unluckiest person, as everyone poured champagne all over him. Chapter 419. The next day, Manchester was already celebrating since the morning. League, FA Cup, League Cup, and a Champions League title. The quadruple. How could this not excite and drive the fans crazy? At 2 p.m., the Manchester City players boarded the team bus, which had been all decked out. They would spend the entire afternoon on the bus. Of course, if anything needed to be handled midway, they could get off, as the bus wasn't going fast, and stopping wouldn't be much different from pulling into a station. However, winning celebrations are the most important moments in a player's life. Surely nothing could pull the Blue Moon players away from the celebration. Today, all Manchester City players wore sky blue cultural shirts with 4 prominent trophy symbols, representing the 4 championships they had won this season. On the back of the shirts was the eye-catching number 128, representing the age of the team. Under Guardiola's leadership, the Blue Moon would depart from the Manchester City youth training base, pass through St. Mary's Gate, cross Cross Street and King Street, and then make a brief stop on Portland Street, where officials from the Manchester City Hall would appear. Chapter 420. While Manchester City's players were celebrating their championship, Southgate announced a new squad list for the Three Lions via a live television broadcast. The Champions League's best midfielder and best newcomer, Chen Chen, was naturally included in the squad. The outside world was saying that Chen Chen was Southgate's favorite. Without Chen Chen, Southgate wouldn't be able to strategize. Southgate wasn't an outdated figure who couldn't use the internet. He was well aware of the extreme fans' comments. However, Southgate chose not to argue. It wasn't that the former England international was afraid of confronting fans. It was just that with the UEFA Nations League matches approaching, his focus should be on analyzing the upcoming games, not engaging in online debates with fans. Otherwise, if he lost the game due to arguing with fans, he would really have to resign. To be honest, Southgate didn't want to leave the Three Lions position. After all, Chen Chen was indeed his favorite. He could achieve a lot of honors. When a new squad list for the Three Lions was revealed online, the Etihad Stadium erupted in cheers. Chapter 421. The match between Hungary and England had nothing worth discussing. With Harry Kane scoring 2 goals with near-post strikes, the Three Lions easily secured a victory. In this match, Chen Chen didn't score but provided 1 assist, while another assist was credited to Bellingham. Notably, Southgate adopted a 3-4-3 formation, where apart from the main striker Kane, all other attacking players were midfielders or defenders. For instance, on the flanks, Mount was on the left, and Gallagher was on the right. In the center was the partnership of Rice and Chen Chen. The 2 wing-backs were James Justin, a defender for Leicester City, and Liverpool's Alexander-Arnold. Justin had suddenly emerged at the end of the season, delivering an average rating of 75 over 4 matches while playing for the Foxes. His clearance and interception stats were quite impressive. As for why there were only 4 matches in the rating record, the reason was simple. He had just returned from injury. Previously, Southgate generally preferred Chilwell or Luke Shaw as starters, but this time he wanted to cultivate some fresh blood. Chapter 422. Walker had a childhood sweetheart for a wife, one he walked from school into marriage with. Her name wasn't Jean Jia or Xiao Hua, but Anne. After getting married, there were many points of discord between them. However, Anne chose to forgive him. She was aware of Walker's fondness for nightlife and bars. Just have fun, don't get serious, she thought. Yet, Walker ended up developing real feelings. He took a mistress. In response, the paparazzi from The Sun could only shake their heads in disdain at this scandal. Why linger on such heartless affairs? In fact, it was unavoidable. A woman who knew a man's preferences would often draw him in. So what was the key information collected by The Sun? It was that Walker's mistress had been found out by his wife, and was coming to Munich to confront the mistress. People are all the same. They love gossip. And as soon as the news broke, it topped the social media trending topics. Chapter 423. Wolverhampton recently reached an agreement with the FA to boost local football's cohesion and international prestige. Thus, with Wembley and Old Trafford unavailable, Molineux Stadium became the 3rd option for the England national team. Back to the point when the Three Lions bus appeared outside the Allianz Arena. The England fans who had been waiting for a long time began to stir. To the fans, there was no distinction between a friendly match and a competitive match. Winning was what mattered. Soon, the England players entered the away dressing room, hurriedly changed into their kits, and went out to warm up. The Allianz Arena can accommodate 75,000 people. Although there were plenty of seats for the passionate German football fans, it was just about average. Therefore, as soon as tickets were released, they sold out immediately. One could only say that the Germans were incredibly enthusiastic. Looking around at the packed stands, Chen Chen, who was warming up, felt a bit emotional. Although the 51 rule restricted the development of the Bundesliga, everything has two sides. One should only focus on the negatives and ignore the positives. Chapter 424 Beep. With the referee Carlos's whistle, the match officially began. The first kick was taken by the away team, England. Today, Flick's 3-4-3 formation is quite strategic. With the two wingers being Raum, a defender by trade, and Hoffmann, a midfielder currently playing for Borussia Mönchengladbach. Raum is the starting left back, and during defensive duties, he can retreat to the baseline to defend at any moment. Although Hoffmann has a background as an attacking midfielder, he also performs well as a right central midfielder and right winger. So in actual matches, the German team's formation often compresses into a 5-4-1 setup. Flick hasn't been arrogant enough to engage in a true attacking battle with England. After all, Chen Chen's speed and passing precision are not to be trifled with. As the match officially commenced, the broadcast first focused on the two coaches on the sidelines, followed by some political figures in the stands. When Schultz's face appeared on the big screen, the Allianz Arena erupted in the second small wave of excitement for this match. In fact, Schultz does not have the unanimous support of all Germans, as he has not achieved a 100 approval rating. His political career peaked at only 73, which was just this summer. Of course, it wasn't just the German players and fans who were left speechless. In Denmark, the coach of the Bees, Thomas Frank, was at home. Denmark had also made it to Ligue A, with their group opponents being Croatia, France, and Austria. Just a day before the England-Germany clash, Denmark finished their battle against Austria. The outcome was quite good. Thanks to goals from Højbjerg and Larsen, the Danes celebrated 2 consecutive victories. Thomas Frank was very happy about this. He specially invited a group of friends to his home to drink fine wine, coinciding with today's England-Germany showdown. However, as he watched Chen Chen score the first goal for the England national team on TV, Frank found himself increasingly dissatisfied. It wasn't that Frank was jealous or resentful of Chen Chen. Their relationship was quite good, and Frank wouldn't think that way. So what does Frank mean? The reason is quite simple. Watching Chen Chen showcase his talent at the Allianz Arena, Frank couldn't help but recall the past Chen Chen. Back then, although Chen Chen was part of Brentford's youth training, to be honest, he had not yet displayed the extremely extraordinary talent he has now. With a whistle from Carlos, the match continued. As the 2014 World Cup winners, Germany certainly had their little pride. Under Löw's coaching, the German team emphasized physicality and tactical confrontation, and their overall coordination was quite good. However, since 2018, more and more national teams have adopted a possession-based playing style, prompting Löw to change his previous tactical mindset that emphasized physical strength and heading ability, and instead learned the possession play that was all the rage across Europe. However, the 2021 European Championship proved that the Germans were not good at possession play. They were more suited for quick counterattacks and tactics involving a tall striker. One reason Löw left the German national team immediately after their exit was that he didn't bring a suitable tall striker. This made it so that when facing England, the Germans were left helpless, merely watching without being able to act. This time, Flick has learned from Löw's previous mistakes. In addition to 193 centimeters tall Havertz, he also brought along 194 centimeters tall defender Stark. In the final 3 rounds of the Bundesliga, Stark recorded assists in every match, 2 of which were headers. Similar to Kane's back to the moon assist. Goal, it's in. 20, England 20 Germany. Chen Chen's outside of the foot pass was as stable as ever. Gundogan was completely deceived. What happened next is well known. Saka's low shot left Neuer with no chance to save. Before the match, many German fans were saying they wanted revenge, swearing to avenge their exit during the previous European Championship. But we also saw that Chen Chen shattered the dreams of German fans with 1 goal and 1 assist. It seems the current German team still cannot match up against the English. With unanswerable passes and a clever, calm finish, this 3-lion squad has great potential. In this UEFA Nations League tournament, Gareth Southgate's England team should be the biggest favorite for the championship. From the perspective of English fans, The Germans took an entire season to prove that their previous European Championship defeat was due to playing away, and back on home soil, they were sure to win. However, Chen Chen took less than 15 minutes to shatter this extremely ridiculous claim of German fans. Want to defeat England? In the second half, the teams resumed play without making immediate substitutions. England felt there was no need for adjustments, as the players on the field were coordinating well, and sudden substitutions could easily disrupt this rhythm. The German team had a simple reason for not making substitutions either. Süle and Stark were both good options as forward strikers. If they could be brought on after the 70th minute of the second half, the chances of scoring for Germany would greatly increase with fresh legs. Unfortunately, it was too early to make substitutions. It is worth mentioning that due to the lack of tall players during Löw's era, which led to multiple match losses, Flick has now brought many players who are 190 centimeters tall or taller. In addition to today's starting Havertz and the aforementioned Süle and Stark, all three center backs on the field are also 190 centimeters tall. The German team is not short on tall players. In fact, when the German squad list was first released, many were quite disheartened. During Löw's coaching, everyone was playing wing crosses and long balls, yet the German team surprisingly adopted a possession play style, with wingers playing as strikers, center backs playing as wingers, full-backs playing as defensive midfielders, and goalkeepers acting as sweepers. The German players hurried over to argue and appeal to the referee. Unfortunately, this did not change the referee's mind. Carlos shook his head and firmly pointed to the penalty spot again. The crowd let out a chorus of boos from the German fans. They attempted to pressure the referee in this way. Still, it was useless. Meanwhile, the big screen at the venue was replaying the foul scene from earlier. As a world-class winger, although Grealish did not have many outstanding performances in the latter part of the league, this does not mean he is a player who can be ignored. Additionally, his sudden cut-in was too unexpected. Several factors combined, and Schlotterbeck failed to notice it in time. The subsequent backward leg extension from behind seemed to Schlotterbeck to be a tightrope walk of hope, hoping to just manage to regain the ball. I can only say that if you are not focused, you will definitely be punished. The referee's decision was very firm. As the first penalty taker for the Three Lions, Kane stood at the penalty spot holding the ball. Immediately, the German fans at the scene suddenly fell silent and then erupted into louder and more chaotic boos. Chapter 430. Of course, there are players from the other four major leagues who perform worse in the Premier League. And among the more famous players who have struggled in the other four leagues after moving to the Premier League is Coutinho. Coutinho's performance at Liverpool attracted Barcelona, who spent a staggering $124 million in transfer fees and add-ons to acquire him. However, during his years at Barcelona, Coutinho failed to deliver good performances. Although he later had stunning performances at Bayern, and upon returning to the Premier League, his prior performance at Barcelona was significantly below expectations, making him barely fit into this category. Besides him, another person also fits this situation. However, this individual did not experience a contrast by moving from one league to another, but rather showed a difference in strength after being promoted to the first team. This person is Dortmund's Moukoko. Moukoko dominated the U19 league, scoring an impressive 34 goals in 20 matches throughout the season. Previously, he had scored 50 goals in the U17 league. However, after being promoted to the first team, Moukoko's performance became quite ordinary, raising doubts among many fans. Chapter 431. Chen Chen did not act alone this time. The three of them finally managed to gather together. It is worth mentioning that since Chen Chen is now a world-class star, there are quite a few people looking to have children with him. Chen Chen does not want to have a situation in a few years where a mixed-race child shows up with a mother, which would be troublesome. Therefore, he pays extra attention to safety measures, and having a contraceptive is essential. In fact, Chen Chen does not dislike children. After all, he cannot be alone forever. But as Sun Heung-min's father said, it's better to focus on the professional league first and talk about starting a family after retirement. Of course, focusing on the professional league does not mean becoming a monk. One still has to enjoy life. The match between the Three Lions and Germany took place on the evening of June 8th. Before the match against Italy, they will have nearly 3 days of rest. On the evening of June 11th, the England team will host Italy. Before their match begins, other teams will complete their matches first. First up is Portugal against the Czech Republic. Before facing the Czech Republic, Portugal had 1 win and 1 draw, performing quite well, with star player Cristiano Ronaldo scoring 2 goals against Switzerland. Chapter 432. Mancini's comments instantly ignited England's social media platforms. Countless Three Lions fans began to criticize Mancini. Of course, Italian fans couldn't just watch Mancini get criticized, so the Azzurri quickly organized a rebuttal, with some members of the Italian national team joining in. Donnarumma, I need to take responsibility for losing to England in the Euro final. Please believe me, today, we will defeat England in Wolverhampton and take our revenge. We will defend Italy's honor. Locatelli, it's tough to advance from the group stage, but as long as we can beat England, all our problems will be solved. Udeji, I look forward to meeting my club teammates at the national team level. But first, I need to ensure Italy wins the match. There are only 6 matches in the UEFA Nations League group stage, and if Italy loses this match, England will practically secure their spot in the semi-finals with 9 points. Therefore, for Italy, they must win. Some may say that a friendly match-like UEFA Nations League game is just a mess. Yes, that's right. The UEFA Nations League matches are indeed a complete version of a friendly match, and the excitement isn't very high. Chapter 433. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to continue tuning in to our Huaxia Central Television to watch a key matchup from Group C in this UEFA Nations League A event. I am your commentator, Iwei. Today's match features the home team England against the visiting Italy. This is the first encounter between the two teams since the European Championship, and it is also a rematch of the Euro 2020 final. All right, we can see that the players from both sides have already walked out from the player tunnel. So without further ado, let's take a look at today's starting lineups. On the field, the staff has already displayed the national flags of England and Italy. Additionally, in the center circle, there is the iconic UEFA flag. Soon, both teams line up in order. The home team, England, continues to wear their iconic white jersey with a navy blue V-neck. Southgate has deployed the usual 4-2-3-1 formation, and today Chen Chen is not in the starting lineup. He will be on the bench. Replacing Chen Chen will be Chelsea midfielder Mount. Chapter 434. Many fans have become accustomed to seeing Chen Chen play in matches, and now that he is not starting, this match between England and Italy feels somewhat tasteless, yet hard to give up for many fans and bystanders. In such a situation, the first half of the match passed the 30-minute mark and reached the 31st minute. In the first half hour, England held a clear advantage in possession and shots. However, the Italians also had opportunities. Both sides had a lot of shots, but failed to hit the target accurately. In Hiwei's solo commentary, he emphasized praising Italy. This was mainly because Italy's defensive quality was stronger compared to last year. If the Italy that reached the Euro final last year had been today's Italy, then it would have been difficult for England to score and lift the trophy. However, there are no what-ifs in this world. Such statements are meaningless. Just as commentators from various countries were discussing statistics, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The Three Lions earned a corner kick. With Chen Chen not on the field, Mount had to take this corner. Chapter 435. Di Lorenzo took small steps forward. However, he did not kick the ball out. Di Lorenzo's foot brushed over the ball. It was a decoy. Di Marco followed up with a shot. Bang! A nice curve. Ramsdale, the goalkeeper in front of the goal, quickly took 2 steps to the left to dive. The Arsenal goalkeeper missed the ball. The ball went in. Woo! The ball actually went in. It was a direct shot from Di Marco. Ha ha ha. The left backs in Italy are really strong. Di Marco's outstanding performance reminded Hiwei of the legendary Maldini, Facchetti, and Cabrini. Of course, it also includes Grosso, who created absolute scoring opportunities against Australia. Watching the Italian players celebrating on the field, Hiwei couldn't help but admire them. When the young Di Marco transferred from Schaun in Switzerland to Inter Milan in 2018, his performance at Miazza wasn't very good. As a result, he was loaned out and played for Parma and Verona. Last year, due to a lack of personnel in the left-back position at Inter, Di Marco returned to the club after his loan period ended. Many believed that under the pressure of Dumfries and Carlos Augusto, Di Marco would find it hard to get opportunities at Inter. In Chapter 436, in the 52nd minute of the match, before Udeji could come on to replace Di Marco, the substitute Chen Chen seized a rare opportunity. Rice received a parallel pass from Teacher Poo. After getting the ball, Rice wasted no time and made a direct forward pass, which landed at Chen Chen's feet. The Azzurri quickly fell back to defend. Seeing this, Chen Chen chose to distribute the ball to the right. Just as the ball was rolling to the right, Chen Chen quickly sidestepped Locatelli, charging into Italy's defensive zone. Sterling understood the situation well. Having played alongside Chen Chen for a full season, without a second thought, Sterling quickly delivered a lob pass towards the ball. Abraham didn't go for the first ball because Chen Chen was there. He just charged forward, forced to respond. Acerbi had to chase after Abraham, and the originally intended double team with Acerbi and Federico turned into Federico and Fratesi. While Fratesi's defensive ability is not weak, his speed in retreating was indeed not as fast as Chen Chen's. For a short time, Federico had to rely on himself. In chapter 437, the English players were quite relaxed, while the Italian players felt very helpless and pained. Mancini couldn't accept the goal conceded and chose to make a substitution. The forward Nanto, who plays for Leeds United, and the forward Raspadori, who transferred from Sassuolo to Napoli, came on to replace forward Lorenzo Pellegrini and midfielder Locatelli. It's evident that the Italians wanted to strengthen their attack. Coincidentally, this is exactly what England wanted to see. The Three Lions, led by Chen Chen, were not afraid of an attacking battle. In the 57th minute, Italy launched an offensive. Due to Locatelli's substitution, Tonali needed to take on the attacking responsibility. And after a brief hesitation, he chose to pass the ball to the left side. The overlapping DeMarco received the ball. After assessing the situation in the Three Lions penalty area, DeMarco, with his excellent guiding passing ability, chose to deliver the ball into England's penalty area. The ball flew over the heads of Reece James and Maguire, landing accurately in front of Scamacca. With a height of 196 centimeters and DeMarco's precise delivery, it was indeed a boost, a perfect addition. In chapter 438, Southgate also showed signs of this, possibly thinking he could get away with anything. Why couldn't the Three Lions win the Euro 2024? A significant reason for England's star-studded roster was that the players' cooperation was as if they had just met. The team's true strength had not been fully realized. Aside from this reason, it was also about Southgate's chaotic starting lineup and in-game adjustments. Chen Chen originally thought that Southgate in this timeline wouldn't mess things up, but it turned out he was a bit overconfident. On the field, while Chen Chen silently sighed, Udigi jogged over to greet him. After that, Udigi returned to his half. The match continued. The England team, which chose to retreat early, left a lot of space, and because Udigi's physical condition and speed were not inferior to the substituted DeMarco, the right side for the Three Lions was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chen Chen's several retreating speeds were quick, and he teamed up with Phillips to complete the defensive task. However, if there were no attacking opportunities after all the defending, they would eventually be caught off guard by an opponent without worries. In chapter 439, the Three Lions had already fallen into madness, while the Italian players were very anxious. Yes, anxious. Soon after the match restarted, apart from Donnarumma and Acerbi who stayed back, everyone else pushed forward to participate in the attack. Unfortunately, in football, just piling up players in the front does not guarantee goals. The more anxious they were, the more mistakes they made. In the 89th minute, in the last minute before regular time ended, Tonali arrived in the middle to collaborate with Scamacca. Compared to Nanto, Tonali preferred the tall Scamacca, as the 196 centimeters Italian could hold the ball a bit better. Scamacca, with his back to Maguire, saw that there were no good passing options on either side, so he decisively turned and shot. However, the angle he found while turning was too small, and the ball went slightly over the crossbar. Italy missed the opportunity to equalize. Just after missing the chance, Ramsdale quickly took a goal kick. Rice, who played the full match, received the ball. Facing the immediate pressure from Scamacca, Rice decisively made a feint, skillfully deceiving Scamacca. In chapter 440, losing 5-2 was Italy's biggest defeat against England in many years. The Italian players on the field were bewildered, and Mancini on the sidelines was also confused. He couldn't understand how the team suddenly collapsed after 83 minutes, especially since it was still a 2-2 draw at that time. England 5, Italy 2. This was Italy's largest margin of defeat against England since the last century, with the remarkable feat of scoring 4 goals. Chen Chen also set another record for himself, marking his first big 4-goal game since joining the senior national men's football team, scoring 5 goals in 2 matches. It seems that Chen Chen is once again on track to win the Golden Boot in this UEFA Nations League. In the studio, Hiwei was passionately commenting. Regarding Chen Chen's achievement of 4 goals, he, like the England fans on site, was also very happy. However, for the fans in front of the screen, while Hiwei was good, it would have been even better if Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu could come commentate. Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu both felt helpless about this. The broadcasting rights for the UEFA Nations League are held by China Central Television. So Migu and a certain Chi can only broadcast some matches with average attention, while key matches like the Three Lions against Germany and Italy are exclusively broadcast by CCTV. Chapter 441. Alright. With a 4-goal score today, you have now scored 5 goals in 2 matches. And no one in the history of the UEFA Nations League has scored 5 goals so quickly. I need to tell you that since the 18-19 season, the most goals scored in a single season of the UEFA Nations League is 6, which means, yes, it is evident you will break this goal record. So, what are your thoughts? Can you share your possible final goal tally? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen shook his head. In fact, compared to individual goals, I hope the team can win steadily. So, I haven't thought about how many goals I would score. I just go with the flow. Winning each match is the most correct approach. Okay, last question. After winning all 3 matches, you have accumulated 9 points and are ranked first in the group. It seems you have secured a place in the semifinals. So what is your goal? The championship? Of course. We are here for the championship, all possible championships. The beautiful reporter nodded, then extended her hand to shake Chen Chen's hand. Thank you for your response. Here, we also congratulate the England team for achieving good results in this tournament. Chapter 442. After the Three Lions defeated Hungary, the UEFA Nations League competition has temporarily come to a close. After the 2 matches during the International Match Day in September, the 4 teams participating in next year's UEFA Nations League semi-finals will be determined. However, given the Three Lions' record of 4 wins out of 4, they no longer need to consider the results of the upcoming matches, as they have essentially already stepped into the semi-finals. Currently, in the A-League Group C standings, the Three Lions coached by Southgate have 4 wins and 12 points. Ranked second is Germany with 5 points, and third is Italy with 4 points. At the bottom is Hungary with 1 point. Even if Germany wins 2 consecutive matches and gains 6 points, they still won't catch up with the Three Lions' 12 points. Interestingly, like England, the Netherlands has also confirmed their advancement with 4 wins. Led by Van Dijk, the Tulips defeated Belgium in 2 legs, with Heerenveen's performance particularly outstanding in limiting Belgium's attacks. Interestingly, Dutch media praised him for being a player who received higher education at Manchester City. As a result, more players wanting to join Manchester City emerged. Chapter 443. London is after all the home ground of the England team, and thus, after Scaloni attended the pre-match press conference, the social media accounts of the Argentina national team were flooded with taunts and backlash from Three Lions fans. Of course, it wasn't just Scaloni. Under the social media accounts of Argentina players, Three Lions fans were also on the offensive. The match hadn't even started yet, and England fans were already ramping up the psychological pressure on their opponents. It was under such circumstances that the day of the match finally arrived. The predecessor of the South American European Super Cup was the Confederations Cup, a rather insignificant tournament. In recent years, UEFA has been looking for ways to cut costs while increasing revenue, right? Well, they found it. UEFA discussed with CONMEBOL to cancel the Confederations Cup and replace it with the South American European Super Cup. It's enough of a gimmick. They can earn a lot of money. Thus, the first South American European Super Cup came into being. As for why it was chosen to be held at Wembley in London instead of other neutral venues, mainly because Wembley Stadium is modern enough and has better security. Although the home stadiums of River Plate and Boca Juniors are impressive and atmospheric for hosting a match, the most crucial factor is safety, not atmosphere. Chapter 444. After tasting success through several key business moves, Chen Chen briefly entertained the idea that he might be a commercial genius. Fortunately, he was self-aware, without the foresight he gained since his time travel. He might have ended up losing everything. Based on this, Chen Chen became even more determined to focus on playing football, as playing football is the only business that ensures profit. After comparing market values, the next topic is recent performance. After winning the European Championship, the Three Lions have been on a winning streak in the World Cup qualifiers, leading in points by a wide margin. Now, in the UEFA Nations League, they have achieved 4 consecutive wins, accumulating 12 points to advance to the semi-finals, including impressive victories over Italy and Germany. Their fierce fighting spirit is undeniable. Compared to England, Argentina is slightly behind. After the Copa America, the Albiceleste has had a mix of wins and draws. A few days ago, they played against Estonia, winning 5-0. However, they still made quite a few defensive errors. Against a rookie team like Estonia, they could easily dominate, but if they face England without timely adjustments, the only result awaiting them would be. Chapter 445. After a pause, Chen Chen introduced the England side. Compared to the recent UEFA Nations League match, there weren't many changes in England's formation. They simply brought back Maguire in the center-back position, with Tomori on the bench. Let's take a look at the specific lineup. Southgate set up a 4-2-3-1 formation. In goal, Pickford returns to the starting lineup, left-back Trippier, with Maguire partnering Stones in the center, and Kyle Walker as right-back. Walker's recent performance has been average. In today's match, he needs to perform well on the right flank and limit Di Maria, as he is the primary responsible player. The double pivot consists of Calvin Phillips and Rice, with Ward-Prowse ready to come off the bench. The three attacking midfielders are Sterling, Chen Chen, and Saka. The lone striker is Harry Kane. Otamendi and Romero are both under 190 centimeters tall, which might present an opportunity for Kane. In terms of crossing from the flanks, perhaps England should try more. While Chen Chen was introducing the starting players from both sides, the players on the field began to exchange high fives. Chapter 446, unfortunately. Unable to find an angle, the ball hit Romero and bounced out. England earned the first corner of the match. Through this recent attacking attempt, the Three Lions players realized that Argentina's defense was clearly not as fragile as they had imagined, like Germany and Italy. As a team that managed to secure a victory against a very strong Brazil, the Albiceleste certainly has its strengths. The main reason is the unity within the team, which is why Argentine fans trust that the Pampa Eagles will soar over Qatar. This time, Chen Chen did not run to the corner flag to prepare for the corner kick. Isn't he 185 centimeters tall? The Argentine team is somewhat at a height disadvantage, and they definitely need to make the most of this rare set-piece opportunity against the Three Lions. To be honest, Chen Chen's heading ability isn't particularly strong. It's safe to say he's probably not as good as Kane, and it might be better to focus on defending Kane instead. But who can blame Chen Chen for being the hot European superstar right now? As soon as he entered the penalty area, Argentina immediately sent two players to mark him. Chapter 447, bang. Like a clap of thunder. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of fans, the ball hit the post and bounced in. 10. Goal. A long-range shot from Chen Chen. In the studio, Chen Chen, already standing, shouted excitedly after Chen Chen controlled the ball with his chest. He anticipated that Chen Chen would take a direct shot. To his surprise, he guessed right. The shot came so suddenly that Big Martin clearly didn't see it coming. Next to him, Jean-Luc couldn't help but praise it. What a beautiful curve. Chen Chen's golden right leg is back. An incredible long-range shot that curled into the corner. No wonder fans called Chen Chen the best free kick taker in football, instead of Messi, who treats free kicks like penalty kicks. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen nodded. They say Messi treats free kicks like penalty kicks, but who knows that Chen Chen can take a shot like a penalty kick from such an unpredictable position. This is the first South American European Super Cup, and perhaps there will be a second, third, or even 100th. But I can tell everyone that the scene of Chen Chen's long-range goal will definitely be recorded in the history of this event. It will become a very classic goal moment. Chapter 448. Laporta's statement can be said to be reasonable, but also unreasonable. Because that season, the 2021-2022 season, Barcelona's performance was very poor, and most Barcelona fans were expressing their dissatisfaction with the club in this way. A small number were taking the opportunity to make money. After all, Frankfurt is considered the richest city in Germany, and their fans are naturally wealthy. It's money that shouldn't be passed up. In this regard, today's Argentine fans share the same sentiment. Of course, they're not expressing dissatisfaction with Argentina. It's purely that the English are willing to spend money, which has attracted the Argentinians. Thus, many Argentine fans made a good profit by reselling tickets, leading to the rapid transformation of Wembley into a stage predominantly for Three Lions fans. Interestingly, while the number of Argentine fans in the stands was decreasing, wealthy individuals from Argentina occupied half of the boxes above the president's seat. It's no wonder that ordinary Argentinians expressed dissatisfaction with their living conditions, allowing Milei to rise to power smoothly. Back to the match. Amid the cheers from the crowd, waves of attacks from England surged toward Argentina like a tide. Chapter 449. They say having me and Ro in the name surpasses both Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. Now, it's Romero's turn to prove himself. Kane had no intention of dribbling past Romero. After receiving the ball, the English star directly attempted a nutmeg on Romero. Kane's idea was quite good. It was a bold move. If successful, it would be a goal, and Romero would be nailed to the pillar of shame. However, unfortunately, Romero reacted quickly. The Argentine defender quickly turned his body, bringing his legs together. Of course, one cannot pull both legs in at once. It's mainly about one leg moving closer to the other. In this scenario, Romero chose to bring his left leg in closer, denying Kane any space for a nutmeg. Instantly, the fans' eyes widened as they witnessed Romero miraculously block Kane's shot. Kane's plan came to nothing. Romero, wow, he truly lives up to the name with me in row, surpassing both Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. A perfect defense. The speed with which he pulled in his leg and arm was astonishing. Perhaps if Kane had dribbled a bit more, it would have been better, but opportunities are fleeting, and he had no time to hesitate. Chapter 450. Scaloni gestured, instructing Lautaro and Di Maria to push forward and apply pressure. In fact, Scaloni didn't even need to speak. Lautaro and Angel had already advanced. Unfortunately, it was useless because England's passing and control were very meticulous, leaving no room for mistakes. This made the Argentinian players, who were running back and forth and struggling to press, appear somewhat foolish. Throughout the first half, Argentina only managed 6 shots. Apart from one attempt by Messi that was blocked out for a corner after he dribbled into the penalty area, all other shots occurred outside the box. With such poor shooting efficiency, how could they possibly score? In contrast, England's Chen Chen alone attempted 6 shots, both inside and outside the penalty area, not counting others like Kane's headers and attempt from inside. Unfortunately, despite having the upper hand, they couldn't extend their lead. Beep. Finally, with Phillips' eye shot, the first half concluded. Both teams' players entered the tunnel with serious expressions. The English players were complaining and regretting their missed opportunities to extend the lead. Chapter 451. The discussions on Argentina's side took longer, to the extent that the 3 Lions players had already exited the tunnel by the time the blue and white team finally emerged from the locker room. Clearly, they were under significant pressure. Beep. With a whistle from Chilean referee Massa, the second half officially began. Southgate changed his usual pattern of substituting in the 60 to 70-minute range. This time, right at the start of the half, he replaced Sterling with Grealish. Sterling had performed decently in the first half, with several attacking plays that were quite vibrant. However, for the 3 Lions to continue scoring, the 3 forwards, Sterling, Kane, and Saka, needed to take on more pressing responsibilities. In the first half, Sterling had covered a large area and expended the most energy. Therefore, instead of making a routine substitution in the 60 to 70-minute mark, it would be better to change things up early to catch the opponent off guard. What was surprising was that Grealish seemed somewhat resentful. In the club, he often comes off the bench, and now in the national team, he mostly does the same. Chapter 452. Before the match resumed, Jean-Loup shared his analysis. This goal was an unexpected strike from Argentina against their opponent. You see, Romero's positioning forced the opponent to retreat. This way, Molina was hidden because no one would pay attention to someone who seemed to be doing nothing. Then, a direct pass found Messi, who immediately cut inside. Because the ball was played too quickly, England couldn't react immediately. Of course, it's mainly because there were fewer players touching the ball on the Argentine side, which allowed for a surprise attack, as I mentioned. Even if England saw it and defended against it, they would at least have to pay the price of shot on target. Scaloni outsmarted Southgate with his unchanging strategy. So, during the subsequent match time, will Southgate make a new player positioning change and tactical idea? Jean-Loup, the coach, made it clear that Southgate needs to make further substitutions targeted at the defensive positions. However, Southgate's choice was quite unexpected for Jean. He decided to have Rice drop back a bit more to pay extra attention to Messi's route. Chapter 453. Rice draws his bow. The ball is in. On the field, the ball turned into a cannonball, flying straight towards the corner of the goal. The entire stadium fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at Rice in disbelief. Facing Big Martin, there was no need to panic, just take a quick shot. Today, the England team is full of long-range shooting experts. Everyone has a powerful long shot. The 3 Lions regained the lead, and if things continued like this, they would win today's match. Just as Jan June finished speaking, Jean-Loup immediately took over the conversation with a chuckle. If it ended this way, the Argentine fans would likely face backlash. Before the match, many fans of the blue and white team claimed they were the best in the world, stating that England could only beat many European teams because those European teams were weak. If it were Argentina, the Argentine fans would say the 3 Lions would definitely not win. But the reality was completely contrary to their thoughts. England was the team with more opportunities on the field. At the same time, they were also the team closer to victory. Chapter 454. Lautaro walked back dejectedly. Looking at Messi, Lautaro said with some self-blame, "Sorry, it's my fault." Messi ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "It's okay, don't worry, we still have time." Including stoppage time, there were about 25 minutes left in the match, and Argentina still had opportunities. Pickford chose to kick the ball long this time. The Three Lions pressed forward, and now it was England's turn to look for an attacking opportunity. Originally, playing at home gave the Three Lions a psychological advantage over Argentina. Now, with the score lead again, they could play more comfortably. Even if they couldn't continue scoring, maintaining the score like this would secure England's victory. And they could accept this stalemate. Besides, would Southgate's team be content with just a narrow victory? Obviously, that's impossible. They still wanted to attack. On the field, Argentina quickly chose to fall back and defend. The camera focused on Scaloni on the sidelines. The Argentine coach wanted to make another substitution adjustment, but after much thought, he chose to trust the players on the field. Chapter 455. Unfortunately, unable to exert force, Pickford simply held onto the ball. In the 82nd minute, it was the Three Lions' turn to shoot. Chen Chen successfully contested in the middle. After gaining possession, Chen Chen quickly chose to pass the ball to Kane in front. However, Kane couldn't control the ball and lost possession under pressure from the opponents. In the 84th minute, an anxious Messi dribbled down the right side alone. It must be said that with his good dribbling ability, Messi managed to deceive Rice, who came up to press, and Trippier, who was ready to foul him. Just as Messi was about to take a couple more steps to shoot, Chen Chen suddenly came out from behind him with a fierce but clean sliding tackle. Chen Chen poked the ball out of bounds. At the same time, inevitably, Messi fell to the ground. The Argentine fans and stands were ecstatic. They started screaming because they believed this was a penalty. However, the reality was cruel. Massa made the same call as when Lautaro fell. No foul. Not to mention the fans on site were dumbfounded. Even Messi himself was stunned. Chapter 456. Because he took off his shirt to show off, Chen Chen received his second yellow card. 2 yellows turned into a red, and Chen Chen was sent off. However, Chen Chen showed no signs of despair or anger about being sent off. He happily high-fived every teammate in celebration. Afterward, Chen Chen put his shirt back on and leisurely walked toward the players' tunnel. The applause from Wembley Stadium rang out, and the Three Lions fans were giving their heroes applause and respect. Meanwhile, the Argentine fans were lost in confusion. Scaloni was also in a state of confusion. At this moment, the Argentine coach stood with his arms crossed, looking helpless and pained. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand why the team was losing. It's worth mentioning that many fans around the world who bet on Argentina were just as confused as Scaloni, although the match wasn't over. Many must be contemplating jumping off a rooftop. 31. How is this going to be translated? Damn it, I thought the Copa America champion could dampen England's spirit. But it turns out they are still unbeatable. This entire year, England really hasn't lost a match. You say it's a weekly cup champion. Can it be compared to England? Chapter 457. Again crowned. Chen Chen helps England win the South American European Super Cup, continuing to make history since this UEFA Nations League tournament. Chen Chen has scored or assisted in every match. An unrelenting card machine. In this match, the Chilean referee Massa issued 8 yellow cards. I'll give you 2 nests. A lip reader interpreted the content of the conflict on the field. The Argentine star spoke rudely first, losing the match and losing players. After the match, Argentine fans and English fans fought outside the stadium. Post-match comments. Chen Chen, about Argentina? Who cares? Now, I just want to celebrate well. Scaloni. The referee missed 2 penalty calls. He was simply terrible. Southgate. I don't want to talk about the match because it's clear to anyone with eyes. Guardiola. I can hardly believe Leo would say something like that. I think it's time to find a moment to talk to him. With the end of the match, a series of terms refreshed the entire online world. Countless Argentine fans have begun to personally attack Chen Chen. Correspondingly, countless English fans are mocking Messi. Chapter 458, it should be noted that in recent years, the top scorer in the Primera Liga has felt somewhat superficial. To put it simply, they are flops. First is the Uruguayan Darwin Núñez. In his second season at Benfica, he delivered a stunning performance of 26 goals in 28 league matches, with an incredible average goal efficiency. With such a good performance, Núñez caught the attention of Liverpool and Manchester United, and ultimately, Liverpool beat Manchester United to secure Núñez. Looking back from the future, this transfer for Liverpool is definitely a loss. because Nunez's compilation of missed shots is more than his compilation of goals. How can that not drive people crazy? Nunez ultimately became the so-called cross-side shooter among fans. Then there's the top scorer of the 1920 season in the Primera Liga, Carlos Vinicius and Taremi. The former joined Tottenham and performed quite mediocrely, later transferring to Fulham, where he was also average. It can be foreseen that this Primera Liga top scorer has already become a waste. As for Taremi, the situation isn't much better. In the summer of 2024, the Iranian Taremi joined Inter Milan for free, but managed only 1 goal in 34 league matches. He finished the entire season with just 3 goals. Chapter 459. England is a very special, gloomy, and humid country. Sometimes it starts to rain during a match. It's no wonder fans say that England's rain, France's smoke, Italy's fog, and Germany's snow are all nothing compared to Spain's evening glow. As one of the components of Spain's national territory, the Canary Islands enjoy over 28 days of sunshine every month, making it a great vacation spot for those who love the sun and surfing. Additionally, it's worth noting that the Canary Islands are one of the top 10 recommended travel destinations by Lonely Planet in 2024, and also one of the top 10 food cities in the world launched by National Geographic China. So, while the Canary Islands may not be considered paradise on Earth, it certainly deserves that evaluation in terms of suitability. Another special point is that even though the Canary Islands are thousands of miles away from Madrid, appearing far removed from the football scene, the locals' love for football has not diminished. Don't underestimate the small size and population of the Canary Islands. They have a team that competes in La Liga, Las Palmas. Chapter 460. Before the press conference started, many journalists already had a rough idea of what would be discussed. However, when they actually saw Chen Chen and Soriano walking onto the stage together, holding up a jersey with the number 7, they were still immensely shocked. The greatest midfielder in today's football is wearing the greatest number 7 jersey. Wow! The venue erupted with gasps, and global temperatures rose a bit as a result. Almost simultaneously, journalists spread the news that Chen Chen had changed to the number 7 jersey. For the football world, this news may not reach the level of an earthquake, but it is certainly a hot topic that can stay at the top of trending news for a day or two. The legacy of number 7. Chen Chen will wear the sky blue number 7 jersey from Manchester City in the new season. Seamless transition. Sterling's departure to Chelsea. Chen Chen changes to the number 7 jersey. Anticipating the new release, Puma announced that the Manchester City Player Edition jersey will be available for sale soon. From number 18 to number 7, Chen Chen will continue to write his legend. Whether in English football, across Europe, or globally, today's hot headline is solely about Chen Chen's jersey number. Chapter 461 regarding the topic of leaving Manchester City. To be honest, Chen Chen has considered it. However, apart from the fact that very few clubs can afford his salary level, more importantly, Chen Chen wants to maintain his level at Manchester City and strive for a good performance in the upcoming Qatar World Cup at the end of the year. If he were to leave for another league, adjusting to a new environment would be a minor issue, but having to deal with flight connections on national team match days would be very difficult. Additionally, there are many of Chen Chen's teammates in the national team within Manchester City, and playing league matches together serves as a unique form of training that he wouldn't enjoy if he left for another league. As for the goals for the new season, of course, it's to defend the title. However, these are not championships that must be won, if necessary. Chen Chen is willing to strategically give up some cup competitions to focus on the league and the World Cup. Of course, considering that now feels a bit too far away, what Chen Chen is currently looking forward to is performing well in the preseason and subsequently in the UEFA Super Cup. Aiming for a good start first. Manchester City's preseason consists of 3 matches, 2 in the United States and 1 in Shanghai. Chapter 462, however, Chen Chen is only responsible for providing a direction for choice. The specific negotiations still need to be handled by Manchester City scouts and management. Chen Chen has only one request for the team. The new season is about to start, and the Blue Moon needs to speed up their recruitment. However, there is currently a rather awkward issue. That is whether it's Sevilla, Freiburg, or Red Bull. They all know that Manchester City wants to bring in a suitable defender to strengthen their defensive intensity, and in this situation, it would be strange not to take advantage of Manchester City. The match between Manchester City and Bayern will take place at Lockhart Stadium in Miami, which can only hold about 18,000 fans compared to the Allianz Arena in Munich and the Etihad Stadium. Calling it a small stadium is not an exaggeration at all. However, it must be said that the Americans' consumer capacity is indeed impressive. With 18,000 seats fully sold out, including boxes, it's no wonder many European teams, especially Premier League teams, love to come to North America for preseason matches. It's profitable, not shabby. It should be noted that the Major League Soccer had previously proposed a team versus Manchester City match, right? If it were the originally intended Major League Soccer team facing Manchester City, then whether today's tickets would sell out is uncertain. But at least the prices wouldn't be as inflated. Chapter 463 in midfield, Chen Chen starts alongside De Bruyne, with Rodri playing deeper. The defense consists of Italian prodigy, Ruben Dias, Stones, and Cancelo. The goalkeeper, of course, is the familiar Ederson. In this match, both sides' starting arrangements showcase sincerity, and the fans who paid to enter the venue must be thrilled. It's worth mentioning that due to both teams having many members from their respective national teams, with Bayern having several German internationals and Manchester City having many Three Lions players, this match is also referred to as another encounter between England and Germany. However, this is not the most amusing part. Isn't the left-back position from Manchester City occupied by the Italian prodigy? Therefore, the Sky Sport commentator jokingly remarked that the entire Group C of the UEFA Nations League is gathered here, just missing a Hungarian player. Beep, with the referee's whistle. The match officially kicked off. Bayern Munich, who had made some reinforcements during the summer transfer window, initiated the first attack, but unfortunately, they underestimated Manchester City's defensive capabilities. As Guardiola has claimed, Rodri, the current best defensive midfielder in football, showcased his skills effortlessly, easily intercepting several breakthroughs from Gnabry and Kimmich. Chapter 464, as the host. The Football Association in the Magic City delivered a very lengthy dinner speech. Chen Chen did not want to listen and turned to chat with the very stylish female stars. Stars like Bing Bing, Ife, Naza, Reba, and Mimi were not present, and most were female celebrities and internet influencers that Chen Chen did not recognize. He suspected some might even be media students yet to graduate. However, seeing their impressive appearances, Chen Chen was uncertain if the female college students had such assets. As for whether Chen Chen wanted to communicate deeply with the stars or the inexperienced female students, he was indifferent. It was mainly about finding a compatible girl to have a heartfelt conversation with. However, to Chen Chen's surprise, during a later lively moment in the ballroom, many first- and second-tier female stars appeared. Indeed, the entertainment world is the best stimulant. The Magic City, or rather, China, has many stars, and the few encountered at the dinner were just a minority. There were no types among the female stars here that particularly appealed to Chen Chen. Chapter 465. By the time the match crossed the 10-minute mark, there was no suspense left. Manchester City had already scored 20 goals. Considering the handicap of 5 goals given by various betting companies, more goals were expected. Sure enough, in the 14th and 22nd minutes, Manchester City scored again. Unlike the first 10 minutes where the forwards took the lead, this time, it was the defenders who stepped up. First, Ruben's long-range shot caused an own goal. Then, from a corner kick, Stone scored with a header, overpowering Jiang Guangtai. They say Jiang Guangtai was a key player in the championship before coming to the Chinese Super League, showing decent strength. But now, it seems the gap between a championship defender and a Premier League champion-level defender is still too wide. Shanghai Port's best chance came in the 39th minute. Lazy managed to shake off Rodri and made a through ball for Liu Wenjun, but unfortunately, the latter's angled shot was saved by goalkeeper Ederson. Shanghai Port missed a good opportunity. That shot was also the closest they came to scoring in the entire match. At other times, they were just defending and absorbing pressure. The players on the field were extremely tense and anxious, while the fans in the stands were quite relaxed. Chapter 466. Soon, on the field, Firmino, wearing a red jersey, passed the ball back to Fabinho, and the match officially began. Liverpool, taking the first kick, launched an attack forward. To be honest, Klopp was quite surprised that Chen Chen was not starting. As in his impression, Chen Chen was always a regular, someone who even outperformed Barcelona's Pedri in terms of attendance. However, today he was sitting on the bench. The German sensed the possibility of winning the match. Based on this, Klopp waved his hand and instructed his players to apply pressure from the first minute. Although the famous attacking trio had disbanded after Main's departure, Liverpool had reassembled a new trident. They had found a replacement for Main, Luis Diaz. In several preseason matches, the Colombian international showcased his abilities well. and Klopp believed he could fill the scoring gap left by Main's exit. Right now, Luis Diaz was swiftly advancing with the ball on the left flank, even managing to get past Cancelo at one point. If it weren't for De Bruyne and Stone's quick defensive support, Diaz might have cut inside and taken a shot down the left wing.